Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We're going to have ourselves a show. No doubt about that. Baldy's going to join us at 7:30. We got Dalton Johnson later on in the program as well. Good morning to everybody out there as you hear Tim Roy on the call for 95.7 The Game, the flagship of the Golden State Warriors. As they lose to the Toronto Raptors north of the border, a Toronto Raptors team, not only did they lose to the Raptors by 3, 104 to 101, they lost to a team that had lost 16 of 17. That's right, the Raptors have lost 16 of 17. They were currently on the 5-game losing streak. They didn't have Emmanuel quickly. They don't have any identity whatsoever. It's R.J. Barrett and Scotty Barnes, who I do like. I like Scotty Barnes a lot. And Jakob Poeltl, every Warrior fan on Twitter's favorite center. But this is the reality. The Warriors are now 19-20. First time all season they've been under 500. They're out of the box. If the play-in started today, they would be out.
It's unacceptable.
And you're looking at Steph and Curry go 26-7-7, and Wiggins got his 20. But outside of that, no ball movement, 23 team assists. They got dominated in the paint by 24, 50-26. And this is the reality, Warrior fans. That last night was rock bottom. And there's no more sugarcoating what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. They have to make a decision at some point over the next few weeks before the trade deadline, February 6th. Are you going to make some moves? Are you going to stand pat and wait for the summer? Are you going to shake this thing up? Because right now, they're not a good basketball team. They're just not. They're one of the worst teams in the league since December 1st, Shasky. That's just it. Ever since starting 12-3, they've been atrocious.
I'm waving a piece of paper, and it's going to be the metaphor of my white flag.
Uh-oh.
I'm waving the white flag as a fan. As
a fan?
Yeah, and here's what I mean. Not that I'm like leaving the Warrior fan base. I can't watch that.
I'm out.
I can't. And your point about they got to decide. No, it's make a decision. I'm over it. Either we're going to tank and we're just going to sell off our pieces and we're going in on like whatever, Cooper Flag or whoever the hell it is in the draft that they think they're going to get. Like, I'm dead serious. Or it's just make a reckless move and just do something. You can't keep doing what you're doing. This is very analogous to when you have that vehicle and you take it to the auto body shop and the guy says to you, the mechanic, hey, look, you got one of two things. You can either invest in this car that's probably worth like $3 or $4 grand and put a couple grand into it and maybe you get a year or two out of it, or you just chop the thing up and you go take it to the dealership and you try to get whatever you can get and you go get a new car. Like, that's where we're at right now with the Warriors. The engine's shot, the transmission's shot, the chassis okay, all right, but the body stinks and nobody wants to drive it. And right now, the two people at the top, Goober and Lakeup, and primarily Lakeup, you've told me forever this is an entertainment product. Last night I saw that loss coming from a mile away. And when you become predictably boring and you lose in the consistent fashion with which they lose, squandering leads, praying to God Steph Curry can hit a shot over 3 people late in the game all by himself, and you're just letting randos like Boucher destroy you?
Boucher's been balling.
No, I know he has, Monte.
17 in the fourth quarter.
How many NBA players?
Right.
Just how many NBA players do I have to name before the name Boucher comes?
Hey, Chris Boucher, 17 of his 18 in the fourth quarter. He's been on a heater. That was a revenge game for him.
Okay, fantastic. But honestly, last night was the night that broke me, and so I don't even know what I want to do. Like, I can make 1,000 arguments to just tank. I can make 1,000 arguments to just, trade freaking Draymond Green for Jimmy Butler, and let's just, and whatever their combinations, and let's just ride the Jimmy Butler crazy train.
Let's not.
No, I'm good. No, I'm dead serious. Make a decision. Do something. You can't keep doing this. I can't keep watching Moses Moody and take calls from people on Moses Moody, who's not very good, and like, oh, why doesn't he play an extra 3 minutes? He's not good enough. This is not good enough.
Well, who was the caller last week who came at me, called me a liar and this and that, and said Moses Moody needs to start? Well, he played 14 minutes yesterday. He went 0 for 6. But this isn't about Moses Moody. This is about
watchability,
the team building, and their roster construction. And right now, look, I understand it. It wouldn't be much better with Paul George on a max deal. I don't believe it would be much better with Lauri Markkanen. So you're in this situation right now with the Warriors where you're not good enough to contend, but you're not good enough to take. So you're stuck in the the middle ground of the NBA, which is not a good place to be. You don't want to be a 7, 8, 9, 10 seed in the NBA year in and year out. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to be able to get better. You're not going to be able to gain a lottery pick. You're not going to be able to get an impact player. And your cap is going to be hard cap. You're going to have a hard cap here to where you can't maneuver and make big-time moves. So Dunleavy and Joe Lacob with Steph Curry will play the Steph Curry sound. Dunleavy's on the phone left and right trying to figure out what to do with this roster. And at some point, you're going to have to come to some hard decisions with this roster. The old way of playing with split action and everything, that still works here and there, but the read and react system with these group of players, it may not even be work, but here's the problem. You're slow and you're small. That is the worst combination in the NBA. And you're a little older. Your two best players are older, Draymond Green and Stephen Curry. You're small and you're slow. So even on a night when you play the Toronto Raptors, and look at the roster. Wow, RJ Barrett may have a matchup advantage. Wow, Scotty Barnes has a matchup advantage. Wow, Jakob Poeltl, against TJD, that's a tough matchup for TJD. Every game, every roster has an advantage over the Warriors because they're more athletic, they're longer, they have bigger size, and right now, you're missing Jonathan Kuminga in a major, major way. So as Brock Purdy's watching Sam Darnold throw up himself in the playoff game yesterday down at Glendale, Arizona, Brock Purdy has to throw to Stafford and he's making more money by the day, right? Well, Jonathan Kuminga sitting back with that ankle injury saying, boy, we're sure $30 million is the price point? What about $40 million a year? Because on this team, I think I'm worth a little more than what you guys all think. And that's a problem right now with the Golden State Warriors. So I want to get into a deep conversation about the Warriors and how they got to this point, because last night, Shasky, was rock bottom for me. That was rock bottom, I think, for everybody. I'm watching that game thinking, okay, they're up 86-77, and the Raptors close the gap right away. I'm thinking, they cannot lose this game.
Yes, they can.
They cannot lose.
Yes, they can. You've watched every game this year. You've watched every game this year with a more fine-tooth comb than anyone else who's listening.
No, I know
right
they
now.
can lose this game.
And
I know they can lose this game.
I saw that coming a mile away. A mile away. When Boucher hit the first teardrop three in the fourth quarter, it was Tim Hardaway was impressed with the amount of arc Boucher had on his three-point shot. I saw that coming a mile away.
No, Brigade. Spinoni asked me last week, you think they're going to lose Miami in the back end of a back-to-back? I said, what? Are you kidding me? I know what this team is. They're a 500 inconsistent basketball team. They're mid, as Stephen Curry says. So, yes, I could see the loss coming a mile away, but when you're in it in the fourth quarter, it's like, wait a minute. Are you really going to lose to the Toronto Raptors, who've got 8 wins on the season? Now, 7 of them came to Scotiabank Arena, which is their home court, up in Toronto. But when you're watching, you're like, you're going to lose to Chris Boucher? Chris Boucher scored 17 in the fourth.
This team's not smart. I thought Kyle Anderson was a smart player. He made a play last night, and I don't mean to just pick on him. He fouls Scotty Barnes thinking they have a foul to give. They don't. He goes to the free throw line. They split the free throws. They give up the offensive rebound.
And 2 more free throws. That was the end of the third quarter. They were up 7. They gave up 4 points at the end of the third quarter.
It was a microcosm of all my frustrations.
Not finishing quarters.
Care how much IQ they all claim to have, they're not a good team.
No,
they
they're not a
don't
good
do
team.
smart stuff. They don't execute. They can't close out. They're not athletic. What do they do well other than squander leads?
So the end of the third quarter, they give up the 4 points, which is a big swing going into the fourth quarter because they're up 7. And they give up the 4 points, and you're like, that's free money that may come back to bite you in the butt.
So
and
bad.
it came back to bite them in the butt. So what do they do well right now? There's not a lot of things they do well right now. There's just not. And it is the reality. Again, the Warriors, after starting the season 12-3, they were 12-3, and we're all high.
Yeah.
We're sitting top of the world. They're 7-17 since that point. They're 7-17 after a 12-3 start. So this is who they are, a 7-17 team. They can't stay healthy. They've got a revolving door starting. They started 22 different starting lineups, all right? 22 different starting lineups. Folks, they played 39 games. 22 different starting lineups, and they played 39 games. Now, I'm the king of, hey, doesn't matter who starts, it's who finishes, right? But at some point, you got to figure, you got to have some stability with the first 5 to get off the great starts, right? Right? So they don't, and now your bench is depleted. You get outscored on the bench 41-32. You shoot 39% from the floor. You shoot 35 from 3. Half of your shots came from the three-point line because you can't blow by anybody when it comes to dribble drive penetration. Everything is around the perimeter. And so you make the move for Dennis Schroeder, and the ball is sticking in his hands. It's like CP3 all over again.
Monte, I'm leaning, and I keep coming back to this, and I know people don't want to hear this. You don't do that with a Steph Curry team. You might have to. I think you might have to just start selling off all your pieces and just go full tank mode. I'm dead serious. They need to gut everything. Okay, you want to keep Kuminga? Fine. I would trade everything else. Wiggins can be had. Someone would take him. I don't know if Draymond's tradable. Dennis Schroeder, I bet you somebody wants him. Like, I would start selling things off. Like, if you had to choose between the two. I also wouldn't be mad if they just decided, you know what, we're all in on Zion. We're going to roll the dice. I know it's a huge risk. I don't really trust it either. But, hey, we're going to try. Like, anything, make a decision. Anything is better than what I'm, like, doing currently, because this is insanity.
Yahoo came out with an article, Vincent Goodwill, yesterday, and it came out before the game. And it was about the Golden State Warriors and their future. And Vincent opens his story up, and we're going to take calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors have gone from a team on a hot streak to a middling one, struggling to find the right formula to get back in the mix of the Western Conference contenders. Around the league, many are wondering if the team's front office and ownership have the stomach to make the necessary personnel moves to surround four-time champions Steph and Dre with a realistic shot at a fifth title. Somewhat surprisingly, Green is in lockstep with the way the Warriors have handled things. Despite overtures to the likes of Paul George over the summer, they stayed the course as opposed to going all in on any strategy. Green said, the beautiful part about being in the space that we're in, Steve, Steph, and myself all disagree with mortgaging off the future of this organization, saying that we're going for it now. Green told Yahoo last Thursday, bad teams do that. Bad organizations do that. We're not neither one. However, I would say bad organizations stand pat. We just saw the San Francisco Giants hold on for dear life to their legends, to their legends, to their legends. Now here we are with Buster Posey and our fourth-place NL West team. The league has evolved so much with terms of the style of play, having five threats offensively at all times, having two-way players who could do both things offensively and defensively, and not having specialists, and are getting longer and quicker. The Warriors are neither. So standing pat, if you want to stand pat through the trade deadline, that's fine. But what's going to happen this summer? And can you sell that to the fan base? Can you sell that to the fan base? So I want to ask the Roasters, I think it's about them today and Dub Nation out there, what do you want to see this team do moving forward? Because last night was rock bottom. There's no doubt about that. 888-957-9570. Last night was absolute rock bottom.
Look,
so now what?
Like, now what is this? And like, you said goodbye to Klay Thompson for a variety of reasons. One of them was that you said you had to turn the page. And to me, like, you only turned half the page. Yeah. If you were going to turn the page, you turn the page off Draymond as well, right? It's not an either or. To me, it's both. Like, they both needed, and I'm not even blaming them. I'm just saying, like, organizationally, they've been so slow to pivot. And to your point about the Giants, yeah, it feels like I'm watching the end of the Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford kind of stuff where, yeah, every now and then they have a great series. You know, they have a great game or a great moment or whatever. But, like, you're not winning with a 37-year-old shortstop playing up the middle. You're not winning with a guy who can't stay healthy for more than 65 games in Brandon Belt, right? No, and it's the same thing that's what's going on right now with the Warriors. Like, all right, you wanted to move off of Klay, and he needed to go, and there's a variety of reasons. Fine. But you guys made a trade for Jordan Poole and CP3, and then you kept Draymond when Draymond was the reason that Jordan Poole went into the tank. They've made so many poor decisions, but to me, it starts with, if you were going to pull the Band-Aid, you pulled the Band-Aid off of both Dre and Klay, and his conversation with Yahoo or whoever the hell he was talking to actually drives me nuts. First part, dude, just play games. Stop talking about the future of the team, all right? That's for the ownership and the GM. I want you to just play, all right? I want you to play. Second thing, this is why all the youngsters have felt alienated forever, because me, Steve, and Steph, and I get it, they've earned equity. Me, Steve, and Steph, we get veto power and we do things. You can have that. You can't say it out loud. Now you're creating a schism in that locker room, and just for everyone's psyche, it's us and then there's you guys.
Well,
like, this is a microcosm of why they needed to rip the Band-Aid off.
Well, the punch changed everything. I hate going back to that incident because things have just not been the same since that moment. I'm telling you, the vibes at Media Day, I'm walking around thinking, this team's about to go back to back. after hearing from Ron Adams. And remember,
I thought
Ron
their
Adams,
bench
Ron
was
Adams
good enough to be a team in the playoffs.
Dude, Ron Adams.
I feel like an idiot.
Ron Adams called us the day after they won the championship saying, quite frankly, I think we're ahead of schedule. I'm thinking to myself, damn, and I remember Jordan Poole vibes, and Wiseman was back, and yeah, Kuminga feeling himself, and Dre was feeling good. And that incident, it just hasn't been the same since that point. And you lost the young guy in Jordan Poole, who's in Washington. They've only won 6 games. They're 6-31, but he's having career highs and everything, and it seems like he's getting his swagger back, and he didn't want to leave. And now when you look, you're saying, damn, you're small and slow. You have no explosion. You have nobody who can dribble, drive, penetrate, or blow by their guy. Well, Jordan Poole could. So you had a tough decision there that all season, but you decided to pivot off Jordan Poole because Jordan Poole and Draymond probably couldn't coexist in the same locker room. However, giving Draymond the $100 million to play nice, and then he gets suspended for 17 games the next season. And meanwhile, all the rhetoric towards Klay Thompson after not accepting the 2-year, $48 million deal, it just was like, wait, what? What is going on here?
It's one domino after another. But Bonte, I think I want to make this very clear, and I think you agree with me. Jordan Poole's a good player. No one thinks he's some first ballot Hall of Famer that's going to change the trajectory of your team and you go from being an 11 seed to the 2 seed, right? No one thinks that. It's a microcosm of how relationships and dynamics have been had in that locker room, in this organization forever. It's not about Jordan Poole, the player. It's more about what it represents and how just I'm up here, I can do no wrong, you're down there, and you're the reason why we stink, and I will accept no culpability. That is the metaphor that just slaps me in the face when I view all that from 5,000 feet away.
Well, it's Warrior fans. I want to hear from them. 888-957-9570. We're going to get to everybody on the other side. Coach in Vallejo, Chris in San Jose, Mo down in Miami. What would you like to see the Warriors do now? They're 19-20. They're under 500 for the first time all season. Another crazy stat is Andrew Wiggins has never won in the city of Toronto as an opponent. He's never gone back home and won a game. He's 0 for 5 when going back to the city of Toronto. Which is insane.
Not to be mean.
Insane.
I just didn't care about that at all.
I know you don't care
I
about
know,
it, but
and I'm not
just
trying to
putting it
be a
out
jerk.
there. Well, no, I'm just putting the stats out there.
I know.
No, trying to have some fun.
I know,
Laugh
but
a little
Wiggs,
bit.
like,
it's not the end of the world.
Wiggs,
It's not the end of the world. This is where the big boys step up. This is where the big fans step up. It's adversity right now. We're dealing with it. With all these teams around these parts, whether it's the Niners, the Warriors, or the Giants. Got to buck up, baby. It's time to roll your sleeves up. By the way, I got some important news on the other side. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. I can't wait to ask Baldy about Sam Darnold and whether or not the Niners should still go after Sam Darnold. Niner fans, all the Sam Darnold fans, I would love to hear from you as well. I haven't forgot about you guys. That's all coming up. Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. you're in this situation right now with the Warriors where you're not good enough to contend, but you're not good enough to take. So you're stuck in the middle ground of the NBA, which is not a good place to be. You don't want to be a 7, 8, 9, 10 seed in the NBA.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
It's crazy. Shasky goes, I love this song. And I said, is this the one from Reservoir Dogs? And it is when your boy's chopping off the ear of the cop. Classic scene. Love Reservoir Dogs. Shout out Quentin Tarantino for that great film as you're listening to the Morning Roast. And Warriors lose to the Toronto Raptors without Draymond Green. He's missed 2 straight games.
I love this song. I'm sorry.
He hit that spin move.
I think of my dad now that we're playing this song. This is like my pops all over right here. God, what a great pull.
That was a great pull. Love it. Great.
I can't find the tongue.
Oh, I miss you, Dad.
Oh, man. Well, he wouldn't miss
crazy.
He wouldn't miss watching his team, that's for sure. But he wouldn't miss the 95-70 game knockout tournament. But if you watch it from above, as the 95-70 game knockout tournament is back with a chance to shoot some hoops on the floor at Chase Center, we will qualify people starting Monday, January 27th. It go for 3 weeks, so you will have plenty of chances to win. Again, January 27th, a couple Mondays from now, you will be able to qualify. So listen to the 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour, starting Monday, January 27th, for your chance. And each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. And you have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. Let's get to the calls, Sass. We got some lines here. I know a lot of Dub Nation want to talk about the team as they lose to the Raptors yesterday, a team that had lost 16 of its prior 17 games.
I can't wait to hear from the audience. My biggest issue with the current Warriors, and I felt this way about the Giants for so long, and to a lesser degree over many years ago, the Niners too. Stop trying to replicate the past. You need to be looking into the future. You need to be setting yourself up to what the next evolution and the next wave is. And all the teams in any sport that are at the top have their eye on the future, not trying to go back into the past. And I feel like they're stuck looking back into the past on too many things.
Well, see, I think they were stuck trying to look to the future. And then they got stuck saying, well, maybe the future isn't ready. And they didn't fully commit to the future. That's to me is the biggest issue, is that the commitment to Jonathan Kuminga hasn't really happened. Although I would say not only last season, but the season prior when Wiggins missed 2 months due to personal issues, Kuminga was starting to ascend. People tend to forget that Kuminga was starting to show flashes. It just rolled with him. Like, I was thinking about this deep last night on the way home. The Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome season, where you lost in the second round to the LA Lakers. And we all fought thinking, Kuminga can't play over these guys. Now, they made, and I get it, Steve Kerr's position, up top, you're getting pressure to win at a high level. We still think we're a championship team. You haven't lost in the Western Conference playoffs yet under Steve Kerr. I get all that. But you imagine if you just rode with Kuminga, let him play through the mistakes, and just see. So by year 4, he's a made man. And right now, people still don't know if he's a made man or not. I think you and I are in lockstep when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga. We think there's a future here for him. The guy can do things that nobody else can do on his team, and we've seen the flashes from December 1st on, averaging over 21 and 6. But he did this last season. So, I'm not surprised that Kuminga was coming on this season doing what he was doing. We witnessed it last season. You have to win in different ways. You have to evolve with the times. You have to play different styles here. And the problem that's bothered me recently is I get it. You trade for Dennis Schroeder, who's been on 8 different teams, but you were willing to tweak your style for Dennis Schroeder when it seems like there's been a reluctance to tweak your style for Jonathan Kuminga. And that doesn't sit well with me.
I know, because he's a veteran. Again, it's always felt, and to me, I think that this, to a small degree, does fall on Curry, but, just the overall sentiment that we're up here and our resumes are this, and y'all aren't there yet. And I'm a veteran, and I have equity in the organization and whatever. And that's just, I'm sorry, that's not a culture that's conducive for others to come in and contribute.
No, not at all. Not at all. Let's go to Coach Vallejo. Coach, what's happening? Then we'll get to Chris. Got Mo. We got Skills. We got everybody here.
Anthony,
what up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, and thank you for playing Steelers Wheels, stuck in the middle with you from the 1970s. That brings me back to my Pepperdine University days. I'll start off with saying, I told you so. A couple of weeks ago, and Bonte, you and I think alike. A couple of weeks ago, I said Kuminga was as important to this team, this Warrior team, as Steph Curry. And every game, Kuminga sits out with his injury, the price tag goes up, okay? Because, Kuminga is that elite athlete. And they were playing their best with Wiggins and Kuminga in the lineup at the same time. Now, also, too, Shasky, if you're not, I'm with you. If you're not going to be good, at least be exciting, okay? They're not even exciting anymore to watch, okay? They're a very slow, boring, unathletic team. You know, people like to talk IQ, basketball IQ. Well, I mean, that's what the coach is, okay? I mean, they're playing basketball out there. And, Bonte, you're right. The game is above the rim. These guys are tall, long, fast, athletic. And even, you know, I'm not a Jordan Poole fan. Oh, but the Jordan Poole player is in vogue right now, okay? They miss that. I miss that, and I'm not even a Poole fan, but I miss that. They need that type of player. They had another one, but they let him go, and Lester Quinones, okay? Quinones was one of those guys. He's still out there. He's a free agent. He's in the G League right now. Go get him, okay? And last thing I want to say, Spencer, okay? This kid is fast. He's athletic. Yeah. He penetrates. He scored 17 points the other night, and he can't get off the bench right now. That's ridiculous. You know what? It all boils down to Steve Kerr. Kerr is stuck in the time warp. He needs to get off his high horse and start getting some athletes and let the athletes play.
Good call, Coach. Look, the reality is in the NBA, you can't be small, you can't be slow, you can't be old. And we're watching it change into the guard right in front of our eyes in the Western Conference. As everybody begged for Kevin Durant this past summer, the Phoenix Suns are stuck in the box. They're no more than a 7-8 seed right now. The Phoenix Suns, that is. And they have a Bradley Beal issue, but the torch is being passed. Look at the LA Lakers last night playing the San Antonio Spurs. San Antonio has Victor Wembanyama and old Chris Paul, Devin Vassell, Steven Castle, who I like out of UConn, who scored 23 last night. But the Spurs outscored the Lakers by 24 in the fourth quarter to win that game by 24. What is going on? The Lakers are old. They're older. LeBron James is your oldest player. Yeah, he's great. He's still getting his numbers, but it's not translating to wins. This is a young man's league, and you got to lean to the youngsters, and you got to play through the mistakes. You got to be able to live through the mistakes. That's how they're going to get better. Especially in the NBA. The NBA is not the league to bench young players because they sit, they become uninterested, they start finding other interests, they don't work on their game in today's day and age, and then they get lost into the abyss. This is a young man's game where you got to, look at San Antonio right now. All those youngsters, whether it's Keldon Johnson, the young man from Kentucky, Zach Collins, they've got a bunch of youngsters who are able to play through mistakes, and now you're reaping the rewards where they're all of a sudden surging in the Western Conference in the 9th spot. All of a sudden they're thinking, oh man, we can make the play-in and maybe make some noise and build for the future. This is a young man's league, folks.
But the coach has to be committed to playing them through mistakes, and he wasn't willing to do so. And, you know, like when you have what I call an individual development program, an IDP, in any company, you'll see these, right? Or in any sports program, you'll see these. Tech, they have them anywhere, really. You develop a plan for someone, and then you have to stay committed to the plan. And there's got to be small little goals, and then there's got to be tolerance from management to accept that there's going to be failures. I want to say this team is so bad at all the little things. I'm begging for more Guy Santos minutes.
He's playing
because
well.
He actually cares and has heart and is diving on the floor and is giving me an element that a lot of the other guys aren't. And I'm not here to say that Guy Santos is somebody that needs to play 40 minutes a game. No, that's not. But I'm saying that's how down bad they are.
Yeah. With all that said, Matt and Hegan, you're right. They are only 3 games out of the loss column for the 6th spot. But right now, they don't look like a top 6 team. The Sacramento Kings look so much better than the Warriors. It's not even funny. They won 7 straight.
You know how the Pittsburgh Steelers last month, they ended up losing all those games? Yep. Were they not a different team by the time they got to the playoffs?
No doubt about that.
It feels like the Warriors are a completely different team right now than whatever the heck we saw in that first month.
Well, they are. They're 7-7. They're 7-17 since the 12-3 start.
If they keep this together the way it is,
hold on.
This is going right into the lottery.
As we get to Chris in San Jose, can we check in on Law Murray's latest power rankings? What tier are the Warriors in now? I'm very interested to hear about that one. Let's get to Chris in San Jose real quick before the break. Chris, what's up, baby?
Hey, baby. Morning, guys. Yeah, you hit on a couple of points that I was telling the screener. It's funny, you know, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't have to play right now, and he's making more money. I mean, he doesn't even have to hit the floor, and he's making more money right now with what he was doing before, and now our, you know, continued skid. You know, I was also looking at the record, 12-3 start. You hit it, 7-17. Shafty, you're right. That's a lottery team. That's a bottom 10 team in the NBA. I said it last week. I've been saying it for a couple of years. In order to succeed in the NBA, you need size, athleticism, and you need shot makers who can spread the floor. Right now, the Warriors possess none of those in spades. Absolutely none of those. So if you want to go around, you know, go around the league. Look at Houston. I'm going to bounce around here a little bit. Look at Houston. Houston let their guys play. They had their young Jabari Smith, Jalen Green, let their guys play. They are now the 2 seed. Orlando, let their young guys play. They're the 4 seed in the East. The Knicks, you know, and another point. You look at if Steph Curry and Draymond Green, let's just say those are our 2 best players, and you want to go around the league and look at the other 2 best players on any other team. The Knicks got Brunson and Towns. I'd take Jalen Green and Jabari Smith. I would, you know, Nikola Jokic is still a MVP in his prime. You got Giannis and Lillard. You got all these guys. I mean, I would hell. I'm not even like trying to make a joke. I would take Victor Wembanyama and Chris Paul over Draymond Green and Steph Curry right now. All right, we just lost to a 9. Well, they were 8-31 before they beat us, and you know maybe Draymond Green swings that the other way and we win by 3 points. But is that really something to like, you know, clap and like cheer about?
No, it would have been a game where even if they won, we would have felt sour about it. We would have. It just was not an impressive game for the Golden State Warriors, and it's unfortunate. 23 team assists. They get outscored in the paint 50-26. It's just their free throws. They're the worst free throw shooting team in the league. A team with Stephen Curry on it is the worst free throw shooting team in the entire NBA.
Yeah, but okay, like I hear you. I'm not surprised though. Who outside of Steph, who shoots free throws well? Not Wiggins, not Kuminga, not Draymond. I mean, Kyle Anderson. Yeah, when I think of shooting form, I think of Kyle Anderson. I mean,
dead last, Shasky. Dead last with Steph Curry shooting over 90% on their team.
There's not one guy.
That's still fascinating. You got to admit that's fascinating. The Golden State Warriors with the Stephen Curry-led team is dead last in free throw shooting. That's nothing to scoff at. That is terrible.
Chris Jackson Davis is the most proficient misser of layups in the league. What makes me think he's going to be a good free throw shooter?
I'm just saying, they're dead last. That's fascinating to me that a Steph Curry-led team is dead last in free throw shooting. That's the whole point. All right, more coming up. We're going to get to everybody. Mo down in Miami, hang tight. Skills of Vallejo. Want to hear from you. Some potential trades here. 888-957-9570. We got Baldy coming up at 7:30. We got Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports at 9:20 to talk about the Dubs. We'll get to Sam Darnold at some point, probably after this next break here. After the next break, we'll stick on Warriors, and then we'll get to Sam Darnold and what you think about him, Niner fans, because I want to hear from Uncle Gene and many, many others who told me that Darnold was the play. Do you still believe that Darnold is the play at quarterback for the 49ers? Wasn't a good night for the Darnold fans. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you, here for good.
Just didn't get good looks, didn't execute very well, weren't disciplined enough, and that's my fault. I'm the coach of the team. I have to find a way to help this team, and I'm not doing a good job of that. Down the stretch, we're not executing, but that's happening throughout the game at both ends. Missed rotations, missed coverages on defense, and then poor possessions offensively. It's on me.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
All right, Steve, I'm trying. The segment is brought to you by Go to State, served in the Bay Area for 3 generations. We do succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Steve Kerr there talking about the state of the team. Their offense is ranked 21st, and they went silent last night down in the fourth quarter. The 21st ranked offense. Their defense is top 10. Their offense is 21st in the league.
Top 10.
You got to get buckets. Folks. It proves you got to get buckets. Who the hell knows what this team is going to do? Are they going to stab pat? Are they going to take a wild stab at it? Let's get Mo in Miami on real quick. He's been on hold. I want to get your thoughts about this team. We'll segue to Sam Darnold talk at some point over the next 30 minutes here. Mo in Miami, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte. Good morning, you guys. Hey, Shelsky.
Morning.
Yeah, so I feel like the struggles with this team really lies within the lineups that we're putting out right now. So I also want to preface this, just to put in the context that we are depleted. So we don't have Jonathan Kuminga right now. Clearly, we didn't have Draymond Green. We don't have GP2. So we are depleted. So at this point, we're losing. We might as well exhaust all our resources, right? We've gotten a chance to see what Guy Santos looks like. We've gotten a chance to see what Pat Spencer looks like. And to piggyback off of what Coach was saying earlier, Pat Spencer can penetrate the paint. I feel like better than most of our guards on our team, like a.k.a. Dennis Schroeder, because he just takes too long to get to the paint. But that being said, also Steve Kerr, he's having issues right now not having a 5. Like, we need a real 5 out there. Trey Jackson-Davis, he plays the 5, but to me, he's more like a true 4. So the matchup disadvantages starts with the lineups that Steve Kerr is putting out, in my opinion. So we should see what Quinton Post looks like. He wasn't able to play last night because he was in Santa Cruz, dropping 30 on 4 for 9 3-point shooting. So we need to see what our resources looks like before we go into trades and all of that. Seeing what Quinton Post looks like might even give us a chance to think about what on the Bulls, Nikola Vucevic. We would get to see what Nikola Vucevic might look like before we pull the trigger on our pieces for trades like that.
We're going to see Vuk next week. We're going to see Vuk next week, that's for sure. In the back-to-back, the Warriors will have a back-to-back with the Bulls involved. The Sacramento Kings and the Chicago Bulls. They'll go up to Sacramento and then come back down and play the Bulls at Chase Center. So you'll see Vuk next week, but I'm not sure Vuk is the answer that's going to get to. I guess my question for the Dub Nation is, What are your realistic expectations for the rest of the year? Is it to trade off assets? Is it to trade for guys like Jimmy Butler, Isaiah Williamson? What are the expectations now that they're 9-20? They're in 11th place. They haven't been under 500 all season long. Yeah, sure, they're 3 games out of the loss column to the Dallas Mavericks and the LA Clippers and the LA Lakers, but don't forget they've lost to the Clippers 3 times. They lost to the Lakers once. They've lost to the Mavericks once. What are your realistic expectations now for the rest of the season? Or do you have any? I guess that's the next question.
My expectations are simple. Make a decision. Like, now. Figure out either
what if they have?
What is it?
What if they have and just say, well, you know what? We're going to stand pat and ride us out until the summer.
Well, if that's the decision, they're going to lose a lot of the fan base for the rest of the couple months. Will they come back? Of course they will. You know how it is. It's very cyclical, but you're depreciating your product right now. And I have a hard time thinking that it's fair to this. And look, we've been spoiled. I want to say that on the front end. But when you do charge championship prices at every level, and I get it's a business, you cannot be doing what they're doing right now. I think you do kind of owe it to yourself and to the consumer to pick a direction. Pick a direction in the franchise. Bonte, I'm just going to ask you, I'm just going to go right down the list. Steph Curry, a good player. Is he a good player?
Yes.
That is desired by other people?
Yes.
Okay. Curry's one. All right. What about Andrew Wiggins?
I think he's desired by some other guys. Another team could use another wing defender.
What about Draymond?
I'm not sure about Draymond. I'm not sure what other team looks at Draymond because it comes more with just to play. Team may be weary about some of the on-court actions.
Okay.
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I think he's a guy that you would have to staple stuff to be able to move. That's the way I view him right now. Kuminga.
Yes.
I agree. Kuminga's good. Okay. What about Guy Santos?
He's a G leaguer.
Okay.
So,
GP2.
I'm eager with GP2.
Yeah, to me.
I don't know if he is, but I think guard depth who could defend at a full court level. Now, the problem with GP2 is he can't stay healthy. So I'm not sure how desirable he is. If you wanted to trade him, you probably have to staple him to something. That's just my opinion.
I'd put GP2, Moody, Buddy Hield, Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, Looney, TJD, all into the same bucket of, yeah, I'd balance him out in a trade because I got to balance out money. But no one's kicking down your door having to have any of those guys. You basically got 2.5 guys that people want.
I think somebody would want Schroeder at the deadline. Somebody would want a backup point guard, Dennis Schroeder, this isn't his style of play.
As a backup point guard, right?
So, yeah, as a backup point guard.
Right now he's a starting player for the
which
Warriors.
I kind of warned you about.
Which is indicative of how poor the roster is currently and how they got to do something.
No doubt. Buddy Hield. What happened to Buddy Hield? Since the 1st of December, Buddy Hield has averaged 9.5 points a game, 3 rebounds, assists and a half. He shot 30.5% from the three-point line since December 1st. 30.5%. He shot 36% from the floor since December 1st. When I look at Klay Thompson last season, this is last season, Klay Thompson, as much rhetoric as Klay Thompson received, and I get the money and the price point, what you pay for Buddy is different than what you pay for Klay. But Klay at his worst month last season was in November when he shot 35%. Every other month, 40, 39.5, 40, 35, 30, 40, 43. Those are Klay's shooting percentages. He never shot below 35% from the three-point line at all last season. And you would have thought he was shooting 20% with the way people were talking about Klay Thompson. Buddy Hield is he's on the struggle bus. And again, I always mention, why is this guy bouncing around? Why did this team like him? And there's your answer, folks. He's inconsistent right now.
Bonte, what you said are just facts, and you kind of pushed aside the money. Fine, that's fine.
I didn't push it.
I don't think either player, right now, I don't think Klay Thompson's changing much for where the Warriors are at. To me, the Klay movement was more of okay, now we're ushering in a new era where we're going to try new things and be bold, and we're not going to try to chase the old. We're trying to, get with the times. And I think they need to continue to try to get with the times, and I would continue to move. I don't think Klay makes them that much better.
It doesn't make them better, but it looks differently. The spacing that he provided, I think, was underrated. It was very underrated. Teams are not leaving Klay Thompson open. They are on the Dallas Mavericks because you have Kyrie and Luka. But on this team, they're not leaving him open, which opens up the floor for a guy like Steph Curry. And right now, there is no spacing because nobody else, the article came out yesterday, and Green had this to say about the Warriors' outlook, because obviously they went after Paul George in the summer. They went after Lowry marketing of the Utah Jazz. And Draymond Green said this: the beautiful part about being in the space that we're in is Steve, Steph, and myself all disagree with mortgaging off the future of this organization, saying that we're going for it right now. He said that following a win over Detroit. Bad teams do that. Bad organizations do that. We're not either one. We're not neither one. That's what Draymond Green said. Well, what are the Warriors right now? Are they a bad team? Is this a good organization with a bad basketball team at their hands? Is this a team that should mortgage the future? And who is the future? Who is part of the future? Is Kuminga really part of the future plans? Because a lot of fans I talked to want Kuminga gone. Kuminga hasn't played in a week and a half. So what is the future of this team? And are they a bad organization? Let's go to Skills and Vallejo. Skills, what's up?
Greetings, howdy, and yo, Ante and Shasky. And let me preface this by saying, Shasky, I'm not calling to come down your road, but about 6 weeks ago I called in, and I'm pretty sure you don't remember this now, but I called in. I was hesitant to get behind the Golden State Warriors because they had started 9-2, and I was still kind of skeptical because I've seen them start hot before and cool off and end up being terrible. And you advised me, I'm just saying this again, not coming down your road, and you advised me that just, dive in with both feet. This team is real. Well, as it turns out, they were real frauds. And they stayed hot for one more week. As I recall, they were hot for one more week after that. And then they showed me and everyone else in the Bay Area why I was reluctant to dive in with both feet in that hot tub. Because except for Philadelphia, they've been mostly awful. The game against the Sixers, the 34-point victory, as you mentioned earlier, 7-17 after that hot start.
Yep.
And you guys were talking about the low points of the season, or the low points of the losing streak. Let's see, there's 51-point loss to Memphis. That's one of them. Let's see, there was the blowout in Sacramento. There was a blowout by Cleveland. They lost 5 in a row around Thanksgiving. They allowed Dallas to score, 143 points, I think it was.
Yep.
They lost by 16 to the Heat without Jimmy Butler. Mm-hmm. And in the last 24 games, they scored 100 points in 10 of them, less than 100 points in 10 of them. And they've fallen way down in points per game, which would be even worse if they were, if they hadn't started so hot, scoring 120 points every night to start the season. So I don't know definitively. I mean, you guys, I don't know definitively what I think the low point is, but losing to that Raptors team last night,
yep,
down 16 of 17 games, and the one win was against the garbage Brooklyn Nets without Cam Thomas.
Yep.
That's a strong contender for number one, in my opinion. Now, to solve that problem, I'll let you go with this. I don't want Butler to come to the Golden State Warriors for a variety of reasons. It's too long for me to list right now. I'll let you go for now. It's a call for another day. Peace out.
All right, Skills. This quote Steve Kerr gave to Anthony Slater, who we'll talk to Anthony Slater tomorrow live in Minnesota. Anthony Slater, of course, our 95.7 The Game insider, NBA insider for The Athletic. Steve Kerr told Slater this: that's the hard part in addressing all of this stuff. We're not giving in, but you have to be realistic organizationally about where you are, and you have to mind what's coming ahead in the future. I probably won't be around, but I would tell you, if this organization gave away the next 6 or 7 drafts for a wild swing, that would be the most irresponsible thing that they could do. That is Steve Kerr. A couple key points there. He's got a year left on his deal. A lot of coaches don't like to go into the final year of their deal and coach a basketball team. They usually want an extension. But Steve Kerr dropping I probably won't be around is alarming to me. He's admitted that maybe he won't be here for the next 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. But he also admits that trying to make a wild swing for a guy, say, Jimmy Butler or Vuk, for all these picks would be a disaster. And I do agree with him on that. I think, although this is going to drive fans crazy, and this is coming out of my mouth, and no, I don't work for the Warriors. I work for 95.7 The Game and NBC. I think the best move for them, seeing what's happening right now, is maybe to wait until the summer where you may have more options to move some guys. And maybe there's some more options to get better players. Because right now, I don't see yourself getting better before February 6th with what's out there on the table.
If you're weighing all the things, I'm telling you, and we're talking about the health and the lifeline for this team, the best way in the NBA to get really good really quick, 9 times out of 10 is tanking.
Yep.
And I know people don't want to hear that, and it's not sexy or whatever. I would sell off Wiggins. I'd sell off Draymond. I'd sell off Schroeder. And I would just go, I got Kuminga, I got Curry, and I got a bunch of picks. And that's kind of been the template for Houston. That's been the template for OKC, to get to this point. And obviously you got to hit those picks.
How would fans deal with that?
Well, at least there's a direction. At least I know what your business model is.
Is right that the direction fans want to go in?
Well, what's their business model currently? Yeah. If I were to sell, what do you think they're selling me as the business model?
Well, they're selling you probably Stephen Curry. The last year's of Stephen Curry.
So how is tanking less appealing?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Well, the answer's simple. Like, I'm trying to find the next great stud so that, in 2 years or 3 years can take that mantle from Steph Curry alongside of
you would accept tanking?
If I'm presented with all the options, it's probably the most realistic for the team being good again. Like, really good.
I'm just asking a question. And I want to know if Dub Nation feels the same way as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Jay in Oakland.
Can we, before you go to him, can't we agree the worst place to be in this NBA, given where everything is in the middle?
No, it's been like that for years. Not in today's NBA, not in yesterday's NBA, not in the future NBA. It's in the NBA in general. You never want to be a middling team. You're like the Atlanta Hawks being a 7 seed every single year, and it's like, okay, you're making the first round of the playoffs, and you may win a game. That's not good enough.
But it's not just that. It's also the restrictions of the current CBA
no doubt.
Being where your finances are.
I'm just saying, in general, today's NBA, when you add in the cap, but in general, whether the cap, the new CBA, the old CBA, yesteryear CBA, being in the middle of the pack in the NBA is no man's
land. And that's where they're at.
Right.
And that's where they're at. And I'm just saying, like, look, we all like Wiggins. No one's saying it's his fault. It's just, it's cyclical. Sports are cyclical. And now they're cycled out. And they just need to acknowledge it. And the worst place to be is chasing bad money. And I feel like any of these trades that they make, and again, I'm here for them. Like, even a Zion trade feels like it's a fake hustle, but you know what? At least there's a direction. Hey, we're trying to hand this guy the mantle. Do something.
So I ask Warrior fans, is that what you want to do? Is that what you want to do? Tank the rest of the season? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Jay in Oakland. Jay, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, baby?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, this message is for Draymond. Hey, Draymond, look around, buddy. You guys are a bad team. And you've been a bad team for the past 3 years. Like, one can say that you guys have sucked for the past 3 years. And you know what? I mean, I'm not going to sit up here and act like I have all of the answers, but I'm tired of the excuses. When Jordan Poole was here, they blamed the lack of chemistry from the punch for the reason why they sucked. Last year, they blamed the Draymond suspension for the reason they sucked. This year, they're blaming lack of confidence for the reason they sucked. You know what the crazy part is? 39 games into the season, last year's team actually had a better record than this year's team. Mm-hmm. And Draymond missed 20 of those games. So it looks like we're going backwards, if you know what I'm saying. And I agree with Joe. There's no sense of direction. There's really no clear direction with this team.
But
so I say you act.
Go ahead, Jay. No, you go finish.
No, I was going to say, you asked, what should we do? What do Warriors fans do? I want us to stop pretending that we are the team of our glory years. That's well behind us. And we got to make moves that's directed strictly to the future. And if that means mass sales, everyone has to go. But, like, muddling around and the 10th seed, the 11th seed, the 12th seed, like, what is that?
Yeah, it's not. It's not compelling, it's not entertaining, and it's not winning. It's all of the worst things to be. And the other part, and look, I hear you on, wait it out until the summer. They were told at the deadline last year when they had the expiring CP3 contract and the expiring Klay Thompson, we're just going to wait till the offseason. And then the offseason came around, and then we're going to wait to see if we can work out this trade exception with CP3. And then maybe we'll do this. And then we're going to wait on the Lauri Markkanen thing. And then we waited. Lauri didn't work out. Well, we'll wait till the regular season, and maybe at the trade deadline there'll be a disgruntled star. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and the options get less and less enticing.
But your options may become better because the guys that you want to trade have less years on their contract, which may become more attractive to other teams, to where they're saying, okay, we don't have to take on $75 million. Maybe we're only taking on $50 million, and maybe we're taking on $25 million.
Right now, if you trade in the middle of the season, Bonte, you're prorating their salary.
Right, you're all prorating the salary. But I'm saying in the summertime, teams may say, you know what, we only have to deal with this maybe for half a season, maybe for a season.
But then anything you trade them for, you don't get to like get that pick right away.
You don't
right?
get the pick
you're
right
waiting.
away.
If you trade at the deadline now, teams are a little more desperate.
Yeah, but you're not going to get a top 10 pick.
I'm not saying top 10 pick. This team needs.
They're going to get a lower first-round pick.
Like
they need players.
75 second-round picks.
They need players.
Yeah, they need everything.
Players. They need good players. That's what they need. They need good players.
I don't think Draymond's value is skyrocketing once we hit the offseason.
Yeah, but
Andrew Wiggins.
You may have more willing takers in the summertime for these deals if a team knows that. Right now, you may not have any takers. Middle of the season, you want to bring in, say, an Andrew Wiggins or a Draymond Green in this hypothetical and say, all right, let's bring them in for half a season. Now they got to acclimate to the new system. Now they got to figure out their roles for the new system. And a team that's chasing something may not want to deal with that over the last 3 months of the season, getting ready for a playoffs. So I'm just presenting the other side. You wait till the summertime, you may have more takers with teams because they say, okay, these deals have less years on them, so you may have more options in terms of how many teams you can deal with, as opposed to February 6th, where your teams that you could deal with could be limited. That's what I'm saying here with Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins and some of these assets.
But you also have to look at your pick, right? And I'm looking at my pick right now. And if we stay where we're at, we're going to be drafting like 11, 12, 13. It's hard to find those difference makers. If you choose a direction, and it happens to be in the tank mode, you could be in the lottery. And of all the drafts to be in the lottery, and I'm talking about high up. This is the year.
Well, but you look at high up. The Washington Wizards have 6 wins.
No question.
The Charlotte Hornets have 8 wins. The Toronto Raptors have 9 wins. The Brooklyn Nets have 13 wins. All right? The New Orleans Pelicans have 8 wins. The Jazz have 10 wins. The Portland Trailblazers have 13 wins. You're already at 19.
Yeah, but
already at 19.
I don't see this team ripping off 25 wins over the next couple of months. I mean, we have to be realistic. And so, it's still a lottery anyway. So even if you finish with the worst record, the Warriors win 1 game this year, there's still not a 100% chance you get the number 1 pick.
Exactly.
But Bonte, it is a top-heavy draft, and last year wasn't, and the year before. This year feels like one of those drafts. Like, if there is a year to go in, this seems to be a more enticing one.
All right, more coming up, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Close for Quentin. Darno, ball's out. Picked up by Verse. Off to the races. And gone for the touchdown.
Seeing ghosts.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we'll get to football in just a second. We're going to squeeze in these calls here on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Baldy's going to join us in about 12 minutes here on the Roast, as he does every single Tuesday at 7:30 in the morning. Do not forget, though, the 95.7 The Game Knockout Tournament is back. Win a chance to shoot hoops on the floor at Chase Center and dethrone reigning champion Mark Grandy, afternoon show producer. The contest to qualify will start Monday, January 27th, and go for 3 weeks, so you have plenty of chances to win. And again, listen in the 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour, starting Monday, January 27th, for your chance to win a spot in the 95.7 The Game Knockout Tournament at Chase Center. You must be 18, and you must be a California resident. Let's get to Devontae in Mississippi, down in the Deep South. What up, Devontae?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Well, I just got a couple things to say. It's my off day, and hanging out with my son Anakin, and I love listening to you guys' show, and I love the Warriors. I heard about the Draymond report about him not wanting to mortgage the future, and I got something to say that I think you guys may hate me for. What about sacrificing the past for the future if we're not willing to move on and mortgage the future? Because right now, as we stand, Shasky, you said it, this team isn't going nowhere. But what about, trading Steph, Dre, and Wiggs and fast-tracking this thing like OKC did, and a little bit of what the Rockets did, what they could do with just, James Harden. But what about that? I mean, I think with that, we obviously make a commitment to Kuminga, see what we can do. We don't know really what Moody is.
Devontae, when you say mortgage the past, do you mean mortgage maybe Steph Curry as well?
Yeah, I think we should trade Steph. I mean, we got to do right by Steph. If we can't put a team around him, we might as well allow him to go and try to get one more championship somewhere. I mean, right now, I just see he seems demoralized. Like he's doing everything he can. He's getting double teamed all the time. And losses like last night, it doesn't seem like he's enjoying basketball anymore. It seems like he's just doing a job. And the whole point and the whole vibe of Golden State was you come there to enjoy basketball. I don't see that on this team anymore. When they're playing basketball, they may have great chemistry off the court, but on the court, they look like they're suffering. So why not trade Dre, Steph, and Wiggs, get all the draft capital you can, fast-track this thing, and then maybe we can get, be better, and the organization and everybody around the Warriors, can be have something to be excited about.
All right. You with them, Shasky?
On trading Steph Curry?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a last resort thing. That's if he comes in and demands a trade, right? Now, do you consider? Of course you consider. You're a business. You have to consider all things. But he's your biggest cash cow. And if you're going to stink, you got to have a cash cow. You know what I mean? Like, you got to have somebody that people relate to. Now, it's a totally different story if he comes to you and says, I want out. I just keep thinking about, like, what are your options, right? Like, in the offseason, at the end of last year's deadline, right? We're approaching the deadline. I was like, we're going to have more options in the offseason. It's like there's always a disgruntled star. And then we came to the offseason, and that disgruntled star essentially was Paul George. And it felt like, they were going to have to sacrifice a lot to get him, whatever. All right. Like, your options aren't great. Those guys usually come with flaws, right? And then Lauri Markkanen, but you had to give up too much, and they weren't going to deal with you. And all right, well, we're going to wait, and we're going to push this off until we get to during the season. We'll wait for the disgruntled star. Well, now the disgruntled star is Jimmy Butler. And similar to Paul George, comes with a lot of risk and comes with a lot of feel like I'm driving this thing off the cliff the second I get him, right? So to me, hoping that someone is disgruntled isn't a plan. They need a plan and a direction. Now, I would be listening to if there's some way you could pry like Joel Embiid out of Philly, who's got a lot of risks and he gets hurt a lot, but his timeline kind of matches what I'm going like right now. You got to throw in a lot to get him. It'll probably cost you Draymond and Wiggins and stuff. Like maybe Kuminga as well on that one. At this point, I'd probably do some crazy risky move like that. Like, because they can't continue doing what they're doing. But they have to make a decision. Either you're all in and you're just going to make some wild, reckless trade, which at this point, I'm game for. Or I'm selling off everything and I'm praying to God I don't alienate Steph Curry and I go all in on tanking. Like, but what they're doing right here is it's just not compelling, and I think that you're losing your consumer.
Let's go to David in Maryland. David, what's up?
Hey, Monte. Hey, Shasky. Thank you guys so much for taking my call. I want to give you guys a reassurance call. You've been asking all day, what do Warriors fans think? I want to give Shasky the MVP award in terms of the fan sentiment, because he is saying exactly what at least Warriors Twitter has been saying for the past couple of games, and last night especially.
Warriors Twitter.
We usually do a little Twitter. Yeah, Warriors Twitter. The fan base. We talk on there. That's where we converge when we're happy or when we're upset. We need an outlet to get over this depressing past few games that we've been going through. And the consensus is exactly what you guys are saying now. I think we're all talking on the same page. Like, we need to let a lot of these guys go. And Draymond included. And the sentiment is also that we probably need to keep Steph and Kuminga. I don't know where you guys stand on Curry yet. I don't think we're all the way there yet. I think we're turning the corner. We'll get there someday.
Let me ask you. Has Warriors Twitter conceded to trade Draymond Green?
Yeah. Yes, they have.
Wow.
Yes, they have. Yeah, we have come a long way. And Bonte, I want to point out that you're correct. We were at a point where a lot of people didn't want to do that because Draymond's the heartbeat, et cetera, et cetera. This is your reassurance call. You guys are hitting it on the head. Did you hear what let's go to Steve Kerr. Did you hear what Steve Kerr said last night about Buddy Hield? If you want to understand why fans I've been getting on, it's because, Bonte, I think last week when I tuned in, you were a little confused. You asked Shasky, why is it that Warriors fans, and it seems like everyone is against Steve Kerr? Listen to what that guy said when asked about Buddy Hield. This guy says, I trust Buddy Hield. I'm going to continue to play him. Now, you might say we don't have the roster construction.
Yeah, what else is he going to say? You want him to air out his player on the podium?
Well, that's what Draymond did on the floor.
He had no problem. He had no problem slamming the table down for Brandon Pajewski.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody. I don't think. I don't think anybody is safe from reprimand or criticism right now at this point. Buddy Hield has not performed in the manner that suggests that he needs consistent minutes.
I agree.
But Bonte, I feel this guy.
Ridiculous from Steve Kerr.
I feel this guy because on the real, what the hell equity has Buddy earned? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Not Kuminga, who's been here 4 years.
Well, listen.
But I'm going to give Buddy. It'd be one thing if Buddy was like a 3-time All-Star who came here. Buddy has earned zero. Great start to the season. Completely horrific since.
Boy, the Buddy Hield dialogue.
That shot at the end of that game was so bad.
The Buddy Hield dialogue.
How much things have changed. The Buddy Hield revolution.
Oh, my
Buddy
God.
Hield like Sam Darnold.
Upside down.
It's what have you done for me lately?
Well, I'm just saying this.
That's sports.
For all the Clay haters, Clay never shot 30% from the three-point line in a month. The lowest percentage he shot in a month from three was 35%. Buddy's been shooting 30.5% since December 1st from the three-point line. And last night, what was he? Let me get the numbers. Last night, he was 2 of 10 from three. 2 of 10 from three.
Bonte, I'm curious because I remember at the beginning of the year you were talking about how the guys on the Kings pre and post were losing their mind over how good Buddy Hield was. When you bump into him in the hallways now, Draper and all of them, are they singing a different tune about Buddy Hield?
No, they were like, "This is the Buddy Hield we all grew to love," and you guys are just late to the party.
For them.
Seriously, I was 6. I always subscribe to why is this guy on 5 different teams? If he was so good, he wouldn't be flipped over and over and over. He was in Indiana averaging 15 a game, shooting 40%. Indiana goes up and down the floor, and they still flipped him to Philadelphia. And then Philadelphia didn't even play him, and they needed guys who could shoot on that team. And they didn't even play him. They played him for 1 quarter, he got hot. That's it. Nick Nurse didn't even play him. So I'm not trying to come down Buddy's road. Buddy's a role player. He's a bench player. He's not a starter in this league anymore. And now he's been thrust into his starting role. And this is what happens. when Buddy Hield has to be your second or third best player, they're going to get results like last night. It's not an indictment on Buddy Hield. He's 32 years old. He's well-traveled. He's a three-point specialist.
Fonte, I have a feeling tonight when I go to Chase Center, I might see better shooting and better finishing of a game at the Bruce Mahoney than I've seen from the Warriors in the last 2 months.
You just might.
It's just sad.
You just might.
Ah, God.
You just might.
It's just sad.
We got Baldy coming up in 3 minutes. Let's flip it for a second. We'll get back into the Golden State Warriors because there's a lot of meat on the bone there. And we still haven't dove into the entire article yesterday by Vincent Goodwill in Yahoo Sports about where the Warriors are at. And Draymond said, hey, look, Steve, Steph, and myself all disagree with mortgaging off the future of this organization, saying that we're going for it right now. Bad teams do that. Bad organizations do that. We're not neither one. So what is going to happen with the Golden State Warriors? What does that even mean? Now, what does Sam Darnold's performance last night mean for the Minnesota Vikings? And I wonder if Baldy feels like this. When you asked him a question about John Lynch, what should he do about the quarterback position? Here's Baldy's answer. What is this, a month ago?
On December 17th.
December 17th. After what game? The Rams game? Was this after the Rams game?
I think, was that right? Yeah, I think that was the week right after the Rams game. Yeah.
Yep. All right, here's what Baldy had to say.
I'd say I'd go flip them for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
I mean, what, so Minnesota, look, let's just think about Sam for a second. You sat there as a backup all year. You learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. He saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller, with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give them top flight money, or they could trade him. I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic, I don't know, but he's bigger and stronger than what Brock is. Or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition?
So that's what Baldy said a month ago. I wonder how Baldy feels this morning about that same thing, because that took the nation by storm. Everybody ran with it. And I also want to hear from the Niner fans who are willing to go all in on Sam Darnold as your starting quarterback for 2025. How about you, Shasky? What did you take away from that performance last night?
I mean, it was a magical season that came to a crashing thud last year for the Vikings, or last night for the Vikings and Sam Darnold. He was terrible. He was terrible in back-to-back weeks. Let's just call it what it is. The two biggest games, I guess, of the season and probably of his career. And then now you start asking yourself the questions of all right, is this just who he was? Is our defenses, game planning to what he does? Like Kevin O'Connell, you ever going to run the ball? Not when you're down 30, but at the beginning of the game. He did not look good at all, period. And so, yeah, your perspective. But this goes back to why, in sports, I want the largest sample size that I possibly can have on someone before I commit to them financially, one way or the other. And you're really only as good as the last, month, year of your career. Things flip so quick in the NFL. Right. He looked awful.
Last
staring people down, holding the ball.
Last 2 weeks.
Throwing high.
Last 2 weeks. I was thinking about this. If the Niners really believed in Sam Darnold, they had the perfect opportunity to start him the week of the Cincinnati game. And the reason why I bring that up is Brock Purdy didn't practice that week. He was in concussion protocol. And he finally got cleared, late Friday afternoon, maybe Saturday. But he didn't have a practice that week. And the Niners could have played it safe, saying, you know what? We have a bye week. We're on a short week. Purdy got banged up in Minnesota. Why not just start Sam Darnold against Cincinnati? They didn't go that route. They trusted Brock Purdy, who didn't even have a practice that week. And that in itself should have told me that, the Niners weren't really all in on Sam Darnold. They're willing to let him walk, but we'll see what happens in the offseason. Let's bring in Brian Balder. You know what? It's Shark Week. Let's hit that intro, Lubman, when you get a chance here. Joining us now on the River Islands guest line, Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy's got the cutoff Texas Tech shirt. He means business. He's showing the guns this morning. We already know he can hit the splits on national television. We know that for a fact. We know he knows all the ownership groups and every player in every organization. But I got to ask you this, Baldy, as we say good morning to you. A wild card weekend was saved by the Commanders and the Buccaneers game. Of course, the Rams did their thing last night. But after watching Sam Darnold the last 2 weeks, watching Sam Darnold, would you still possibly flip him for Brock Purdy if you're the 49ers?
Well, I mean, the only reason why I said that a couple weeks ago, Bonte, was we were talking about do you want to give Brock Purdy $60 million or top 5 money, or is there another option?
Yep.
And at the time, Sam Darnold was 14-2 or 13-2, and he was throwing 35 touchdown passes. He looked like a good option at that point. Now he's been terrible these last 2 games, no question, like awful. And if you just spaced everything off 2 games, you wouldn't even have a phone call. Mm-hmm. But he's had 5 clunkers this year, 5 that look like the last 2 weeks. But he's also won 14 games. They do have a 14-4 record. Now you can say, all right, they beat up on the Bears, whoever. But he did throw 35 touchdown passes this year, and they did win 14 games. So I get all the fans that want to blast me. I understand. I'm fine.
Yeah.
But the conversation was really about money.
Right.
Because if you do pay Brock, and I've talked to Jed about, they've got the kitty ready to go write the check to be top 5. But if you do that, and I think they probably will do that, some of the people that as 49ers are not going to be a part of this organization. Mm. You're just not going to be able. So it's a question of, is there a cheaper option? And that's all this conversation was.
Right.
Is there a cheaper option out there where you could keep some of your star players? Because literally under the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan era, they've basically been able to keep every single star player at every position, whether it's Kittle, Warner, Bosa. They've been able to keep every star player. Juice, for this whole Debo, all these guys, they've been able to keep them. But when you pay the quarterback, a lot of that changes. And that's really all I was trying to say.
Yep.
At that time, that's all I'm saying now, is it worth exploring another option? And I'm not running Brock Purdy out of the organization or chasing him away, because Lord knows we all love him. But they did finish in the 7th. They were 6-11. They were 1-5 in their division. The Rams are moving on. So you look at this and you go, is it a Super Bowl hangover? Is it an aberration? Was it the crazy offseason with the holdouts? Or is there more issues at stake here? And those are questions that I'm sure John Lynch, Kyle, everybody's asking inside that organization right now.
You kind of threw it in there. You said you talked to Jed York?
Weeks ago.
So break this down. You walked up to him. He walked up to you. Was it on the field? Where was this?
This was before the Kansas City game.
Oh, yeah.
Out there in San Francisco, whatever week that was, Joe.
Okay.
So he came up to me. Jed came up to me. I was talking to different guys, and he was just telling me that his son watches my breakdowns, and they watch them together. He teaches them the game, whatever. So we got into Brock. I mean, Brady was doing the game, so there's Tom Brady right there, the goat of all goats. And there's Brock Purdy in a contract year. And, he just basically said, we know. Well, and at that point, Brock was playing very, very well. The team was playing pretty well at that point, I believe. I might have to go back and look at where they were this season. But, he basically said, we're prepared. I think that might have been his actual word. We're prepared to pony up and pay Brock. All right, so I just figured, okay, Brock Purdy's going to be a part of this thing. But, for 2 out of 3 years, he hasn't finished the season. There's some injury concerns there. There's a little bit of instability there at that position for the first time because it's a contract year. And you're not on that rookie, 7th-round pick contract anymore. There is a little bit of uncertainty that surrounds the position.
Let me ask you about Darnold from what we saw the last 2 weeks, because I'm with you there. Jed York he's He's already said he's going to reset the market with Brock Purdy, and what he told you before the Kansas City game, all signs point to Brock Purdy being a quarterback for the Niners in 2025. But what about Sam Darnold now? The decision Minnesota has to make. He's a captain of the team. As you mentioned, he threw 35 touchdowns. They have J.J. McCarthy, their first-round pick, who's going to be healthy next season and compete for that starting job. What's next for Darnold? Should he be a starter in this league? Has he played well enough to be a starter on a good team in this league?
You can't deny 14 wins and 35 touchdown passes. You can't deny the success that he's had. Like I said, he's had 5 clunkers, including these last 2 that everybody watched. But I remember talking to the general manager before the Atlanta game, probably like week 14. And he said, we're not in any rush to make any decision. Let's play it out. Well, play it out as bad as you can play it out. So I don't know what Minnesota is going to do, because obviously they drafted a quarterback to be the starter and to be the future. And the season ended unceremoniously. I don't know what they're going to do now. If they're going to make Sam, my guess is they're going to let Sam go test the market. That's my guess. Let him go test the market, and then give the Vikings a chance to match anything that he gets out there if they so desire to do it. And that sort of takes Minnesota a little bit off the hook. I mean, Sam wants to be there. I know that. He likes it there. But if you let Sam go test the market, let him go talk to the Giants or whoever it is, 49ers, whoever might be interested, they can kind of figure out what the market is by what teams offer. Maybe he takes a little bit of a haircut to come back and then compete for the job with McCarthy. I don't know, but that's my guess right now, is they're going to let Sam go test the market and then give the Vikings the opportunity to match that.
Well, they also have the franchise tag in their back pocket, which they could conceivably use, $41 million guaranteed. There's a lot that goes into it. When you see Darnold and all these quarterbacks, I'm watching just 49er fans react to the other quarterback play and comparing and contrasting it to Brock Purdy. Do you feel better about Brock after seeing this weekend of football games? Does it not change your opinion whatsoever? Is it more about evaluating him from the regular season? Where do you shake down when you see Niner fans? Look at quarterback X stinks. I'm taking Brock over him. Where do you shake down on those types of comps and contrasts?
Well, I mean, you can't. I mean, you got 8 quarterbacks left. You got 2 guys that were taken with the first pick, right? Stafford and Goff. You've got 2 guys that were the second pick in the draft, and CJ and Jaden. They both played outstanding on Sunday, right? We know what Stafford has been. We know what Goff can do. And then you're looking at MVP level players like Mahomes and Lamar. You're not going to put Brock in that category with those players. You're not going to put him in the category of Josh Allen. You're just not physically. You're just not going to do that. But can he be there with Jalen Hurts? Can he be there? With some of these other quarterbacks, Baker and some, yes. You put him right there. Herbert, you can put him right there. Now, Herbert has his worst day as a pro, right? Now, is that because of the pass rush? Like, he just played awful outside of throwing the ball to McConkey. After having, he threw more receptions in one game than 2 all season combined. It's just like, but is that playoff football? Is that can you mentally make that jump and play at that level when you got to play your best? Jaden Daniels was unflappable. Yep. Like, nothing can disturb that guy. And his athleticism is elite. So, look, we have talked about Brock in this category of quarterbacks that we're talking about right now in the divisional round. He's got to be healthy. The team around him has got to be really good. And, you need a full off season with all of your compliments. If you get that, I believe he can play. He could be back in the divisional round. But there's a lot of things that have to get fixed around him. Very few of these guys. You saw Stafford struggling early this year without Nakua and Cooper Kupp and a banged-up offensive line. He wasn't good. The Rams weren't good. So all these, outside of maybe Mahomes, but even Mahomes was struggling. Until they fixed the left tackle position, he was struggling. The offense was struggling. They were winning, but they weren't winning because of Mahomes. So Lamar looks a whole lot better this year with Derrick Henry in the lineup than he ever did. So it's not just, you can't just put the quarterback in a vacuum and say, Here's $60 million, go win us a championship. Like, every one of these guys needs a lot of help.
Baldy here on the River Islands guest line on Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Overall, looking at these playoff teams in the NFC, we'll stick on the NFC. Here, you got the Commanders going on to take the Lions Saturday night in Motown. The 3-1-3 is going to be rocking. You get a heavyweight bout between the L.A. Rams and Philadelphia. We know what Saquon did to the Rams earlier this season. But looking at the 49ers, I know they're 6-11. But should Niner fans feel better about where they are as a team? Because looking at the NFC teams, there wasn't a lot of impressive play. Now, it's the playoffs. Green Bay looked a little soft, fumbling on the first play of the game. Jalen looked a little off, but I'm willing to give him a doubt. Should Niner fans feel better? How far away do you think the Niners are from contending with these teams that are left in the NFC?
Well, I thought the weakness of the 49ers team this year was the defensive line. Now, you can't look at the Rams and look at Jared Verse and Braden Fisk and Kobe Turner and Byron Young and say the 49ers are in better position. Those are young kids that just get better and better and better. Like, they were dominant last night. Now, Minnesota's offensive line is an average group. All right, it's not Philadelphia's. Those guys didn't do anything against the Eagles, back in Week 11. But going forward, you feel a whole lot better about those young players and who they drafted and their player development up front. The 49ers have not been able to draft and develop defensive linemen. They just haven't. Like, you got to go find Malik Collins. You got to go get Chase, Young. They haven't been able to. I know they drafted Drake Jackson, some of these guys. They're not there. So they have missed a lot on the defense front, and they put a lot of resources into their defensive line. And I thought it was the weakness of the team. And one of the reasons why they were, the 27th, 29th ranked defense in football, and how, they only took the ball away 17 times. The Rams, the 49ers were minus 10 in turnover ratio. The second most important stat in football, the Rams were plus 6. I feel like, now, they might have to eventually fix the quarterback. They might have to move on from Stafford, but it doesn't look like there's any slowing him down right now. He's still playing at a very good level. So, I don't know. They were able to keep one running back, Kyron Williams, healthy all year. The Niners went through 4. Like, I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just the aberration. But I feel like the Rams are in a better place right now. We know the coaching is outstanding. And then the young players, rookie center looks really good to me. The receivers, all drafted, late, Cooper, Nakua, all really good. The running back drafted, they drafted better than the 49ers.
Yeah, this was their first year that they've had a first-round pick in the McVay era. The highest pick they've had, 19 for Verse this year. On McVay, multiple times they played the Vikings, and their offense did really well against Brian Flores. What is it about his offense that is having success against someone like Brian Flores, who Shanahan was really stymied against?
Well, if you noticed last night, Stafford had 26 pass attempts last night. 11 of them he was under center. They're a heavy play-action pass team. All right, now, you can catch these guys like you saw Sam Darnold, play action, here comes the safety blitz, blows the play up, changes the game. They're a heavy play-action team with under center. They don't get too far away from the running game. And then Stafford made elite throws against sticky man coverage. Higbee on the opening drive. They're man-free. They're blitzing. The throw beats great coverage. You couldn't put your American Express black card between the defender and Tyler Higbee, and the ball's perfectly thrown. So, those are just some of the things. And they didn't turn the ball over. The Vikings have lived off turnovers all year. They led the league in interceptions, but the quarterback takes care of the football. Mm-hmm. So, they didn't feed into Flores' system.
Before we get into this week's divisional round, because I can't wait for these games. Ravens, Bills, and Buffalo, 3:30 or 6:30 Eastern, snow flurries at Orchard Park. Oh, my gosh. Inject all that into my veins. But watching these Golden Four quarterbacks, so watching Mahomes and Allen or Burrow, who didn't make the playoffs, and Lamar Jackson, where would you place this group of quarterbacks, this elite group of quarterbacks, compared to some of the best that you've seen in the 80s with Elway, Montana, Marino, 90s, Kelly, Warren Moon, Brett Favre, Steve Young, Troy Aikman. Then you got the OOs with Brady, Rivers, Manning, Roethlisberger, Drew Brees, Eli. I mean, you got a who's who. Where does this group stack up, Baldy, in your opinion?
Well, it starts with Mahomes. So all the names you just mentioned, Mahomes is as good, if not better, outside of Brady, than all of them, whether it's Aikman or Marino or Brees or Manning. Like, he's as good as any of them. All he does is win. All right, so 4 Super Bowls in his 8 years. Lamar Jackson is maybe the most talented guy we've ever seen play the position. And that's not to undermine anybody else, but his abilities, what he did, it's just amazing. Pittsburgh played Baltimore 3 times in 8 weeks. They had no answer for the 300 yards rushing. No answer. Like, they acted like they hadn't seen read option and how to defend this offense. But a lot of that is Lamar and what he's able to do. Josh Allen is as talented a player at that position as we've seen. His playmaking ability, his size. If it's 3rd down, he can run you over. If it's 4th down, he can run you over. Like, his ability to keep the offense on the field is extraordinary. So Jared Goff's the first pick in the draft. They've got the number 1 offense in football. They score on everybody. I guess it could. And you want to add. We always want great young quarterbacks. So we don't know what Jaden or CJ are going to be 5 years from now. But when you watch them, the eye test is these guys are great players. Jaden is unflappable. He's a great player. Nothing disturbs that guy. Nothing breaks that guy's concentration. It's amazing. Like, all the guys you just mentioned. Yeah. You think about orchestration of offense. He's in shotgun almost every single play. He runs the whole offense as a rookie. The whole offense. Because everybody lined up, motion shifts, all right, snap count. Like, you saw Baker, like, he's struggling with the snap count, the handoff there to McMillan, ball's on the ground, changes the game. Like, those mistakes aren't being made by a guy that's running the whole thing at the line of scrimmage. Like, so to say, okay, the 80s, I mean, it's easy for me to reflect back on all those players you mentioned, the 90s, but this is a good group, a really good group.
You know, Baldy, it's funny you reference like all the whatever read option, RPO, whatever term you want to call all that stuff. As I'm looking at the Niners defensive coordinator, and it's open, you know, up in the air. And
we want Wink.
And as I'm looking at all these players in the draft, like, I truly believe with Jalen Hurts, with Jaden Daniels, with even Caleb to a lesser degree, Josh Allen, Lamar. If you cannot have the instincts on that RPO play as one of my defensive linemen, my outside linebackers, you know, like, you're off my board. And I think, like, Bosa's really struggled at that. And, like, where does he crash on the running back? Does he crash on the quarterback? What kind of defensive coordinator, as you're looking at all this new wave of quarterbacks, what should they be looking for right now? Because I've really haven't heard a lot on the D coordinator front.
It's a great question, Joe. So it's interesting. T.J. Watt did not get in the stat page against that game. Right? He's going up against a rookie right tackle and Roger Rosengarten. Right? He did not like. And so what he did on all those read options, tackle the back. Every time he tackled the back, like, that was his job. Go tackle Henry. He did it every time, and there goes Lamar out the back door. And they had somebody either blocking the safety or the linebacker was out of spot. You know, like Patrick Queen, whatever was out of place. Both safeties are jumping out to stop Lamar, and there goes Derrick Henry, 44 yards for a touchdown. Like, the Steelers didn't have an answer. So Wake is out there. Wake just, helped Michigan beat Ohio State. I think, like, I have as much respect for Wake as a defense coordinator. If you look at the Giants this year, last year they tied for the league with 31 takeaways. This year, the Giants, with the new DC, had 15. If you ask me what I want from my defensive coordinator, give me takeaways. Give me extra at-bats for my offense. I might give up more yards. I might give up some plays down the field. But if I'm shortening the game, if I'm taking the ball away 30 or more times, like, that's the guy I want running my defense. Like, it's going to make everybody better. You're going to break down protections. That's the first thing Wink does. I'm not here to blast Sorensen or anybody else. But, like, you got to break protections down. You got to get Nick free one-on-ones. You got to get Nick a free run to the quarterback because of scheme. because of, all right, here we are in the A-gaps. Let's screw up the protection. Let's send somebody free to the quarterback. I remember, I'll give you one quick story. I remember the Giants were playing the Jets in preseason last year. So I asked Wink what the game plan was going to be. And he goes, I'm going to blitz Rodgers because we played him midway through the season, and I just want to see his answer to blitz zero. In preseason, like he was already thinking 8 weeks ahead when he was playing Aaron Rodgers in the game. I just want to see what Rodgers' answer is to my blitz zero. I'm going to get it in preseason, and I'm going to file it and hold it to when we play him in the regular season. I don't know. You know, the guy, I don't know, the 49ers look awfully predictable with the defensive front. After Hargrave got hurt, the injuries, that wasn't very talented.
Wow. I will love Wink and Arumo. We'll see what happens with D coordinator. All right, these games real quick before we let you go. I don't know if you're working any. I know you were at the Hulu Bowl last week. I don't know if you're working any games this weekend, but we got Texans, Chiefs. You got Lions and Commanders, Ravens, Bills, Eagles, Rams. What are your four teams going to the conference championships, Baldy? What do you got?
Well, I like Kansas City.
Yep.
They've had their rest. They figured out the left tackle position. They're healthy on defense. They're built for this time of the year. Houston defensive front gave Justin Herbert a great deal of trouble. Mahomes has much better feel when that happens. I like Detroit just because their offense is just so good and has been so good. And I believe that they're going to be tough to stop. I believe they'll score 30 on Washington or more. I like the Eagles. They put up over 500 yards of offense. You know, the last time they played the Rams get the short stick in this whole thing. They played last night on the road. Now they got to turn around and come to Philly. Like, this is a tough turnaround. Now, they play inspired football, very inspired. They played fast. They outplayed the Vikings all the way. But I feel like Philadelphia is better in the trenches than the Rams. And then you go to Buffalo, you know, on Sunday night, the marquee game of this whole weekend. And Buffalo had no answer for Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson in the last game. I mean, Derrick Henry went 80-plus yards on the opening play of the game last time. Baltimore never looked back. I think their pass rush has just gotten better and better and better. I like Baltimore to go into Buffalo and win this game.
Woo! Love that pick. I lean that way, too. But we'll see. It's tough to win in Buffalo, but I do like Lamar. This might be his time. Baldy. Cannot wait for divisional round. They say, I got these guys. Hold on, I got to give Shasky some trouble here. I got Shasky, another producer, talking about the number one weekend in sports all year long is Masters weekend. And I'm thinking to myself, over Super Wild Card weekend? Over divisional round playoff games? Conference championships? Who are these guys, Baldy? You're in the cutoff right now, showing the guns with Texas Tech on your chest. Are you kidding me?
Look, if they hit a hole-in-one every day during the Masters, it couldn't come close to divisional playoff round of football. Like, it just can't. Like, we got through 5 dubs, this weekend. We had one good game. I don't believe that's going to be the case this week.
No, I don't either. Plus, college football is awesome as well. Ohio State, Notre Dame.
Irish.
Okay, Ohio State was, what a defense. Caleb Downs, oh my gosh, so let you come out.
I'm riding Ryan Leonard in this one.
I love Jeremiah Love. There's so many players on Notre Dame that I love. We'll talk about it later. Baldy, you're the best. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. Yep, you bet. Take care.
All right, Baldy joining us on the River Islands guys right here on the Morning Roast. React to that. Plus, take your calls, 888-957-9570. But let's hurry up and get to the injury report here on 95.7 The Game. Who'll be on the ice tonight for the Sharkies when they face the Red Wings in Detroit at Joe Louis Arena? Or actually, not Joe Louis Arena, Little Caesars Arena, I should say. Little Caesars Arena where they play their hockey game. Center Alex Winberg missed the Sharks game on Saturday against the Wild with an illness. He is questionable for tonight's game against the Red Wings, but did travel with the team for their current road trip. The expectation is that Winberg will play. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I am due for a Sharks game, so I'm looking at the calendar right now, see when I can go to a Sharks game, damn it. That's what's coming up. Plus your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We can react to Baldy on the Sam Darnold front, divisional round playoffs and they get right back into the Golden State Warriors because I feel like the Warriors hit rock bottom yesterday on the season. They're under 500 for the first time all season at 19-20. They started 22 different starting lineups on a year in just 39 games, and it feels like we're at a pivotal point in the season. So, Dub Nation, what would you do right now? If you had the choice, make a trade, stand pat, tank. What are you doing? What direction should the Warriors go in? We'll also recap the Yahoo article with Draymond Green and Vincent Goodwill. That's all coming up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you and here for good.
This time of the year, we're reminded of our drafty windows and doors and those costly heating bills. The question is, do you put it off for another year or do you act right now while the discomfort is fresh on your mind? Well, Golden State Window and Door Design can address these issues by upgrading the effectiveness and the appearance inside and out. Golden State offers Marvin showrooms throughout the Bay Area, and they also partner with respected brands like Anderson, Fleetwood, Milgard, Awake, and WeatherShield. And with their extensive inventory and vendor lists, Golden State can offer a good choice of pricing options. Start online at goldenstatelumber.com and click on products for windows and doors. Take the virtual tour of the nearest Bay Area showroom, then talk with your builder or designer about the best options they have available. Golden State's sales staff has extensive knowledge, and they can provide a super enjoyable experience. Family owned for 3 generations, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
The big boss man's in the studio. Hey, boss man, I dare you to activate the YouTube chat. I dare you to do it. I dare you to do it today. Because I want to hear from the Sam Darnold truthers. Now, I'll be the person to say it was his first playoff game. It was his first postseason game. And things are a little different when you haven't tasted the postseason before. Now, on the flip side, you can say Jay Daniels never played in the postseason, and he was cool as a cucumber yesterday or a Sunday night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So Sam Darnold looked awful. The Warriors looked awful. We're going to get back into the Warriors in a little bit. 888-957-9570 because we are at an inflection point. I believe it was rock bottom. I asked Festus and Mully. I said, to me, it feels like rock bottom. They both say this is rock bottom for the season. They're one game under 500. They haven't been under 500 all season long. Buddy can't find... he can't buy a basket right now. Steph is struggling, even though he had 26-77 and moved up the leaderboard in terms of assists and points scored in NBA history. He surpassed Allen Iverson yesterday. But we need answers. We have a lot of questions without the answers. And when it comes to the 49ers, Sam Darnold, what'd you think, Niner fans? Basically, it was a big game for Niner fans watching Sam Darnold last night down in Glendale, Arizona. And it did not go his way. He got sacked 9 times, didn't have much of a run game. And at times, it looked like he was seeing ghosts. Throwing behind guys, in front of guys, holding on to the ball. Sam Darnold saved this worse for last the last 2 weeks of the season.
Almost 90 yards and sacks, negative losses. Yeah, he played terrible. Obviously played terrible the week prior. And I call that a playoff game, even though it's not. It's kind of like the Jimmy Garoppolo Week 17 against Seattle in 2019. Like, it is a playoff game because of how important it is for seeding and getting the bye and all that stuff.
Think about that.
But it's not a quote-unquote playoff game statistically.
Think about how quickly things change. They beat Detroit. They're the number 1 seed. They're chilling, and they're getting home games at U.S. Bank Stadium. And that's why Jimmy does deserve credit. I'm glad you brought up the 2019 game in Seattle because that was a game for the number 1 seed in the division against the 12s, and the Niners hadn't won in Seattle since 2011 before that night for Jimmy Garoppolo. What did he go? 18-22, 285 in a touchdown pass?
Same thing as that. I think it was week 18 against the L.A. Rams in L.A., which was like a win and get in.
Win and get in, yep.
Yeah, win and get in scenario. So, there are games that are elevated, and that was clearly an elevated game for Sam Darnold. Look,
and they surrendered yesterday. The Vikings, quit.
Well,
they gotta quit.
I think Kevin O'Connell, I'm not to get all deep on Kevin O'Connell, he made a big deal about, hey, you don't want to give me a contract extension. Teams will trade for me. It's like, hey, bro, you did lose to Daniel Jones and the New York Giants in the playoffs a couple years ago when you won the division with the Minnesota Vikings. And he's a good coach. He's a really good coach. He got undressed yesterday by McVay and Shula. And Sam Darnold, he took a huge step back. But this is also how we do some of the evaluations in the sport, right? Like, I think about a long time. Like, let's say Brock doesn't make that comeback against the Green Bay Packers. How does that whole season feel a lot different, right? So things happen in the playoffs, and you can't look at someone the same. And it doesn't mean they can't rebound from it. It doesn't take away from his magical season, because a lot of people are going to say he's a fraud. No, he had a great year. He did. It just ended horrifically for him. And then what is the domino effect for him financially? If I'm Minnesota, I'm probably still franchise tagging him. $41 million guaranteed, which is going to be the number. Well, it's better than signing a multi-year deal because I look at
why not just ride with J.J. McCarthy?
The chances that you are handing the reins over to someone who will have a better season than 4,300 passing yards and 35 touchdowns is pretty slim.
I don't know. I mean,
this is a guy who handed the ball off a lot at Michigan.
I would have rather hand the ball off a lot in Minnesota as well. Play action pass in Justin Jefferson, $41 million for Sam Darnold. Now, I could be a cynic here, and I will be. Since the bye week, I'm looking at Minnesota's schedule. Since the bye week, and we should have saw this coming. Honestly, we should have saw this coming. They lose to Detroit at home. They go to L.A. on a short week, Thursday Night Football. They lose it to the Rams. They got smoked by the Rams in that game. And then they beat Indianapolis by 8. They were hanging out for dear life. Indianapolis, not a playoff team, not a good football team whatsoever. They go to Jacksonville and win 12-7. Jacksonville's blown everybody out. We have questions on Trevor Lawrence. Not a good football team. They won 12-7. And they struggled at Tennessee. Not a playoff team. Not a good team. Matter of fact, they're so bad they have the number 1 overall draft pick. They're just going to go to Chicago, who is not a good football team. But I'll grant it, division games are different. They survived in overtime in that one. They beat Arizona by a point. Arizona did not make the playoffs. They were a mediocre team. They beat the Falcons and put it on the Falcons, but we know the Falcons didn't make the playoffs. They beat the Bears again. They beat them up pretty good. At Seattle, they beat Seattle. Okay, good win. That's a solid win at Seattle. I'll give them that. And then they beat Green Bay and then lose at Detroit, and they got undressed by Detroit. Fact is, basically what I'm trying to say is they didn't have the toughest schedule. And they weren't all that impressive if we really look at it closely down the stretch here. Now, they won a lot of games, and they get credit for that. They get credit for taking care of business. There's no doubt about that. But in a way, we should have saw this coming with Sam Darnold. We were fooled and bamboozled. So I want to hear from the Uncle Genes. I want to hear from all the Sam Darnold truthers about Sam Darnold. Now, after watching last night, would you still make a move for Sam Darnold? And it's okay if you would. I'm not here to debunk it. If you want to roll with Sam Darnold, so be it. But I do feel a lot better about Brock Purdy now after watching these playoffs over the first round of over the weekend.
What is it? What is it about Brock Purdy? Why do you feel better about him? I just know that I'm going to be in a position to win a lot of football games if my team is healthy, which is a tough ask in the NFL. But I know Brock Purdy's not going to cower in a moment. If anything, he's risen when a moment gets tight. When adversity hits, he's risen above it over and over and over again. I have a proven commodity in Brock Purdy. So I feel a lot better about Brock Purdy than I did, say, 3 weeks ago. I don't know. The way I view Brock was independent of whatever Sam Darnold was doing. I don't think that they're correlated. I get why people do that. We all do that. Like, we compare and contrast things.
No, that's what we're doing because Darnold was in camp last year and he was on the team.
Yeah, but Darnold had a great year, and he was way better this year than I had ever envisioned. And yeah, he had 2 horrible games at the end of the year, and that's going to stick in everybody's craw. But he had a magical season, and I got to give the guy credit. Now, everyone's going to take a dump on him today, and I get it. Believe me, I freaking get it. And it makes a lot of sense, especially when you're thinking about what should they do, Minnesota. But the Rams just kicked their butt yesterday. They destroyed them. It destroyed Kevin O'Connell. I was super impressed with McVay. That guy is just so good.
Yeah, but players got to play, too, and you got to execute. We can't just say, hey, this is all on the coach. He doesn't go out there and tackle. He doesn't blitz. He doesn't miss tackles. He doesn't, shoot the wrong gap. He doesn't drop passes. He doesn't run the wrong route. He doesn't throw the wrong pass. I hear you on Kevin O'Connell, and they went out weak yesterday in Glendale, Arizona. The Vikings went out weak.
I mean, they did a great job on and I'm watching the Peyton and Eli broadcast, and the coverages that they were using on Justin Jefferson, Eli's like, yeah, I've never seen that before. Basically, they were running in cover 2, and then they threw another linebacker into the area. He's like, it's like a double cover 2. It was very interesting. And to hear 2 former quarterbacks, because I switched off Troy Aikman after I heard his voice for 5 minutes. I was like, I can't do this. I'll go to Peyton and Eli. And it was just really fascinating to see. And yes, the pass rush absolutely got to Sam Darnold's dome and his psyche. He was holding the ball too long. He was running into sacks. He was high and airmailing it. He was telegraphing passes. Then they brought in Jared Allen, who played for the Vikings for a while, and he's really invested in the Vikings. And he was like, dude, this guy was really good all year. He don't look like he's it right now. And sometimes that happens. You get shell-shocked in a playoff game, and you're done. And it felt like he was done. And it felt like Kevin O'Connell was done. And then he was asking, why are they not going no huddle? What is the coach doing here? It was really interesting to hear a former player talk the way us fans do about the game. Like, come on, you got to go no huddle here. There's 6 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Well, he's 2 weeks in a row where 2 weeks in a row where Darnold looked like he held on to the ball too long and couldn't do anything because Aaron Glenn and the Vikings just said, we're going to blitz and play man defense or get your corner, get your wide receivers, and we're going to come after you. And Darnold was unsure of himself last week. Baldy had the highlights. Jordan Addison to the flat, grip it and rip it, dude. Grip it and rip it. He wouldn't do that. He was very reluctant to do that. So I don't know how much money he cost himself. We have to
a lot, I think.
Well, here's what Troy.
Don't you?
Let me see. You would think is Troy Aikman. That sounds that up. Love it. When you get a chance, I know it's in our thread. Does Troy Aikman sound on Sam Darnold and how maybe he cost himself some money? We'll go to that in a second. But first, let's get BPA on the airwaves as you look for that. BPA, what's happening, man? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Yo, what's going on?
Yo, what's going on?
Brock's going to be the quarterback for the Niners next year. If there was any doubt, it's pretty cleared up now. He'll have a high total contract value, but hopefully they can structure it in a way that's, not over the top on guaranteed money, as David Lombardi has said. I don't think Darnold will be re-signed by the Vikings. They have J.J. McCarthy. They invested a first-round pick on him, and they have him on a cheap rookie deal for 3 years. And so JJ will be the starter there, and they already got Daniel Jones there to be his backup. So Darnold will be someplace else, probably sign like a 2-year, 30 or 40 million total contract value deal with, I don't know, the Titans or someone. Maybe the Patriots. No, not the Patriots, but, you know. Like,
New York.
He'll have a job, and he'll
Does he want to go back to New York?
Well, the only reason I say that is because I think a lot of those teams that didn't get one of the top 2 picks are going to be on the outside looking in,
Right.
and the rest of the quarterbacks that are in this draft don't feel worthy of a top 10 pick.
No doubt. But
I'm with BB. I think they might franchise tag him and trade him. I don't know. I don't think they're just going to let him walk.
I don't know. I mean, that would mean somebody's going to pay Darnold. What's the franchise number? 35,
41 million guaranteed.
41 million
The
guaranteed.
estimate is 41 million guaranteed. That hits your books now, and then you trade a first-round pick.
Would Cleveland do that?
I think they would just take it. No. They don't have the money.
Cleveland can't.
They can't. They don't have the money. So now I'm just eliminating teams as I name them. Cleveland can't because their cap is in hell. I get that. But Tennessee, what they do?
No, they're going to take a quarterback.
Exactly. What about Jacksonville? They have Trevor Lawrence.
But this goes back to like the same exercise you're doing now was the one that I was doing regarding the 49ers and Brock Purdy and how they do have some leverage in the sense that there aren't a lot of teams out there that are like the Raiders are an example. I don't know what the Raiders view Sam Darnold. Do they say, hey, we got whatever they have, the 6th pick, 5th pick? We're not going to get a quarterback. Is it worthy for us to trade 2 twos for Sam Darnold and pay him? I don't know.
Ooh.
I know. It's a big risk.
Wait, the caption here, BPA, before we let you go, says, I'm out on Darnold after that playoff performance. So does that mean that you were in on Darnold before the playoff performance?
No, I was not in on Darnold as we need to bring Darnold back to replace Brock. No, I was not. Never was. I'm also not like Brock. You know, I'm not walking around. I'm not like a David Lombardi Brock super fan. You know, like I'm not like, you know, I don't spend 10 hours a day on Twitter trying to, you know, tell everyone Brock is like the second coming of Joe Montana. So I think he's the best option we have.
Yep.
Get him an offensive and get him help on the offensive defensive line. I think would be my take. And let him play. You know, because he's pretty simple stuff.
David Lombardi's starting to come up on the show every single day. We should probably get him on if that's the case.
Well, I do think there's this.
His phone first.
There's this snapback, like, and again, like if we're just being honest, like Brock had a down year. Yeah, okay. Some of these other guys are having down years in the playoffs, and in retrospect, his playoff performances last year look a lot better. But he also had a down year.
He did have a
I
down
still
year.
like the guy. I don't want to get rid of him, you know, but he's due a lot of money, and I don't know what that number is. And so all of these things are what we call, like, these are talking points, and it's intriguing. And so, like, I look at someone like Darnold. I wasn't in on Darnold, but I also wasn't out on Darnold. And I said to you, because you asked me during the year, and I think I said multiple times, I kind of want to see how it ends, right? I want to see the end of the movie. Like, I haven't made a snap judgment. Some movies, right away, I could tell, like Kill Bill, I knew like 5 minutes in, wow, this is different. This is like totally different. But other movies, like there's a crescendo and there's a buildup, and I got to kind of see how the ending goes. And like Darnold, I wanted to see how it ended. Boy, did it end horrible.
Here's what Baldy thinks. The Vikings let Darnold walk. Here's Baldy.
I don't know what they're going to do now. If they're going to make Sam, my guess is they're going to let Sam go test the market. That's my guess. Let him go test the market, and then give the Vikings a chance to match anything that he gets out there if they so desire to do it. That sort of takes Minnesota a little bit off the hook. I mean, Sam wants to be there. I know that. He likes it there. But if you let Sam go test the market, let him go talk to the Giants or whoever it is, 49ers, whoever might be interested, they can kind of figure out what the market is by what teams offer. Maybe he takes a little bit of a haircut to come back and then compete for the job with McCarthy. I don't know, but that's my guess right now.
Would he still flip Brock for Darnold, considering the price points?
The only reason why I said that a couple weeks ago, Bonte, was we were talking about, you want to give Brock Purdy $60 million or top 5 money, or is there another option? And at the time, Sam Darnold was 14-2 or 13-2. He was throwing 35 touchdown passes. He looked like a good option at that point. Now, he's been terrible these last 2 games, no question. And if you just spaced everything off 2 games, you wouldn't even have a phone call. But he's had 5 clunkers this year, 5 that look like the last 2 weeks. But he's also won 14 games. They do have a 14-4 record. Now, you can say, all right, they beat up on the Bears, whoever. But he did throw 35 touchdown passes this year, and they did win 14 games. So I get all the fans that want to blast me. I understand. I'm fine.
Baldy's a big boy. He can handle it.
Yesterday's performance from Darnold, I hate doing this to the guy, but it reminded me of Dak Prescott in the sense that, like, you were so bad, you negated all the goodwill of the regular season.
Damn.
Because, think about how we talk about Dak. Like, wow. Obviously, Dak makes a ton of money.
Yeah, no doubt.
But, like, we talk about Dak like he's just this loser who's so garbage. Like, he is Blake Bortles, right? You know what I mean? And it's like, no, he's a good player. Like, if you just take a step back, like, he's a good player. Is he worth $60 million? No, he's not worth $60 million. And here's where it's the hard part with Dak. Like, if it's November, October, September, I know he's going to throw up big numbers. The second the calendar gets to January, I have zero faith in him. And if, in fact, I think he is going to be one of the main reasons your team loses. And I think that, like, that's how that performance stuck with me last night with Darnold.
You know, you always talk about the housing market and prices.
Yeah.
Where the housing market is at. Well, you can look at the quarterback market the same way. The quarterback market is what it is. The going rate for a good quarterback is the price that it's at right now. $40 to $50 to $60 million a year. It just is what it is if you want to have a good quarterback.
That's if you want to get in the game.
So if you want to get in the game and
choose
compete,
not to get in the game.
You could choose not to get in the game and not have a quarterback at all.
Or no. You could also draft, right? That's what other teams do. So, like,
they draft,
for example,
but it's
Washington
hard to hit.
could have paid for a quarterback on the open market, or they could have drafted one, and they drafted one, and they nailed it.
But think about how hard it is to draft one and hit.
It's really hard.
Buffalo, after Jim Kelly, for years, whether it was Rob Johnson for 5 years, $25 million, Doug Flutie, J.P. Lossman, E.J. Manuel, you name it. They couldn't find a quarterback. Finally, they stumbled on to Josh Allen. But think about how long that took. They didn't stumble. They traded multiple times in the first to move up to 7, I believe. To draft him. But think about that. Think about how long it took them to hit.
Yeah, no doubt.
On the quarterback. Drafting, free agency, no matter what. It's hard. We say it like it's so easy, like, hey, draft and develop. Washington Commanders. Think about how long it's taken them to draft, develop, sign, whatever the case may be. They finally feel like they had one. And they had a lightning in a bottle with RG3 and lightning in a bottle with Kirk Cousins. But really, it's been a lot of nothing for many, many years since they last won a Super Bowl with Mark Rippon and Joe Gibbs. They've gone through a litany of quarterbacks. It is hard finding quarterbacks. So even when you get a good one, a serviceable one that could at least help you win a playoff game or two, I think the Niner fans, realized they're in a better position than they thought they were in 3 weeks ago. Brock Purdy's not the worst thing in the world. When he's on, he's a top 7 quarterback in this league. When he's off, yeah, sure, it's going to look a little hairy. But when he's off, you also got to look at what's around him. And what's around him is also as equally important. Sam Darnold's offensive line let him down. There's no doubt about that. When you don't have a good offensive line, you are going to struggle. But at the times you have an opportunity to make a play, you better be damn sure you make that play. And too many times last night, Sam Darnold was not able to make that play.
Sure. The interesting one about the quarterback, so I think you and I just disagree on this. And, like, if you're in the Tua zone, and I think Purdy's better than Tua, but I'm saying, like, for example, Miami, the second they sign Tua, I'm like, no, you're not going to win anything of significance. And look, you're going to be a 9-win team, it feels like, if Tua stays healthy. 9, 10, maybe you'll win 11, But I don't think you have any chance of winning a Super Bowl. And I think he's solid. He's clearly better than all their backups and whatnot. And they're almost like non-functional when you move off of Tua. But that doesn't mean that I pay him market rate. Like, see, to me, there should be.
But the alternative is having a backup who can't function in your offense.
No, the alternative is
winning 4 games a season. It feels that easy with quarterbacks. This is why teams pay these quarterbacks, because there's not a lot of good quarterbacks out there. I think we all think that there's 80 living quarterbacks walking around that is good, that you can plug and play and just be solid. No, it's very hard to play quarterback in this league, and there's not too many good ones. So when you do pay somebody and you identify Tua, saying, well, when Tua's right, He can lead this league in completion percentage. He can throw for the most yards in this league. My offense can function at a high level and average nearly 30 points a game.
They've never won a game in January.
Okay,
though.
they haven't won a game in January yet.
Is it about being solid, or is it about winning it all?
Well, you got to try to win it all. Everybody's trying to win it all. You don't think the Dolphins are trying to win it all?
I guess my thing is, when you sign Dak to the price point he's making, I think you are literally crossing yourself off as a team that can win it all.
Well, that's
because I know how difficult it is to surround that guy with talent, given the restrictions of the finances. That's the way I view team building.
Yeah, but the alternative is not paying for the quarterback, trying to continue to flip the quarterback and develop and find guys on the cheap.
The alternative is rife with risk.
losing.
Yes.
And losing a lot of football games. And nobody wants to lose a lot of football games. Don't you want to win? Don't you want to be in a position to win? I know with Brock Purdy, he may not be the greatest thrower of the football of all time. He may not be able to hit the deep route consistently. But damn it, with Brock Purdy, I've seen them go to an NFC Championship game and a Super Bowl in back-to-back seasons with Brock Purdy. I know I can win a lot of football games and compete at the highest of levels with Brock Purdy at quarterback. Even though he's not the greatest one out there, I know I could be in the mix with Brock Purdy. Now, the money's going to be different, right? But I truly believe this next contract is going to be a lot more team-friendly than we think. And I think we're assuming that it's just going to cripple the 49ers. I think Parag Marathe is going to do a good job with this quarterback.
So, you're saying that you think that Purdy can win. I don't, and it's the same way I view Darnold. I'm not saying that I don't think he can win it. I want to see more, right, before I commit. And unfortunately, we don't get the opportunity to see that because you feel like you have to make a decision now. But I'm always hesitant to marry anyone long term. I just am. We're in this big rush to give everyone the bag and jump to the front of the line.
Nobody's in a rush
I get
for it.
why.
Nobody's in a rush for it.
No, I'm just saying. I think sports culture.
No, I think sports culture is not in a rush to play.
Well, Ayuk was under contract for another year, and he had to get paid. But Christian McCaffrey was under contract for another year, and he had to get paid.
That's the time to get extended. That's the way this league works.
No, I know, but I guess knowing all the stuff,
don't forget about Nick Bosa. He had a year left, and he wanted to get paid too. And trade. That's the way business works, Sasky. Where you been?
And what I'm saying is, it hasn't been good business. That's what I'm saying.
Out.
And so if I can, I'm going to try to push it off and suppress it as long as I can.
So is Brock Purdy won the benefit of the doubt? You think that he's going to regress even worse than he was played this year? And even this year wasn't as bad as I think we all make it out to see?
He got hurt and they went 6-11 and he underperformed. And I like the guy. No, I'm not in a big rush to give him $60 million or whatever it is guaranteed per season. So no, I'm a little more pragmatic about this. I think this is a big decision. I do. And I think every million you can save does matter.
So if you don't pay him $60 million, what is the other option?
The other option is you go out and you see what your other options are. Is it Aaron Rodgers? Is it Sam Darnold? Those aren't enticing options to me. But it's not like you're just, we stopped playing football. We can find somebody. Who would have thought that the Green Bay Packers would actually hit on the Jordan Love thing, even though it was a little down?
Well, he sat for 4 years, and I don't think anybody's high on Jordan Love right now.
They went to the playoffs 2 years in a row.
They lost in the divisional round, and they got smoked in the wild card round. Is that the goal? The Packers were Super Bowl contenders before the season. Everybody had them hyped to go to the Super Bowl championship.
I think we're afraid to say he's good. But I'm not sure he's that great.
No, nobody's afraid to say that. I've said that over and over that he's not great. When he's on, he's a top 7 quarterback. Is he not? I think we're afraid. I think we're afraid to just give him his flowers. I think that's what's happening around these parts. We're afraid to give him his flowers, and we have PTSD from Jimmy Garoppolo. He's better than Jimmy Garoppolo, folks. He's better than Jimmy G.
No, this year his stats were identical to 2021
He's better than Jimmy. You know the context of everything right now.
Did you look at them?
Well, 2021, Jimmy went to the NFC Championship game. How many guys did he have healthy? He had Brandon Ayuk. He had Deebo Samuel. He had George Kittle. You see what happened this year with this team? Offensive line was in flux. Wide receiver position was in shambles. Guys can't get off press man. I'm not making excuses for Brock, but there's a lot baked into the equation. All right, we're coming up here. 888-957-9570. Dalton Johnson coming up at 920. What the hell do you do with the Golden State Warriors as they lose to their lowly Toronto Raptors? What do you do with the Dubs? 888-957-9570. We'll put Dub Nation on the clock. You're Mike Dunleavy. What do you do with this roster right now? That's all coming up. Again, brought to you by In at the Tides. The Bayview restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular winemaker dinner series, and I love it. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vineyards, expertly paired with a delicious 4 course, you reserve your spot right now at inatthetides.com.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. Boy, tough one last night. Lost to the Raptors 104-101. Remember, the Raptors entered the game losing 16 of their previous 17 games. They just picked up their 9th win of the season. 8 of them come at home, though. Scotiabank Arena up in Toronto. Warriors got outscored in paint 50-26. That's right. Points in the paint. Raptors 50, Warriors 26. The Warriors go 16-46 from 3. Half their shots came from the three-point line as they shot 34.5%. They've been one of the worst shooting teams in the NBA since December 1st. So at 888-957-9570, Dub Nation /Roasters, what would you like to see the Warriors do? Because this certainly feels like rock bottom. Now, they have one more game left on this road trip, and there are 3 games behind the Clippers in the loss column for the 6th and final spot in the Western Conference. Obviously, the player tournament is 7 through 10. But we don't want to see that. We want to see a best-of-7 series out here in the Bay Area. But what should the Warriors do? This feels like rock bottom. Is it sell off all the parts? Is it start to make a play for the future? Is it stand pat? What do you do right now if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob? What do you do? Trade deadline's West Coast time, 12 p.m., high noon, February 6th. You have some decisions to make. Kuminga's a restricted free agent. Looney's an unrestricted free agent. Gary Payton II, free agent. Dennis Schroeder, free agent. What are you going to do, Dub Nation? What would you like to see the Warriors do? What would you like to see them do, Shasky?
Make a decision, poop or get off the pot, as we like to say back in the day. And to me, it's pretty straightforward. Either you're making one of these wild, reckless trades, which mortgages things, which is fine, or you just bottom out and you just tank. It's just I need one or the other. Like, let me know what direction you're in, because this is, I think, driving everyone crazy. It's driving the coach crazy. It's driving the star player crazy. It's driving the fan base crazy. A directionless, rudderless team out into the ocean, just kind of sailing away, with no compass and no idea of where they're going. Like, it's tough to watch. Like, this has been one of the ugliest teams I've ever seen watch. I mean, 2019, 2020 is pretty bad. Am I wrong? Like Kai Bowman and Eric Pascal, because I remember doing all those post-game shows.
I went to every single game.
They were horrible. But we only had so many of those games because of COVID. What was it, 15 and 50? What were they that year?
15 and 50.
So we were lucky. Year. We were lucky. It could have been worse.
I went to every single one of those games, man.
It was bad. The team was bad. This team is bad, and it's not bad because of, like, randomness in the sense of, like, everyone's hurt. No, this one's just bad.
They started 12-3. And I didn't think they were a 12-3 team. I thought they were going to be decent, right? I thought that, 12-3. But I was like, wow, Buddy, I've never seen Buddy do this. Is this sustainable? We had a conversation. I remember you brought this up on the air where we had a conversation. And I basically was like, look, let's just chill for a second and see where this goes after the 12-3 start. They play some teams that weren't at full strength. Teams are going to start to pick up their slack and start to come together a little bit. December is going to happen with that tough schedule. And then you look over the 9 games in which they played 8 and 9 at home at Chase Center. And the one game they played on the road was in L.A. at the Intuit Dome. And they went 3-6. They went 3-6 during that stretch. A lot of home games there, and they went 3-6. Losing to Indiana, who was on the back end of a back-to-back. Losing to Miami, who was on the back end of a back-to-back after playing a double OT game in Sacramento. And so, as Steph Curry said a couple weeks ago, as the kids say, we're mid. They're mid. They're mid right now. The problem is when you shoot all these threes, you look at the way they play offense. They have one of the worst offenses in the NBA. They're 21st when it comes to offensive rating. And you look at the lineup combinations, Steve Kerr searching for answers. Hell, he's had 22 different starting lineups searching for answers here, Shasky. But you have nobody, even Steph, who could still get his 22 and 7, but they're having a difficult time individually beating their man off the dribble and breaking down the defense and creating open looks for others. They just don't have it. They're small. They're slow. They're not athletic. They're one of the least athletic teams in the league. And they're the worst free throw shooting team in the league, which is a deadly combination if you don't want to win basketball games in this league.
But wouldn't you agree that let's say they had retained Klay Thompson. If you were doing a farewell tour and we're just like, just going to have to do it. Like, okay, like I get what you're doing. You're doing the farewell tour thing, okay? And we're just going down with the ship, which there's a case to be made for that. But you let Klay go. And so now it's like, all right, what are we doing with Draymond? Right? Well, what are we doing?
Well, a lot of people, we asked at the summit, we asked on these airways, if you had to make a choice, this was last season, who do you keep, Draymond or Clay? And a lot of people called in and said you keep Draymond because Clay's washed. We took the calls. You know me and my elephant memory. I remember everything. I remember what was going on around these parts, and I remember the first part of the season when I ran into the old boy at the Bruce Mahoney game, and he knows exactly who he is. Bonte, we got through, and we know exactly whoever called the show the day after the Portland game to start the season. We had Clay, we lose that game. I'm like, what is the Portland Trailblazers crying out loud? And everybody went goo goo gaga. And everybody wants to trade everybody. So, let's be careful what we wish for. Here's the deal in this league.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
What I mean by that is you need shooting in this league and you need spacing. Mm-hmm. And the Warriors have neither. They don't have shooting. They don't have spacing.
Well, I also don't think that they have defense. Their defense might be good.
Their defense is right to the top 10.
I don't care what the ranking is.
I'm just telling you what they are.
Because the fourth quarter defense, then why is Boucher destroying them?
Boucher's wide open under three-point line. He can shoot it. But I agree. I don't buy into rankings.
Yeah, okay.
But my point is, though, we get so caught up in defense. This is an offensive-driven league.
Okay.
You need to go get buckets.
No, I
Even
agree.
the biggest misnomer during the KD years was like, our defense is so great. No. You know what was great? Was that they could be down 10, and boom, 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 boom. They go on a 15-up the run. And all of a sudden, that opposing team goes on offense, and they're like, oh, boy, if we don't make a basket, we could be down 8.
Well,
They would wilt under the pressure, knowing that there's Clay, there's KD, there's Steph, and there's Iguodala coming on them baseline, dunking all over your head. The offense puts so much pressure on opposing defenses and opposing teams that their offense, I thought at times, was their best defense.
Yeah, but they yes, agreed. But one of the hallmarks of that team was they could get, 5 or 6 stops in a row. You know what I mean? When was the last time the Warriors, outside of a team missing the same shot 5 times, getting an offensive rebounds 5 times, and then finally hitting that 3, they never get multiple stops in a row down the stretch. And so, yeah, this team also feels way more 3-ball reliant than those teams in the past. I mean, it just does. Maybe the numbers don't support that. It just feels like it's bombs away.
All right, before we go to the Lions, because the Lions are jam-packed here, we're going to get to everybody in just a second. Hang tight. We'll get to Casey and San Jose first. Here's Steph last night, captured by Anthony Slater, on what he wants to see Mike Dunleavy and company do before the deadline.
Mike understands, we want to win. We want to be in that position where we've always said that you want to be relevant in the championship type of chase while, we understand we're getting older and deeper into our careers and allowing some of the young guys to kind of blossom. But it doesn't mean you're getting desperate. It's better to kind of be patient, understand what that looks like. And I know, Mike is always on the phone trying to figure it out. That's what a good GM does. Doesn't mean there's a deal on the table. Doesn't mean that you're desperate. Doesn't mean that you're just flinging, like I said, assets all the way around and being reckless with it.
All right, that's Steph. Should they be desperate?
Well, yeah.
That's the star player basically giving the GM a vote of confidence saying, I know Mike is doing a good job, and I know Mike is on the phone all the time. And you know what? The Warriors are on the phone all the time. I think they proved over the offseason that they were big game hunting, but nothing was there. Nothing was there. And they were in a position where they said, we don't want to just make a deal just to make a deal. Let's keep some of these assets. But where are we at now as we head into the trade deadline, February 6th? Do you want to see the Warriors get desperate? Do you want to see them flip over the table and just trade assets? What do you want to see the Warriors do?
Well, okay, standing pat, why is that so appealing to you?
Well, it's not the most appealing thing to me, but
what is the,
understand,
what is any appeal?
But I tell you what standing pat will do. So you got to scour the market. Who's out there realistically? Okay. Who's out there and for what price? Now I have all my picks for the foreseeable future. And you got Kuminga, you have Moody, you have some young assets here. Also, you have some contracts that will have less years on the deal. So if I go into summertime, if I don't trade anything and you stand pat and you try to win 45 games or whatnot, you try to make a push for the play and you don't win, that's not going to appease fans. I get all that. Trust me. I want to go to the playoffs too. I think I want to go to the playoffs more than anybody around here. I love playoff basketball and I love seeing it in my market. But if you do wait until the summer, I think you may have more options and more teams willing to trade with. Now, do I know that off fact? No, I don't. I don't know what's going on behind the war room, say in Orlando, Charlotte, Houston, San Antonio. Who the hell knows what's going on with these teams? But I do believe, my gut tells me that there will be more options to make more maneuvers heading into next season in the summertime. Now, is it the worst thing in the world? No, I don't think so. Now, if they made a trade before the deadline, sure, whatever. What does it look like? But also, I'm realistic here saying that, hey, I'm still under the CBT. I'm not paying no luxury tax this season, and I could maybe think long-term saying, okay, in the summertime, maybe I can move X, Y, and Z before the draft and try to reload for next season. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I know the fans don't want to hear that, but it may not be the worst thing in the world to stand pat through the deadline if nothing's out there. Like, if Jimmy Butler's the only thing out there, do you really want to roll with Jimmy Butler?
Well, Zion's out there. It's pretty
we don't
obvious.
know if they're going to trade him.
Well, no, that sounds like they've been trying to trade Ingram and Zion.
And what does it cost?
I mean, at this point, like, it can't be worse than what they've got going. You know, it just can't. I mean, I'm just looking at who's under contract for how long. The only two guys that are making significant money, they have this year's, whatever the remaining balance of this year is, and then next year is Wiggins and Dre. That's who we're talking about. To me, 2 months of this year at Wiggins and Dre plus the full year of next year, I don't think in the offseason, now we're down to just a year. I don't think it like really boosts them.
No, it may not boost them, but it may boost their value to another team that says, okay, those 2 months of prorated money is done. I could get them on the last year of a deal, and they have those player options, which I know about. That may be more enticing to other teams. That's all I'm saying. Let's go to KC in San Jose. KC, what's happening?
Hey guys, so I think Joe, I think you're thinking like a fan, right? You want a better product. I think the decision's already been made, and that is to just stay pat. And they want to get a draft pick this year because they can, to Bonte's point, dangle that in the offseason. If not, make a pick. Maybe you get lucky, and you move up. Because there's no move to be made that's going to be so impactful that you're going to, maybe you get to the 6th seed. Okay, you have a 7-game series. Then what? You cannot take on all this bad money. They finally have started to get rid of, like not being in cap space hell. Yeah. That's just how the league is set up. Trust me, I hate going to the game. And Bonte, by the way, I'm going to the game on Saturday. Would love to stop by and say hi.
Oh, please. KC in San Jose, you come by me, I'm going to have you arrested, okay? No, I'm kidding. Please come by the gatehouse. Please come by. I would love to meet you, KC, actually.
We'll do, man.
I'll introduce you to Bully as well. Tell him that you ripped me on the airwaves.
No, hey, actually, honestly, man, it's for Junior KC. Me and you are alike. I went to the same school as you. I've done some sports work. I just want Junior Casey to experience you and Chris Mullen so he can, he's only 11.
No, Casey, honestly, Casey, I would love to meet you. I would love to meet you and come by. Please come by.
All right, he's got practice till 3. I'll try to get there as early, and if not, we'll stay after. We'll figure out how to get in touch. I know it's a work day for you, so I don't want to get in your business. You got to do.
I appreciate the consideration.
Let me ask you a question, since you're on the phone right now. This is a dead serious one. Would your son know the difference if they hollowed the team out and it was just Steph Curry? Would he really know the difference between, Pat Spencer and Dennis Schroeder right now playing on the floor? Would it make that big of a difference to him as a kid consuming it?
Joe, since he's my son, he absolutely will.
I love that.
Because I raised him like that.
I love that. Come on, Joe.
I don't know how many would.
Come on. These kids are smart. They know what's going on.
Dennis Schroeder.
They know what's going on. Dennis Schroeder.
Give me some Dennis Schroeder.
Well, I early on, can we discuss Dennis Schroeder for a second? Because it's been, 14 games. And I like the move in terms of, you moved Melton, who wasn't going to play the rest of the season, the 3 second-round picks.
Yeah.
And you try to get an asset.
Okay.
And Dennis Schroeder was having a career season. But it was also like, boy, Steve Kerr said, hey, we're going to try to tinker our style and tailor our style towards Dennis Schroeder. Well, I'm thinking, boy, you had Jonathan Kuminga here. Can we tinker it maybe to JK, who's been here for 4 years?
He's not one of the chosen one.
Well, Dennis Schroeder in the 14 games since he's been a member of the Golden State Warriors, it has not been pretty, folks. It has not been pretty. His point of attack defense has been solid. And I can't make it a cross-country move like that. When you're a free agent, you're wearing number 71. He's accustomed wearing number 17. We're not pulling down number 17 from the Raptors.
No.
That's Chris Willis' number, buddy. I'm sorry to tell you. But Dennis Schroeder, that move has not worked out for the Golden State Warriors. It's been very underwhelming, and it looks a little CP3-ish, where at least CP3 could run the second unit. And I think we're getting to the point where it's like, you got to find a two-guard here because Dennis Schroeder and this Steph Curry backcourt is just not working.
Well, it would be Pods if it wasn't Dennis, and Dennis has outplayed Pods this year. We're not even talking about a high bar. I don't want to, but I'm just saying, like, it could be worse. I'm not even defending it. You're right. It's just, that's how down bad they are, B. Like, they're down bad.
They're down bad.
I just, look, again, I know people don't want to hear this. The white flag, a.k.a. the tank, to me, it makes the most sense. My head and my heart, it makes the most sense. We're chasing fake money that's never going to pay off at the end. And I actually think that the smartest move is to just hollow this thing out a little. And yeah, you do run the risk of alienating Steph Curry. It sucks. I don't think you have many other choices.
The Warriors, in 14 games, Dennis Schroeder's been here for 14 games. Look at these numbers, man. 33.5% from the floor he's shooting.
From the floor?
From the floor. 33.8% from the floor. 25.7% from three. 10 points.
Better than I thought.
4.5 assists. 77.8% from the free throw line.
Well, if TJD could finish, he might have a couple more. They do have good rapport.
Bonte, really quick, as you read off those Schroeder numbers, I want to point out those are all massive drops from what he did when he was with Brooklyn. You said 33.8% from the field.
Yep.
He was 45% in Brooklyn, 25% from three with the Warriors, 38% when he was with Brooklyn, 10 points a game in 14 games with the Warriors. He was averaging 18.4 a game when he was in Brooklyn. Like, coming to the Warriors has, like, basically kind of derailed his season right now.
Oh, it has. It really has. Let's go to Dave in San Francisco. Dave, what's up?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
We got you, Dave.
Hey, man. They're basically dead in the water. I honestly think you have to revisit the Cam Johnson, and you have to go get Vucevic. If that means gut out the roster to go get them, do it.
So what's I want to know what the lineup looks like.
So gutting out the roster.
I got to hear this.
I want to hear the trade. I want to hear the trade.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Okay, I'm right down.
All right. Kuminga, we've been waiting on him for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Johnson is ready right now. You got to go Kuminga, Kyle Anderson, Buddy, GP2, and you throw in Looney. You get rid of 5. You bring up. Hold on. You're gonna get Moody. Everybody's been wanting Moody. Get Moody in the starting lineup. Bring up Gui Santos like you've been. Bring up Quinton Pose, whatever. But you're gonna run a lineup with Steph, Moody, Cam, Wiggins, and Dre.
Can I ask a question? Did you watch last night?
Oh, I watched last night, and we have no spacing.
And do you think Moody, with more minutes and in a starting role, is going to play better than what he did last night? He was terrible.
Yes, because it actually shows when he actually gets minutes, he has a bad game. But then when he actually has multiple games that he plays, he actually plays really well. Does he not?
No, he doesn't. That's why he's on the bench.
Oh, my gosh. Go look at his when he averages 30 minutes. His plus-minus is great.
You see when Kuminga averages 30 minutes a game? Dave?
I do. But if you put Cam Johnson in there who could space the floor, who could play defense, who's consistent, I'd rather give that up. I mean, we don't have nothing right now.
Well, spacing, since you talk about, I want you to stay on the line, Dave. When you talk about spacing, and I think we all forget one of the most pivotal moments in the first-round series against Sacramento was when Draymond got suspended because it forced Steve Kerr to go to a one-big lineup to create more spacing. When you have TJD and Draymond playing together, yes, they have good rapport defensively, but Dave, they cripple the spacing as much as anybody on this roster right now. Don't you agree?
Well, that's where I think you have to move and get somebody like Vucevic as well.
So in this dream scenario where we get Vucevic and Cam Johnson, they're what, the 9 seed?
Oh, they're definitely not the 9 seed. You have enough firepower. You're getting 2 guys that's averaging 22 points, and they're going to get you rebounds. So defensively, you're going to get better, and offensively, you're going to get better. You're at least going to get to the 6th seed.
All right.
I want what you're sipping on this one.
No, I'm not mad at you, Dave. It's all fair. Good call, man. Good call. He came with a plan. He came with a plan, and he put us into the trade.
You think Cam Johnson and Vucevic, I'm just hypothetically, all of a sudden boost you to the 6th seed?
It depends what other parts you have around him. Because I do like Cam Johnson as a 3-and-D guy, and I think Vucevic is shooting 44% from 3 and 55% from the floor, and he will space it. Now, defensively, you're going to give up something. But again, your offense is problematic. Your offense has been one of the worst in the league since December 1st. Their offense right now, throughout the season is ranked 21st. So I do think Cam and Vucevic will spark the offense, but what does it look around them? What pieces are you moving to get these players? That's what I need to see. Let's go to Mike in Oakland. Mike, what's up?
Hey, you guys. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike.
I'm going to say that first before I get started. Man, the Warriors and Steve Kerr. I got to blame Steve Kerr some on this one, man, because everybody's cold at the same time. But so when you got a plan A is not working, you go to plan B. And plan B is, okay, let's go in the game, putting pressure on them right away. Let's go into a full-court press right away just to get them out of rhythm, just to get them out of sync so we can at least maybe get the juices flowing on our team now because we've been playing this tough D. Now maybe some of these shots will go in. The Warriors, they look so cold to me. They don't look like they're ready to play mentally and physically. And as far as trading anybody, don't trade nobody. Make those guys, get the most out of these guys. You're not getting Steve Kerr is not getting the most out of the guys. He's not playing the right guys at the right time. Okay, so you try this experiment with Buddy. Get him out of there. He ain't doing it. But pass Spencer in there because he can run that point. He can get inside better than just about anybody on the team, him and Wiggins. Let them guys mix it up. Let them throw the ball out and kick it in. And I think if they start doing some of that, I also, one more thing, I would like to see Trace Jackson and Looney in at the same time just for a different effect, just to make sure when the ball goes up, they get the rebound. And then we kick it out to these little guys and let them do it. Or you can, vice versa, throw it inside to one of them and let them lay it up. I'm just saying, but just do something different.
You just want to shake it up different. Shake it up, see different combinations. I understand you, Mike. Maybe you might see TJD and Looney together. Who the hell knows? You get your version of the Twin Towers out here in the Bay Area. By the way, Moses Moody, I'm not trying to come down Moses Moody road. I like Moses Moody a lot. Mo Money, he's one of my favorite players. A really good dude. In the 3 starts he's had, he's averaged 11 points, shot 58% from the floor, 64% from 3. But it's a very small sample size in 21 minutes a game. He's only started 4 games.
This year.
I will say this. I think I would like to see it. I'm not saying it's changing the fortunes of the Golden State Warriors. But Moses Moody next to Stephen Curry, I think right now would be a lot better than Dennis Schroeder next to Stephen Curry. And let Schroeder run the second unit with Buddy Hield and Jonathan Kuminga. Let Moody start next to Wiggins, so at least Moody's will be on the 3-point line. Now, again, I don't know if it's going to change anything. I don't even know if Moses Moody's good. But we've seen Lindy Waters III start, and we've seen Buddy Hield start next to Steph. I'm over the Buddy Hield experiment in the starting lineup. He's a 3-point specialist off the bench. Let him stay in his role. Why not see what Moses Moody has to offer in the starting lineup? Maybe he becomes a player. I have no idea. But it doesn't hurt to try, right? Doesn't hurt to try.
I mean, they've tried 20, how many different lineups?
22 different starting lineups this year. Moses Moody's only started 4 games.
Look, we could keep reshuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic, but the Titanic's going down, dog.
Listen.
We're hitting the iceberg.
Look, I hear you. Go ahead.
No, as we talk about kind of like what moves we're making here, like
right there, he raised his hand.
Well, yeah, I want to just jump in and make it all awkward and clunky.
Yeah.
But no, as we're talking like what moves we want to see the Warriors make. Like I look at it where it's like we need to stop thinking about what moves they can make for them to win this year. What moves can they make that they can make this year that set them up more for next year? Like remember in the lost season, the COVID season, they got Andrew Wiggins. They didn't do anything that year, but it gave them time to kind of work him into the system, work him into the building, work him into the culture. I think if you're talking about moves the Warriors make, that's the move you make right now. See how it fits, and then at the summer you can kind of tinker from there. And yes, this is me trying to, again, work in the Zion Williams.
Yeah, that I knew that's where you were going. And you know what? It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I'm open-minded to everything. I'm open-minded to anything.
Look, I don't even know if he'll play, but if you woke up this morning and all of a sudden Zion's a Warrior, all right, that's exciting. That's something to lean forward and watch, and there's some entertainment factor. If I just said Steph and Zion, yeah, there's something there. Now, does he play?
Yeah.
Who you trading for? Like, who's left? I don't know. I'm open-minded.
To Lund's point, that could be a move that sparks the future for the Golden State Warriors. It could be a move, but Zion's got to figure things out.
Can Zion and Kuminga play together, you think?
Who?
I said, do you think there's any, just if it didn't cost you him, do you think Zion and Kuminga could play alongside each other? Because they bring a lot of the same stuff to the table. I'm just curious. Obviously, Zion is a more accomplished player at a young
I would like
age.
to see it. I would like to see them try to make it work, to be honest with you. I'd like to see them try to make it work. Now, with Zion Williamson, you're going to need a rim protector.
Yeah.
That. Yeah. And so, can you play Kuminga at the 3? We've been discussing that all season long. So, but I like Lubman's mind. I like your point about maybe moving on to the future and seeing whether or not you could find somebody that could maybe take you into the future. A guy like Zion and maybe kick the tires on that. You may have to do that. And you know what? How about if they're going to go all in with the Zion Williamson aspect of everything, because it may cost you a pretty penny, why not just bring in Brandon Ingram as well?
That was
and
my
he's
next
going
question.
to be a free agent after the season. And so then you kick the tires on Brandon Ingram, Zion Williamson, and Steph Curry. You could decide what to do. Maybe, and then that gives you an asset to sign a trade, maybe, if you don't like the Brandon Ingram fit. So you have options here.
And that's costing you Draymond and Wiggins and Kuminga.
Who knows what it's costing you? Are people ready for that? Are people ready to turn it over? It's just shake it up and just blow this thing up. Let's go to Marvin in the city. Marvin, what's happening?
Hi, guys. Well, all I can say is after watching NBA for since 1960, I've never seen a coach like this guy, and I've never seen a team that needed to change coaches more than the Warriors do now. Everybody's talking about players. I see him leaving players to continue to play when they're making turnovers at crunch time. I saw Don Nelson sit guys for a week when they made a bad turnover and it cost the Warriors a game. So to me, it's all about the fact that every assistant who's ever taken over the Warriors from Steve Kerr has a better win-loss record than he does, and you can look that one up. How did the Sacramento Kings solve their problem with their coach of the year? They fired him. They got another guy. They won 8 in a row. We were 12-3 when we had DeAnthony Melton. They've been trying to replace
He only played 6 games.
Melton since
Marvin, he only played 6 games. He only played 6 games. That's
Look at how they played
12 and 3. 12 plus 3 equals 15. He only played 6 games.
He played in the preseason too. I'm just saying that the motion they had, his defense, they got turnovers. He was like a big GP too. But the fact is, how did the Sacramento Kings solve their problem with Mike Brown? They got rid of him. He had won 8 in a row with Max Christie. In 2000, the Marlins were the worst team in baseball. All they did was change the manager, and they won the World Series. So this team needs a new spirit, and they're not going to get it from a guy who leaves players to continue to make turnovers. He will sit Moses Moody for 2 weeks, but he will not sit guys that are making the mistakes that are costing them games and missing free throws. How many free throws are these guys that are missing free throws forced to shoot every day at practice? They should be in there doing 1,000 free throws.
Well, did you ever hear Shaq talk about this? Good call. We heard Shaq talk about this. Like Shaq would hit 100 free throws in a row in practice, and then the game would come and couldn't hit anything.
It happens. Let's go to let's get to Samita and Los Gatos. Then we'll get to Leroy and Brett and Bay Bridge. Samita, don't forget Dalton Johnson coming up at 9:20. Dalton Johnson 9:20.
Not to get too
sidetracked. He said get rid of Curry.
No. He said something like every assistant has left the Warriors and has a better winning record than.
I just let that fly.
That can't be factually correct.
No, because Luke Walton's been fired twice. Mike Brown's been fired. Alvin Gentry been fired. So,
exactly.
Kenny Atkinson's had the best. Kenny Atkinson's off to a great start.
No question. But he inherited a really good team.
Right. Well, let's Willie Green in New Orleans. How's his record?
I even forgot about that.
I mean, come on.
I totally forgot about it. Nobody said it, and I just kind of nodded. And I was thinking, that can't be true.
Well, it's like the guy the other day who came at me and told me that Moses Moody flipped the Boston game because he started. He played 13 minutes in that game. 13 minutes, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? What the hell are we doing around here? Samita and Los Gatos.
Hi, Samita.
What's up, Samita?
Hey, guys. You know, I could not resist calling in today because of what's been going on with this team. Shafky, I think I agree with you. I think it's time to either make a huge move or just write off the season, because the way things are now, we are not even making the play-in. Like, it's not looking good at all. And I don't know why a team that was started off 12-3, we had such high hopes. I remember thinking to myself, this is what the Warriors do, right? They get these guys that other teams kind of overlook, and we don't have that many big names on the team, but everybody's working together well. We're 12-3. Turns out that was kind of a fluke because it's just been downhill ever since. I think, and again, I if it was me, I would say get rid of everybody. Just get rid of everybody, start over, go back to the drawing board. You can't say including Steph because he's too much of a key part of this team for non-basketball reasons, but I think everybody's got to be up for reconsideration in their role here from the coaching staff onwards.
Samita, let me ask you this one.
Not happening.
You have a lot of perspective on this. I was a Depression era Warrior fan. They gave me the greatest 10 years of basketball that I never thought I would ever see. Not any one of the individual seasons of the 10 was something that I could see in my lifetime. And so I kind of think like they've earned the benefit of the doubt. Like if they make a big, massive trade, I'm riding with it. If they decide to tank, I'm riding with it. Like they've earned my trust. And yeah, maybe it doesn't work out no matter what direction they choose because that's how sports works. But I feel like I'll ride. Just make a decision. I'll ride with it.
I agree. Make a decision. Like do something.
Do
anything.
Sanita, what if they already made a decision?
Yeah.
What if they already made a decision and their decision was to stand pat?
Ugh.
How would you feel about that?
Well, I think I'd be pretty disappointed because I don't see, and talk about, championship, heart of a champion and, championship mindset. Is anybody seeing any of that on the floor?
No.
From anybody? No. Right? Where is it? Where is it? And I think part of the pressure that the fans put on the team, and I don't know if this affects the decision-making at all. I'm guessing it doesn't. But from where I'm sitting, I see a lot of, and this is what happened with Clay, too, I see a lot of emotional attachment to players who are not producing.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a soft spot for GP2. We have a soft spot for, Pods. We have a soft spot for Moody, play Moody. Remember that whole thing? Like, okay, great. I see that we're emotionally attached to some of these guys, but what's it doing for us?
I totally agree.
Maybe emotionally attached to the wrong guys. Time for the legal. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. From the All-Star game on, Klay Thompson did produce. I know it's hard to hear that. And it sounds like I'm a Klay fan, a cheerleader or whatnot. But the facts are the facts. The guy did produce when a lot of people didn't think he would produce. Right now, we could use that production from Klay Thompson. We really could, but I want to play the Steph cut.
Because he feels like Klay to me. Let me be serious here. I want your opinion. Do you really think that if Klay had stayed
it has nothing to do with it.
No, I'm asking. Would they be a better team? Just forget what parts they...
Probably not. But they would at least have a bucket. He's never shot 30% in a month for the three-point line. Like, Buddy Hield has shot 30% from three since December 1st. Klay's worst month last season, he shot 35% from three. And we thought it was like, oh, my God, the sky has fallen. And then from the All-Star break on, the guy shot 43% from the three-point line. Everybody said, get rid of this guy. So I just think the spacing would look a little better.
Okay.
The offense would function a little bit better. That's all I'm saying. How much better
you think
are
they'd
they?
Be incrementally better. That's what you think. That's fine.
Maybe, but the moves would be different. You wouldn't have Buddy. You maybe wouldn't have Kyle Anderson. You may have another player.
Kyle Anderson.
Would look, so it's hard to say whether or not they would look better. I believe the organization and Klay Thompson need to move on from each other.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
No,
they need to move on from each other.
I got that feeling too.
But when people say Klay didn't produce, just look at the numbers and watch the games. The guy started to produce. He produced so well when everybody wanted him to come off the bench. He played. Whoever replaced him in the starting lineup, guess what? Klay had to go back in the starting lineup for that player. He had to because they weren't getting the same production. So that's all I'm saying here. Steph Curry on this quote last night under responsibility to keep the team in a good place.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future, like there is a responsibility allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something.
So that's Stephen Curry. You just don't want to get desperate to do something. Then Draymond Green in the story with Vincent Goodwill, he mentioned that you have to continue to build. And for us, that will always be the focus. It'll never be something's going wrong. Make the dumbest move you can make. We're not that organization. He later added the story, when I'm done, when Steph is done, I want us to come back. When Steve's done, I want us to come back, sit on the court, and talk so much bleep to everybody because our organization, our team is that good. So it sounds like, and even Steve Kerr yesterday, or Steve Kerr to Anthony Slater in his story, maybe they are going to step pat. Maybe they're coming to grips that, you know what? We're not that team anymore.
Well, it's funny that Draymond would say that. Like, I want to leave it in a better place. At the expense of you? Like, no, I'm serious. My follow-up to Draymond would have been, all right, well, if we all think that Kuminga should play the 4 and you should take a backseat, are you ready for that?
Maybe. He said he was.
Yeah, but your actions don't speak that.
He said he was.
When all preseason, you're like, no, I see him as a 3.
He said he was.
I see him as a 3.
Steve Kerr to Anthony Slater yesterday. That's the hard part of addressing all this stuff. We're not giving in, but you have to be realistic organizationally about where you are. And you have to mind what's coming ahead in the future. I probably won't be around, but I would tell you, if this organization gave away the next 6 or 7 drafts for a wild swing, that would be the most irresponsible thing that they could do. 888-957-9570. Do you agree with that quote from Steve Kerr, as he told our 95.7 The Game insider Anthony Slater, who will join us tomorrow on the Warriors Wednesday ahead of their game against the Minnesota Timberwolves? By the way, don't forget, 95.7 The Game Knockout Tournament is back. I'll have details on the other side. 95.7 The Game Knockout Tournament is back again. Details on the other side. That'll be brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Dub Nation, it's Ron Adams. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7, The Game.
Always love catching up with Ron before games. All the coaching staff, of course. Can't wait to see him when they get back Saturday night. When they take on Jordan Poole of the Washington Wizards. Now, my guy.
Return of the Mac.
Yeah, Wally_Gums. Wally_Gums. I don't have a password. He's asking me for a promo for In It to Tides. We don't have a promo. However, call In It to Tides and tell them the Morning Roast sent you, and I'm sure they will be able to do something. The Morning Roast from 95.7 The Game. Go ahead and call the In It to Tides, and they be able to do something for you. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call me, for damn it. We'll get you 15% off.
I don't know if you know this, but if you're going to make your way up to Bodega or Half Moon Bay, I love going to Bodega Bay. But if you're going to make your way up there, it's local crab season now.
It is.
Oh, I got a couple of crab feeds coming up here. Woo!
Going to the Yo Club crab feed?
Going to that one. I got the St. Cecilia's one. I'm getting all my crab fix in.
Going to be fun. Let's go to, real quick, before we get to Dalton Johnson. Oh, before we get to Brett, let me just let Brett and everybody else know that the 95.7 The Game Knockout Tournament is back.
Oh, it is?
Chance to shoot hoops on the floor. You got to show up this time around? I'm kidding. I know you have something to do.
I might be fishing for crab.
Oh, wow. To throw ready chat, Mark Grady. You always find a way out.
I'll be at Chase Center tonight for the Bruce Mahoney
contest to qualify will start Monday, January 27th, and go for 3 weeks, so you will have plenty of chances to win. That is 2 weeks from yesterday, listening to 8 o'clock, 12 p.m., and 4 p.m. hours, starting Monday, January 27th, for your chance to win a spot in a knockout tournament. Each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. You have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. So before we bring in Dalton Johnson, let's bring in Brett on the Bay Bridge, who needs to vent. Brett, the floor is yours to vent on 95.7 The Game. Brett, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, brother. I'm sorry, there was something playing on my background there.
Okay.
It's Casino Matrix, Brad. My bad, Bonte.
Oh, what's up, Brett?
Hey,
what's going on, Casino Matrix,
I know,
Brett?
man. I miss you guys, dude. I do, for sure. Hey, I watched that game last night. I didn't even know Toronto was 8-31 on a 6-game losing streak. I was like, "What is this?" I mean, there's playing with heart, and I mean, if we're even talking about a playoff team, come on now, bro. We walk in there, we get that dub without Draymond, no questions asked. And I don't know what I'm watching anymore. I mean, I know when you sit on your hands, mouths don't get fed, but you got to make some kind of move, bro. You got to do something. It's just stale. You know, like it's like watching the Niners. Like they just don't want to be there. They're just going through the motions. It's like we got to get some hungry. We got to get some dogs out there. You know, and with Buddy Hield, he's like Klay Thompson. He's just
No, he's not Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson never shot 30% from the 3-point line in a month, so he ain't Klay Thompson.
Well, when they were giving Klay all that
let's
crap
not disrespect our legend. Let's not disrespect our legend. Let's be careful with that.
No, I love Klay.
No, I'm here. I'm here with the machete, ready to chop down all you Klay haters. I'm here. I'm waiting. I'm like Jon Snow, baby, waiting on Ramsey and his crew. Come on, say back for me.
Well, look, my question is though, and I'll finish up with this: is who do we even take, or how do we undress what it would take to get us just to move the needle, to even get us back in that talk?
Does Zion move the needle for everybody? I guess that's a move the needle type of move. Is that one that moves the needle for people? When you say move the needle, what do we mean by move the needle? Is it moving the needle to be a championship contender? Is it moving the needle to be entertaining? Okay, what does moving the needle mean for this team?
Like drumming up a full, the way I view it, phone lines packed. All we do is turn the radio station on. Zion does that. I don't think Cam Johnson does that. Now, Cam Johnson might be a good basketball move, right? You know, like Willie Adames is a good baseball player. Do I think that we're getting 35 calls on Willie Adames? You're laughing, but you know you get where I'm going.
We haven't received 5 calls on Willie Adames.
That's my point. That's kind of my point. And I'm not saying that people don't watch basketball. I'm just saying move the needle to me. Like Zion is a name, whether he's good or not or whatever, it does resonate. Right. Would you agree?
Yeah, it does.
It resonates. So the question, I've got so many questions about Zion, but at this point, look, they've given me the best 10 years of basketball that I never thought I'd ever see. Pick a direction, let's do it. I'll ride with you. Look, I owe it to you. You delivered for me. I am here to ride with you. Just pick a lane. I don't care what lane. You want to go to the tank lane? Let's do it. Let's tank all the way. Let's be the greatest tanking team since the Sixers, except we'll actually nail our picks. We'll pull an OKC. You want to go all in on some horrific old man move? Let's do the Longoria move. Let's do the Giants thing, baby. Let's do it. Like, just pick a lane. Just don't give me this.
Dalton Johnson joins us on the River Islands guest line. Good friend of the program. Good friend of mine. NBC Sports Bay Area Warriors reporter. Of course, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Petaluma's finest, baby. Dalton Johnson. What is happening, my friend?
I'm pushing a stroller in Petaluma right now, talking with you guys. Life can be better.
Life can be better. Hey, that beautiful baby girl who's probably walking around right now and give her a kiss on the cheek for me. All right, we've been asking the question all morning long. What direction do you want to see the Warriors go into? The trade deadline, obviously, is February 6th, high noon, West Coast time. Dalton, what direction do you believe the Warriors will go in once the deadline hits?
Yeah, there's so many different ways to kind of look at this and look at the question, obviously, Bonte, as far as what direction will they go in. And I think that they're kind of laying it out right in front of us as far as what direction will they go out. They are now 19-20. They're a game below 500 for the first time after a loss to the 8-win Raptors. They know who they are. They're saying it out loud. Draymond saying it out loud. Steve Kerr saying it out loud. Steph Curry saying it out loud. They know that they are not a championship contender. And when you look at the words that Draymond used with Vince Goodwill, what Steph Curry said in the locker room last night in Toronto, what are they going to get rid of to try to be back to the team that we consider them to be in a championship contender? And I just don't see it happening right now. Like, they're not going to go out and make a Giannis move. They're not going to get LeBron. They're not going to get AD. So I don't know. I mean, I think that they have to make some kind of move because right now they're a game worse than they were last season. And the whole point of this season was to get incrementally better. They came into the season not seeing themselves as all of a sudden, okay, we're going to win a championship. We need to realize that. They did not see themselves as championship contenders, but they did see themselves as at least a play-in, at least a playoff team, continue to get better, grow as an organization, grow within, whether it be Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, get these pieces that are flexible options, good contracts with Buddy Hield, so on and so forth. And they're not better than last season. So they do have to find some kind of direction because the last thing that you want to be is a team stuck in the middle that is directionless.
Do you think their fastest path back to the playoffs, I'm talking top six, is it through some mythical trade or is it through tanking? If you were to bet one way or the other.
Well, I mean, look, as far as tanking a mythical trade, I think it's probably going to have to be mythical trade. I mean, sure, it's a different regime, but what have they done in the draft that's going to make you excited or trustworthy of that, too? They haven't really hit on their draft picks, not fully. Let's be honest about it. Jonathan Kuminga, 22 years old. His injury has really, really hurt this team for a handful of reasons, whether it's trade deadline or whether it's product in the court. We're seeing right now that his lack of athleticism, his lack of size on the wings is glaring for this roster construction. But again, I mean, he hasn't exactly played like a number 7 overall pick in his first 3+ seasons. The potential's still there. And aside from that, Brandon Pajemski was a great story last season, and I still think that he can be a very productive NBA player. But are you going to go, okay, yeah, we're going to tank the rest of this season and then get what? The number 11 pick, number 10, number 12? I don't think that they're going to be able to tank far enough to really be able to get a franchise-setting difference maker. So I guess you got to lean towards trade. And right now, there's not one move to make them a contender again. And that's where they are just kind of stuck in the middle right now, which is a bad place to be, guys.
Dalton, when you look at this roster, we're talking to Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, does a terrific job for NBC Sports Bay Area. Catch all his work at NBCSportsBayArea.com. What is more likely to happen before the end of the year? The Warriors, or I should say before the start of the new league year, which will happen sometime in July. Are they more likely to re-sign Jonathan Kuminga or trade Jonathan Kuminga?
Ooh, That's a good question at this point. I'm going to lean more towards keep Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, the closer that we were getting to the trade deadline when Kuminga was healthy, I think it was becoming evident that they can't trade him right now. Like they need him big time. Again, what he brings to this roster, they need him. We know the owner's affinity with him. I mean, it's not like I'm saying some kind of surprise here that Joe Lacob was a big fan of John Kuminga. But yeah, obviously it complicates things that they didn't get the rookie extension over the offseason. I think that there will be a Jonathan Kuminga market. There are teams that have cap space that see the promise that he has. For him, it's just about consistency, obviously. So right now, I'm going to lean towards seeing Jonathan Kuminga still in a Warriors jersey going forward.
What's going on with Draymond and the injury?
I mean, Draymond and the injury, he's about to be 35 years old in 2 months. He's a 6'6" center who's for over a decade has battled against guys like Nikola Jokic, so on and so forth, that are so much bigger than him. I mean, if we're going to be real, guys, the way that Draymond plays, it's a complete anomaly that he's even made it this far, still being this productive. How physical he plays, how aggressive he obviously plays, how much bigger than his body he's played. So a back is 100% concerning right now. You see someone at his age, his size, who has a back issue, who's had a back issue in the past. This is kind of lingering. When, again, you have a 37-year-old who has tendonitis in both of his knees, whose thumb on his right shooting hand is completely wrapped up, and whose 35-year-old do-it-all defensive menace has a back issue. I mean, it's that to me, like, that's what's going on with the back, is that we've always known the Warriors are at their best when Draymond plays center. Jonathan Kuminga is at his best when Draymond plays center. And this is why Steve Kerr doesn't want to have to be able to play Draymond at center that often. It's just wear and tear to me, guys, more than anything else. I wish I had more of a specific answer as far as, hey, this is when he'll be back. This is the diagnosis going, so on and so forth. It's just kind of another benchmark of the reality of who the Warriors are right now.
No, I'm with you there. A lot of wear and tear on Draymond Green. You're spot on with that one. But, DJ, when you think about Mike Dunleavy, who maybe doesn't have the attachment to the old core as, say, a Bob Myers would, what do you think the Warriors, whether it's before the trade deadline, February 6th, or before the new league year going into 2025, would they do the unthinkable or break up Steph and Dre? Do you think that's off limits? Do you think that's a possibility? Do you think they would have them in it? And I don't even know what you would get back. It's just a wild hypothetical because we are fielding a lot of calls saying, shake it up, blow it up, shake it up, move on from guys. We've even got a call about trading Steph Curry, which could be asinine, but that's where fans are at. Do you think the Warriors would even consider moving on from Draymond Green, considering that he has all that wear and tear on his body?
I really don't. At this point, I get it, right? Like, if anything is possible, do we ever accept the reality where you're going to see Klay Thompson in the number 31 Dallas Mavericks jersey? No, of course not, right? So, I mean, I think that even just thinking of those three guys being broken up was never going to be a reality in our Bay Area broad mindset, right? Of course. Mm-hmm. And now you're seeing a season where Klay's gone. Draymond's body's starting to wear down a little bit. Steph's body's starting to wear down a little bit. It seems like, that you need to be able to shake up the globe a little bit, whether it's a Steph, a Steve thing, a Draymond thing. I get that because right now the stagnation is really obvious. And I think that's what fans are a little bit sick of too. But as far as breaking them up, I really don't see that happening by any means. It would have to come from Steph or Draymond. And I don't see them being in that mindset right now, like even close to it. So, like, in my wild reality of that happening is more so one or the other of them being like, hey, we're not going anywhere. I have X amount of years left. I want to be here. This would help your organization too. Let's make this work for both sides. Kind of what Draymond's talking about right now, as far as not mortgaging the future. Mm-hmm. Almost him having to be like, I want to be in this place because it can help me win that ring, or I want to be closer to home for another for my final year or two, and it's going to help you too. no bad blood. That's the only future. Like, the only way I can see anything like that happening is that kind of scenario. But again, that seems way more like a 0.1% chance than the other 99.9%.
Forgetting the online negativity. So just nothing online. When you go to games, because I went to a game the other night, and they won, and they won big. They're up 30 or whatever. What's the overall sentiment from the fan base? Are they restless? Are they frustrated? Are they still happy? Like, when you walk around that stadium and to win or a loss, just what's your overall temperature from the fan base when you go to games? I'm just curious on that. Because online's negative. Forget online. I'm talking about in real life.
Right. And it's a good question, Chef. Yeah, as far as, there's a big difference between online and real life. We all know that, right? But I would say, like, the joy in a win, like the win over the 76ers, where they blow them out, everyone plays great, is so much less than the restlessness and the frustration of everything else in between. I think that the fan base now feels that they are further enough away from the 2022 championship where now it's starting to become really restless, frustration, things like that. And yeah, you get, and especially with the highs and lows, right? There's no real in between. You get this 12-3 start. Okay, hey, maybe we're back. And then all of a sudden, it's not okay, yeah, you have a really hard schedule. You go 8-8. No, you go, 5-17 or whatever it was after that. It was terrible after that. So, again, I think that when you go from the high of the start of the season to the low of what it's become, the beginning feels like such a mirage that the joy of one or two nice, solid wins just doesn't really bring people up like it used to, because you're going, okay, well, we're not going to win 3 in a row. It's so hard for this offense to string anything together. I mean, already this season, they have 11 games of under 100 points. The last 2 seasons combined, before that, when everyone was talking about how Klay Thompson has lost a step and he can't be part of the offense anymore, a total of 7 games of 100 points or fewer. The last 2 seasons combined, 11 already, and they're not even at the halfway mark this year, guys. So, yeah.
Wow.
To answer your question, the joy is not compared to the frustration.
DJ, can you say that again? They had 7 games with less than 100 points last season?
No, only 3 last season. 4 the season before then. 7 the last 2 seasons combined. They have 11 already this
wow.
season. So the 2 seasons where it's going, Klay's done, he's lost a step, this offense is nothing. The offense wasn't the problem. Now the offense truly is the problem, where we're talking about a Steph Curry-led team that just can't score points, guys. There's no offense on a consistent basis, not even close. Even watching that game last night, for stretches, you're going, what's the plan? What's the identity of this offense? And that's why going into last night, 18-3, when they held a lead going into the fourth quarter, only one win, I think 1-15 when trailing going into the fourth quarter. Yep. That is an offensive nightmare for a team in the modern NBA.
Wow, that is insane. 1-15 when trailing got to 3. I forgot all about that. They're the worst free throw shooting team in the league. And they've had 7 games the previous 2 seasons was they scored less than 100 points. They already have 11 games this season in which they scored less than 100 points. That is unbelievable. All right, what's more likely to happen? And I may have asked you this already, but before we let you go, for our fans, what's more likely to happen? The Warriors stand pat before February 6th, or they make a minor move, or a major move? Hell, they make a move at all.
I think that if you're asking me to freaking flip a coin and do it over and over again, I'm going to go 51-49 as far as making a move right now. I still think, I think for as much of the talk that Steph is having, that Draymond's having, that Steve Kerr is having, I want to make it clear that Mike Dunleavy is not asleep at the wheel. He is an active GM. This is also the same person who 4 days after saying he was not going to trade Jordan Poole went out and traded Jordan Poole. So there's plenty of things that can still happen. I just don't see a major move happening for these Warriors right now.
Most important question you'll ever get. What's your favorite restaurant right now in Petaluma?
Ooh, my favorite
right now, currently.
Oh, well, I can never go wrong with my guys over at the Can't Paradiso. It is just perfect Italian food. Get a little Italian food, a little bolognese, a little red wine. We're talking about a good night, guys. Come on.
I like it. I like it. Be heading up to the 707 very shortly in the coming weeks.
He's an Italian.
Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Some great Italian food out here.
I like it.
Dog, you're the man.
See you, buddy.
You're the man. Good stuff as always, DJ.
Always fun.
Petaluma's finest, Dalton Johnson, here on a morning roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Doesn't really see them making a move. And what do you think, I guess, with Draymond Green? Because we've gotten a lot of calls over the last couple of days about Draymond Green. He doesn't believe that he's going anywhere. Are you with that? Or do you subscribe to that? 888-957-9570 is the number. Plus, we got some little tidbits here on some other stuff before we get off the airwaves.
Right now, depending on how you view it, there are 7 legitimate teams significantly worse than where the Warriors are at. Yep. There are about 10 teams in the mix. The Dubs are one of them for these top 10. Since they changed the format of the lottery and they kind of changed the percentages, 2019, the 7th worst team got the number 1 pick. 2020, the 3rd worst team got the number 1 pick. 2021, the 2nd worst. 2022, the 2nd worst. 2023, the 2nd worst. And last year, the 9th worst team got the number 1 pick. You have about a 14% chance, if you can finish in that bottom 4 or 5, to get the number 1 pick.
So you want to poop for Coop?
If you can get to the bottom 5, let me ask you this. What's more likely? A 14% chance at the number 1 overall pick, or do you have a higher percentage to swing a trade come off season to get you something that'll actually make you a great team? What's the higher percentage? The 14% to get the number 1 pick? Or do you think that there's a higher than 14% chance they could swing a deal for one of these quote-unquote disgruntled stars?
I think they could swing a deal for a star in the summertime.
If you had to put a percentage point on it, and I'm making you put a percentage.
15%.
That's good. Well played.
14.3%.
Right,
well played.
Price is right, baby.
What do you think, Sam?
I mean, I guess off the rip, I would say it's probably more likely they could bring a disgruntled superstar in over the summer. But the question I would have there is in terms of, I don't know how much say this superstar would have, but if they're looking at the Warriors in terms of how appealing they are to play with, are we sure the Warriors after this season are still going to have that kind of, I want to go join what they're doing cachet? Like
kind of where I'm going.
We talk about and I think Bonte and I, you were talking about something on the call last night, like a lot of players in the past, they've always wanted to come and play alongside Steph Curry, the same way that people want to play alongside LeBron and other great superstars. But are we at that point? Steph's, 36 going on 37
in March.
How many of these superstars over the summer, and this is no disrespect to Steph Curry. I'm not saying that these guys will look at Steph with any sort of disrespect whatsoever, but let's also be realistic here. How much longer is Steph going to be a draw for people outside of the organization to come and play for the Warriors?
Exactly.
I don't know if I
it's great.
Yeah,
and then let me take it a step further. And how many of those young guys want to get berated by Dre?
I can't imagine that's a thing that they're waking up in the morning wanting to do.
So Daredevil just text. He said, "Sag for flag." So let's sag our pants for Cooper Flag.
Not
sag
capture the flag.
Well, no, but there is a mathematical.
Coop.
There's a
for flag.
I don't live and die by the numbers, but there is a mathematical advantage. If you can just get into about the top 5, top 6, you legitimately have a chance to get the 1, 2, or 3 pick. If you just get in that top 5, top 6.
So you want a tank.
I'm saying if I were to weigh the options and I'm playing the numbers, I actually think you have a higher percentage to get a top 3 pick by a wide margin than you have of some disgruntled star wanting to leave his team, that team wanting the package that you're going to trade them, and then him wanting to sign up to come play here alongside Steph Curry. That is, I actually think, more of a Hail Mary.
How do you sell that to Steph? How do you sell that to the season ticket holders who pay top dollar for these tickets at Chase Center during a year where you're hosting the All-Star game?
Oh, trust me.
How do you sell that?
That's the toughest part of this whole equation. Well, number one, it's like Steph Curry, come on, bud. We did everything you wanted probably for the last couple of years. You had veto power, and it hasn't worked out. And we probably rode that boat a little longer than we should, but it's because you're one of the franchise greats. If I have to cross the bridge of alienating Steph and he's got to go, then so be it. That's part of running a team. I want Joe Montana playing on another team. Like it's not ideal. It's not my preference.
This is
So it doesn't have to be a clean, happy ending. I
How
guess.
many
with Steph
Warrior
Curry and the
fans
Warriors.
know that Chris Mullin didn't finish his career?
Well, a lot of Warrior fans understand that. They understand he played in Indiana. I think Warrior fans are not dummies. They know what they know.
William McCovey. How many Giants fans remember William McCovey play with the Padres?
I think Giants fans know their history. I think you're discrediting Giants fans and what they know.
I just don't think it tarnishes the legacy one bit.
It may not tarnish the legacy,
Jerry Rice is beloved.
But you may lose fans forever. There's fans forever who are still ticked off about Joe Montana being traded. You move off of Steph in the way that you just said they move off of him. Oh boy.
If
You're talking big
out,
business
it's a different thing. I think if you're proactive, I think that's one thing. I think if he's the one that wants out because of the circumstances, then yeah, part of you owes it to you, yourself, and to him to make the best move possible for you to be viable moving forward. And, quite frankly, everyone will forget if in 2 or 3 years they've got a 45-win team that feels like it's, got a 10-year runway.
Well, if it ends bad, we got Bobby from Los Altos last week said he'll never forgive the organization for that.
Never say
if
never.
If they do that. So,
except for when it comes to the Dodgers.
Let's go to Yancey in Oakland. Yancey, what's happening?
Good morning. Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing? I always listen to y'all when I be at work.
Thanks.
I would say, Vontae, you do hella good on your talkcast when you be on TV.
Thank
and Joe, I like you. You have a whole lot of fire.
Thank you.
My thing, I always listen to y'all. My thing that I want to say, I have two things. I think the problem with the Warriors they are height averse. They always been height averse. They don't like height. And that is a problem now that your guys are older. When you're young and you not tall, you might got a little bit more quickness. You might got a little bit more athleticism. I know I'm 5'8". I used to dunk the basketball. I can't dunk it no more because I got older. Now that you young, huh?
You used to get up.
Yes, I did. When you're young and you got a little bit more athleticism, you can get to the basketball and score and make it harder on the other guy. Now that you're older, you got to work harder to score. And then on the other end, you got to work harder to keep them from scoring. So now that, they done got a little bit older. So Curry got to work harder to get his shot off. And then he got to work a little bit harder to stop the other guy from scoring. Shooting guard. We are very short at shooting guard. You got to work harder to get your shot off. You got to work harder to get the other guy from shooting. Andrew Wiggins, okay, he is same size. He gonna give you his same what he give you. Draymond, he got to work harder now to keep the other guy from scoring. Center, we always lost at that position. So now, okay, when you look at the game like last night, who was their number one scorer last night? The same guy that usually get his 20 points. Who's the other guy that won and gave him some extra points? It was a bigger dude. He was bigger and more athletic than the guy that was guarding. That's the problem. Nobody wants to say that, but that's a problem. Second thing, I love Kerr, but he got some bad rotations. He really do. And hey, I'm gonna keep you 100. I'm a Oakland dude. My dad worked for the Raiders, the A's, and the Warriors. They was at the Coliseum. I'm gonna tell you something. Years ago, on a Monday Night Football game, my dad got ran over by Danian Tomlinson on a Monday Night Football game in Oakland, California. Still got bad knee problems to this day. I've been going to them games since the 70s, since the late 70s. So I've been watching this team for years. I remember when they was super horrible, and Pops used to let us go to the game, and we could get the free tickets and go sit behind the team because nobody was there. I've been watching this team, and yeah, I think that's what the problem is. They just height averse. Okay, you won with no height. Now you older. Now you need a little bit of more height.
It's time to move on, right, Yancey? It's time to move on.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
There it is, Yancey. Thanks for calling, man.
It's funny, like everyone, the Poop for Coop and all the different players. Like
Sag for Flag.
But there's other guys in this draft. There's two guys from Rutgers that are going to go in the top 5.
Yeah, there's some good.
Ace Bailey looks legit.
Yeah, they look all right.
Like there's a million different guys that are going to be out there, and there's a lot of guys that are wings. We need a shooting guard. I mean, they need a 6'7", 6'8" guy who can play shooting guard and defend and can be at least a 2, if not 3 level scorer.
Which is something most teams are looking for in the NBA.
Of course, but this team in particular has been looking for a 2 guard for a long time. And yeah, they need a big. There's no doubt they need a big. But like I'm telling you, dude, when you watch the 2 Rutgers guys, again, I'm not pretending to be some college basketball savant.
They're not bad.
I like them. Ace Bailey's nice.
They're not bad. They're not bad at all. We're not bad at all. Whew. What a show.
I think was the guy's name Harper or
Harper's son. Ron Harper's son.
Yeah. Like they got some players. I know Texas has got a freshman that's coming out.
They've got some dudes. But we're talking about young players. We're just talking about young players, which means more losing is going to be in the future with younger players. Younger players don't win right away. So
got to take 2 steps back to take a quantum leap forward.
I would rather lose with young up and coming players than what we have right now, because at least then you could say, well, it's like with the Sharks right now. The Sharks are losing a lot. Does anyone care though?
No,
exactly. So I would rather
you should care. High. You should care because Celebrini's already coming out with Costa's like, I don't like losing, and the contracts in hockey are very, very different. And there's Shark fans already freaking out over Macklin Celebrini. Trust me, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Macklin Celebrini's pulling a Malik Neighbors. He's disgruntled like a month into the season.
Hey, his quote's
he joined a bad team. That's how it works. In a lot of situations, it's not a secret. You got to start at the bottom and work your way up. You don't like it, Macklin? Well, this is part of the process.
You guys are on the team tank then process.
No, you're asking me, like, make a decision. If you're going to make a trade.
What if that, again, I keep saying, what if that decision's
not going to fly?
Yeah, it's not going to fly.
It's
what if they
driving all
do
of us crazy.
Yeah, well, buck up, baby.
Well, then if that's the case, I want the owner and the GM to come out and say, we're not trading anyone. We're making no moves.
I'm sure they're going to come out with a presser if they don't make moves. And no matter the answers, I think we're all going to be disgruntled.
I might have it live here at 957.
Look, I don't like losing teams. I don't like following losing teams, but it is what it is. And right now, we got some losers on our hands in terms of our teams. But you know what?
I am Bonte Hill.
But you know what, though?
To the 9-win Raptors, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. No, I didn't say it like that.
No,
hey, look, we had true, sir. But here's the other deal, and I keep mentioning this. Be grateful for the previous 13 years in the Bay Area. Be grateful for the run that the Giants gave us, the Warriors gave us, the Niners gave us, the Sharks gave us, the Earthquakes gave us, the A's gave us, the Stanford Cardinal gave us. Be grateful because our 13-year stretch was better than anybody's outside of Boston. And right now, we got to face some adversity. We want to see, we're going to find out who the real fans are. Who's going to be jumping off the bandwagon? Who's going to stay on the bandwagon? Who's going to go to the games? Who's not going to watch? Who's not going to attend the games? I'm eager to see all that stuff play out over the next couple of years.
So you're saying we're in for the Bobby Surratt Warriors?
Hey, man.
Do you even know who that is, Lubman?
That might be before my time.
Are you kidding me? Frosted Tips? I had a Bobby Surratt Warrior jersey. A bunch of us did. It was the Mervin Special. My final thought is this. Guido's young son. He's like family to me. James Guanasso, Jimmy G, the real Jimmy G. Happy birthday. It's your 12th birthday today.
Happy birthday.
We're going to go to the Bruce Mahoney game tonight. I get to see my niece, Megan, play her senior year. She's been starting for a couple of years now on varsity. She's been dreaming about this since she was in kindergarten, playing Sacred Heart and going to SI and being on the basketball team and all that. And to play at Chase Center in the Bruce Mahoney, at 5 o'clock at night, it's a special moment for the family. And I love you guys. Love you, Megs. Love you, Jimmy G. I'm really pumped up. And what a cool event tonight. One of the oldest rivalries in the entire country. Obviously the oldest west of the Mississippi. But to have the men's and women's back-to-back 5 and 7:30 tonight. Sacred Heart versus St. Ignatius. That's really cool. And I'm really excited, and I'm really proud of my niece and the career that she's put together.
I'm really sad I can't go to the game. Really sad that I can't go to the game tonight at Chase Center. I know they put a lot into it from Sacred Heart side. Caesar, the AD up there. Love C's. Love everybody at Sacred Heart. Love everybody at SI, the Book Aarons, and, of course, Angelique is up there doing her thing. Should be a lot of fun. I heard there's going to be about 8,000 to 9,000 people there in the lower bowl.
What?
It's going to be rocking and rolling. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, it's going to be sold out. It's a lot of people going up there. So shout out, happy birthday as well, because I got the invite to K Fico. Unfortunately, I will not be able to make it. Baby Chess has dance class, so we got to do that. I got to be a father first and foremost. So I'll probably be watching on NFHS or whatever site they have, because I want to see my guy steal the ball out there. Steal the ball, go out there and get it done. Love you still. I know Justin and Jason are going to be out there, as well as the DeQuistos are going to be out there representing SI. So it should be a lot of fun at the Bruce Mahoney. But my final thought is the Verlander Zoom. Listen, when you do a Zoom and you don't have the live introductory presser, you run into things like yesterday with my guy Taylor Worth from ABC Sports. He got his 5 seconds of fame. He left his mute on, and I guess Justin Verlander had Kate Upton's name on his
He's using
screen.
Kate Upton's Zoom account.
And what did Taylor do?
He said, "Oh my God, look at his name!" And
Look at his name, and it got all over it.
in the middle of Buster's opening statement. Stopped it.
So what happened after that? What did they say after that?
Oh, it's just we went
Just
right
kinda
back
laughed
into
it
it.
off.
Everyone laughed it off.
Who's running the Zoom for the Giants where they don't know how to mute all?
I think, I'm not sure.
This
about
is
that
why this is Justin
agree with you.
Verlander,
You're right now.
three-time Cy Young Award winner. Stop doing these Zooms to introduce legends to make big news out. It's just a big deal.
Yeah.
Verlander's coming to the Giants. It was a big deal when just Buster Posey joined the ownership group. Stop with the Zooms. Let's do a live introductory presser. Get the private jets out here. It doesn't hurt anybody. If you got to wait a couple weeks, wait a couple weeks. Enough with the Zooms.
My thoughts, since we're talking about the Verlander presser yesterday, a lot of stuff was said, but Shasky, I'm kind of curious. I want your thoughts on this. Obviously, his number is 35. I know you're a big guy when it comes to numbers, and 35 has a lot of meaning here in the Bay Area. Here's what Verlander had to say on the concept of the possibility of wearing 35.
I'm still putting a lot of thought into this. Brandon has had a legendary career there. I know that Buster reached out to him personally, and he gave his blessing, but I haven't spoken to him yet personally. I don't know. How do the fans feel about it? Does anybody have a feel on that? I don't know. I don't want to come in on a bad foot.
So Shasky, voice of the fan, big guy on numbers. What's your response there?
No, he should not be able to use 35. Brandon Crawford is a local boy who won 2 championships with his team. Defensively, he's the greatest shortstop in San Francisco Giants history. And just in my eyes, I don't think that someone else should wear the number. That's the way I view it. But now I know he has his own prerogative.
Yeah.
I hate seeing like Dan Ugla or Jake Peavy in 22. Even though Peavy was a great player, like 22 was reserved. Dustin Moore should not have worn 22. You don't have to be a Hall of Fame player for us to reserve your number. 55 should never be worn again. I don't think 35 should either.
Well said.
I think he should wear 35. Who the hell is Brandon Crawford to tell a 3-time Cy Young Award winner and a future Hall of Famer you can't wear 35?
He's the guy who beat him.
35, for crying out loud. The hell with the numbers.
Did Dennis Schroeder ask Mully?
No, I hope not.
I was just curious.
I hope not. No, I'm kidding. I don't really care, but I don't think you should wear it either. All right, that's Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. I just wanted to see your head pop off one more time before the show was over. At home on the go, you get fastest internet to all of your devices. That is it for us. Signing Guru next, and they're going to be talking about Sam Darnold, Deion interviewing with Jerry Jones, and Justin Verlander's presser. Who are we all kidding? They're going to do 4 Hours of Warriors. You know what you're in store for.
He deserved it.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Daryl the Guru Johnson.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah. Evan, thank you for holding it down yesterday. Apparently, Evan did a 7-hour shift.
Yeah.
4 hours in the show and 3 at DMV. Shut up, Evan. Ouch.
You can't make appointments now, E. That's what old Norm would tell you.
Now, how would you rather spend 3 hours? Watching the Warriors against the Raptors?
Oh, boy.
Or sitting at the DMV?
I'm going to take the latter, sitting at the DMV, man.
Yeah? How you doing, buddy?
I'm not doing well.
Why not?
Because yesterday the Cowboys fired their coach. I was on a high. And then I watched the Warrior game thinking, you know what? The Raptors are 1-16 in their last 17 games. This is a good place to start. Let's put some lipstick on the pig before the All-Star game, which is going to be here at Chase. And they lose to the lowly Raptors, man. And I don't like the right on the table early, Steiny, brought to you by Atco Pest Control is I am flummoxed, flabbergasted at what I'm hearing in regard to the stewards of this team, what they're saying after the game. Like, I'm offended. And I'm a lifelong Warrior fan. I'm offended by what I'm hearing from Draymond Green. And I never thought I would say this, the chef.
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do.
Okay. I missed you.
We'll play exactly what you're talking about. This is Steph Curry after the Warriors' 104-101 loss last night.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something.
All right, that was Steph Curry after last night's loss. They're 7-17 in their last 24. They're one game under 500. They're 11th in the Western Conference. And it feels like there's a unified message from Kerr, Curry, and Draymond Green that while they'd love to do something, they're all okay with doing everything but making a desperate move, Goo.
And I just got to tell you how that resonates with me. It sounds like, Stoney, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm a fan and I feel how I feel. There was a lot of white flag in that soundbite. And when Draymond Green, who is not available, dealing with a disc issue in his back and missed his second game yesterday, but he's in his second year of his new deal, I get kind of a fat cat feel from those guys to where I was thinking, and it's my fault, that they're losing sleep. They're losing hair because they're watching their time with the Warriors come to an end, and I thought it was Malcolm X. By any means necessary, get us some help. And all of a sudden now, Curry and Draymond are playing GM, worried about the future. I've never heard a superstar, because I put them in the superstar category of, we're okay with where we're at right now, one game under 500. We don't want to mess up 5 or 6 years from now. And that's a revelation that I thought would, words and verbiage that I would never hear coming from those guys. So unless something, and I'm hoping, Steiny, and have my fingers crossed, something's going on behind the scenes where maybe something will pop off like a deal. But all of a sudden, your guys, the leaders, are saying, hey, punt. That's what I'm getting, punt. When I'm watching LeBron James basically give ultimatums to whatever, front office to get me some help, I'm not getting that from Steph and Dre, and I'm just wondering, Steiny, why? And if I'm Joe Lacob hearing that, I guess that would constitute good news, but I thought Lacob's a killer, and we talked about Kawakami last week in his comments about the spicy conversation after losing to Sacramento. This doesn't go with that, so I don't know what's going on, but Steiny, I'm getting like we're okay with where we're at.
Yeah, I see it as though the two big players on this team, Draymond Green and Steph Curry, obviously along with Steve Kerr, I almost feel like in the last 3 to 5 days, they were briefed on something, either from Mike Dunleavy or Joe Lacob. But it sounds to me like word got to Curry and Draymond Green that the deals that they're looking at are simply going to cost them too much. And you were talking about Draymond Green, and this is what he said after the Warriors lost to Detroit a few nights ago. Draymond Green said, the beautiful part about being in the space that we're in, beautiful part.
What?
Guru, the beautiful part about being in the space that we're in is Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and myself all disagree with mortgaging of the future of this organization, saying that we're going for it right now. Bad teams do that. Bad organizations do that, and we're not either one.
Well, right now, you are a bad team. You're one game under 500. You're not even in the tournament, in the play-in. So I would tell Draymond, you are a bad team, and you're a worse team when you're not available.
I can't disagree with you. I can't disagree with you.
As a fan, I'm offended by that verbiage. Unless you're right, there was a briefing and something's about to pop off. He's sending the message, Draymond, to me, Steiny and Steph, we're okay with what this is. And you can't even expect us to beat the Toronto lowly Raptors. And we can talk about the lack of execution down at the end of that game. But good God, it sounds like, and you know what, just real quick here, Steiny, I told you this and I'm on record as saying, Draymond Green is the junkyard dog. I will not talk about what he's meant to this organization without saying he's destined for the Hall of Fame. But when the junkyard dog was telling me and us that, you know what, playing 5 is taxing. When you start hearing what you thought was reality, but just as a fighter, a proud fighter, he wouldn't say that aloud. Now all of a sudden, this is extra. This is the mustard on top of. Steiny, I feel like guys are telling me they're okay with where they're at and losing. The hell you care about the future that you're not going to be a part of. So you got paid and you're feeding us that? What's beautiful?
Well, the beautiful part's they won 4 titles, and this is where they're at right now.
And you got a 4-year extension.
He did.
So you're cool. Draymond got paid, and he's cool with where they're at.
Well, I don't know.
That's what I'm getting.
Well, I don't know that they're cool with where they're at, but I think they're realistic. They're 19 and 20. There's some players out there, none of whom I got to believe Mike Dunleavy thinks are going to make a dramatic difference. And so if you're going to go get a player who you don't think can make a dramatic difference, they've made a decision that they're not going to give up a lot of draft picks down the line. It sounds to me like that's the strategy right now. Now, I don't know if they told, if Dunleavy told the guys that, it just doesn't look like there's going to be a move out there for us. Or if he said, we got nothing brewing right now, but I'll keep looking and we'll see. But it is interesting. I mentioned this to Evan earlier today. I said, it does feel like this is a coordinated, unified message among Kerr, Curry, and Draymond Green. And maybe what's going on right here is this is Steph Curry's way of saying, it isn't about a title for me. It's about, can we get into the postseason and into the playoffs and just get a crack at it? I mean, I think the team is well beyond thinking that they can win a title this year. And the question then becomes, is it going to be worth it to try to get up to 5 or 6 if in 2 or 3 years down the line, we're going to have nothing in the cupboard?
What do you have now outside of Jonathan Kuminga, who they dearly miss, and Pods, but outside of Kuminga, right? Steiny, when you talk about assets, outside of the picks, what player do you have? Jonathan Kuminga, who's probably making money.
We'll see. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's hard to think that this isn't the low point right now of the season. They're 1 game under. It's the first time they've been under 500 all season. They're 7-17. They lost a 9-point lead with 9.5 minutes remaining. They just didn't play well enough down the stretch to win the game. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine?
basketball version of Blue Chew.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, thanks, Kevon.
10 points last night for Kevon.
All right. Season high?
We'll see. Real quick, Steiny, my boy Silk Banksy, who you met at Nora's party, texts me. He's listening. Yeah. He says, reality's setting in on everybody but you, Goo. Yeah, I think with what I just told you after I missed you yesterday, I think I'm there. I heard Shasky this morning. He's ready to blow it up. Like, I think I'm in that line. That's what the leaders told me. They have nothing in the gun. No bullets.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why in the last 2 or 3 days, Steph, Draymond, and Steve Kerr have all addressed this situation and basically said, this is what Steve Kerr told Anthony Slater when he was talking about, making a move that's going to debilitate him down the line. That's the hard part in addressing all this stuff, Kerr said. We're not giving in, but you have to be realistic organizationally about where you are.
Wow.
And you have to mind what's coming ahead in the future. I probably won't be around, but I would tell you, if this organization gave away the next 6 or 7 drafts for a wild swing, that would be the most irresponsible thing that they could do. And again, the question I have is, why is this their tone now when it wasn't their tone at the beginning of the year? Their tone at the beginning of the year was, we will do anything and everything to maximize Steph Curry's window. So when you now say we can't do anything that would hurt the franchise down the line, first of all, I'm not against that at all, but that does seem to fly in the face of the strategy that you told the fans was going to be yours for the last year or two. And maybe I think what we're finding out here is that, without making fun, trades are hard, and I don't think they can make one.
But why take this? Why say this aloud, though? And your February 6th is the deadline. And a lot of people, and you were one of them, Stoney, saying the Warriors were saying, you know what, we're going to take inventory, and that'll be the date that we'll try to do something again, since we struck out on George and marketing. But the bottom line is, why do you have to say this out loud?
Because I think they know. I think they know. I think they know that of all the players that are available and all the possible trades that might be out there, I think they've looked at them all and they realize, even if they make one, it's not going to dramatically change them from a 10 or 11 to a 4 or 5. I think they believe now that that's probably out of the realm of possibility. So if you don't think there's a move out there that can get you up to, let's just say, 6, well, now you are between a rock and a hard place.
I've been the biggest, and you tell me what you think here, supporter of Steph Curry, Steiny, and where he's at and what he has left. And I talked about Draymond earlier and how I processed those comments. But hearing Steph with his beanie on, his brown beanie on, and his beard, say what he said and the look in his eye, and he had 26, 7, and 7, a bad turnover at the end of I thought in the fourth quarter, missed a 3. But the bottom line is, Steiny, you tell me if I'm off my rocker here. Shout out to John. I felt like Superman was telling me he didn't have the superpowers anymore to take this team to the promised land like Goo and the other Goos out there that think. That's why I bring up, and I keep saying white flag. It seemed like there was something in his eyes saying, I can't do this anymore the way you guys think I can, and that's why he said what he said to Slater.
Well, here's more of what Steph said to Anthony Slater and the writers after the loss last night in Toronto.
Mike understands, like, we want to win. We want to be in that position where we've always said that you want to be relevant in the championship type of chase, while, you know, we understand we're getting older and deeper into our careers and allowing some of the young guys to kind of blossom. But it doesn't mean you're getting desperate. It's better to kind of be patient, understand what that looks like. And I know, you know, Mike is always on the phone trying to figure it out. That's what a big GM does. Doesn't mean there's a deal on the table. Doesn't mean that you're desperate. Doesn't mean that you're just flinging, like I said, assets all the way around and being reckless with it.
All right, so that was Steph saying don't make a desperate move.
But to call Mike Dunleavy, and I'm not saying he's bad, Stoney, a good GM, you know how many salesmen have lost their job making calls? You got to close something. So to say a good GM makes calls, to me, that's the price of admission. A good GM makes something happen. But now I'm reading the tea leaves. You just hit the nail on the head, Stoney. Tell me if I'm wrong. They're basically saying there's nothing that can help remedy this. And through 39 games, the other rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control, the Warriors are making last year look like a reality. They look like a team that's not good enough to qualify for the playoffs, which they didn't, and they're living up to that after 39 games. They're 11th.
Well, let me ask you this. When we talked about the Warriors last year, and I want to throw this out to Warrior fans too, when we talked about the Warriors last year and them winning 46 games, a lot of people believed that had Draymond Green not missed 25, had Andrew Wiggins been available all year long, what else? Had Klay Thompson fit in a little bit better last year. I mean, what happened to the people that thought this was a 50-plus win team once they got Draymond back? Is this team underachieving to a significant point, or are they were they never a 50-win team? I mean, I was a little skeptical of thinking that, 46 wins was going to translate to 54 if everybody was healthy this year. But why aren't they? Why haven't they taken a step up? Why haven't they taken a step up this year now that Draymond's been relatively healthy, Steph's been pretty healthy, Wiggins has been available for almost the entire portion of the season, Kuminga even has shown some strides. I mean, on the one hand, it's like, why aren't they better than last year?
That's the maddening part about all this. And you were talking to me. You didn't say it, but I was the guy doing that math that if Draymond hadn't missed, the time and everything that you just ran down, but how little did they look yesterday? And that's something that's bigger than just basketball's DNA, but I'm looking at Pirtle, Barnes, Boucher, and who else? Barrett. They made the Warriors look like a CYO team just in regard to length and how many guys on this Warrior club, you didn't ask me, Stoney, but it's apparent now, can create their own shot off the dribble. And as much as I love Schroeder, Stoney, the ball stick in his hand like bad eggs in a frying pan. But that's who he was before you went and got him. He's a ball stopper. And I'm not mad at Schroeder. Like he meets the criteria of at least I can do some things, but the ball's it's an eyesore watching this team right now, man. I mean, it really is. Like they're small.
They won a title in 2022. And a lot of things went right. And I feel like they came back the next year and thought they were the best team in basketball and they could just kind of keep it going. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I knew specifically what was going to happen to this team, in the last year or two, or maybe in the next year or two. But, and I get it, we can talk about every move they've made. But I feel like if we're realistic,
talk to me.
There was just, They had a dynasty. They won a title in 2022, and now they're 3 years removed from that. And at some point, the core players were going to get older. They moved Klay Thompson, and now they're left with Steph and Draymond Green, both of whom are aging superstars who are still under contract for 2.5 more years. And I just kind of feel like one way or the other, it was all going to catch up to them. And this is how it's looking right here, right now. And I didn't expect this team to, I never expected a team coming off a dynasty to be able to maintain a level of play where they're one of the top 5-8 teams in the league. it's just asking too much.
Well, what about Klay Thompson? He was the poster boy. He was the addition by subtraction. It was sold. You tell me if I'm wrong. There were whispers that he was a black cloud in the locker room. The way that he was moping and just having him out of there and not seeing him, kind of bring morale down, that was going to be a plus, right? Now, all of a sudden, after 39, 40 games, Steiny, we can't say that Klay Thompson is what ailed last year's Warriors. I thought it was addition by subtraction.
Well, I mean, that's one thing that if you were to tell me they would have re-signed Klay Thompson and then, they wouldn't have Hield, Melton, Schroeder, and Kyle Anderson, I don't believe for 1 minute they'd be better. I just don't. They might be 22-19, but I don't think they'd be significantly better.
But I thought the air would be thinner on the road. Forget on the court, off the court. I thought, being around him was, he was sucking some energy out of the guys. But now that sounds like that's so weak that I never went in 100% that they, that's what ailed them. But Stoney, I thought that was the attraction or what made this team a reason to get excited about it.
Well, I mean, it was one thing. Klay Thompson was just one piece of the puzzle. They have a lot of different pieces to this puzzle. And whether getting rid of Klay has helped or hurt, I don't know. I don't think it'd be drastically different one way or the other. But where they're at the biggest issue this team has, and I get it, we can all talk about, Kuminga's injury, and we can all want Wiggins to be a little better, and Pods has had a bad year. We all know that.
Well, they're missing them.
But the reality of the situation is the biggest two things that the Warriors have to overcome right now is that their best player is almost 37 years old, but he's not who he used to be, and he is and will always be the most important player on this team. So your most important player on this team isn't the player he once was. And your second most important player isn't what he was. And I'm talking about Draymond Green. And between you and me, Goo, I get it. They're 19 and 20 right now.
After 12-3 start.
But my question to anybody out there, anybody, and you included, is how do they get better with Steph and Draymond? I don't know that it's possible without just an absolutely phenomenal move that may not be out there. Their two most important and impactful players are declining, but they're still going to be around for 2.5 more years. So
are they?
Well, I don't know.
Because I never signed up or subscribed, Steiny, to Steph Curry will be the face of this franchise, but we won't be making playoffs. I would go take a bullet for that not to happen. But now I'm hearing Steph subliminally say, hey, our GM's trying. He's picking up the phone, Goo. So that's what bothers me is now I'm hearing the guys that I'm fighting for. It's kind of, I can't want it more than them. But if they're saying that into the microphone and you don't have to say it, that's what I think hurts, Steiny, is they seem okay with it. So is that what we're supposed to sign up for the next 2 to 3? The end is going to look like Steph Curry's here. We can go to Chase Center, but we're going to be 5 or 10 under. And if that's what it is, just let me know, because you might have just let us know yesterday. Okay. I didn't like any of that coming from the coach, Draymond, and Steph Curry. I thought that was a stab in the back. You keep that to yourself.
Well, you guys, a lot of you guys were under the impression that as long as Steph was here, everything would be fine. And a lot of you guys think that any idea of not having Curry retire here is unacceptable. And if it's unacceptable, which, I would never constrain myself and say we'll never trade Steph. But if you're going to do it, if your goal is to have Steph retire a Golden State Warrior, somebody tell me how they're going to be a better team next year or the year after with Steph Curry still on the team, still the best player on the team. And how do we get back? How do we move back up the standings? I think it's really I think it's a fool's errand.
Wow.
To think that this team can get back, in a year or two.
You're going to laugh, and I love Trace Jackson Davis, but he's our supposed athletic big, taken in the second round, 6'9". But when you go up against guys that I deem have your measurements and that length that Toronto had on display yesterday, and you kind of see, again, it's not fair, and I'm not judging TJD on one game, but Steiny, he did nothing with that length, going up against basically himself. So I say that to say is, and again, I heard the guys in the morning, Bonte and Shasky bring this up. It might have been Shasky, Ty Jerome or Bonte, that whole era of Jerome and Lamb playing more than Moody and Kuminga, maybe those chickens are coming home to roost. Like, in a perfect world, even if you were getting something and you did from Jerome and Lamb, you were going to pay the price because maybe Moody and Kuminga could have been further along. Okay, I got that off because I heard them say that and I agree with it. Steiny, I'm telling you right now, and you're going to call me crazy, Quentin Post would come. I would go summons that young man, and he would get 10 to 15 minutes every night on this Warrior team. Even when he played the other night, and I didn't get to, that's what it's about now. That's just what it's about. There's no reason this guy's not playing 8 to 12 minutes with his measurements. Look, what are we doing?
Well, I'll tell you what we're doing. We're doing everything for Steph Curry.
But you're not.
So we're not playing the 58th pick in a draft who's probably got a long way to go before being a bona fide NBA player. I thought that's what we weren't doing with Steph.
But what's the alternative, Steiny? What you're running out there, you're getting the same results.
My point is, nobody wanted to surround Steph with young guys, and now that's what we're doing? Well, that may come at a price. And the price may be Steph saying, hey, let me help you out here.
Well, it didn't sound like that yesterday from Steph. It sounded like, hey, Goo, this is what it is.
Tom in Sonoma. What's going on, Tom? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Hey, Steiny. Welcome back, man.
Thank you.
Hey, breaking news. The dynasty's over. Look at when you got management giving up, you got the coaching staff giving up, and you got the players giving up, we got a real problem on our hands. Kerr last night looked rejected, looked like his confidence is gone. He looks like he doesn't care anymore. He can't, and then he says it's his fault. Well, can somebody ask him what is his fault? Because I would like to know, okay? And if you know what the fault is, then can you fix it, please? I don't get it. We are in real serious trouble. The Warriors management has promised us for 2.5 years that they were going to build around Steph Curry. We are guard heavy. When Post went out there and played the other night, you know what happened? The floor opened up. Spacing was everywhere. We need a big guy, and we need wings. We have way too many guards, and that shows on our play. This team is not going anywhere. Warriors have given up on us. The coaching staff, I feel even the players have given up. This is a sad day for the Warriors, and it's time. You guys need to get your act together. You're telling me you can't get a midterm contract to help this team? You can't get a big in here to at least help us a little bit? Then you guys have lost your damn way. Maybe you should sell the team.
Oh.
You guys have a great day.
Oh.
Man. Well, I'll say this about
made $9 billion.
Kerr's comments, Donnie. I'm not on his neck, but why would Kerr say the blame's all on me when you didn't construct the team?
Well,
that's bigger than you.
Well, let's hear Steve Kerr.
Just didn't get good looks, didn't execute very well, weren't disciplined enough, and that's my fault. I'm the coach of the team. I have to find a way to help this team, and I'm not doing a good job of that. Down the stretch, we're not executing, but that's happening throughout the game at both ends. Missed rotations, missed coverages on defense, and then poor possessions offensively. It's on me.
He could teach UCLA head coach Cronin a thing or two because he's taking bullets for his players, Donnie.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I mean, that's the card you want to play. I get it. But I mean what I said about
I don't know. They're 19 and 25.
Go.
Do you really?
19 and 20.
Yeah, 19.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, 19 and 20. Do you really think this team could be 24 and 15? I don't. I don't. I think they're a 500 team in the West.
Man,
that's what I think. And you talk about chickens coming home to roost. I mean, they're all coming home to roost.
You got a farm of chickens.
Wiseman
Keep
coming
going.
home to roost. Draymond Green's contract extension coming home to roost. Trading Jordan Poole, that's coming home to roost. Having Steph Curry making $59 million at this point in his career, that is now working against you. That's the other thing. Steph Curry can still be a great player, but his contract's working against the Warriors right now.
Do you think he knows that, and that's why he's saying what he's saying? And Draymond too? Not that they feel guilty, but they know I have no beef. I'm not living up to my end of it, but they paid me, and this is what we're getting. Percentages on the return on investment's not good.
Well, let me ask you a question, and we can only take the most recent. What was Joe Lacob supposed to do? Should he have told Steph Curry, you know what, we're not giving you that last year? It happened this summer where Steph Curry was under contract for this year and next. He was due for a 1-year extension. He got it. I mean, what is anybody really sitting here advocating for Joe Lacob to have told Steph Curry, you can't do it, or we're not going to do it? We can't pay you $63 million when you're 39 years old? Those are choices that they're bad either way. And the Warriors have had, and that's what happens after a run like they've had. All their decisions now feel like they're lose-lose. Do you give Steph that last year? Of course you have to. Well, it's great, and you had to, but now it's a handcuff. It handcuffs you, and they got to figure it out. And I don't know what the answer is, but
what's the question? Because I thought it was get Steph help by any means necessary. Now, if you're telling me you can't get help, just buckle up, fan, Dub Nation.
When Joe Lacob makes it sound like they're, when every national writer in the country is talking about Joe Lacob and how the Warriors are aggressive and how he's swinging for a big fish and they are looking and they have their eyes on. Do we ever stop and think that's not easy? It's not easy. This idea that they were just going to be able to pluck a number 2 for Steph, where did it come from?
But it was a choice.
Why did people think that they were going to be able to get a star? And I'll say it one more time, and this is the part that really should be alarming, is what players on the Warriors are other teams saying, let's go get that guy? We're all sitting here in the Bay saying, let's go get Vucevic. Let's go get Cam Johnson. Okay, well, who is saying anything like that about Warrior players other than maybe Kuminga?
Yeah,
but even Kuminga.
Yeah, but
anybody that may want Kuminga probably doesn't because they don't want to have to pay him. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors 19 and 20. They're 7 and 17 over their last 24. Trading deadline's about 3 weeks away. And I don't think this team's been at a lower point this year. What do you do? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? LifeSource Water gives you clean, filtered water.
Oh, I'm Steph Curry. Don't interrupt me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Push the wrong button.
You did. A little rusty, but you're feeling better, huh?
Alex Sarr.
Huh?
Sarr.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Rookie of the month.
How about Cooper Flagg? Drop 42 for you.
Against who? Temple?
Hey, 42 is 42. Shout out Ronnie
Notre
Lott.
Dame.
Yeah, the Irish.
Yeah, they were up like 21-3 in that game. Sounds like you got a lot of garbage buckets.
Don't matter. 42. You ever score 42?
Is he going to? No.
No, me neither.
Without a three-point line? How? Impossible. This is the one, Steve Kerr talked to Slater before the game, Anthony Slater of The Athletic.
Our man.
And some of his quotes, aren't sound. They're just, I got to read it to you. But this one is another one. Like something, it feels to me like something has happened. They know something's not going on that they want to be going on. But I just find it more than coincidental that Draymond, Steph, and Kerr are all talking like this. Slater says that that Steve Kerr bristled at this idea of ring culture, the idea that it's only championship or rebuild. This is what Steve Kerr said. Listen to this. I think it's really important these last couple of years that we handle ourselves with dignity and competitiveness and fight for everything. We want to maintain what has made us the Warriors, what made us into this organization. That means we have to keep fighting, but it means handling the pain and the indignity of losing with a dignified response. I think that manifests itself in a lot of different ways. And one of those ways is don't do anything crazy. Let's maintain the integrity of the operation. I think everybody is on board with that and aligned with that. We all want the organization to do as well as possible going forward, and we all agree it would be really irresponsible to jeopardize the future to take a wild stab at something.
Steiny, I told you during the break, Windhorst, he was flummoxed this morning on First Take. I should have told you guys.
About what?
Just about these quotes coming from Kerr and Steve and Stephen Curry. Steiny, I got to tell you something. I love Coach Kerr, destined for the Hall of Fame. He would not have got that re-up had he said that to me in the interview about what we're going to do. So all of a sudden, I just feel like Heathcliff's or the Fat Cats or it's okay. Let's just go out there and be there. But I'm not going to give my right arm or my left leg to win. And I hadn't ever heard this tone that I'm hearing now on a gloomy day. Again, I know we're talking about the future and the present. And Steiny, the Toronto Raptors had won one game in their last 17 going into last night. 5 in a row. And they beat the Warriors and make the Warriors look unathletic. So when I hear the coach say, don't do something crazy, my question is, why not? Where is your fire and desire? Rick James, where is, but do it, get it done. Let's take a crack at it. When did these guys, all of a sudden, the big three, Dre, Steph, and Kerr, all of a sudden worry about 2031? I'm like, oh my gosh. And if this is what it is, partner, let's go look at the menu at Chase. The parking, the ticket prices, the margarita prices, the nachos, all of it. Well, if we're all just going to, hey, let's just be good Samaritans. We're going to be 10th or 11th or not make the playoffs, i.e. last year. Steiny, what am I missing?
You're missing the reality of the NBA. And the reality of the NBA is Draymond Green's been around for 13, 14 years. Steph Curry's been around for 16 years. And Steve Kerr's been around for 35 years. And they know when they've got a team, that's the real deal. And they know when they have a team that's in a little bit of trouble. And this team's in a little bit of trouble. And it's not just now. It's down the line. I'll ask Warrior fans one more time. How can this team get better with Steph and Dre, the number 1 and 2 most impactful players on the team, the 2 players that are champions, that we know if they're on the team, they got to play, and they will take significant roles, but they're declining. So again, How do you do that? Somebody said here on the text line, this anything for Steph is a false premise. And I kind of thought that way too. I mean, you can't operate wanting to mollify one player over the best the best intentions of the team. And whether it's Steph or Michael Jordan or Bird, Magic, LeBron, they now have a guy who's going to be 37 years old, and he's their best player, but he's not getting better. So, I just don't, I look at it as, in a way, the details are less important than the big picture.
The details.
And to me, the big picture is, this is the inevitable happening after a dynasty. There's just no way around it. You signed a lot of your veteran champions. You signed Dre, you signed Steph, and now it's 3 years after they won their last title, and reality's setting in.
Wow, I want you to hear something. I referenced First Take this morning. Evans got it for us. Let me play it for us, the Stephen A.
You can't stop where you are at this pace when you got a guy like Steph Curry. Then you're wasting away. So even though I appreciate what he said, it's hard to believe that he believes that, and if he does believe it, God bless him, but I don't give a damn. If I'm Joe Lacob, I'm like, what's the chances, guys? What's the chances at any time in the remainder of my lifetime as owner of the Golden State Warriors, if I'm Joe Lacob and Peter Cooper and those guys, that I'm going to find me another Steph Curry?
Well, they're not. But does that mean you mortgage the future for a 1% chance at catching lightning in a bottle?
I thought you would, but listening to these guys, Donnie, the players and the coach, it sounds like they're not. And what's your future? What's mortgaging your future? It's got to be picks, right? Or / Kuminga. And if we're keeping it real here, I can't believe I'm saying this. If it's Tank City or everybody's okay, the leaders are okay with this mediocrity, then tank for flag just to get some ping pong balls and get a 1% chance of getting flag.
They've done it before. That's how the dynasty, many people think the dynasty started.
You didn't bark back at me like I thought you were in regard to Quentin Post, Donnie. Like, I want to see more of the kid.
Okay.
So you can that's where I'm at. Like, I'm serious. Like, I couldn't believe. I'm like, okay, what do we got to lose now? Because the leaders are telling me.
We have a lot to lose. Because if you start playing the young guys like this, the losses are going to look worse. They're going to look worse. And, this is the part that I don't understand is that, you're doing the one thing that you said you didn't want to do, which is build around Steph, and now you don't have anything to go along with him. It was a long shot. And,
but I want him to be mad, Stoney. That's what's hurting Steph. So I'm hoping he's just saying this is wordplay because there was a briefing. This hurts when I hear him act like it's okay.
They know, Goo. They don't have a competitive championship type team.
In Vegas in summer, his tone was different and it went viral. He went viral because it was like, I'm not settling for this. At least try. And they try with marketing. They try with PG-13.
Well, the question is,
now I'm hearing guys and the coach say, well, that would be dumb. That would be dumb. We don't want to what? This can't keep up. And the All-Star game's around the corner.
So
you got people coming here and the team's going to be out of it?
Again, if you could get Jimmy Butler,
Steiny,
and it would cost you Kuminga, Wiggins, and 3 firsts, are you doing it?
I'm doing it.
Okay,
I'm doing it.
And
I'm doing it. And I'm standing on what is it? All 10?
And they're not.
Business.
They're not doing it apparently, and I can't disagree with that. I can't. To me, this is what they're going through right now. Is the natural downturn after a dynasty. I know no one wants to hear it.
Wow.
And I know that they could have changed their present if they would have done better things in the past, but they didn't, and here they are.
But the worst part, Steiny, here they are. They're in the middle, though. They're in the middle. That's the worst place to be.
Well, they can't. That's because the owner that we all love says we never want to be on the bottom. Wow. So he's never going to tank. That's what he said. All right. And how can you tank when you have Steph Curry?
That was my...
They're stuck. That seems pretty obvious to me. And the problem is they're not only stuck, they're selling, it feels like up until the last few days, they've sold the fans a bill of goods that there was a move out there that was going to elevate them to, let's say, the top 5 in the conference.
But they might have really thought that, Steiny.
Well, why? Why? How can you say on the one hand, trades are hard, but then try to tell everybody, we're in on everybody and we're going to make a big move? It's not that easy.
Now, real quick, Steiny, is trust the process because now the future basically supersedes Kuminga. It's about the picks, but it's trust the process without not being sorry enough to get a top pick or be favored to get, win the lottery or whatnot. And you got to do it on Steph Curry's watch. If this thing continues, if they're 6 or 7 under by All-Star, who had that on their Warrior bingo card, man?
Well, I mean, the idea
then them being okay with it, pretty much.
Well, the idea that they missed the playoffs last year, and that they were a lock to make it this year. That I thought they'd be as good or a little better than last year. They're not. They're not, and they're not even close, really, because that team last year won 46 games, and this team's. I get it, they're only 1 under, but they're 7-17. Let's go to Connie in Oakland. Hey, Connie, how you doing? What's going on?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you, Steiny and Goo. Thank you. This is, I'm sort of focusing on if they could just get a few more points from Buddy and Dennis, they would win these games too. So this is my plan, where an advocate or a buddy is assigned to them, because Goo was saying it's such a big organization, to focus with each one of those guys. Make sure that they are comfortable. They don't have any problems with their move or banking or some problem. It's not easy to be a superstar, So they're there and they're talking about their game and what they're doing, how they focus on the shots, how they prepare and relax and focus. And that would help. I mean, all this other stuff you're talking about, they can trade and so on. But so they have an advocate at all times and they're talking about it and they're making sure maybe they go out around town, like San Francisco is just a gas, like Mel's Diner or something, that each of them is as comfortable and everything as they can, because I heard somebody say Buddy was just very high on the list of good shots. And same with Dennis. So it's sort of a bird in hand kind of thing. And they have the 9 home games coming up and they're just always there. This person can leave their other duties aside, and not Kerr, of course, because he's busy with everything, but they're that person's advocate and to focus and relax. And I think them being a little older helps. They're more sophisticated, more experienced.
You know what, Connie? I'm going to put the
Mel's Diner, Alice.
I mean, Mel's Diner to me is no more outlandish than taking a ride with Gary Payton over the Bay Bridge.
Yeah. And I hate to say what I'm about to say.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but if this is what it's going to be and look like, Steiny, I would want Steph Curry in another uniform. I would want his ending, his twilight, look like this if this doesn't get fixed or rectified. And I know, and you're going to laugh, I believe they do really miss Pods. He plays hard. I'm not saying that's why they're where they're at. They miss him, and they miss Kuminga. But if now all of a sudden Steph has processed, it can't get better. Superman or Chris Mullin's not coming through that door. Steiny, who would want to watch him when he can give you 26, 7, and 7 on a given night in like this?
I mean, Evan was telling me about the way Kobe ended his career. Didn't he end his career on a 19-win team? Evan?
Yeah.
Might have even been 17.
Oh, boy.
Why y'all bring
So
Kobe?
things aren't that bad, right?
Well,
No, but they won his last game.
He had 55, I believe.
415. You're going to hate this, but I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what I think. Steiny, you said the MDG had a decent offseason and they had a lot of tradable assets. What happened? To me, the biggest issue with this team is their two stars have declined a little more than we thought they would at this point. That's the way I feel. As it's just not the same Steph Curry. It's not. And I'm looking at like last night's game, and his numbers were really good. But I'm looking at why they lost that game. Not why they lost it, but the big
reason.
plays in the game.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
Steph takes a bad three, misses it, and there's no defensive balance. So they get a fast break and go up three. Then you have Wiggins, who's your second best player, third best player, gets a good look at a little bunny in close. It's just a little bit short. He missed it. And then he has a 1-3. He can knock it down from the top of the circle. We got a different game, but he doesn't. And they're in years past, they were good enough to take some wiggle room into the fourth quarter. And now it's
they were up 9, partner.
Exactly.
And the Scotty Barnes 4-point play at the end of the third, that was a killer. Letting them get the offensive rebound. Man, I don't know, partner. I really don't, man.
Well,
this is
like,
rock
let me ask
bottom.
you this. What don't you know? Like, what don't you know?
The Warriors don't have two stars. There's a new NBA being played, and it starts with offense. Of course, I'm going there. But you can see it with these combo wings, Steiny, combo guards. Guys, Draymond's not a star in today's NBA. And what he does offensively for Steph, I think that has gone, that well has run dry. So when you say they got two stars, they got one. And now it's apparent that I believe the baggage and Steph trying to carry Draymond's weight in regard to scoring. And when Looney's out there or TJD, we're asking one man to do the Lord's work, Steiny, and it's two, he can't. And if you're, that's what I can't believe. I can't believe that Andrew Wiggins doesn't know that you need to score 25 or 30 for this team to even compete, man.
Well, he might know it, but maybe he's never been a 25-point per game scorer.
So a full for me, but it still hurts this team that they can't. Okay, Wiggins, you're going to just stay in the 15 to 20 realm. We got somebody, Evans, going to take it to the next level. They don't have that. And for how does Joe Lacob's comment, since we're talking about the past, of I think Pods is an all-star, how's that playing? How's that even sound now? That the guy that's running our ship for 2 seconds thought that might be reality.
I mean, it's what.
How's that look right now?
Well, I mean, what
I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
I love you, Pods. I do.
I mean, to me, it's not a big deal. It really isn't. Their dynasty is over. Okay? Wow. It's over.
Wow.
Let me ask you this. Is it over, Goo? Is the dynasty over?
It looks that way right now.
It only looks that way.
You got Steph.
But what I'm saying is,
go ahead.
You have Steph and Draymond in decline. You got Wiggins, who is what he is. It doesn't surprise me that the Warriors are talking up their young players like Kuminga and Pods because they know they're the next iteration of this team. So they're gonna build up their value, or they're gonna talk up their young players. Like that's what kind of what they have to do.
And if there's another year of Steph not playing in April on TNT and ESPN, you know how long the playoffs are, Snotty? It's another season. It goes into June. And we've been accustomed to watching this guy do what he did in the Olympics.
Well, he did it for 2, and that's the other thing. I'm sick of hearing that, too. I'm sick of hearing that.
I use it because it's good.
He didn't play 7 great games, okay? And he played 2 great games. And, oh, by the way, as Bob Fitzgerald would say, he's playing with LeBron and the big boys. So it's going to be easier for him to do what he did in the Olympics.
So if we wanted to transition, and I see this on the text line, of Steph Curry tapping into his Ray Allen phase, when he got that chip with Boston, who would be their Paul Pierce? Who would be their Garnett?
They don't have any.
And
they weren't a dynasty, those Celtics teams. This team was a dynasty.
But they were going 15 rounds with LeBron.
When?
And doing when LeBron surpassed them, but they were good enough to get a chip and beat Kobe.
Right, but that was 3 years ago now. And congratulations. You held on to it. And it was a great one.
Wow. Do you agree with me, Jonathan Kuminga may get $40 million from the Warriors now, just watching this without him? They've won one game since he's been out. I think he's making – if you're telling me it's about the future, help me, Steiny, outside of the big picks. Player-wise, he's all you got. And I got to believe if I'm his representation, I'm not happy, but I'm happy with Joe Lacob. Look around. He's all you got.
Well, if they don't think he's worth $40 million, should they pay him $40 million just because you're not as good a team as you thought you were? I mean, they can't undo the past. They can't undo Kevin Durant leaving and Draymond Green staying.
And it's been horrible for both teams. Well, they won one without him, so I can't say that. But Steiny, I'm at rock bottom, man. I've never.
Well, I would hesitate
bottom.
to do that right now. Who's to say it won't get worse? They going to beat Minnesota tomorrow?
Who feels good about that? Anthony Edwards is playing his ass off.
The other thing is, I mean, in fairness to the Warriors, nobody's going to want to hear this. They're missing 4 guys in their top 8 last night. They are.
No, that means something.
I mean, the idea that you could have a team that's about 500 and now they've got 4 guys in their top 8 missing and you can just beat anybody, those days are over. Like, those days are over. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is there anything the Warriors can do? I mean, there's not a lot of good choices out there. And nobody, I mean, it does sound to me like, and help me, Warrior fans, at 888-957-9570, but it does feel like, over the last month or so, since they've really been playing poor basketball, it does feel like some people are coming around to the only way to do this might be looking at moving number 30. How do you build a better team around Steph Curry with the way the situation is money-wise right now?
Man,
I don't know how you can do it. I mean, to me, the idea that the Warriors have been talking like they can keep this thing going, I don't think that's been sincere. I really don't. I don't.
They lack athleticism, Stoney. They lack size. Go ahead,
I
man.
mean,
I'm sorry.
They won 44, 46, and now they're destined for, 41 right now is what they're on a pace for. 40, 41. We've been watching the same team now for 3 years. 888-957-9570 is the number. And download the free Odyssey app. And check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we talk about the Warriors. They lose last night, 104-101. 7-17 over the last 24. Game under 500. First time they're under 500 this year. They're 11th right now in the West. The playoffs and play-in started today. They wouldn't be involved.
Wow. So there's no doubt that was fool's gold at 12-3.
It looks like
that is wow, man. Really.
The one thing that hits me is there's no easy way out of this for
That's
the
what's
Warriors.
scary.
Which we should have known because they won 4 titles in the last 10 years. So there's not going to be an easy way to come out of a dynasty. But to me, and I listen, I understand it. The Warriors have never had a player like Steph Curry, ever. And now he's 36. But I just feel like if you're in the camp that the number one priority is to have Steph Curry retire a Warrior, I think you got to be willing to live with this. I really do. I know people don't want to hear it, but again, I don't know how they get better at this point moving forward in the next 2 years. Wow. They're gonna have to pull a rabbit out of the hat, it feels like.
Well, yeah.
And I think that's like, if I had to put 2 and 2 together, I think the team and the players and Kerr and Curry and Draymond know that there's not a deal out there as of right now, and they are bracing for the fact that maybe there won't be any help coming on February 6th or before.
And you mentioned the 4 guys they're without. Maybe that's the help, but I never once tricked myself that the twilight of Curry's career might not culminate in another chip, Stoney, but I never in a million years had off the board that this team could possibly go 2 or 3 years without making the playoffs. And right now, the playoffs feel like the finals with what I'm hearing and how they're playing.
Yeah. Hey, here's some upbeat news. Get this. Our knockout tournament is back. All right? You want a chance to shoot hoops on the Chase Center court? Here's what we're going to do. The contest starts Monday, January 27th, and it goes for 3 weeks. So you're going to have plenty of chances for the opportunity. You want to listen in the 8 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, and 4 o'clock hour, starting Monday, January 27th for your chance. Each show is going to have a slot to give away each day for 3 consecutive weeks. So if you want to shoot and play knockout at Chase Center on the court that Steph Curry's made famous, you can do that. You have to be 18 to win, and you also have to be a California resident. And we'll be giving out more details in the ensuing days and weeks. But
I'm going to stick it to you this time.
The knockout tournament is back.
Yeah, and Evan, I let him down, Stoney. They had that sound. They put up that sound. Guru's been eliminated.
Right.
But Evan was like, Guru, go get it. So now not only do I know the rules, you talked about my attire. When I showed up that day in jeans,
I don't remember.
You said, you don't look ready. This year I will, baby. Mark Grandy, defending champ. I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead and play it, Evan.
Oh,
this is the official 95-7 The Game knockout round. Guru at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith, Mr. Jennings.
Remember, you only have 10 seconds to shoot a free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru's eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
Oh, man.
He's been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
I think they knew I was out. Oh, Evan was rooting for me. Your glee is just, you'll get it.
I don't know if you've ever heard the great announcers like Mike Breen.
Bang!
It has nothing to do with a personal relationship with you. I owe it to our listeners to bring excitement to the call.
Okay,
and that's what I did.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I see full lines.
Trades are hard.
That is the...
Well, that's what. They are. So wait, are you calling him a liar?
No, I'm
Okay.
just...
Well,
you're
then don't worry
Joey
about it.
Light years, and Evan, if
No,
you
he's
can play
not.
it one more time for me.
Trades are hard.
Just... That's a metamorphosis, Steiny. in the worst.
Goo.
You're a Jedi.
Don't you get it?
Hey,
don't you get it?
Hey, boss, sales are hard. Get out of here. I'm hurting, man, because I don't think there's a quick fix.
No kidding. I feel like I've been doing shows by myself for 2 years.
That's pretty.
I mean, seriously.
No, I'm laughing, but I'm crying, man.
Let's go to Jack in Oakland. Get us started on this segment. What's up, Jack? How you doing?
How you doing, Mr. Steinmetz? I'm doing well. I played for Bill Van Gundy. My father ran the state high school tournament in Oakland.
Nice.
I coached myself a lot of years. And I don't have a quick fix either, but I have a fix.
All right.
If you've watched them the last few games, they had two of the most impressive parts of their games have been when they made James Harden look pedestrian, when they picked him, when they went into basically a full court press. And if they did that a couple times a game, 2 minutes at a time, you turn a Toronto team into a 92-point scoring team instead of a 104. Okay, so you win some of these games and you become maybe a 6th or 7th or 8th place team.
All right.
The other thing you can do is, as I believe what I do believe, and I do want to hear what you say about trading Curry. It's Bill Walsh, my cousin George Coakley, who helped start the Pet Rock, was friends with Bill. He did. And Bill got rid of guys a year before their time. And this is the time to get rid of Curry, and go ahead and move him and Pazinski. And if you get rid of Green, do that too. Play 11 guys like they did at the beginning of the season when they were 5-1, and pressure more. Then you'll win.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate the call. I mean, they've got to, as far as pressing, I do think they need to be more proactive defensively.
You wonder why, again, and I hear you, Jack, a lot of basketball in your life, but you wonder why the coach wouldn't decide to do that,
I mean, to me, last night's game is proof. They're so far away from just one guy.
But then how do you get the lead? And then we say that, like if you said that when they were up 9, something's always working. Why does it just vanish so fast?
I'll tell you why it vanished last night is because, what's my guy's name? The coach of the Raptors?
Oh, man.
Darko employed a brilliant strategy last night, whether you like it or not. He used the soccer substitution with Boucher. He didn't play him till the fourth quarter. And the guy was like a pogo stick.
Dude, he went Durant on us in the fourth.
I mean, Boucher, that's
17 points in the fourth. Every time the Warriors hit a big three, you're like, Lindy, slow-mo hit one. You're like, Steph. And then he would come down and just keep the game close.
I mean,
wow, man.
The Toronto Raptors have 10 wins this year, and they've got Scott Barnes, R.J. Barrett, and Boucher. There was such an athleticism difference last night that it was glaring to me. And that's partly Kuminga not playing too, because he's your best athlete. But you just got overwhelmed by youth, athleticism, and length. And I just don't think a Jimmy Butler or a Vucevic is going to dramatically change that. Might make them marginally better, but what's it going to cost you down the line? And it's clear that this is the question of the moment for the Warriors. What are they going to do now? And after the last few nights of hearing the guys talk, it feels like nothing might be coming. Yeah. It's possible.
Well, give us an update on Kuminga, because like I said, Stoney, he won't fix everything, but you miss him like all outdoors. But good God, you're right about the athleticism. Just watching them defend, they look like a bunch of octopuses with their long arms just dangling and making everything hard for the Warriors. But then again, if it was such that, how were the Warriors able to get a lead?
Well, I mean, they're not a high school team. Yeah. They're a pro team, so. But, that's another thing, too, is I feel like, how do you keep Steph fresh for those last 6 minutes when you absolutely
35 minutes
when you absolutely need him the most? Then Like that's another conundrum.
Can I say he took a bad three though at the?
Oh, don't! I wouldn't do that.
Why?
Well, because it's Steph.
No, Steiny, stop! It was man, and then Buddy on the last one.
What?
Under 30% the last 6 to 7 weeks from deep, but Steiny, you got to hit the rim.
He's had some good looks, and he's a great shooter. We know that. I think he's pressing a little bit. I think all our guys are pressing because they know our margin for error is slim. So he's pressing, but I trust him. I mean, I put him in the last play because I believe that he's always going to make the next shot. And he gives us spacing, even when he's not making shots. He gives us spacing. People respect him, they guard him, and he opens up the floor. So I'm going to keep playing him. I'm going to keep trusting him.
I wonder why they're pressing.
Well, Jack wants them to press in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
I got
pressing in terms of.
Is that a cop out? How do we know they're well,
that's what Steve said. He's the coach.
Well, Buddy's been on 100 teams, so he's these ebbs and flows.
I do think they're pressing. I think they're under. I think they are pressing. I think they're all feeling the heat of this time constraint that involves Steph Curry and Draymond Green. But yes, I absolutely do. I absolutely do. The Warriors have said they want to do something that I think the guys on that team know is unrealistic, and it's starting to hit them. Let's go to Mike in the East Bay. Hey, Mike, what's going on, my man? How you doing, buddy? Mike in the East Bay.
Possibly.
No, Mike. Let's go to we can go to Gary in San Lorenzo. Hey, Gary, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Well, good. Hey, my thing is, I think it's time to let Curry go. We're old. You look at the Thunder, look at all the other teams. They're young. That's how we used to play. And you got Curry, you got Draymond, and even when Thompson was here, these guys, they always ask for max contract, and that's what hurt us. And, put us in the position that we're in now. We don't have a center, and we haven't had a center for quite a while, and we can't win this way. We're undersized, we're old, and to have Curry around for what? To keep losing? Get what you can for him. It's a business, and we watch sports. And I grew up in the Bay Area, and hey, let's win, and whatever it takes, rebuild and get what you can, and let's start with what we have.
Appreciate the call. Thanks, Gary.
And that's where I'm at, Stoney. You know it, man. I love hard. I love the chef, but I'm coming to the realization, just from a personal standpoint, I don't want him on a mediocre-ass team. I don't want him on the Warriors, and they're not making the tournament. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's real love when if it's got to be somewhere else for you to help, which I still think you can by, a lot in a good situation, then so be it. But nobody wants this for him. And that's why I had a little problem with him saying what he said yesterday. It could have just been, mustard sauce, but it was almost like him sounding like he's okay with them trying everything and making calls, but this is what it is.
If he's okay with it, then we got to be okay with it. And, I get the whole Steph needs help, but, does he bear any responsibility for this 19 and 20 season? Does Steph?
Well, you tell me.
Yes, he absolutely does.
But I'm just asking him. He can't be number one on your list. The lack of depth.
The problem is that he's still the best player on the team.
How is that a problem?
Well, because he might not be able to be. He's the best player on a team, and you're not a playoff team.
Yeah, but the gap between him being the number two by committee is what's really killing this team.
Well, if you believe that, then
the lack of having an athletic big.
I'm going to ask you again, how do the Warriors get better as Steph gets older? That's my question.
You got to get him another bona fide star or somebody better than him, and that's why I would do the Jimmy Butler all day, every day, Steiny.
Yeah, I
know. I'm there now.
Butler's not going to help your athleticism. He's not going to help your future. I don't think he's going to help you climb the standings in a big way.
You really think,
No.
Stoney? He can play D. He can get you 25 points a game if need be. I mean, he does. He's a jack of all trades. Like, wouldn't you really like to go that route? Like, okay, if we can't do it, we tried everything. Then that's backing up what they've been telling us.
What happens at the end of the year? Let's say you get Jimmy Butler. All right. You get Jimmy Butler. You get up to 7. All right. You make the playoffs and you lose in the first round. And now Jimmy Butler's a free agent. So what do you do now?
I would say
Kuminga's gone.
Okay, but
Kuminga's gone.
You asked me. I would say, how did we lose in the first round? And if something flukish or
you lost to Oklahoma City.
Again,
maybe you went in as the 8th seed.
What would it look like?
4-1. I mean, let's be realistic. They're 32-5. The Thunder.
Yeah.
So
wow, I didn't see this, man. Not this early.
Let's go to Jason in Philadelphia. Hey, Jason, how you doing, man?
I'm good. What up, fellas?
Hey.
Talk to me.
Hey, I just wanted to touch on a point.
All right.
Like, I honestly think this has been the front office plan for a few years now. You all always drop trades are hard, trades are difficult, whatever the drop is. But in the past couple of years, players that have impacted teams that have been traded, Pascal Siakam, Mikal Bridges, Damian Lillard, Drew Holiday, DeJounte Murray, Bradley Beal, James Harden. All name, and that's just the bottom of the list. That's just the top of the list of players, but we weren't in on any of them. I think the front office has wanted these young kids to play, and honestly, I'm getting a little bit of Jerry Jones from Joe Lacob, where he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, and his plan of attack has never been successful in the NBA. If it's truly about the future, you trade Steph, you trade Dre. If it's truly about Steph, then you trade the young kids. But they're trying to do both. And it's just not going to work. You're not going to win from the middle.
Wow.
I mean, well said, Jace.
In a crazy way, Stoney, hearing him say that, do you think hearing from Dre in that Yahoo interview and Steph last night, that maybe that's where maybe they're at without saying it? Like, if it's about the organization in the future, then
it's not. It's not about the future, right?
Well, no, that's what Dre and Steph were talking about. They don't want this organization to do something to hamper their future. So what if you got something for both of those guys? I'm wondering if they've come to grips where, like, them not finishing their career in a Warrior uniform is a reality. And that's why they're speaking like that.
Maybe. Possible.
They're not fighting, cussing anybody out, or yelling like I thought. It's more like...
Well, why would they? Like, they're not dumb. Like, Steph and Draymond, they can read the writing on the wall, including their own writing.
But you got to meet me here. And I keep going to last summer.
Steph probably knows that he...
But Steph, what he said about things change fast in the NBA and where they're at.
And they're changing.
That people ran with that like the chef's unhappy.
Right.
Now you put that up against what he's saying now, it sounds like the chef's content.
Well, if the chef's content, then we need to be content.
And that's my
Because
line.
if we're doing everything for Steph, and he's okay with where they're at right now, well, then shut up and just watch and keep your mouth shut.
But I'm going to go Matt Steinmetz on you. Something happened in the last 4 or 5 days for that.
Maybe.
Because that's a switch.
Maybe.
That's a switch.
I mean,
Wendy, after they were off to their hot start, don't count the Warriors out. They're going to win, horse. They're going to make it. And it still could happen, but I just don't like what I'm hearing, and I don't like what I'm seeing on the floor in regard to the play.
By the way, it's happened with Moses Moody. I know it's Kerr's fault.
No, go ahead.
But he looks lost.
Well, you said they're pressing. Maybe that's what he's doing.
Let's go to George. George is in Los Altos. Hey, George, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. You know, and I agree with what you just said. You know, if Steph, whatever Steph feels, damn it, he deserves the respect, my respect. And so I'm going to do whatever he thinks is right. If he thinks there's still a chance to do something, then I'm going to believe that too. But I will say this. I don't think there are too many idiots around the NBA that are going to give up great players and get nothing in return but all of our young kids and all of our young talent. That's just not going to happen. And I don't think Jimmy Butler is the answer. Okay, I think, and don't laugh at me, Steiny. Okay.
All right.
I think the answer is not within our borders.
All right.
I think the answer is a foreign player overseas that is, and I looked this up. I said, can an NBA team bring in an international player? And the answer is yes. If they're under contract and they're a free agent, they have the ability to be obtained by a U.S. team if they settle up financially. I don't think our answer is in the United States. I think we have to go abroad and find the talent over there. Because look at all of our MVPs these days. They're all foreign-based players. They're incredible. And look at the Olympics. There's so much talent out there. I think we need to find a diamond in the rough overseas. And that's going to be the only saving grace we have, you guys. And I'm not crazy.
No, I don't think you are. No, I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy. Right now, the Warriors, Goo, if the draft were today, they'd have the 10th. They'd have number 10. Now we got action. You got action with number 10.
Maybe you trade that 10 and trade up.
I don't think anybody's going to be trading down if Cooper Flagg is supposed to be the real deal.
You asked Evan something. I was here hustling before the show. The Warriors' record without pods. And I'm just honing in on, like, Steiny, I'm being real, man. They miss his ass.
Okay.
Do you know when he might possibly be coming back? Because
that's soon. We'll see.
Okay. All right.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But, you know, and yeah, okay, they miss pods. But what was it? Who was the last caller? What was his name? Because he said something that I kind of agree with. George. And it's, you're another team, Goo. You're another team.
Yeah.
You're interested in pods? You want pods? I don't. I don't. I mean, sure, if he's a filler for a trade, fine.
But am I getting the pods back? Like that's not expensive. That's not, you know what I mean? That's not earth-shattering.
Nobody wants Moody or Trace Jackson Davis.
Right. And nobody's saying those guys are going to fetch you something.
Well, they're not. They're not.
I understand that, and I know Lake Up and company know.
And the other thing is, we may have to acknowledge that nobody wants Kuminga because they don't want to pay him $40 million.
Wow, man.
And if that's the I have no doubt that Kuminga's value is depressed because the team that acquires him must re-sign him. So they got to love Kuminga, they got to want him, and then they got to want to re-sign him.
Well, I'll say this
or
for
extend
that.
him, rather.
Have you enjoyed watching the Warriors play without Jonathan Kuminga? I haven't. I have not. Like, Steiny, who are we watching? Oh, and then Steph has an off night or he's not in the lineup if it's a back-to-back and Dre's not playing? Jonathan Kuminga, my God, Steiny, the guy's making some chicken, and I think he's making it right here.
Okay. I mean, I'm not paying him for what I haven't seen.
And do we really know he's asking for 40?
I don't know.
I know his draft class got paid, but...
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Daryl, Mike, Antonio. I see Austin. We'll get to all on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to even get out of your car. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always,
Curry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, who'd you guys fire yesterday?
I was telling them about our great show yesterday.
Mike Tomlin got fired probably by you guys yesterday.
Hey,
what about the Vikings coach? He's got to go.
What did he do wrong?
Oh, God. I mean, 14-3, and then you lay an egg.
He wasn't seeing
Should be fired.
Yeah.
Should be fired.
Sam Darnold, last 2 games.
Who else? A Harbaugh. Jim's on the hot seat.
Steiny, stop. He took him to the playoffs. Don't bring that up with E around us.
Herbert's been to the postseason before.
Yeah. Twice, I believe.
All right, I'll answer this question.
We got full lines here.
510 why from the text line. Why do you guys give Steve Kerr a pass? Oh, listen, it's beyond Steve Kerr. I think this is a talent issue.
Well, there's no doubt.
Okay, well, Eric Spoelstra could have him at 22-17, maybe. Is that?
Well, I would take that. Who wouldn't take that?
But what I'm getting at is, it's above Steve Kerr to my way of thinking. They don't have as much talent. Like even last night,
but there's a reason, and there's a paper trail, Steiny.
Right, it's Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy.
But it's the whole story, and a lot of people don't want to hear that. And I'm sorry, if you start there from the origin of Jordan Poole getting wrong, then the Wiseman misses.
With Durant. It started with Durant.
No doubt. And that, no doubt about it. But,
of Draymond.
But if you start there, it's not a head scratcher then. And the bottom line, and why I bring that up, is they've blown some things that they've had in their possession. Extenuating circumstances have cost this team, man. Talent and misses in the draft with the Wiseman.
I mean, the one thing,
and if you want to throw Moody in there now, who I like, but you're asking what's up with him, and I don't have the answer.
Even had they done different things, Steph Curry would still be turning 37 in March. And to me, that's the part that nobody paid enough attention to.
But would Steph have help? That's what's happening right now, Scotty.
You know what? And Dibley said this.
And there's nothing wrong with help.
Do you think he's a number one still?
Like, I'm being so real. Yeah.
Okay. I don't. I just don't. I don't. Okay.
Well, he's a number one now. He's a number
one
now, Steiny.
Right. I mean, if you get Jimmy Butler in here, Jimmy Butler's not better than Steph. Steph's still going to be the number one.
But he would make the game easier on Steph, Steiny. That's what it's about. 3 guys wouldn't be blitzing the chef.
3, you're going to give up 2 or 3 unprotected first for Butler. Like, that's where you lose me.
Wow.
And you know what? Here's the other thing. Butler's not healthy enough.
Well, that's a concern.
Well,
but how much of him being hurt is what, and I'm not saying Draymond's faking, but it's kind of funny. You can talk all this talk and not play now and not say you want to play the 5 after you get paid. It's almost like, he's sending a message like, why do I even got to do it anymore, Goo? We're not that good. I don't feel like playing. I got a hangnail. I'm not saying what he's dealing with is more than that, but the bottom line is, if you look at Jimmy Butler, and this is bad on my part, but I'm just throwing it out there, Steiny, how much of him missing games is because he's not happy or he didn't even really want to play for the coach, and then here you go. You could say, well, you want that guy coming here, but I do wonder if he got that change of scenery, would he put his best foot forward? And is that a grenade doing all that to get a guy that is wired that way, if I'm right?
I mean, the other thing is, you knew who Draymond Green was when you re-signed him. He's the same guy that's a competitor.
But I didn't want to resign.
He's the same guy who says he can't get up for games. A Tuesday game, he's the same guy. You can be
and now he's telling us he doesn't want what winner talks like that? We're all fine. It's beautiful where we're at.
You think Michael Jordan knew he was going to win with a bullet?
You think Gary Payton would sign off on that? Or Kobe? Or Jordan?
Well,
LeBron?
He's not in that group, Draymond Green.
Curry is.
Draymond's not.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in the East Bay. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man? What's going
on? Not much. Steiny, I got to apologize to you. I used to think you were dragging the Rugu down. But Rugu, you're a homer. You need to look in the mirror and read that what is that poem that Bill Parcells used to say?
Give it to me.
I'm a Cavs fan, and that means I'm also a Browns fan. And we just stumbled. The Cavs just stumbled upon what the Warriors used to be. We got lucky because we were a mediocre team, and we went west and got Kenny Atkinson, who is a Warrior. And you should be very, very proud of that. It's called dynasty. Now, we are the new Warriors.
Well, you got to win first. You got to win. You got to win something. But go ahead.
Hey, how many losses do we got?
I got you. It looks good. I got you. You got that. I'll give it to you.
No. You're a homer. Steiny's not a homer. And I used to get pissed at Steiny because I thought he was mean to you. But you're a homer. And you got to wake up and, as a wise man once said to me, let's throw the rat on the table.
Okay.
You want to give
Hey, I'm upset. So I'm not mad at you for the homer. That's fine. But I'm upset. If you're listening to me, I'm upset and I've had enough. So if you want to call me a homer and that constitutes that, that's fine. Steiny's laughing, but I'm not a homer that's okay with where this team is at. I'm calling for heads. I'm upset.
What's Rogu?
That's disrespectful. Guru messed up. So he was saying
that's not fair.
Yeah, no, but that's where he's coming. It's fine. I'm not up here throwing Steiny, I'm mad.
I know.
But so that's anyway.
No, I know you are.
I can shake that off. Mariah Carey.
Hey, that was a nice win they had against the Pistons.
And how about the win a chip before you?
Pistons went into Madison Square Garden and won last night.
Pistons,
they're good.
Well,
they're good. Let's go to Austin in San Francisco. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I just want to say this is exactly what the core get and Steve Kerr. If they would have stayed intact with the team that they had with Jordan Poole on it, we would not be talking about this. Now we're talking about it. Now we're trying to go get more 40-year-olds on the team. They should have let these youngsters play the game when they had Iguodala on the team, when he took Kuminga under his wing and he was jumping out of the gym and everything. Now Kuminga and Moody, they're trying to catch up. Look at OKC. They kept all their draft picks. Now they damn near at the top of the list on the standards, running the West almost. It's just a shame that how they doing these players. It's a shame. Steve Kerr, Curry, and Draymond should be ashamed of themselves. Curry and Draymond is being greedy. They don't want to share the money. It's all about them. It's not about the younger players. So if we would have kept, like I said, if we would have kept our younger core, we'd have been in the exact same spot as OKC.
Man.
Now we're looking at, yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, and the wrong people, I'm not a homer, and I'm upset. Stoddy, they rewarded the guy that kind of ran. Let me stop. How do you reward the villain? And the villain's Draymond, Steiny. I can sit up here and talk to you to 3 o'clock today telling you he ran KD off. Then he punched Poole in the mouth, got no suspension, nothing, and then they rewarded him with a contract. And you got 22 points per game, 20 points sitting in D.C. What if you had that infusion of a young dude when Steph was out, you could just plot him in there like you used to? Don't call me a homer. I'm the guy that said I had enough with Draymond. They rewarded the wrong guy. And I feel like now, when you look around, you're paying the price. And what are you getting from that contract? A guy taking the ball out of the hoop more than he's ever done.
You said he was a DPOY candidate a month ago.
They were 12-3.
I'm just saying.
I don't have to answer. Hey, that homer thing. I'm so far from a homer. Well, Butch just texted us laughing.
What'd he say?
He was crying, laughing. Like, why would that be funny? The guy called me a homer.
You know, the other thing we got to realize
Come on,
is
man.
Are you?
Yeah, right. If that's not hypocritical, Butch calling me a homer.
Kuminga can't hold a candle to Gilgeous-Alexander or Chet Holmgren.
No doubt. Or Wagner.
Or maybe even Williams.
Or Wagner. Okay. You know who the real winner is this? And I sent him a text this morning. Let's be honest. And I'm not doing this to Bob Myers. He saw the Starship Enterprise going in a direction
of course
he was uncomfortable with,
Right.
And he put up his 2 hands.
Right.
And how better is his life not dealing with this? And those phone calls all night long from the boss, which I hope are happening.
I mean, for the life of me, I just can't understand why we all thought it could continue the way, the road they were going down. You know?
Because you thought Moody would be further.
But
you thought Wiggins would wake up.
They're all role players. They're
your role players that you picked.
Right, but you don't have enough talent around them.
Okay, and who's responsible for that?
Joe Lacob.
And I know I know we got calls, but Steiny, it does mean something to me. Not as much now because it feels like the bottom's out of everything. But it did mean something to me as a fan, Homer, that they did try to get marketing or PG. It may not have worked, but I really believe they tried.
Okay, how'd that work for Farhan?
Well, they didn't.
Everybody laughed at him for trying.
Right. But he again, tried and tried and tried and tried.
But again, what did you believe?
This team could compete.
Well, but did you believe Joe Lacob was just going to be able to get another star? Oh, Joe Lacob wants a star. Joe Lacob gets a star.
Well,
That's
the
not how it
Sixers
works.
were able to do it. I mean, it happens, Donnie.
And how are they doing? Like, that's the other thing.
Well, talk to me in April. They'll be playing in the playoffs in a series.
You think?
Oh, no doubt. I'll make that bet.
Okay, well, I don't want to be them either.
No, I hear you, but
because they have 2 older players who don't play. Joel Embiid and Paul George. And again, for the 8 millionth time, can someone explain to me how the Warriors get better when Steph Curry and Draymond Green are only going to play 60 to 65 games a year? Man.
I can't.
But you knew that's the road you were going down. Like, shame on Joe and Mike Dunleavy if they thought that Steph and Draymond were going to play 70, 75 games. But I don't believe they believe that.
But 65 should have been enough. You should have been, you know what I mean? Like, that should have been the norm. That should have been your 70 or 75.
But then don't expect to win 50 games. You're not going to win. So you think this team can win 50 games when Steph misses 18 to 20? I don't.
That game last night, you can lose to anybody. The Warriors can lose to anybody.
And you just learned that?
Well,
you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First North Cal
I do got to say this, and I'm not trying to mess you up, but you thought they could win 48 possibly a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying you're trying to exonerate yourself, but you're in that. You're where I was at. You were believing a bit that they were onto something.
But 48? What's 48? Wow. Like, what's 48?
Well, but it's like telling people that they're so dumb for believing that this team could win 50 games. Like, you're not that far out of the group.
No, I'm not. But I did use like 54 and 55. Like, I think a lot of people thought Draymond's presence was going to win 8 or 9 more games. Did I think they could win 46, 48, whatever it was? I did. But now I've seen them for half a year, and I don't think they're a 48-win team. And it's for a variety of reasons. One is Steph and Draymond have fallen off.
And Draymond's I don't believe Steph's contract. I'm just using the Giants real quick. Heard the guys in the morning saying this too, and it resonated with me, Sonny. I don't think Steph's contract, even what he's getting paid annually, is where Buster was when Buster was done, Crawford and Belt. But I think Draymond's is already there and is as worse. And now he's got a disc problem, Stoney.
Well, I'm not taking Steph off the hook.
But he's still your best. He can get you 26, 7, and 7. I'm not saying that was the best performance in the world. But what is this team without him? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Probably a 15-win team.
Well, they're 7 and 17 with him the last 24. So I don't know how much worse they are without him. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Daryl in San Jose. What's going on, Daryl? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Guru, Stanny, how you guys doing
all right.
today?
Happy New Year,
Guru,
man.
Happy New Year. Guru, you don't even dress like Homer, so I don't understand what that guy was coming from.
Well, thank you,
But in any case, what's the panic? Nobody should be panicking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, put it this way. We had Halliburton. We had Boucher. We had both of them. Boucher played for Santa Cruz. We had Halliburton on the radar. They didn't go get him. So woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Right.
So my whole thing is, if you weigh the two, your better bet is sticking with Curry. You weigh both of them with the young guys and whatever, because the young guys are not going to give you much even after Curry leaves. Even after Draymond leaves, who's going to be there? You're going to be in the same boat looking for people. So if you pull off this future stuff that you should have done with Halliburton and Boucher back when, and you do that, but you have to be a dogged GM. You can't take no for an answer. You have to be a dog as a GM. No, you're not going to sleep. You're going to get phone calls 24/7, but you got to be a dog about it. Then you might pull off something, and guess what? Something might happen. So it's not easy. No, trades are not easy, but life's not easy. So, I'm just saying, bigger, longer wings, big man in the middle, pull it off. I'm saying Curry was surprised that they won that championship in 22. He really was. Because he knew they was on the edge of falling off the cliff. And guess what? Here's the cliff. But he was really surprised that they won that championship. And so was a lot of other people. What the crew that he had. But you surround him with good people, long arms, wings, defense, Curry's going to come back alive, man.
Appreciate it, Daniel.
You still got.
I appreciate it.
Well, and Curry's...
I'm out on that.
Yeah.
Curry's going to come back alive.
No, he just said get the chef help. Or blow it up.
I actually like the one thing he said was, why is everybody panicking? Is it because we're not 23-17?
No, it's because we love a guy, we love the team, one. We still think a guy still got something left in the tank in Steph Curry, and we thought he would still be playing basketball in April in the playoffs. And right now, this could be year 2 of that not happening. And the organization didn't sell us on that. So we go from trying to get Paul George in marketing and just that hope of giving him some all-stars to work with to now just be okay with watching this team lose to the hapless Toronto Raptors. Like that I'm just, if that's what it is, let me know. And the coach saying it's his fault.
Well, that's part of the issue when you're going to ride with Steph.
But we can't blame everything on him.
I'm not, but he's not good enough anymore. I don't think he's good enough anymore to think you're going to get a player or two in here and they're not good enough.
When he said what he said, Stoney, with the brown beanie, I just keep telling you he had that on. It made me feel like, again, I said this earlier, he was telling me, Goo, I can't get the separation like I used to.
He can't.
I can't.
He can't. The shots are tougher that he's taking. They're harder to generate. They're actually, the shots he's taking now are more important than he's ever taken
But you
before.
understand, Stoney, that's why if Wiggins was an all-star,
well, he's not. He's never been.
Okay, but if you had another all-star guy that they had to pay attention to, some of those shots would be less difficult. I get what you're saying.
That's what everybody
I'm not saying there's slippage.
No, there is slippage.
Okay. But the ideology behind getting another guy in here that you need to worry about, it's basketball 1+1.
Let me put it to you this way. You want to keep trying to build around a 37-year-old 6'3" guard? This is what you're going to get.
Okay, real quick.
I'm sorry.
Build is too strong. Give me 2 or 3 years.
My point is, this is what made Steph so great at 6'3", but now it goes against him. You look at some of the older players who are hanging on. It's because they're bigger. It's because KD's 6'10". It's because LeBron's 6'9". These guys are bigger, so their decline is going to be less. It's going to be less. Let's go to Kevin in Oakland. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you guys. I listen to you guys every morning.
Appreciate it.
I hate to be a Monday quarterbacking, but it goes back to the point is Bob Myers. I do something with the Warriors every year with a spring training test, so I've seen stuff. So if Bob Myers didn't discipline Draymond, that's where it all came. And now Draymond, it snowballs, and everybody else wanted to be like Draymond. It started with Poole. Poole started getting swagger after they won, and I had to check him one time and tell Draymond to check him. And that's what it kind of was like, that Draymond swagger, it carries over. But now it's gone too far because now you can't take it back. And now all those, since you can't take it back and now you're older and you can't play defense and you can't shoot the ball and it's hard to do those things. But in my opinion, it started with Bob Myers. He didn't discipline Draymond when he went after Kerr. They don't discipline Draymond during practices. I've seen Draymond say horrible stuff to players during practice, and it's just one of those things just manifests into its own thing. And now you're, what's to say, the eggs are roosting or whatever, and you know, it's sad. And that's my 2 cents is that it started with Bob Myers and draft pick and not discipline Draymond.
Appreciate it.
I always felt like, and I don't know, Stoney, I always felt like, I know people might not care, but that caller did. I always felt like he wanted to discipline Draymond and got vetoed. That's how I see it. Now, I could be totally wrong, but the bottom line is that was lethargic in the way they handled that.
Look, I can sit here and say they made a big mistake when they extended Draymond, but I also am the same guy who remembers the conversation. And 80% of the fans were saying, "We can't. He's our heart and soul." And here's the other thing they said. Well, if Steph wants him here, he's going to be here. Okay,
well, that's more of it for me.
Well, Steph wanted him here. So how's, you know, if Steph was the impetus between, for Draymond being here, then he's got to accept some responsibility for this. Steph Curry. And, you know, I'm the type of guy who believes that I don't think there's ever been a player in the history of the league who's so important that you'd mortgage 5 years of the future after he's gone. It's just, I mean,
especially a guy that can't give you 20 points a night. It's
going to sound harsh, but like I'd like us to think a little bit more of the Warriors right now and not Steph Curry, because we got a team that we got to think about first.
Well, sounds like Steph's doing that. If you go off of what he said last night.
I mean, I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. 562 Steiny said weeks ago, Myers saw. Yes, of course he saw what was coming. But he saw two things coming, Bob Myers. One is he saw what was inevitable because it happens after every team has a dynasty. I know people don't want to hear it, but when you have a dynasty, you better expect slippage when it is over because that's what happens. But I'll tell you right now, Bob Myers knew that Joe Lacob wasn't going to be good with it. He wasn't going to be realistic about it. And he thinks that there's a way to win 3 more titles before 2031.
Then why are his the three head honchos saying otherwise, that they're content with where they're at? That makes it maddening because now I'm holding on like Van Gundy to Zoe Morning's foot, Stoney. Like, I hope Joe Lacob's not thinking like that. That we're in a beautiful place. We don't want them to mortgage. What? That's what hurts to me.
I mean, what I'm saying is Joe Lacob, for whatever reason, didn't think it was, I don't know, like, why did you guys all think it was going to last forever, I guess is my question. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine?
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. See, the other thing that's got to be sobering is I'm looking at like all the good teams in the NBA, and you just look at their cores, and they're young. And the Warriors don't have a young core of stars. Like I'm looking at, Boston, Tatum and Brown. New York, Brunson and Cat. Cleveland, Mitchell and the two big boys. The Magic have a young team. OKC, Houston, Memphis. They all have stars that are in their primes. I don't like the idea of getting older under any circumstance.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Clippers. They don't have that. They don't meet that criterion. They're 4 games over 500, but they got a center.
I mean, would it be that much different if the Warriors are only 1, 2? They're only 2.5 games in back of the Clippers.
Yeah, but then they're only 2.5 games back of Portland, and you know what I mean, and the Pelicans. Well, they're Big 12, but I get your drift, man.
All right, let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's going on, Antonio? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing pretty good, man. Warriors, we're not a championship team right now. I say wait till this next off season. Wait till that Milwaukee Bucks lose in the second round. Giannis to be disgruntled. Trade Kuminga there and Wiggins if necessary. And also if we miss the playoffs, okay, we'll get Cooper Flag. Cooper Flag, Steph, and Giannis next year, best trio in basketball. Woo! And Brock Purdy is better than Jordan Love and all these quarterbacks, man. He is, and he proved that this weekend. And Justin Herbert. Brock Purdy, baby. Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, it sounds like the Warriors are going to win a title next year, and the Niners are going to win a Super Bowl.
My man said, I love
That's
you,
Antonio.
Flag, Giannis, and Steph.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get Flag.
Yeah.
It's going to be real tough to get Flag.
He plays tonight.
Steve Kerr talking about last night's game.
This is as frustrating a night as we've had all season for me. This game was right there for us to win. We let him get right back in it. Again, it's lack of discipline in our coverages defensively, in our offensive execution, and I'm the coach, so it's my fault.
I guess the one thing, Stoney, I don't see a lack of effort for who's ever out there for the Dubs, right? Like, we're not – I mean, we would bring it up. No, I haven't heard anybody because I don't see it. And that's me taking my Homer glasses off. I see guys busting their ass when they're out there.
Well, then it's not an effort problem.
No
so
doubt.
It's a talent problem.
And that's what makes it worse. Do something about it.
What if there's nothing they can do? And I remember thinking about this a year ago.
Then that Draymond deal was dumb.
Well,
it was dumb.
Okay.
You should have had the wherewithal to know.
The pick was dumb.
No,
I mean, we could, and we can do that. We can do that.
No, we need to come up with solutions. But if the team can't or doesn't want to, then would you just hit me like a frying pan? Guru, if they don't care, why do you? That's what I took from last night, why I came in hot. I don't want to care more than the player.
Just because you're realistic, I don't think means you don't care. Like, who in their right mind, especially two veterans like Draymond and Steph, could actually sit there and say, you know what, if we put this thing together, we can make a run? Like, they're smarter than that. And
damn, Stoney. I mean, you left training camp thinking you were going to miss the offs. I'm not saying that's etched in stone.
You were going to miss the playoffs, but
11 seed?
And that's what you deserve. Like, that's what they deserve.
That's what you were last year.
No, they were better than that last year, weren't they? Because they made the play-in.
But you lost the play-in. Well, Orange, man.
I mean, what? I think what I'm hearing over the last couple of days is the Warriors organization saying there's not a fix out there. And there's a chance that the trading deadline is going to come and go, and we're going to essentially have the same team.
Oh.
So maybe that's why they're talking like they're talking.
And again, I love Coach Kerr. I predicated with that, but when I'm hearing him talk about how you look during bad times, that's also a white flag to me. Like, you don't foresee better times on the horizon. This is me getting from him with that clip of, there's a way to do it a Warrior way, and right now it's never going to be the same. Like, that's so disheartening as a fan, man.
All right, this is Draymond Green from his podcast a few days ago.
The interesting thing about this team is it's like it ain't zero bad blood. Like, the chemistry on this team is incredible. And so it's not one of them things where you need to get in and, like, call somebody out like, yo, we ain't hitting on this. Like, it ain't none of that. Like, the chemistry on this team is incredible. And so, like, it's the play. Like, we just got to play better, and, like, that has to be the focus for us. Like, we just have to play better because all the other stuff that you need to make you a winning team, we have.
Does that make you feel better?
No, I don't even know what to do with that. And you were cussing. I was at the game where you were cussing Buddy Hield out. You done it more than one time, so miss me with we don't got whatever, man. The standings have nothing to do with chemistry. There's no column from chemistry on 100. The bottom, and then he's not available when he's talking. That I hate that.
Hey,
too.
come on, he missed the game.
Yeah.
Let's go to D in Walnut Creek. He's got 3 points to make. What's up, D? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, not much. I hope you guys hear me out. I want to touch on your points. It doesn't matter if you're young in your prime or you're a veteran. If you can't shoot, you don't belong on the floor. And the Warriors put too many people who can't shoot backing up Curry and Wiggins. You need more shooters. Plain as that. They ain't going to get anywhere without scoring. And then free throws. How about free throws? They're dead last in free throws. How can you make it in the NBA if you don't know how to shoot free throws? Come on. Okay, let's go with Bob Myers' point. He's the one that put the Warriors in the position right now. Nobody else, not Lacob. It was Myers. And my case in point would be the big 7-foot guy, Wiseman. Where did that come from? That gave up a lot of draft assets for that. So, you need more shooters. You need a little bit more length, and you need somebody who can close. Kyle Anderson cost him that game last night, fouling too soon with the clock running out. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, they might not have been in that.
And they're last in free throws and, get this, Donnie, layups. Like, that means you're not finishing bunnies.
But that stands to reason because you're a small team. You're a small team, so it's going to be tougher to finish on the interior.
That was a bad foul by Slow-Mo. But he hit a three, Stoney. I thought, again, I watched differently. I was like, all right, that's going to be a big shot we talk about.
I mean, the idea, listen, if you want to get on Dunleavy about something, it's they don't have a lot of shooters. Or let's just say offensive players.
Yeah.
Trace Jackson-Davis, Kyle Anderson, Looney, Moody.
I haven't said
Peyton.
check on one yet.
It's just not – it's not a great offensive team. It's not a team that can shoot the ball well, consistently.
In a league it's pretty – that's all they're doing now.
And by the way, for all you guys that are coming down Buddy Hield's road, I gotta tell you to look at his numbers. He's been the same player the last 4 years. Mm-hmm. He hasn't shot 40% from three in the last 4 years, and he's at 37, 38 now, which is where he's been. Like, this is who Buddy Hield is. He's in a shooting slump right now.
Last 6 weeks, under 30%.
Yep. Still shooting it half decent at what, 37.5, 38.5?
So you really expect right now on this Tuesday, son, I'm just asking, and I should know, you really think they're not going to do anything at the deadline?
I'm starting to think there's nothing to do. I believe.
Wow, man.
I thought this a year or two ago. I don't know that there's a move out there unless you want to mortgage the future with first-round picks down the line. And the reality is, and I'm going to commend them for this, that would be, like, that is what they're talking about, I think. When everybody's saying, can't make a desperate move, that tells me that they've got maybe a couple deals that were on the table, but they involved first-round picks in 2027 and 2029. And I think that I don't know that there would be any GM in the league that at the end of Steph Curry's career would want to be sitting without first-round picks. And I get it. We don't know who those players are, but it's better to have them than to not have them. And I think that's the biggest wrestling match that Lacob and the team's trying to figure out right now. Let's go to Murillo. Murillo's in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Taking a little stroll in the Golden Gate Park. How can you complain? It's January, and it's 60 degrees, so blessed. And with that in mind, here's my point. I think I'm glad that they're doing this. I hate being lied to. And there's no way that they're going to show up some hope here with, we see the writing on the wall. So one thing that I'm finding interesting, I'm not calling here to suggest anything. I think would be a fool's errand to try to suggest a trade, or it's beyond our understanding. And I think you're right, Steiny. It's not beyond our understanding, beyond our knowledge. And I think you're right, Steiny. There's nothing they can do. And one thing that I'm noticing, listening to the station and to some of these fans, we're going to start to find out who are the real Warriors fans and who are the Steph Curry fans. Because here's the thing, when you go as a franchise, and I was part of it as a fan too, when you go from the lowest of the lows to the highest of the highs, you're going to find out in your fan base who find this a privilege or an entitlement. Because I see the separation of privileged fans and entitled fans. And I think what separates privilege and entitlement is gratitude. I'm grateful for what happened. And so I'm not going to sit here and hope that a 37-year-old guard, and as you said, Steiny, all the things you said around this, you cannot build this. And I challenge you, before I go, I'll leave you guys with this question. Steiny, you mentioned 6 interesting teams that, we take it for contenders. I challenge you, go in those contenders and be the GM of that team and try to pull a trade right now for Steph Curry. Would you do that? Would you give up 4 first picks and a couple young guys for Steph and disrupt what you're doing for a guy that is making, like you said, $60 million? So I'm sorry. Remember when they said we're going to ride into the sunset? We're in the sunset. So sit, put your legs up, and take a step back before you take 2 steps forward. I'm not trading 1 pick for anything else. So thank you guys for taking my call. I hope you have a blessed week.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I was here when the war, since 1995, Stanley, I believe, to 2006, the 4th longest playoff drought. I was here. I was a part of that. Adopted the team every playoffs. I'm still here. So if that was aimed at me, but what do you mean? Who the real fans are? Nobody wants to see the ship go down like this with the chef on it.
Well, I mean, there's something to be said for the idea of everything for Steph is not the way to go.
But Steve Kerr, the head coach, joined Willard and Dibbs a couple weeks ago, and I'm just saying these words came out of his mouth. He said Steph was worthy of that, and that's why they chose to go that route.
Worthy of what?
Where the way he's playing and what he has left to go all in to try to get him number 5. And I'm not saying Kerr, that was a line or he didn't believe it, but I mean, man, saying all that stuff from him and just hearing all that stuff from him and Kerr after the debacle last night and losing to the team you lost to in the fashion that you lost it, it just really has you scratching your head, Stoney, to where maybe this is the norm. This is the new reality.
It is. I mean, and I'm not saying everybody should be happy with it, but you won a title in 2022. Then you made it to the second round in 2023.
Yes. Then
you missed the playoffs in last year. You might miss the playoffs again this year. Okay, so what do we do, Stoney? What do we do? We just try to get better. That's all we can do is try to get better.
But you essentially got that same starting 5 from that playoff series against the Lakers with a more mature Jonathan Kuminga, who was a non-factor in that series. Nothing's gotten better. It's gotten worse.
Well, that's because when you won a title in 2022, you doubled down. You signed Wiggins, you signed Poole. Then you traded Poole, and you got nothing. I mean,
that hurts.
This is, what I'm at, where I'm at right now isn't, well, how can we get Steph a guy? And and make another I'm so far past that. I'm more interested in what are they going to do to start getting better again? Because for the last 3 years, they've gotten worse.
Can you do that with Steph Curry on your team?
You know what?
I'm just asking.
Honestly,
that's why I'm advocating. If you move them, I would understand it.
Don't we all understand? We can't serve two masters. We can't serve Steph Curry, and then we can't serve. Well, we gotta think about the future.
Damn it! I didn't see this, man.
Well, I don't know why.
He's got to want out of here.
I don't know.
There had to be no friction or funk. It can just be you can't give me what I need. I still have something left. Forget what Steiny's saying. And I understand you have a future. So if it's 50-50, then maybe that's the move, Steiny.
What?
Put Steph somewhere where number 5 could be not just a pipe dream, but he could have a chance or crack at it.
Well, that's the other thing. I listen to this quote from Steve Kerr. Just listen to this. What we're watching with Steph is one of the greatest artists of all time, one of the greatest performers of all time in his twilight. What can we do to give him the best chance to perform, to give our fans thrills, to give us a chance in the playoffs?
I love it.
Can we help him? Can we help make the game easier for him? That's where we're at organizationally.
And right now,
this team is so far past thinking they're going to get him a 5th ring in the next year or two. Now they're talking about what can we do to give our fans thrills.
But Steiny, that to me, I'm on the Guru computer. Can we get to the playoffs and maybe win some games or maybe even a round? I've lowered. That's all I'm asking for now, and I think we would be okay. But to sit here and say that Lakers series was going to be the last one in the next 4 years, nobody saw that, especially with Draymond getting his money and Steph getting paid out to buku.
I mean, to me, the next step for the Warriors is when do they get back to the playoffs and win a round?
I swear, Steiny, and I know you, but I thought it was this year. And it still can be.
Okay, well,
but right now that looks dire.
Okay, well then let's.
Because I see too many white flags, unless they got something up their sleeve. Why would Steph say that out loud to Anthony Slater? Why would he tell Dub Nation that they pretty much...
Because it's all the truth. Listen, what does he say that's a lie?
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. There is a responsibility allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense or even in the summer free agency makes sense, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something.
Killers don't let Joe Lacob worry about that. Killers like Steph, who I thought was a killer, don't talk like that. They say, get me any means necessary. Mike Dellavee's probably having a smoothie now because he's got 2 stars that are okay with just riding this out. Michael Jordan and Kobe would never have said that. What are you worried about? Something that's not going to pop off on your watch. And shame on me for thinking you were a killer. Oh, my goodness. And by the way, Steph, you are desperate.
No, he's not.
You are desperate.
I don't think, honestly, I'm not just picking a fight. I don't think he is.
I'm not fighting.
That's what I'm hearing.
Wow, man. Wow.
Goo, he just said what we all knew, which is we can't make a deal where we mortgage the future. But we all kind of knew that, Joe Lacob, I want to say about a year ago, said, I don't see us making a move where we're going to give up 3 firsts. Let me ask you this. Can you see how making a move right now and giving up future firsts would be incredibly short-sighted?
It would be risky. It would be risky.
Short-sighted.
In what regard? Because
what
they've
regard?
already, unless they've lied to us, said everything for Steph. So when you say that, it's assumed that you're going to do some things short-sighted, risky, and a little bit of desperate.
Well, that they knew. Joe Lacob has found out that if he wants to make the move that he's been talking about making for a year, that it's costing him way more than he thought. And he's not ready to do it. He's not ready to do it.
That's one thing. He's the owner, and he's going to be here after Steph and Dre. But hearing Steph and Dre say they don't want him to do it is maddening to me. That's the part I don't get.
What if I said that's responsible? And it's responsible because they know that a move's not out there
and that's what
to drastically change this.
Stoney, that's why I say Steph is telling me, Goo, you might think I have the superpowers to get this thing turned around. We're so far from that. And that's what I get from that. He's almost telling us it's bigger than I even think. They're so far from it, Goo, one guy ain't going to get help. That's kind of cryptic that I'm getting from that, too. I mean, you talk about unselfish. Good God. If that were me, I'm like, hey, I'm calling Mike all day, every day. Joe, what you got for me?
I mean, I think there's a world in which you hear what Steph Curry says and say, this guy's unbelievable, like in a good way, because he's smart enough to know that there ain't nothing out there that's going to drastically change their fortune. If they thought there was a move that could get them, I think, from they're 11 now. If they thought there was a move out there that could get them from, let's say, 11 to 5 or 6, I actually do think they would do it, even if it involved a future first or 2. But I'm hearing them say, we don't even think there's a deal like that out here.
But, Stoney, they're 2.5 back from 6th or 5th now.
Okay, well, then there you go. I mean, maybe they think they can get better. Where was Steve Kerr thinks they can get better. They're obviously in a down spot right now. But you know, the one thing I do believe is, think about how we're like this idea that, well, let's give up valuable first round picks down the line to try to appease Steph in this unit right now. What you're ignoring is you're gonna feel like this in 3 years when he's gone. And then you got nothing.
Okay, but Stoney, you do understand. Give me this. What if your picks are nothing?
Stop
the
telling
picks
me.
They're a crapshoot. Come on now. Every pick is not going to be Chris Mullin or Steph Curry. So I get that, but you could keep your picks all day and still come up with nothing.
They're at 10 right now. They got Klay Thompson at 11. So, like, it has been done. They got Steph at 7. Like, it has been done. But stop telling me everybody's going to be okay with 5 years of 20-win seasons after Steph's gone, well, just because we swung for the fences. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We still got full lines. I'll get to you all on the other side. Safe travel in the new year. Starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more.
don't wake up, man. He's too old.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let me reset here. The Warriors got beat last night, 104-101. They're 7-17 over their last 24.
Damn.
They're a game under 500, and right now they're in 11th spot. They're in 11th place in the Western Conference. And in the last 3 or 4 days, Kerr, Draymond Green, and Steph have been talking about the future and what they can do right now. And these 2 quotes from Steph are clearly what is rankling some people. So here's the first one. What do you guys hear when you hear Steph say this?
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense, or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something.
All right, and then here's the second part of that. Take a listen.
Mike understands, like, we want to win. We want to be in that position where we've always said that you want to be relevant in the championship type of chase, while we understand we're getting older and deeper into our careers and allowing some of the young guys to kind of blossom. But it doesn't mean you're getting desperate. It's better to kind of be patient, understand what that looks like. And I know Mike is always on the phones trying to figure it out. That's what a good GM does. Doesn't mean there's a deal on the table. Doesn't mean that you're desperate. Doesn't mean that you're just flinging, like I said, assets all the way around and being reckless with it.
All right. Well, so over the course of Steph's career, one thing we've always said about him is he's different. He's not LeBron. He's not Jimmy Butler. Not going to hold the franchise hostage. And that's one of the things we loved about him. So now here's Steph Curry saying, we do have a responsibility to leave the organization in a good spot when it's all said and done, as opposed to, well, we got to do something in the next 3 weeks, or I'm going to look to get out of here. Like, It's who Steph is. It's who we love. And you said you thought he was a killer. So you don't, does that sound like a guy who's defeated right now, or just a guy who's realistic?
Well, you got to look at the timing of it.
All right.
So to me, you tell me if you disagree, because Evan came in giving, during the break, Steph kudos for this take. But this take is his, Steph's, but this is new to me because the organization said it was all for Steph to get number 5. And I ran with that as a fan, and I understood it. And I knew there would be some setbacks in regard to the future. But now I'm watching Superman and Steph Curry need more help than he's ever have, and there's nothing wrong with that with the guy about to be 37. So a night, or the night that you lose your 20th game to go under 500, now I'm hearing you, when I've been your Johnny Cochran, to get help by any means necessary, now I'm hearing you say, and I get it, he's a great guy, you're worried about the future and you don't want to be desperate. That's shocking to me. But if that's how he feels now, all of a sudden, nobody can tell me. I feel like there's a bait and switch, because Kerr's joined Willard and Dibbs at different junctures. They set out and said, we're going all in for Curry. And I love that. And it still may not work. But now when Curry's kind of saying or sending that message like there is no urgency, and without him saying it's Donnie, I'm taking this from him. If this is what it's going to be, this is what it's going to be. And to me, on my computer, that's 2 years of maybe not making the playoffs. That's not okay. But I could also, real quick, how Evan gave him love. There are some fans that hey, a great guy. But I know and he's a LeBron. We know he ain't playing that game. Kobe wasn't playing it. Mike wasn't playing it. Like, why are you guys worried about, and I'm not saying that makes you a bad person, but I thought it was I'll give you whatever it is on my body to try to get a chance at making the playoffs and getting hot and getting number 5. And now I'm learning, partner, the dogs, the guys that control it are kind of saying, hey, Goo, that ain't where we're at anymore.
Well, the other thing, too, is
and I got to deal with that.
Well, the other thing, too, is I don't like it wasn't very long ago that, Steph's going to play till he's 39. Steph's going to be great. Steph. Well, okay, you know what? He signed an extension in the offseason. He's here for 2.5 more years. Maybe he's saying it isn't all or nothing right now. He's got 2 more years left. Now, it's going to get harder the longer it goes. You're going to have to get a hell of a player in here at some point.
But is there a way to fix this, what looks like avenue to another bad season? Because he's not waving a white flag. Part of me thinks he is, Stoney, or they. But there's a whole season left, half a season more than that, and a trading deadline. Like you said earlier, this thing could get worse, Goo. Be careful.
Of course it could.
And that, man.
562. Steiny, there's no move that's going to make the Warriors a championship team this year. Ride the season out and see what moves you can make in the offseason to get back to the playoffs. Steph is being realistic. I still don't think he's going anywhere. That may be what the Warriors are left with. There's not a deal, and you got to go try to win enough games to make the playoffs this year. And if you don't, well, there's the offseason. Now, the temperature's going to be turned up in the offseason, you would think. By the same token, where the Warriors are at right now is not a surprise. It's not. Did I think they'd be a little better? Yeah, but I didn't anticipate some of the things I'm seeing. Maybe they're not as good as I thought.
I was going to bring up a name. We keep talking about Jimmy Butler, and I texted Evan over the weekend, but Stoney, Zach LaVine is showing you he is who I thought he was, and he's shooting 45% from deep on the season, playing 33 minutes. He's 29. I know he's had injury history, but my goodness, you're telling me Zach LaVine, if you had to give up Wiggins or Kuminga, would make you better? And, the guy is, Steiny's 6'9", 6'5", could jump with the best. He's what you're missing. And he's aggressive, hasn't made a shot he doesn't like. Like, are we at a point to where we look? I know people we look at Zach LaVine and say we're not desperate and we wouldn't take a flyer on him if it costs us Kuminga and maybe a future first, and GP2 or somebody. Like, he's 7 games of scoring 30 points or more. You put him with Steph, my computer says and spits out the game offensively would get easier for Curry and Dre.
They haven't really won with LaVine in Chicago, and he's had some players alongside of him.
Wiggins didn't win in Minnesota till he came here.
But just answer this for me.
Yeah.
What you really think the Bulls would say, you know what? Let's move LaVine for Wiggins and Payton. That'll get
well, I'm being real now. Kuminga would have to be a part of it.
Of course he would.
And maybe the Bulls, I don't know what they're doing. So they're just middling around like they got to look themselves in the middle.
It's like the Warriors. Only they're in a better spot because they're in the East. Let's go to Joe in Burbank. Hey, Joe, how you doing, buddy? What's going on?
Doing fine. I'm doing fine, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Been on hold for a while, but it's not anyone's fault. It's just that you guys are popular. You got a lot of people calling in. And while I was on hold, Steiny, you went over a lot of the things that I was going to talk about, but still I want to go over them. The Warriors have won 4 championships, and I really think a good portion of the fans know it's time to rebuild. Your future is in the draft if you don't give up first-round picks for a temporary fix. And also I wanted to comment, you were talking about Joe Lacob and Dunleavy. I don't know if you guys have ever thought about it, and I just wanted to get your comment on it. When Joe Lacob made his comment about the Warriors being light years ahead of all the rest of the league, it might have ticked off a few of the owners, and I'm wondering if Dunleavy has had a tougher time making trades because of that. And the last thing that I wanted to mention was it just looks like it's going to be a real rough season, and we're not going to. The rest of the season is going to be a bad one. But I hope maybe, there's always a diamond in the rough in the second round every year, and I hope maybe if we're still doing bad at the trade deadlines, they'd consider trading GP2 and a few of the other guys to get some of those second round picks back. That's all I have for you guys. I appreciate you taking my call. You guys are fantastic. You guys go together like peaches and cream. Have a good one.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
I'll say this to that, Stoney, just his point about Lacob. I think Lacob turned the league off. That's why this apron crap, I call it the Joe Lacob rule. I really believe that. And I believe, this is just my 2 cents, if the reports are correct and Paul George was trying to come to Golden State, that Ballmer would have traded Paul George to anybody else but the Warriors because of his jealousy or just owner haterade towards Joe Lacob and what he's done. Well, so I say all that to say is I think that comment did piss off some owners. It would have pissed me off.
Nobody's going to not make a trade with the Warriors because, like, if another team has a deal with the Warriors that they think's a great deal, they're going to do it. They're not going to not do it just because they don't like Lacob or the Warriors or the comment. And for all of you guys out there, and I get it, doesn't happen every year.
Yeah.
But for all you guys that are saying, who cares about these picks? Who cares about these future picks? Never forget that the Warriors were built on a number 7 pick, a number 11 pick, and then whatever Draymond Green was in the second round. So that's how the Warriors built the dynasty, through the draft, whether we like it or not. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mike's in Pittsburgh. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing?
All right.
All right, man. Hey, really, really good conversation. I just wanted to say, I think the only thing that makes sense, and this is probably the most unpopular thing to say, is the only person I think that has value on the Warriors when it comes to a trade is Steph Curry. And Steph has given us blessings for how long he's been here. He literally changed the game. The guy's an icon. We don't need to give Steph Curry an introduction. Everyone knows who he is. He changed the game of basketball. But we owe it to him at 37 years old on a team that isn't going anywhere to move him somewhere where he has a chance to win in the next 2 or 3 years of his career. It just makes sense. Like, we owe it to him. It's not a sad moment. It's actually, hey, man, we had him during his heyday. He gave us everything. He loves Oakland. He bleeds blue and gold. But it's time to give Steph what he gave us. Give him a chance. Give him a chance to move on and win some games. Yeah, it's just time. It's unpopular. We love him. He is the Bay Area. He is the Warriors. But that's what we need to do for him, because there's no one else, I think, on the roster right now that another team would take seriously as far as trade pieces. It's got to be Steph.
Yeah, and
you hate to hear it, but man, Stoney, that's where I'm almost at, man.
And doesn't mean we have to be there right now before the trade deadline.
But you caught me with a word, Stoney. I ain't going underwear, but you said brief. You felt like they were briefed on something. What could that something have been behind closed doors?
Stop waiting for a trade that ain't happening. Period. We're not getting Jimmy Butler because I'm not giving up 3 unprotected firsts. I'm not getting you Vucevic because I'm not giving up an unprotected first.
Wow, man.
We're not giving up an unprotected first to get up to 7 or 8. That's what I'm hearing. I may be wrong. Let's go to Filmo.
Our man, Mike.
What's going on, Filmo? How you doing, buddy?
Oh man, Steiny. Ain't nobody tripping on you. I say you tripping for trying to everybody tripping today for trying. You got on my line a couple of weeks ago. You had a beat. Steiny. Ain't nobody tripping on you. On some real stuff though, Steiny. If you trying to trade Steph Curry, Guru, the last person to call you smoking crack. What the hell are you talking about? We owe Steph Curry. First of all, you guys have some crazy expectations. Do you realize we had Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, almost in their prime at the same time. You had it. It is what it is. You expecting Steph Curry to do something amazing? Like he's not Jesus. He's not God, y'all. He's not Buddha. Come on now. Like, let's stop. And to trade him? What? We owe Steph Curry to trade him? He's making $60 million a year to play basketball. What do you mean we owe him? Y'all need to learn. And also this, somebody said it's going to be a rough season. I've seen Russ Steiny. We've seen rough seasons, Steiny. 12 wins, 16 wins. This is not a rough season. This is a journey. You take the journey for what it is. And honestly, Kuminga, it just proves his worth and his value. How many games would have won with Kuminga being on the court? How many games? It's so obvious. We talking about trading this. Just wait for Kuminga to get back. There's nothing you could do. There's no trades out there. You can't do nothing. You go leverage your future for Steph Curry to maybe win. You got to realize he won, 3-4 championships in their prime. He got 2022. Thank God they got 2022. They should have had 2 more. What are we smoking? You guys are smoking some either some horrible tree from New Jersey or Philadelphia or some. You guys are smoking crack, bruh. On some real trade Steph Curry because we owe him? No. And then I'm going to bring this up on Steph. You better come to the city, bruh. Come to the city. You always showing love to the town. Come show some love to them urban kids in Frisco. They want to see you too.
We got you, Mike. My smoking days have been over.
I don't really know what he was getting at.
Well, I brought up maybe Curry somewhere else, and the last caller did, and Shasky this morning, he wasn't the only one saying blow it up, and what does blow it up mean? Maybe dangle Steph, but I'm just coming to the reality that I treat every Warrior game, Stoney, like a Super Bowl, and I'm spoiled rotten this whole decade, and I can hear from Fitz, Kalina, they're still doing it. Everybody, nobody wants it to be like this, and we're looking for solutions. That's all. And I thought coming into this year, I was told by management and the coaches that they were going to use the deadline and their depth to kind of stay afloat. And I'm not saying this is over, but this is, to me, not meeting the Warrior standards with what they have readily available to them.
I don't blame the Warriors for not making a deal. I can completely envision they're getting asked for stuff they're uncomfortable giving up. My issue is, why did we act like it was going to be easy to get this player? And that's what I feel like we all got sold a bill of goods on.
Well, they went after 2, though.
You hear Windhorst.
There you go.
You hear them all. The Warriors.
Yeah.
The Warriors. They're in on everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what's it gotten you? Well, why can't they get a guy? They can't get a guy because they're not willing to pay the price that the other team wants. Because a deal's only going to work if you can come to an agreement. And the teams that want something from the Warriors aren't giving back enough for them, or they want too much from the Warriors. And the Warriors have calculated they're not doing it.
Right.
I don't think they're going to give up multiple first-round picks in a deal.
Okay.
I hear you. I think that's what I'm hearing from the organization.
Okay. And to that point, we got until the 6th to see if you're right, and that happens. But I will say this. If this does continue, poor play, Stoney, I do understand, and we've come up with the term the death of a dynasty, and all that means is your championship aspirations or you being in it kind of are over. But where are you at? How far are you from? So it seems like there's an acceleration or a foot on the pedal of it's going to go from the dynasty's over to the team not making the playoffs.
Yes, that's how dynasties end, Goo. That's how they end.
I always thought they ended with your star player, everybody, the naked eye could see, okay, yeah, it's just a natural, you're done. I don't look at Steph like, kind of snotty. There's slippage. Come on, Steph would tell you. But not to the point of we got to accept that this team's not a playoff team when he is still your best player.
I think that's what hurts. I
really do.
Yes, I think that's a big part of it. And I think people are overcompensating.
Then why would Kerr, just real quick, fall on the sword, and I believe him, where he's saying he thinks he's doing a horrible job, and there's probably some fans with bigger than Steph, because you ain't got to coach Steph.
Lip service. It's what a coach is going to say 3 times a year. But I think the other thing that's happening here is
Cronin won't.
the reality is that Steph can't do it like this. He can't. And we all thought as long as Steph was here, we'd be in the mix.
Yeah.
But we're not. We're not in the mix. We need more than just Steph Curry. And unfortunately, you can't just snap your fingers and get a guy who's better than Steph Curry or as good as Steph Curry without paying a drastic price. Let's go to Steel Toe. Steel Toe's in Oakland. What's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny Guru, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm happy to hear that Steph wants to stay and not be traded, and he doesn't want to jeopardize the future. But when he says that, I think now he should be in this. What I agree with what Guru was saying. So then you should be developing the future right now, like developing with Quentin Post and Moses Moody now. If you don't want to jeopardize the future, how about developing that future with the young guys, a little less of Kyle Anderson now that Quentin Post can get some time in? It's all about focusing on the young guys now. How about Buddy Hield sit down and let Moses Moody shoot a little bit more? You know, it's that's what I'm a little happy that Steph said all that, and I think that he should focusing on developing these young guys and make it that exciting. I don't want to see old guys; they're not going to get that much better. When I can see young guys developing and getting better,
and
that's what I got. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Steel Toe. And maybe that's another thing that's being said here by Curry, and Draymond Green. Maybe we're going to start seeing more of a commitment to Moses Moody and, I don't know, Lindy Waters.
Or even Quentin Post, Steiny.
Sure.
Yeah, no, see,
Sure.
I hear you, but
Sure, whatever.
I don't know why you want to stop there with just those two that you mentioned.
Because I don't even know if he's a pro player.
But you need to find out, and if you're, it's
I'm
not
sure
about
they have a
stacking
pretty good
with-
idea, though. They've seen him practice all year.
And I'm just asking you, you don't look like a stiff at all.
Well, all I know is he's 7 feet. He was drafted.
So that just
58.
alone, come on, you're on the court.
Well, I'm not like you that way. I'm just not.
I mean, we need size.
I don't think that the answer is a guy that was the second to last pick in the second round, and we're going to put him in, and we're going to see a dramatic difference. And then if we put him in, then what does that do to our other young guy, Trace Jackson Davis? Or are we giving up on him?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well, he's Steiny, it's not about drastic difference because we've accepted the wins are going to be rare. It's about development and seeing if this dude can answer the bell, because I do believe they erred when they played Jerome and Lamb. That could have been Kuminga and Moody. So like that's a real conversation. But
that's right.
But that didn't happen.
That's because they were going for a back-to-back title. That's why those guys didn't play 3 or 4 years ago. And it's, if you want to second guess it, that's fine. But we all knew what they were trying for. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by AC Transit.
Calling all journey level mechanics. AC Transit is hiring. Join our crew.
I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One thing we didn't talk about today was it's also being reported that within the last couple days, Jimmy Butler told Pat Riley, no, I still want to get out of here.
He did.
And I'm not signing an extension. So
who's going to come calling for him?
Somebody on the 510 on the text line, every Miami Heat fan in the United States is praying for Kuminga right now. I mean, if Jimmy Butler absolutely wants out, I'd take Kuminga in a heartbeat if I were the Miami Heat.
Me too.
So, what? Is it going to cost you any?
If I were the Bulls and we're going to get rid of Levine, I'd want Kuminga too.
888-957-9570. Someone's saying, Filmo Mike has me a little flustered here. No, not flustered, flummoxed.
Okay.
Saying that I said we need to do, he brought that up to you guys. You guys are advocating, doing Steph a favor by trading him. Well, okay. I mean,
and that was
you may not have to do him a favor. He may tell you, get me out of here.
Right.
And it's not a favor anymore.
Right. And nobody wants to see that.
And nobody's, I'm a guy who, I think the whole idea of even saying you owe Steph Curry something extra, I'm not sure I would even go there.
Yeah.
Tell you the truth. Let's go to Mystic in San Francisco.
Oh, man, Mystic.
Hey, Mystic, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Man, this phone call, this radio show today is very frustrating for me. I'm just going to tell you, there's a couple of things. One, the Melton injury, it destroyed the season, and it's because Melton could approximate a younger Clay. He could shoot, he could defend at a decent level, so you could still run your motion offense. When he went down, the Warriors needed to switch and start really featuring Kuminga. And now what has happened with Kuminga being gone, it's the best thing that could have happened to the Warriors. You know why? Because it's showing everyone that Steph and Draymond are no longer the engines that drive this team. And if you look at Kuminga's last month of the season, where he was basically putting up all-star numbers, I'm here to tell you he's probably our best, most impactful player right now. And Steph needs to be a complementary player and no longer the featured player. And this injury and losing to the Toronto Raptors the way they did, dude, Kuminga just got bags coming next year. And he better have it here.
Wow. Appreciate the call, Mystic.
And I'll say, Mystic, I don't think you got to preach that to the choir. We saw Steph Curry talk about Jonathan Kuminga need to be, featured more. Draymond talk about it, and Steve Kerr. So before he got hurt, I think the masses, the village, knew that he was a big part and was damn near in his prime, if not in his prime, but the most athletic guy they had.
By the way, there's a name that's been out there.
Cheer me up.
Different kind of name. Jakob Poeltl. Yeah, I'm out. I don't want Poeltl.
But he was getting busy with the Warriors. They killed the Warriors in the paint.
He also failed to secure about 9 rebounds. And
you're great on the curve,
didn't
though.
Finish about 5 plays inside. I mean, he's not useless, but
that's why Pop said night.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know about Poeltl. The other thing is, and it's a fundamental issue with the Warriors. They need to get bigger, but there's only certain big men they like to play. And one of the reasons that is because of Steph. Alan in Los Angeles. Hey, Alan, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Man, last guy was a bit right. Kuminga is probably the best talent on this team, not named Steph.
Okay.
But I want to respond to a guy who mentioned Steph was the only trade asset on the team. And that kind of caught my attention a bit because I believe they have some value. They had, Looney and GP2 on those expiring deals. That's a combination of $20 million on a salary slot? There's a team out there that's looking to dump $20-something million. And you combine that with Wiggins, who's playing okay.
Yeah.
He's playing okay. He's average right now. You combine that that's a nice lump of change to go out and get someone like Levine or maybe Brandon Ingram or somebody who, another team is trying to get rid of. So I believe they have some options, but I'll tell you a guy that's not too valuable, and I believe that's Steve Kerr. I don't think Kerr is valuable for any young player on this team. You see the G Leaguer, the young guy, the 7-footer, the only 7-footer on the roster,
Quinn Post,
sitting in the G League, putting up 30 points in the G League, and you have Kuminga and Moody, waiting out 3, 4, 5 years just to get some clock. And it's not really their fault that they're not seasoned enough to get out there and make a big difference. But I would like to listen to you guys respond to that.
Well, I mean,
thanks for the call.
The one thing that I got to, figure this out, but if you go trade for Jimmy Butler or even Zach LaVine and you give up expiring contracts, but you bring in LaVine, who's making 46, I'm not sure you can even do that if you're the Warriors. And with Jimmy Butler, he's made it clear that he's not playing next year under his player option. So that's the other thing with Jimmy Butler is if you're going to trade for him, you got to make sure it's for more than just a half a year, especially if it's going to cost you Kuminga. But the one thing I will acknowledge with Kuminga is I feel like they are absolutely missing him as a player.
Yes, they are.
They could use him right now, but he's not around, so you got to figure out a way to win some games till he gets back.
And I asked about pods. They're without GP2, and when you're this thin, every little, every player counts, man. So maybe it's one of those things they stand pat, Steiny, and they get those guys that we just mentioned back, and somehow you can start playing better basketball. But there is no. I called. You can tell me what you think of this, and I was trying to bait you. You didn't bite. Last week, I called the impact of losing Jonathan Kuminga Steph Curry-esque because it felt that way. Like, I'm watching last night's game, Steiny, and again, I thought Wiggins' handle was better than it was, but it's just an adventure. But my point is, how many guys do the Warriors have that you could get the ball to, not named Steph, go buy somebody? And Toronto had like 4 dudes that were doing that to you. And it's like that every night, it feels like. You're just at a disadvantage with height, and you're the worst free throw shooting team in the league. No wonder you're 11-14 in close games or clutch games or whatever. And layups, you miss bunnies. Like, that's just a horrible, that's a horrible, thing to have going against you.
Brian's in Hayward. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I've been listening the last few days, and I consider myself an optimist. But, if I was Dunleavy, I'll tell you guys a couple of things that, I ain't trading for Vucevic, Levine, Jimmy Butler is disgruntled, because at that point we have to give up too much. And what guarantee are we getting from any of these guys? Vucevic has got a nice inside game, big player, but he's not. There's no guarantee. Same thing with a disgruntled Jimmy Butler, hell of a player, but he's not going to give us what we need consistently anywhere past this season. It's completely done. I'm not giving up Kuminga. I'm not giving up Moody even for a guy like Butler. Maybe in his prime with his head on straight, but not right now. Levine, no thanks. That's what I ain't going to do. I don't know who else is out there. One of the other, I think I heard it a few minutes ago, Melton was set up to help this squad succeed. That didn't work out. Buddy's inconsistent in the young core with Kuminga especially. He's an impact player, but he's just not consistent. He's developing. Same with Buddy. Man, can shoot the lights out, but he's inconsistent. So thanks for taking my call, guys. I'll listen to your response off there.
Yeah, appreciate it. No, they need a talent upgrade. And I don't know.
Well, I know that Jonathan Kuminga's future is so bright, Stoney. It's incredible. But before hearing this sound from Steph Curry and Draymond Green, I thought it was all about getting somebody here, and maybe we sacrifice seeing Kuminga's future in a Warrior uniform. And with that said, I'm starting to feel like Steph and Dre are telling you don't do that. But if it's about a talent upgrade, Stoney, I believe, and I know he's older than Kuminga, but and both of these guys I'm about to mention, Butler and Levine are both better basketball players right now than Jonathan Kuminga. So if you could package Kuminga somehow and some other picks to get that immediate, rush of points and basketball pedigree, I would do it.
Well, I mean,
but I can't want to do it more than Steph and Draymond, and that's what's hurting me right now. If I'm taking at face value what they said about we're not desperate, don't do it.
I'm not giving up Kuminga and picks for Levine or Butler.
Then you are right, Stoney, and I hear you. Then there's really nothing out there. There truly isn't. This team really needs a guy. And to me, I know you can go birth certificate on Butler, but he's on the biggest of stages. And you can tell, Guru, that was the pandemic or whatnot. The dude's a baller, toe-to-toe with Boston. The one-man, 1-on-3. I've seen it. So if it's not him, Stoney, and it's not Zach LaVine, then what's really at the basketball Walmart that you could afford, or at the basketball Walmart that would help change the direction of your team with Steph and Dre?
See, I look at a guy like Levine, and to me, for the last 2 years, Levine's name's come up, and most people are like, ew. Right. But now we're 19 and 20, and now Levine sounds more attractive. I don't know, man. I don't know. If there's not a quick fix, then you got to.
Yeah. I know I'm not trying to bug you, Stoney, but damn it, that Quentin Post, the more I think about it, and the more if this thing is going to stay the same, I'm like, give him a chance, man. And I know you're like, you didn't say it. What do you got to lose? Just another game. But damn, Stoney, like, I don't care where he was drafted. The dude handled himself, and I know it was one NBA game the other night, but he can shoot. He's 7 foot. Step on up. I'm not saying he's got to play 40.
He almost didn't get drafted.
We could do, and I'm not saying he's Brock Purdy, but haven't we learned? Sometimes they're misses. But the point is, he was drafted by you, and you got a glaring need for a lack of size.
He plays on the perimeter.
Who does it? Cat plays on the perimeter. He'll go down there, but man, let's just see. 10 minutes, Stoney.
So we've gone from anything and everything for Steph to let's play our 60th pick in the draft who went to Boston.
The 7 foot, though, Stoney. Okay. The 7 foot.
Right.
Dario Saric was 7 feet.
That's true. You know what?
Yeah,
that's a great call. It's a great call.
Speaking of which, real quick, you and Evan both owe me a pop. We haven't forgot for our UCLA bet Friday night. They lost to Maryland.
Sure.
Well, then we just cancel out.
Well, you're right there, Evan. I appreciate that. But
you're down to owing me 9
Just stop, please, running with that fictitious info.
Father Time in Napa.
Oh.
What's up, Father Time? How you doing, buddy?
What up, dogs? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right. This such a crazy, frustrating thing called sports talk radio. But I'm going to hit you with the real first. The real is, I think I've said it before, nobody's trading Steph Curry. Steph Curry trades Steph Curry. If Steph Curry really wants to go to a team that can deal with the salary, you got to deal with this $60 million. You got to match this whole. Who's coming back? Most of the teams that Steph Curry would want to go to win this elusive 5th championship are not giving up players because they can't afford to. So Steph Curry is in the driver's seat. That doesn't mean Steph Curry is a bad guy. Doesn't mean anything. Steph Curry is a revelation. Steph Curry is the sun. The world revolves around him. But this is the price for being so completely ridiculously successful. Mm-hmm. All this, talk about getting a role player or somebody can eat minutes or shoot from the 3-point line or whatever, that's great. But if you don't have the superstar, Steph Curry, it matters not. As Bob Dylan said, Steiny, there is something called the disease of conceit. When we lie to ourselves, then everything falls apart. Steph Curry is not going anywhere unless he wants to, and everybody should know that. And it's his right to do it, too. He has earned that. So, anyway, that's my point of view.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And that's why anybody watching Steph Curry right now seems to, before last night, he looked like a guy who's getting more and more frustrated. And
he's getting 62.5 a year.
The question becomes, is Steph okay with this for 2.5 more years? Like, he may be okay with it right now in 2025, 3 weeks before the trading deadline, but will he stay okay this offseason if they're trying to make moves? Will he be okay next year if they don't get off to a great start? What'll happen at the trade deadline next year? Like, the Steph issue, the issue with it is it's not going away. It's not going away. Steve's in the city. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, hey.
I thought Guru was going to pop a few blood vessels earlier. Appreciate the passion, Guru, but I don't think anybody can ever question Steph's assassin killer instinct, and he's got the trophies to prove it. And if he doesn't want to sit there and rant about how there's some mythical trade that can make this team, a front runner again. Yeah. If he understands the reality, I'm all for him talking about it. Good for him.
I hear you, man.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Yeah, and like I said, Stoney, there could be something going on. I hope, but the dude's resume and what Evan said during the break, just about him and Dre, for that matter, looking at the team's future is why you love them. But again, I've just got drunk on what I've been hearing and what I thought and what I would do if I were running the organization, go all in to give Steph the, that chance, Donnie, that chance. It may not work, but we're gonna mortgage the future. And just after last night, after that loss and how the game came down, I just, and maybe I'll feel different tonight or tomorrow when they play the next basketball game, but it just felt like Steph was telling us and the fans, Goo, I can do so much, but I can't do it by myself. And right now, the reality is there's not anybody out there we can identify that could change this course of action.
Yeah.
And it's sobering to hear from him.
From the 707, you love to hear Steph say he doesn't want panic moves. It shows he's still in it for the long haul. I think he understands he has won his fair share of chips, and if he doesn't get another, it's not the end of the world. Doesn't mean they're not going to try. I agree. I mean, maybe Steph Curry is looking at it as, I got 2.5 more years here. 2.5 more years of Steph. So why is it all about the next 3 weeks if he is going to be here for the next 2.5?
Well, I'll say it. If we're talking about slippage, I can guarantee you I'd bet the Steph Curry talent right now would be better than the Steph Curry 2.5 years from now. Like, what if it's really too late then? And that's why I feel like I have an interior clock on Steph and where he's at. I'm not going to fight you and lie to you in front, Steiny, to the listeners like, and Steph wouldn't do it. But, man, if you're talking about another year and an offseason and then I'm like, man, when you do get what you think you need, what if it's really then too late?
I mean, I think there's a lot of people that think it's too late now.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I kind of do think it's too late.
I disagree with you.
I mean, if as it relates to Jimmy Butler, I mean, I can't see a team that old, for lack of a better term, after what we've been watching in the postseason for the last 2 years. Old teams aren't going anywhere. And, the thing that scares me more than not making a deal is making a deal for Jimmy Butler, and it doesn't do what you think it's going to do. And now he may walk, and you may not have picks. Like, that's the one thing. I mean, and Filmo Mike, it's easy to say, well, after Steph's gone, if the cupboard's bare, the cupboard's bare. He gave us 15 years, but Like, just the way we're talking about this 19 and 20 team with Steph Curry makes me believe, like, you're not going to be okay with that. People aren't going to be okay with, I mean, if they went out and got Jimmy Butler and won a playoff series and then lost in the Western Conference semis, and that was it, and then Steph retires in 27 and they're bad for 4 years, that's not going to be okay with everybody. It's just not. I mean, they have Steph and they're 500 and it's not okay. So,
but it would be understandable with no Steph, Stoney, because
it'd be understandable, but people would still be, and you don't think people, like, there are enough smart fans out there that if they mortgage the future and they don't get anything now, and then down the road they don't have anything to rebuild with, then there will be a lot of people that will say, that was not smart, and you know what? They're going to be right. They might be right down the line.
I know we're up against it. Horrible timing, Stoney. I know you like trivia, but if I was to throw to you real quick, the oldest team, team-wide, to win an NBA championship, what would your guess be? The oldest team to win an NBA championship.
I don't know.
97-98 Bulls.
And I think that's a day and age that's gone by, too. Like, I think it's more about younger guys now. Like, I think it would be harder.
Look at Boston. Oh, my gosh, Stoney.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, you look at Boston, you look at Cleveland, you look at Oklahoma City, you look at Memphis, you look at Houston. I mean, really? You think there's a move out there where you can jump up with those guys? I just think we got to be a little more realistic
I'm working
about it.
Yep.
And they can only rely on themselves right now. Try to beat Minnesota, then you come home. They got a stretch where they have 8 of 9 at home coming up.
They got Boston on MLK Day.
Well, they beat Boston this year.
And that's what worries me. Payback, James Brown, the big payback.
Yeah. All right, coming up on the other side, it's crossover time with Willard and Dibbs. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Joe, wake up, man.
Oh, I'm Steph Curry. Don't interrupt me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. It's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Gentlemen, what's going on? Willard and Dibbs?
Yeah.
How's everybody doing today?
What's up, Rugu?
Dude, yeah.
Man, he came down your road.
Yeah, he did. And that's
you were
okay.
patient, yeah.
That one went over my head.
Well,
they wanted to mess up. They called
a caller who called him Rugu intentionally to try to get to him. Then he called him a homer like 5 different times about the Warriors. And I mean, you took it, you wore it, and you're not a homer. You're not. I don't believe you're a homer.
I'm not.
So,
and there's nothing wrong with it, but I'll say this. I don't know what that was last night in Toronto. That, to me, was rock bottom. And I feel like with the chef who I've been fighting for, like Captain America and Draymond, to mortgage the future. And I told Steiny, we started the show with this. I felt like hearing him say, and Draymond worrying about when they're not here. Yeah, I could commend you that, but the LeBrons, the Jordans, the guys I believe that Steph are, they're like, get me Malcolm X, any means necessary. So I felt like Willard and Dibbs, it was kind of a verbal white flag, or is there something going on we don't know about?
See, I didn't take it as a white flag, and I've listened to you guys a lot today, and I get where you're coming from with why it felt like that. But my argument would be, and Steiny, I think you started to allude to this, when I hear Steph do what he did last night, I think he's a hero. An absolute
Evan called him that.
Hero. Because he is self-aware. Why would you want him to treat his organization like LeBron treats his organizations?
Because I thought you still think you're that close from being a threat.
But we've ripped LeBron for 20 years for running through organizations, being the GM, being irresponsible, leaving his team in a lurch. We've criticized him for that. And I understand where you're coming from, where you want Steph to be that dude. But I did not take yesterday to be the ultimate white flag. I took it to be the exact same comment that Draymond made in the offseason. We don't want to make a bad deal. We're not saying don't make a deal. We're not saying don't create an avenue if it's there. But we're not here to be narcissistic about the remainder of what we've got. I don't know. That's how I took it.
It's a white flag. I mean, and it should be. You've lost 17 to 24, and you go to Toronto in a game where you have rest, and they stink. They've lost 16 to 17, and you had a 10-point lead. You can't score, you can't close, you can't win. So it's not a total white flag like, Steph's going to now go into full load management and Draymond won't play again. But I do think there was a realization in that moment of, look, if we can't win this game in this spot, and Andrew Wiggins in a big homecoming, he can't do it. And, the rest of your team, Buddy Hield is lost. He nearly airballed a shot to tie the game. Dennis Schroeder does not fit. And the rest of your guys are borderline G Leaguers and second-round picks. You're not good enough. And so it's not a white flag like Steph saying, I quit, I won't try. But I do think it's a realization sensation where you understand who you are and where you are.
I'm trying to figure out, because I know there's got to be something more to it. Draymond, Steph, and Kerr all relayed the same sentiment about not mortgaging the future.
And I think this was coordinated.
Well, I just don't think it came out of thin air.
You're probably right.
So I wonder if there isn't a backstory, and maybe they just kind of know that maybe there's nothing there between now and the deadline.
What do you guys think about this? I wonder if there's sort of an adjustment that's happening, and maybe it's for the benefit of all of us, the fans and the media and whatnot, to where, and I can't wait to ask, Steve's going to be on with us in 2 hours.
Oh, I was just asking.
Yeah, Steve's going to be on. I really want to ask him what sounds like a dumb question, which is, what's your goal this year? But I want to hear what words he chooses to answer that. I want to hear if the word championship comes out of his mouth. Because what I'm hearing Steve say, and this goes all the way back to the Tim Kuhn feature article that you guys talk so much about, I don't hear Steve saying that the goal is to win Steph's 5th ring. What I hear everyone saying now is, we're here to do our best to create an avenue for Steph. That just means an avenue. And then Steph is responsible for what happens from there. So if that means, because I still do think that this team could realistically make a move or two, get healthier, and still be a playoff team. I don't know where that goes, but I sort of think that Steph thinks, look, if we make the playoffs, then the responsibility's mine.
Get me there.
Yeah. Well, give me the resources to give me my best shot to get there. But when you hear him start, and now back to Steve Kerr, when you hear him start talking about, like, we're here to entertain the fans and it's like,
give them thrills.
Right, give the fans
Willard,
thrills.
that's different than when he was on your show. He was, and I cited this to Steiny real quick. He said, when you asked him point blank range where Steph is at and what he has left, it's their responsibility to try to get him in the best position to get number 5.
I asked him, is it realistic that a 36, 37-year-old
and am I wrong when he answered?
The best player on a championship team? And he said yes. He said yes. But again, this is also like today. Today we all feel like crap. I don't know how you're going to feel if they win tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Like this is this moment in time, and I think that Steiny, you're probably right. Some sort of a coordinated messaging.
I do wonder, like, man.
Yeah, it's like maybe this isn't about a championship. Maybe this is creating an avenue for Steph in a dignified way to do whatever it is he's going to do on the way out, and all of us get on that bus and experience that ride, but not let that ride destroy the organization.
No,
that's all.
And that's what they're wrestling with, clearly. What would be too much to give up down the line? And it does feel like, and I remember Lacob said something like this, feels like about 6 months ago, that, look, we're not going to be giving away first-round picks willy-nilly. So they've got to find they want to make a deal, but they want to make a deal that won't hamstring them in 2027. But I think they're finding that that's hard, if not impossible, for a guy they want.
Right, and I do think that the comments last night and Draymond the day before talking about that very thing, like about responsibility, and even Steve Kerr's comments yesterday talking about dignity and competitiveness, and basically what I heard Steve say is, no matter what, you have to play hard, you have to compete, and you have to play with dignity. And even if this doesn't result in a playoff berth or even a play-in berth, there's the right way to play. There's the right way to be a professional basketball player. And I do think they're more focused on that now than they are about, like, we're just one guy away or we need to make a big swing and all the rest of it. The reality is you're now 19-20. So we are almost halfway through the year. We're 2 games away from the halfway point. And you are mediocre, and you were great at 12-3, and now you've lost 17-24. So are you then? Are you now? You're both. The bottom line is you're 19-20. And what I hear Steve talk about is things that are more about, like, how you play, not about who you want to be.
Yeah, and I asked Steiny and the listeners this. You guys tell me what you think. The Warriors said, hey, Jonathan, we're uncomfortable, or we don't know what you're worth, so we'll get to it later, but him being away from the team, just from an eye candy visual, when I watch this team, I mean, he is missed. Like, nobody, even the Warriors were saying, and Dre, like, it's Jonathan Kuminga's time, and Curry and Kerr, but I think you might disagree, I think he's making some money by what we're watching without him.
Probably. Probably. But, I mean, like, we're not in the last chapter of the book either. Like, assuming he does stay, and I think he will, then all of those games matter too. Like, I still sit here today, and this is what I'm getting at about, like, I don't take it as a white flag. I wasn't really thinking that this was going to head for June anyway. But I don't take it as a white flag, because what if 2 weeks from today, let's go 3. How about 3 weeks from today, they put a starting lineup out there where Draymond is on it. He's healthier. Steph Curry is on it.
Okay.
Vucevic is on it.
Oh.
Jonathan Kuminga is on it. Dennis Schroeder has sort of figured out a slot a little bit better. Like, I don't think that that's crazy talk. And I don't know what that team does. Does that team go on a run and win 8 of 11?
I would expect it to make the playoffs, because I've lowered my bar.
I don't know if this is going to swing back the other direction like it did early in the year. Maybe.
Yeah, I would say no. I mean, Dennis Schroeder is not fit, and Vucevic. There's no guarantee that he quote unquote fits, and also he's not a very good defensive player. So you bring him in, and now you bring in another shooter and a guy who can score. He's a stretch 5, but he's not a great rim protector.
We'll hate him when he
can
misses.
rebound.
Yeah.
But he doesn't shoot the ball very well. And, Mark left off Buddy Hield, who I guess would still be here.
Maybe.
In this scenario, it would be, whatever. It'd be GP2 and Kavan and maybe Buddy and Picks and whatever it would be. And you get Vucevic, and then your team is maybe a little bit better. But I look at where you are now, and you're the 11th seed, and, you've got Steph coming up on being 37, and Draymond's got a back issue, and Andrew Wiggins is back to K-Wig days.
No, the radio station
If
is
you want
back.
to put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, which you put a lot of rats on the table this week. That's one rat that's not been put out there. He's back. K-Wig is back as a format.
Were you bothered by him last night?
I'm not
he was
bothered.
pretty good.
He's fine. He's fine, but
the
these are the
last 3
times you
weeks,
need him to be a good player. You need him to be
He was a good player.
impactful. He was not a take over the game.
He doesn't
number
do
one
that.
overall.
And that's-
He did.
No, when?
He has.
When
you made it to the NBA Finals,
Okay.
he was a
How often
takeover
are we gonna do
10
this?
rebound player.
How many
We're going to do it
years?
as often as we need to.
That's stupid.
Because it's only
It's
stupid
brainless.
because he's a number one overall pick, and he's not good
then
enough.
Sam Darnold,
so
5
then
years,
trade him.
5 years, $250 million.
That's why Sam Darnold's been on 4 different teams.
I watched
so.
Sam one time, and he did
How
something
many
good.
rings does Sam Darnold have, Mark?
How many
All-Star appearances does
Dibs.
Sam Darnold have? The answer is 0.
You actually should be leading the charge that I'm saying.
I'm leading the charge for the reality of what we're doing with Andrew Wiggins.
Would you ever expect Andrew Wiggins to go be a dog?
I don't expect it, but all of you who want to hold on to this
maniacal.
dream of either, hey, we can trade Andrew. Nobody wants him. You keep Andrew.
I didn't
He's
say
not
trade
very
Andrew.
good. Well, what are you doing?
He is good. He's not
fine.
a dog.
He's mediocre
He's not
at
a
best.
dog.
He's a $22 million a year guy who's going to get you 12-5 in a loss. And when he is a positive, as we mentioned,
got you 20
and your
last
plus
night.
minus, what was his plus minus?
I don't know. Who cares?
I care.
I don't like
because
what
as
does
I
that
mentioned
tell
to you
you?
yesterday, when he's a plus, they win. When he's a minus, they lose. And you don't have Draymond. You don't have Kuminga. You don't have Pods. That's a game where he needs to have 26 and 13, and you win the game.
Okay, he's a +4, and they lost. So
it's
you're
rare.
wrong. Anyway,
I'm not wrong.
Yes, you were. You just said when he's a plus, they win. He was a plus, they
they're
lost.
like 13 and 3 going into last night when he's a plus.
He was good last night. He was.
Yeah, he was super duper.
No, he was
great.
Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
You're crazy if you're expecting something different.
You're crazy if you're expecting this team to add Vucevic and be a playoff team.
I'm on both sides. But
Why? Yeah, that's not crazy at all.
It's crazy in my opinion because
time
they're
for the
not
legal.
good enough.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
January tradition.
I love you guys.
Writes everything off.
Well,
You
I'm going to
did
say this.
You did this 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And I held on to that text forever.
And last year?
And
the year before?
If you do it every year, you're going to be right sometimes.
More often than not.
Yes, you're right. More often than not, you don't win a ring.
Don't just go back to the one time I was wrong.
No, but
You're allowed to.
You are, but you do
put
it
some
every
respect
year.
on it.
You
And I
do it
did it
every
last year. And I did it last year, and what happened?
You're gonna act
they
like
didn't
you're-
make it out of the play-in
You're going to
game.
act like your picks
And
are
I
usually
told you
right?
2 months ago
Vikings minus
that
2.5,
you can go to that all you want. I told you 2 months ago they had real problems, and you said, 12 and 3, they're this team. What team are they? And I told you back then that they had real problems, and here we are. They've lost 17 to 24,
And you're going to say
and
I
now
disagree?
you're going to put Minnesota
You're gonna
on
say
me.
I disagree?
You're going to put the Viking
You're
loss
gonna-
on me?
You're going to tell
put
me
some respect on what I told you 8 weeks ago.
Fine, great. We respect you, Dibs. Who cares?
You don't.
Like, whatever. What you're going to tell me I thought the Warriors were going to win a ring this year or something? Like, when did I ever say that?
No.
Okay.
Right now.
So what are we talking
under
about?
Warrior playoff wins at 3.5.
You're a dismisser.
What do you want?
You're a dismisser.
I'm a guy
Which
who
is
looks at
fine.
things in a real way,
That's
and I
fine.
don't just simply go, you know what? They're great.
I'm not criticizing it. It's who you are. You are a dismisser.
Don't pigeonhole me into
You
just
are.
one thing. I don't dismiss everything.
What
What did I say about the Niners this year?
What'd you
What
say?
did I say about the Niners?
You said they had depth problems
I said
from
they'd
the
be
beginning.
12 and 5. I said they'd be 12-5.
I don't know what record you said they would be.
I'm telling you.
You didn't.
I told you they'd be 12-5.
Their over-under was 11.5.
And I took the over.
And we both took the under.
That's just incorrect.
Yeah.
And you can revisionist history all you want. I told you I thought they'd be 12-5. I told you that there were scheduled losses, the Buffalo game, and it was 12-5. They won 6 games. So I'm a dismisser?
Yes.
False.
Yes.
Factual.
When you
all
see
right,
something.
Let me do this now.
Yeah.
Giants, 101 wins. Mark the tape.
Okay.
Verlander, 18-1. Cuckoo.
You're a dismisser unless you're being sarcastic.
I'm a Giants fan.
Exactly.
Yeah, there it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, we move on.
One thing I was thinking about
4 hours, so it's fine.
I'm locked in.
Yeah.
Current, what time?
4 o'clock.
All right.
4 o'clock. And Tim Cow called me at 3.
I'm here, both locked in.
So remember when Draymond Green, they were in the pursuit of Markkanen, and that's the first time Draymond Green said, it'd be stupid to give up.
Right. That's a bad trade.
Right. So that tells me that Draymond Green would be okay with mortgaging the future, but it's got to be the right guy. Like I'm looking back at Markkanen, and I think Draymond was probably like, he's not that good. Like we can't pay him $40 million and give up. We can't pay him $40 million, give up some players and draft picks because he's not that guy.
But didn't he say, correct me if I'm wrong.
They're trying to get both.
Didn't he say in that quote, it would be good for me?
He did.
But that's a bad trade.
He did.
I don't know, man. I get where you guys are coming from, but I really think that Draymond and Steph this is self-awareness that I like. I like that they're saying we're not trying to rip the Warriors' jerseys off of them as we leave. Do you know what I mean? We're not trying to leave them sitting there in diapers.
You got me thinking about Bron real quick because there's a lot of things I don't like about Bron. But Willard, I guess on the Guru computer, I never came down his road of trying to get the organization to do something for the NOW that right now to get him in a position to win another title. I think that kind of comes with it, and maybe that's why I have problems, even if they were kind of just having wordplay with, this is what it is. What happened to when you were in Vegas, Steph, and you were like, things changed. It was cryptic, and it went viral. And I was like, yeah, hold them to that standard. They might not meet it, but yeah. But to hear that last night, I'm like, why are you guys, they sounded like fat cats. Like, you know what? Draymond's got his check and he's got a spine issue, a disc issue. Curry's getting 62.5 for this year. And to hear you say, it kind of was like we're calling the dogs off. If we don't get it, we want this team to, I wasn't ready for that because I've been programmed by you all, the players and Kerr joining you guys saying, darn it, we're going all in. And then that sounded different.
Right, but I wonder what that is, going all in. Yeah. And I wonder what you want to do. Everyone who wants to go all in for Steph, do you want to get Jimmy Butler and give up $46 million worth of player and probably a pick or two? Do you want to get Zion, a guy who, he actually played a basketball game recently, but he's missed half of his games in his career? Do you want to get Brandon Ingram, who nobody likes? Do you want to get Zach LaVine, who doesn't defend and only shoots? I mean, what do we want to do for the all-in crowd? I wonder what you want to do. And that to me is where I stop short of what makes sense right now between here and the deadline in 23 days.
What would you do?
I would make an incremental move to get a little bit better. If it's Vucevic or Cam Johnson and you give up expirings and a couple of second-round picks or a first-round pick in 2031.
You would give up a future first.
I would rather not, but if I did, it would be a pick that is 6 years down the road, a pick that, Steve's not going to be around for, and Steph and Draymond, and maybe by then you're good again, and that pick is not a lottery pick.
But you're doing it to make the playoffs this year, right?
No, I'm doing it to get better between now and October, because I think even if you crawl in the playoffs this year, look at the West. There are 3, if not 4 teams that are clearly better than you. So even if you get in the play-in and you emerge and you get Steph a precious series, you're getting run out. You're getting motorboated. And so for me, if you're going to make a trade, you're going to get a little bit better between now and October, and then you get to the offseason and you have a Kuminga decision, and you've got maybe some room to go out and get a free agent, and then Steph gets his real run at one last chance at being better. That's for me. I don't think between now and 23 days from now There's no player out there for me or two players that makes you good enough or better enough to be an actual threat this year. I don't see it. And I'm here for it. I'm here to be wrong. And I know that I'm the naysayer guy, and I'm the guy counting everyone out, and I get that. But I would love to see, and I would love to hear what those moves are that make you go from what you are, which is mediocre, to being like, whoa, heads up, OKC.
Well, if it's not Butler or Levine, there's nothing at the basketball Walmart.
Probably not. Maybe that's the coordinated discussion that you all heard yesterday.
Wow.
That's what they know that. I don't know. All of the stuff that we've played with over the last 2 months, did any of those, even when they're just you and your trade machine at 11 p.m., did any of them make you go, now we're playing in June? For real. Did anyone feel that way?
Well, I had my 7 for 4 trade last week, remember?
That one was fun.
Yeah.
That one was fun.
You got to give it to me real
I
quick.
can't even remember.
No,
The Warriors traded 7 players. And
everybody left. Okay. And some new people
They got Valanciunas, and they got, I might have been Brooklyn or Washington. I can't remember. It was so cockamamie. The trade machine is fun because we can all dream.
That's who I am at heart.
I don't know, man. Their words all say the same thing to me. Didn't you guys say it earlier? If there was a move that could get them the 5 or the 6, you do it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And if they have to do it out of the play-in, do it out of the play-in. But I honestly think that's the way that they're thinking right now is, can you create a lane for Steph in the playoffs? And if you can, then we'll take what we get out of that. But this whole, is there something that you can do on February 3rd that makes you the big bad dog of the West? No. When was that a thing? You don't hear LeBron screaming at the Lakers to get him his man, do you? Nobody even asks him anymore. And they're ahead of the Warriors. So,
well, I wonder why D'Angelo Russell got traded. That feels to me
everybody hates him.
Right.
And everywhere he goes, they want him gone.
That feels to me like LeBron was probably like, yo, we need to, get him out of here. Get me Dorian Finney-Smith. And so, boom, that was done. But do the Lakers go from with D'Lo to without D'Lo? They go from being a 7 seed to maybe a 6 seed? I don't think that the Warriors, from where they are, the 11 seed, I don't think that they can do anything to go from where they are to being a real, top 4, top 5 in the West, a real threat. So for me, it's about, taking this year and kind of eating it, because DeAnthony Melton was a guy who could really help you, and he's gone. Slow-mo can't even get off the bench. Buddy Hield can no longer make a basket. And
no shot creators
Dennis Schroeder has not fit.
The ball sticks.
Yeah, but I also here and
I like him.
By the way, when I call you a dismisser, it's with this background. I am absolutely flawed in the other direction, and I know that. But let's use the Kings as an example. What happened? They can't lose. What happened? They didn't make any changes to their roster at all. They can't lose again.
So do you blame Mike Brown? I asked Steiny this.
No, I don't know enough about what's going on
but
up there.
But it's curious, though, right?
The timing was interesting, for sure.
And now they've won 7.
But that's what I'm saying. That's just the way I watch sports. 8 days ago, the Vikings were 14-2. Now they suck. I don't know what happened. And I will always turn on the Warriors. I mean, look, if their roster was just total junk, but I will turn on the game again tomorrow night. I don't know. Maybe it's going to click tonight.
Yeah.
Maybe Schroeder's going to make sense tonight. Maybe Draymond's going to be back. Maybe it's going to look different. 5 weeks ago, you beat the Celtics and the Thunder. I don't know, man. Could you? Why? Does anyone know? Why have the Kings won 7 in a row?
Because De'Aaron Fox now actually cares about playing basketball again.
Is it that?
Some players said they're not practicing as much as they did under Mike Brown.
Okay.
I find that just a crock. I'm not an NBA player, but what if that's legit?
Go ahead, Steiny.
Go ahead.
I've been silent over there.
I was like, come on.
Doug Christie, better than Mike Brown.
No
you
doubt.
can say it.
Oh, no doubt.
Well, I mean, for right now.
Former coach of the year, Mike Brown.
Yeah,
I'm just
right.
Yeah, I don't think much of Mike Brown as a head coach. I
Well,
just don't.
yeah.
He got fired from the Lakers after a year.
Didn't he get fired from Cleveland?
Yeah, but he might have taken the worst team ever to the NBA Finals. I'll give him that.
Anybody who coaches LeBron is.
But that is curious. Is they fire him and they've won
and they
7.
just clicked. And I mean, it's not even week 2. Look at who
beat Milwaukee tonight. I believe.
Look at who they've been playing.
Boston.
Yeah. They just
the Warriors
came
beat
back.
Boston.
That's true. Well, yeah, they did. That was a different
All right,
Warriors.
gents.
Yeah.
So you got
now
Steve
you're leaving?
Kerr.
You haven't said anything.
Tim Kawakami, 3 o'clock.
You have
Tim
to say something
Kawakami?
before you go.
About?
I don't know, an opinion about something.
I mean, like when I talk about not giving up picks, you want to give up a pick down the road, give up a pick. Multiple picks, I'm out. I'm out. Like, honestly, if you could get Vucevic in here, could you get from 10 or 11 to 6? Maybe. Like, I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility, but I can't be giving up multiple picks. It's 1 in 2029. That's it. That's me.
I agree with that.
On 95.7, the game. Mm-hmm.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this. Steve Kerr at 4 o'clock, Tim Kawakami at 3. We're going to get locked in. We're going to dial in. I like your question. What would you do? 888-957-9570. You know? I mean, we can sit here and scream about this for the next 2 months if we want to. I would start by acknowledging Warriors are in a tough spot. And I won't say by no fault of their own, but largely, you know, Wiseman, whoops. Okay, we can all point to things that contributed to getting them here, but I'm not offended by people who are about to turn 37 that don't play as often or as well. You know, that's the core of this. And then some of the rest of it is just head scratching. You know what I mean? Why that team was in such a flow out of the gate and now they can't find it. And like Bagger Vance's swing, can they find it again? I don't know. But I won't write it off. And I don't take Steph Curry's comments, though they were unique. I don't take his comments, and we'll play it for you in just a second if you didn't hear it. I don't take them as a white flag. Did you take it as a white flag?
No, it's more of a yellow flag. Like, I think it's more of an admission that there's more to life after Steph than there is to going all in right now. And, you know, if they were sitting here after 39 games at 25-14 and it felt like they were just one player away, I do think that Steph might have been sounding a little bit different. But when you're 19-20 and you talk about, you know, protecting the future and you don't want to be completely dismissive of what's going to go on after you, that does to me feel a little bit like a white flag because you're 19-20. You just lost to one of the worst teams in basketball, a team that had lost 16 of 17. You had a lead and you couldn't close them out. And so again, Steph sits in front of the microphone and he's, you know, downtrodden. And so I do think there's a little bit of a realization of who you are as a team.
All right. So here's Steph last night talking about relevance and desperation.
Mike understands, like, we want to win. We want to be in that position where we've always said that you want to be relevant in the championship type of chase while, you know, we understand we're getting older and deeper into our careers and allowing some of the young guys to kind of blossom. But it doesn't mean you're getting desperate. It's better to kind of be patient and understand what that looks like. And I know, you know, Mike is always on the phone trying to figure it out. That's what a big GM does. Doesn't mean there's a deal on the table. Doesn't mean that you're desperate. Doesn't mean that you're just flinging, like I said, assets all the way around and being reckless with it.
Doesn't mean that you're just flinging assets and being reckless with it. I don't know, man. I like, this is an interesting dynamic to me, to listen to many And Guru was one of them today. I thought the whole thing was fascinating. This idea that you want your NBA star to basically be a narcissist. I don't want that. I don't want that. I understand this whole idea of like, the win at all costs and he's a dog and he's a killer and all that. Like, I get it, but that's also, I don't know, that's like colorful talk more than reality. Steph Curry's not a killer. He's a point guard.
Right. He plays basketball.
Yeah, I don't want him to be a narcissist. I don't want him to make the remainder of his career solely about him, to where he is calling for the Warriors to do one of two things. Give me other veteran name value players at your expense, and if you don't, I'll ask for a trade. I don't want that guy. Do you want that guy?
No, and he's not that guy. So I don't think that this is going to be the way that plays out, and I do think that you look at this team maybe 3 weeks ago, and you could be a little bit more aggressive in your talk if you're Steph Curry about what you need and, maybe what's going to come up at the deadline. But here you are, you've lost 17 of 24. You just went to Toronto, rested, and I know you didn't have Draymond, and you don't have Kuminga, and you don't have Pods, but you're playing against a team that is flat terrible, and a team that's won one game in the past month. And you went up there, and you fought, and you had the lead, and then you couldn't make a shot, which has kind of been the story of this team, and you lost. And your new acquisition this year, Buddy Hield, had a shot to tie that maybe hit the rim, kind of was near the basket, and then you look at the final score, and you lose again. So I'm not surprised at the tone from Steph Curry, and I don't want to be like captain dismissive, but I go back to however long ago, and I looked at what I thought this team most likely was, and now here we are, and this is who they are. And I don't look at the deadline and think, okay, if they can just get fill-in-the-blank guy, or if they can just get, fill-in-the-blank two guys, if they can, somehow repurpose 5 guys into 2 or 4 guys into 2 that, we can give life to what we have. I think for me, this is more of an off-season rebuild, and you get to June and August and September, and you look at what you need to do for Steph next year, because right now, this thing for me is too broken.
I don't think you're irrational for saying that. Here's what I struggle with. I hear a lot of people using the phrase rock bottom today. By the way, my experience in life with rock bottom, you're not aware of it when it's happening. It's something you look back on. You're like, oh, that was rock bottom.
Yeah.
Like this whole, we wake up the next day and we're like, that was rock bottom. No, you're just hoping. You're hoping it doesn't get worse. Maybe they're going to lose by 60 tomorrow night. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that I have a hard time hearing this is rock bottom, and then your next sentence, and you use this a lot, this is who you are. Well, you're not who you are at rock bottom. You're also not who you are when you're riding high. So I guess the core of what my thought is on where this can go, is there a trade that I'd like to see them make? Yes. Is it an earth-shatterer that includes Kuminga and multiple first-rounders? No, I don't want them to do that. But I would like to see them make a move. I'd like to see them get better. But here's what no one accounts for. I want to see them play better. They can. We know these players. Dennis Schroeder is better than this. He's better than this. Is Buddy Hield? I don't know. He can be. He has been at times. That's why I wasn't triggered by what Wiggins did last night. You know who he looked like last night? Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with that. And Kuminga was doing some interesting things before he got hurt. I don't think it's irrational to think that this group that we currently watch can be better. Great? Relevant? I don't know. Put whatever word you want on it, but they can play better. They can be better. And they're not that far removed from where they need to be right now. There are 4 really good teams in the West in my eyes. Other than that, teams that are going to go hot, then cold, then cold, then hot. The Warriors are one of those. And I don't think it's irrational to think that something of a run can still happen to put them in that somewhere where you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there.
10? Can we hope for 10?
You can hope for whatever you want.
Right.
Some people are hoping for 14.
Exactly. And I think 14 is probably out of reach with Portland and Utah and New Orleans being that bad. And you don't really want to be, 10 or 11. You either want to be 6 or 14. And I don't think that 6 is attainable and 14 is not either. So what are we looking at? And can they play better? Yes, of course they can play better. And I look at last night as a good example of a game where you played pretty well for the majority of the game, and that's a game that you should win by 14 going away, but you let Toronto hang around, and you need a bucket late, and you had no answer for Boucher, former Warrior,
oh my God,
in the fourth quarter, and he was sticking it to you, and you get down to a spot where you need a bucket, and defenses know it, and so they take Steph away, and when Steph's taken away, who's going to score? And the answer is no one.
Did you see the slow-mo, not Kyle Anderson, the slow-mo replay of the Boucher throw the ball 100 feet in the air three-pointer? There wasn't even any rotation on the ball. I'm like, what the hell was that? Dude, you look like some of the guys I played with at high school who were just shot putting the ball. That guy visited the zone for maybe one of probably 2 times in his life. That will never happen again. That was ugly.
No, it was a Boucher revenge game.
Yeah, it worked.
The Warriors cast him out many years ago.
There's one more from Steph, by the way, and I think this is important. And again, we're looking to hear from you, 888-957-9570. What do you want the Warriors to do? What exactly do you want them to do? And the options go from all in for Steph, minor trade, stand pat, sit everybody out and tank. We've heard everything today. Here's Steph talking more about the responsibility he feels toward the Warriors.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense, or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something.
I mean, Steph, Brian Windhorst already today said that he's never heard a statement like this from a star in the middle of the season. And I've heard a lot of people today almost either be critical of Steph for this or shocked from Steph. Why are you shocked? Why would you be critical? Steph Curry has never sounded like your neighborhood NBA star.
Right.
It's why we love him so much.
And I applaud him for, his reflection.
That is self-awareness.
It is.
He doesn't want to crater the Warriors. That's not a good thing.
Well, and it's not up to him. Ultimately, and yes, he can go full Jimmy Butler. He can fold his arms like LeBron. He can do a Bradley Beal. He can do whatever he wants as a professional basketball player. He's got more clout than almost any player in the league, but he's not built that way. And so, at least not right now. And I don't know if we ever get to a spot where Steph Curry goes to a microphone and says, yeah, I need to go somewhere else where I have a chance to win. But for him to say what he said tells me that, the organization is either letting him know, signaling to him like where they are, or he's just reading the tea leaves at 19 and 20.
What do you want him to do? 888-957-9570. We get more into this. Tim Kawakami in a half hour, Steve Kerr in an hour and a half. The knockout tournament is back. This is your chance to play hoops on the Chase Center floor. How cool is that? Contest to claim a spot. The tournament's going to start in less than 2 weeks. Monday, January 27th. It'll go for 3 weeks. Every day, every show, we'll give away a spot. 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour, okay? This all starts on the 27th. You got to be 18. You got to live in California. More details to come. We're sponsored by Safeway as well, and your calls are next on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Delicious Hass avocados or mangoes.
Minded of Brian Baldninger a couple of weeks ago saying about Brock Purdy, I'd flip him for Sam.
Oh.
And Baldy happened to be on again today and addressed it. And he not the only one. We've had a parade of people talk about, let's go for Sam Darnold instead of Brock Purdy. Okay. Anyway, we'll talk about that. Right now, this is what we're talking about. And it's on the 95.7 The Game Twitter feed. We'd love your votes. Check it out. And how would you answer this? Dibbers. After the loss against Toronto last night, the Warriors are 7-17 over their last 24. We get the situation. The deadline is coming. What do you want to see them do? Here are the 4 options, just so that we could put a name on it.
All right.
Make a big trade, all caps. Big trade. Small trade, but save assets. Do nothing and hope for improvement. Or tank. Which one would you vote for?
I would vote for small trade.
Save assets.
Yes. And by assets, I do mean picks. And I think that you look at what your assets are at the deadline. For me, number one asset is the expiring contract of Dennis Schroeder, who has not fit. And if you do not fit, well, then you probably get traded.
Don't quit.
Yeah. I don't want him to quit, but they may quit the Schroeder era. His contract is $13 million. He cannot be traded until one day before the deadline based on when you acquired him. But you got him at a spot where you knew if you got him then, you could flip him before the deadline. And so I do think that it's a chance for Dunleavy and company to repurpose that contract. You go from Melton to Schroeder. You throw in, whether it's GP2 or Kavan, somebody else, and you get Vucevic in. If it costs you a couple of second-round picks, fine.
What if it costs you a first?
Well, then maybe it's a first in 2030 or 2031. It would not be a first this year because I'm afraid you're going to need it. And Grandy was telling me it's a deep draft, and I believe Grandy.
It's a good draft, yeah.
It's a guy who's, he's got his finger on the pulse of what's going on in college hoop. I'm, locked in on teams, not players, but if it's a deep draft and you're going to be lottery-ish, then I want that pick this year. But if it means you give up a first in 2030, well, we can deal with that then.
Yeah, of course. I'm with you. I voted on the same thing. Small trade, save assets, but right now, Debs, we're in third place. Early returns, very early returns on the vote. Well, what do you think, just for fun? And then we're going to go to the phones. What do you again, the 4 options are make a big trade. Option 2 is make a smaller trade, but save your big assets. Option 3 is do nothing and pray. And option 4 is tank. What do you think is leading the vote right now?
Oh, big trade.
It's a great question.
That is correct.
Big trade. Because fans want big, big, and bigger.
Big, right. 51%. What do you think's in second place?
Tank.
Tank is in second place at 30%.
Which I love the idea, like, let's tank and get Cooper Flag.
It's completely impossible.
But let's think about, like, Team Tank. You're thinking about tanking, winning the lottery, and getting Cooper Flag, and also, wait for it, he turns out to be the sauce. So, like, even if you tank, it doesn't mean you get a player who turns out to be really, really amazing, right?
That is 100% correct. But let me add, I would like to ask those of you who are in Tankville, explain to us how you execute that. Are you just fabricating injuries to Steph and Draymond?
You don't have to fabricate with Draymond. He's hurt.
Well, so
Steph's got knee tendonitis.
Sure, but like
Public Enemy had a song called "Shut It Down."
Okay, but these guys
shut it down.
Are sitting here holding nightly press conferences on and articles are being written about their desperation with what's remaining in their career. You would have the Warriors step in, call them into the office. Yeah, Steph, take a seat right here. Want to talk to you. You're out for the year. And Steph's just going to be like, okay. I mean, honestly.
Where's my golf club?
How do you execute with this roster in this situation, in this city, at these prices, at this, all your primetime games? How do you execute a tank?
It's difficult. And I'm not going to say you've done it before because Steph actually got hurt.
He
got hurt. And then Draymond got hurt, and I don't know if Draymond could have played through it if there were meaningful games, but it was Eric Paschall, it was Jordan Poole, and it was me against Low Neal in the disgrace at Chase. And then you had a pandemic, and then you had games in Florida that you didn't qualify for, and then you got the number 2 pick, and, well, I'm not going to continue with the story because we know what happened with the number 2 pick, but there is a way that you could go into tank mode. I do think that the Steph part of it is the most difficult part of it.
Obviously.
Right.
Sure. I mean, this guy's sitting here like one day the ESPN's going to write an article about how he's laser focused on his 5th ring, and the next day was out for the year?
But he's not going ring shopping. And, I mean, none of these guys are.
Well,
for me. So, I mean, you could be laser focused. And
I just think that's, I don't know, that's jumping too many steps on
I'm
the
with
staircase
you. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I don't think that you go to tank mode, but I wonder what the third, I guess the third option in the vote would be what you and I said, which is make a small move.
Small trade, yes.
Yeah.
13%. Do nothing is barely getting any votes at all.
Right. Because
nobody wants to do nothing.
Do nothing is what we saw last night, where you've got Steph doing his level best.
Well, this is like, I mean, right now, I think this probably, do you agree this probably come up in a boardroom over at Chase Center? This isn't just about winning. There's also a conversation of like, are we watchable right now? Is anybody entertained?
Well, he's entertaining.
Who?
Steph.
Yes, but not enough, and he's not playing enough.
Right.
He's not going to play back-to-backs, and I think that's got to be part of this. That's why Steve Kerr mentioned that the other day. We've got to give our fans some thrills.
Yep, Steve Kerr coming up at 4:00, and I wonder if there will be thrills against Minnesota tomorrow. That's a tough spot, end of a road trip, and we don't know if Draymond's back will be good enough or whether or not his illness will be cleared and all the rest of it. But you're in a tough spot, not only schedule-wise, but like you're saying, your team is not that entertaining outside of Steph, and you're losing games.
Let's go to the callers here. 888-957-9570. What do you want the Warriors to do? Chris in San Jose. Hi, Chris. Thanks for the call.
Hey, Marky Mark, Dibbers. Missed you guys over the holiday season, and Happy New Year. I know it's a bit belated.
No, it's fine,
hey,
Chris.
Mark.
As long as you want to wish Happy New Year, you're free to do so.
Listen, I was going to say it could be February 1st, and if I hadn't spoken to you guys since then, I'd probably wish you a Happy New Year and early Valentine's Day.
And I would take that. I would take that, yeah.
Well, you might get an early Valentine's Day gift from me then, Marky Mark. We'll see what happens. We'll see how generous I'm feeling around that time, and how the wonderful, I forget, what's your wife's name, Lori?
All right, talking about me or Dibs?
Is it Dibbers? I was going to say one of you. You always bring up your beautiful wife, and we want to make sure you do good around Valentine's Day. So I might come with a few tips for you. We'll see.
Yeah, mine's not my wife yet. She's going to be my wife this summer, but her name is Christy, and we have and the lovely supper,
Christy,
and the lovely supper, obviously. Anyway, Chris, let's talk about the basketball team.
I go on tangents, gentlemen. Warriors, you were asking the question, should they tank? Should they go for the playoffs? The reality of the situation is they aren't tanking right now, like trying to tank, but they're in the midst of it. I mean, they're 7-17 in their last 24 games. Right now they have the 10th worst record in the league. You extrapolate what they're doing, and what other teams are doing from the 7, 8, 9 seeds. You extrapolate that over the rest of the year. And this, we're looking at a top 7 pick in the draft. Maybe higher if the lottery balls fall correctly. So you're in an interesting spot. I agree with Dibbers. Listen, you got Hall of Famers on your roster. You got Steph Curry, one of the greatest players of his generation. You're not going to openly go out and tank. And realistically, you're not going to end up with one of the top 5 spots because those teams are already, you already have 11 more wins than them. So they're in a weird spot where everybody's like, unless they make a big move, we're not making the playoffs. But the reality is, to me, even if they make that big move, they're still, 8, 9, 10 seed at best, if that. So right now, I guess the point I'm bringing up, and I'm sure you guys are aware of it, they're not openly trying to tank, but they are tanking with their play on the floor. And the return of Kuminga, it's not going to get any better. So you're looking at a middling team that's going to struggle to make the play-in. So to me, you might as well go in that other direction. You might as well ship off Draymond Green. You might as well Quentin Post had a nice little efficient night the other night. What happens? He goes down to the G League, drops 31 and 10. Let's get the young players some playing time.
listen, I know Moody was 0-6 last night. Let's find out if he can play. Give him a consistent role. You guys signed him to 3 years, $39 million, and he touches the floor once a week. So, you know, you're not going to get that number one pick. Chances are you don't get Cooper Flagg, but you're a lot closer to a top 5 pick than you are making the playoffs, a 1 through 6 seed. I'll let you guys run with it. Love you. You guys have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Chris, you too. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I mean, what I'm hearing is that in some ways we're asking the Warriors to put on a performance, to be actors. In other words, like, are we acting like we can be a good team, but on the down low, we know that we suck and we're just going to keep on losing basketball games? And the same thing bounces in my head every time I hear an idea like what Chris is suggesting. I don't think it's a crazy idea. I just don't think the execution of it is easy enough. When you start going down the road of, hey, let's just play young people and get information, that's where now Steph would be mad. And you can say, I don't care that Steph would be mad, but this is the fence line that you have to walk, which is to say, Steph is over here on one end going, look, we're not looking to completely pants the organization on the way out, but the organization therefore needs to meet him halfway and go, yes, Steph, and in return for that, we will not just stick G Leaguers on the court next to you as you have the curtain fall. It's a very difficult needle to thread, I agree, but you kind of have to play along. Steph's being self-aware, and the Warriors need to also protect Steph. You cannot make a mockery of the end of his career. You can't do that.
You can't, but you can also continue without making a trade, and you can continue with life as it's been, and it's not tanking if you're actually not very good. And right now this team is not tanking. They've lost 17 of 24, and they're trying their level best. So it's not tanking if you're playing Steph and Draymond when they can, and you're playing the rest of the fellas when they can. And you know what? Maybe Quentin Post does get a little bit of a run, and, you know, Lindy Waters, you see what you have. And that doesn't, to me, feel like you're tanking if you're going out there, and then you get down to maybe when you have 20 games left and you're still a 12 seed or you're an 11 seed, and at that point you kind of say, all right, guys, we're going to shut you down at that point, then it's not really tanking. I'm not saying that you should go into full tank mode now, but I'm also saying that you shouldn't go out there and try to mortgage real assets for the future to try to chase something that I don't think is really there.
Yeah, I get it. I do want to bring this up just because we always, in the second half of seasons, people start screaming about math, okay? Everything sounds so far away right now, right? Oh, my gosh, it's unrealistic to think about those top 6 seeds. They're 2.5 games out.
Right. And behind how many teams?
Well, they're currently in the 12 hole.
Right, so they're behind 5 teams.
Yeah, but I mean 2.5 games, and the team sitting in the 6th seed right now is barely outscoring their opponents. Like, their point differential is 0.8. The Warriors is 0.4. It's the Clippers. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not pitching that the Warriors are the 6th best team in the West right now. I'm just saying, man, things could change.
They could.
They can change.
I'm looking at the West, and there are 12 teams that are actually trying, and you are 12th out of 12. Because Portland, they're young, and they're doing their level best. And Utah, God love you. You got Markkanen, and I couldn't name another Jazz's. And New Orleans, my goodness, what? Wow. I mean, you got Ingram and Zion in theory, and you are a hot mess. So of the 15 teams in the West, there are 3 that are terrible, and of the remaining 12, you're 12th out of 12. So we can say you're 2.5 out, and it's factually accurate, but I look at the teams ahead of you, and it's hard for me to find a lot of teams ahead of you that I could look at and say, oh, you're better than them.
Well, I don't know that matters right now because, again, I'll keep using the Sacramento Kings comparison. Like, literally 2 weeks ago, we're like, my God, they're awful. And then they don't lose games anymore. They win 7 in a row.
Yeah.
They beat Boston. They start beating really good basketball teams. And the next thing you know, they're firing into the playoff picture. So can't we have the same? Who's the real Kings? I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think if the Warriors make a trade, not a huge one, bring in someone, also get healthy, I don't think that the Warriors are like not allowed to go on a winning streak. I don't even look at the standings right now. Just play better. They have to play better.
Right.
And they can.
Well, they can. They're allowed to. But I look at the Kings, and I look at a core of mostly younger players and guys who can turn it on in a hurry. And the Warriors, I look at a 36-year-old star who is no longer able to carry a team on his own.
That's fair.
Draymond Green, Hall of Famer, who is unable to get on the floor right now because he's injured. And you can look at Andrew Wiggins and his 20-point performance last night, and yeah, he had 20, and he was a positive in the point differential, and usually that means you win, but you didn't. And then look at the rest of the roster. And even if you have Kuminga, who I like Kuminga, I've been team Kuminga this whole year, but outside of that, you've got a bunch of role players and like bench guys and maybes.
I understand, but like and this is not a great comparison because they're not the same kind of player, but what were they saying 3 weeks ago about DeMar DeRozan with the Kings? What were they saying?
Yeah, he was a big bust. He was missing.
Yeah, this is not a fit. It's the same thing we're all saying about Dennis Schroeder right now. But then suddenly it does because they had 30 games together and then something clicked. Is it possible that Dennis Schroeder starts averaging 15 a night 2 weeks from now? I don't think that's crazy. He was averaging almost 20 a night before. Like Lucas said earlier, well, he's cratered his trade value. I don't think so. The league knows who Dennis Schroeder is. We know who Dennis Schroeder is.
Right.
He can play. He's not playing very well right now. It doesn't mean he's going to play this way for the next 3 months.
Well, he's a guy that Brooklyn was pretty, ready to give up for 2 second-round picks.
Yeah, they're trying
He's
to
a guy
lose.
who's been on 7 different teams.
They're tanking.
Right, but Dennis Schroeder is a guy who's bounced around, and same thing with Buddy Hield. And so Buddy came out, and he was unbelievable for 4 weeks, and then Buddy kind of reverted back to the player that many Sacramento fans would call in and tell us was the real Buddy Hield.
Beyond.
Right. So, I mean, Buddy's allowed to make a shot again, and Dennis is allowed to play better. But I look at, even if those two things happen, does that make this team suddenly a 6 seed?
I don't know. With Kuminga and Vucevic back on it? Probably not. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, if Buddy and Dennis play better and you get Vucevic and Jonathan's healthy and Draymond stays healthy and Steph is just, what Steph has been and Wiggins contributes, okay. That's a lot of ifs.
It's a lot of ifs, but that's sports for most teams. Like, you don't get to just assume championship contention every year. We've kind of fallen into that a little bit here in the Bay. Like, it depends on what goggles you want to put on at the beginning of the year. If you want to think about the team being like in the championship mix, well, yeah, that probably sounds pretty far-fetched. But if the thought is, can the Warriors be a playoff team? And that's the set of goggles that you want to put on at the start of the conversation. I don't think that sits here today as like this wild thought. Oh, it's unrealistic for them to A, make an acquisition, B, get healthier, and C, play better. I don't think that's crazy talk.
Well, it's not crazy, but just because you want to make a trade doesn't mean you get to make a trade.
That's true.
And I do know that trades are hard. That's what the owner told me. And so you want to make a trade for Vucevic? I bet there's a lot of teams that want to make a trade for Vucevic.
Maybe.
I bet there's more that want to make a trade for Cam Johnson. If those are the kind of moves that you and I are advocating, which they are, it's not as easy as you want them and therefore you get them. And the idea of Steph and Draymond being healthy, we already know that Steph is going to be load managed on back-to-backs, and I don't know how many more they have. They probably have 7 or 8 more of those games where that kind of feels like 7 or 8 more games where Steph won't play. And yeah, Dennis and Buddy are allowed to play better, but let's go, fellas. The time is now. Buddy's been bad for almost 2 months now.
Yeah, no, that one has gone south. There's no doubt. Eddie in the city. Hi, Eddie. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. What was the question again? You guys been talking so long, I can't even remember the question.
Well, we host a radio show, but what do you want the Warriors to do, Eddie?
Okay, so the Warriors definitely need to make a trade. I don't think they need to make a huge one, but they're gonna have to do something. This team can't stand packed. They need like a Vucevic and a Cam Johnson, or Vucevic and Zach LaVine. You got to kind of clear the deck, because if you do that, you get some young. It'll force Steve Kerr outside of that top-heavy team. You know, you guys are saying that the Warriors need like a second scorer. Well, if you got LaVine and Vucevic, and when Jonathan Kuminga comes back, then you got like 3 or 4 different guys that can take over if Steph Curry is being double-teamed or whatnot. And then you inject the young people, you know, get some of the young guys from the G League in there. I'm thinking of Kevin Knotts and Quentin Post and a couple of these other guys. You get younger, faster, hungrier at the bottom of your lineup, and you got some good veterans. And I think Vucevic would be good for Quentin Post and TJD. You know, pick his brain, do like he does. And, you know, when his contract is up and he's too old, then you got some guys that can come in and take over. But you got to do something. You can't stand pat.
Well,
and some of this is on Steve Kerr.
Yeah, Eddie, we got to run, but thank you. I think we get the concept. I just think, to me, you're trying to serve too many goals at the same time. Here's what I'm not doing. I'm not acquiring Zach LaVine's contract, which has got over $100 million left on it.
That's all?
So that I can bring him in and, quote, go for it, and then start prioritizing Quentin Post. You got to do one or the other here. You got to, that's one thing I will firmly say to me doesn't work, which is to stick 2 feet in 2 different buckets.
Well, you tried that with the 2 timelines, which is not anything they ever said, but it was clear they tried to bring the youth and have the veterans, and so that didn't work. It's either, you know, rebuild or, you know, do something in the offseason.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle at all. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, dialed in like no one else, joins us next on Willard and Dibs. And
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I was about to, and we'll tell everybody about this later. We got another donation for Triples for Autism, which is awesome, which means the Warriors hit a bunch of threes again last night, but one too few. And it does feel a little bit like a crossroads, right?
Yeah. And I sent that out. Shout out to Bone Thugs and Harmony and their great song, Crossroads. And see you at the crossroads. And I saw Anthony Slater's piece in The Athletic, and he talked about the crossroads, and here we are. And our next guest, Tim Kawakami, I'm sure can speak to that at 19 and 20, 23 days before the deadline. Who are you?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
No, it's a tough spot. And so we want to talk to Tim about that and much more. He joins us now on the River Islands guest line. His great work on the SF Standard, and then also, of course, the TK Show, which you can find on the Odyssey app, is great. And he just posted a conversation with Buster Posey, now running the Giants. So we'll touch on that a little bit as well. Hey, Tim, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing just fine, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. This crossroads for the Warriors, though. I mean, how does Mike Dunleavy, how does he thread this needle?
Yeah, I don't know that it's really possible. If it means, can you get this team to compete for a championship this season? I just don't know that that's in the realm of possibility. Probably was a little outside the envelope already going into the season, but you could think about it, and they go 12-3 to start. You certainly are allowed to say, well, get a third seed, and the third seed's where they won the championship in 2022. And, well, that's out the window. 7-17 the last last month and a half or however long that's been. I think they have to be realistic. I think they're generally realistic. I think what we're hearing from Steph, Draymond, and Kerr in the last few days in various interviews is that they're really trying hard to be realistic. And I know fans don't want to hear that. And maybe Joe Lacob is not on that. He's always pushing for try to be as good as you can. But I don't know that the move is there. That would immediately vault them back. I don't know what they could do where you could say, okay, this now is a team that's going to be one of the top 3 seeds and have a real shot at home court advantage the first 2 rounds, and all these things that you kind of need, you kind of want to feel if you're the Warriors right now, and then you're going to playoffs. Now, obviously, you have the pressures of Steph. They're going to be 37 in March. You have, how much more are they going to get at Draymond? All these things, all these pressures are there. They're real, but I don't know what they can, what practically they can do beneficially other than just try to be as good as they could this year. It's not going to be great. And then make sure they don't blow it for some big move if it's there next offseason. That's where this is, again, fans really don't like to hear that. And that's okay. I get it. It's not great right now. But what you don't want to do is sacrifice the possibility of something bigger, or that John Kuminga just turns into that something bigger. I don't know if that's going to happen, but there's a possibility of that. You don't want to sacrifice that for a marginal improvement this season. And I don't see anything out there other than marginal improvements. And Dennis Schroeder, I thought, would be a marginal improvement. And he's actually been not that. He's been a marginal, maybe backward step. So they don't have a lot they can do. And it's tough. It's a tough place to be. It's a tough place knowing that Steph Curry could still lead a team doing some really big things if he's got the right mix around him. They don't have the right mix around them. They've got the injuries. And I've said the Kuminga injury really froze this season because either he could have been really, really good and they would have changed the dynamic of the team, or he would have built his value and could have traded him for something really, really good in February. And neither of those things was likely to happen with him maybe missing games all the way up until the trade deadline. And at the best, he'll be back with a week or two before that, and he'll be trying to get himself into shape. And that's just not the way that you're going to maximize his value at this moment. It's just they're kind of stuck there. And it's not great, but I think some of this season is the acceptance of that reality. And we're hearing it, I think, from the top guys.
Yeah, the 5 stages of grief, the Kubler-Ross model, they don't always go in order, but I do think that we've reached a little bit of an acceptance stage. And I think about the offseason, Tim, and how are they poised to then at that spot make a bigger move that maybe they can't make at the deadline in terms of, cap room or salary space and assets? Are they more poised in August than they are now in February?
It's just the teams are more willing to make bigger swings in the offseason. That's when they tried to get Paul George, Lauri Markkanen last offseason. You're just set up the way the contracts go. They don't have cap room. They don't have, that isn't where they're playing with. It's just what can they trade. And you would have Kuminga becoming a restricted free agent. You would have, other contracts that could possibly move. You would have some, it's Kuminga and his picks. And Wiggins. There's all the names that we've heard, and maybe that gets you marketing, and maybe that gets you something more than marketing. We know what the pipe dream is. It's the guy in Milwaukee, but he's the pipe dream for a lot of teams, and maybe teams that are better positioned than the Warriors. We'll see. But I just think that's when they have to really make the decision about Kuminga. Again, he's a restricted free agent in July, and they could either pay him, they could trade him, they could figure out what to do there. There are some players that might become available. There's always a good player that's a surprise that becomes available, and it's much more likely that they'll be able to do it in the off season than they would be in the trade deadline's tough. You got to match so many things all at once. You can't go 4 for 1 because the roster spots are taking it, and it's just really hard to make something like that happen at the deadline. You can do it. It has happened. It's hard, and I just think. Markkanen, you can revisit. You can revisit some Paul George. You can do some other things. Neither one of them feels that great right now. But it's on that level that they can try to line it up for next July and hope that Steph's good for another year. I hope that Draymond holds on for another year. That's what it's basically come down to. But what you don't want to do is do something that sacrifices something you're going to need, the first-round pick, 2 first-round picks, in July, if you want to line up something big by getting something marginal now. And I think it's all marginal now.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, TK Show, Odyssey app with us here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. TK, we all took note that the timing of Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, all at the same time sort of saying, hey, we value the future of this organization, not just what happens for us in the next 2 or 3 years. Do you think there's some sort of coordinated PR messaging that's coming from those 3 guys?
It would be logical. I don't know that. I think they've been that way. That's what I've been trying to tell people for a while. They were there this way in summer. They've been this way all season. They're in on all these discussions. Believe me, Steph for sure. And they get it. They understand what's in play. Do they want a big move? Absolutely. But they don't want a stupid move. And that's kind of where they're at. And I think maybe they're understanding the pressures that the front office might be under. They're understanding people are worried about Steph's prime. And my joke is, Warriors fans seem to be worried about Steph's prime more than Steph is worried about Steph's prime, because he understands kind of like, the steps you have to take, the moderate plans you have to make, the stupid things you have to avoid in order to try to just do the best you can with what you have and then make the play when you can, not when you're forcing it. So I just think the questions are being asked now, and so we're hearing what they really think. This is not a surprise. This is what's kind of been in the organization for a while. You do hear Lacob, pushing the button, wanting to go push and push and push, but he's also the one who, the whole 2-timeline thing, which people are barbecuing everybody for, that's fine. They did the 2-timeline thing because they happened to get the second pick overall. They were so bad, everybody left, and they got the second overall pick, so they decided it's a 2-timeline. That was out the window when James Wiseman flailed out. But I just think they're rational people. They talk about this. There's never been Mike Dunleavy Jr. does not do stuff without checking with Steph and Draymond. They're in this. I think Warriors fans in both don't understand that. They think that they're these helpless people, watching the world go by, and they have no control over it. No, Steph Curry and Draymond Green, if they don't want someone to come to the Warriors, they let Dunleavy know it doesn't happen. If they want somebody, they make a push for that player. This is the way it's worked for several years. It's the way it should work. If it all busts open and it's all terrible, maybe some of that changes, but it hasn't happened yet. Maybe they're on their way there. I mean, it don't look good, but I think it's held together because there's a communication, there's understanding, and they just don't do stuff that Steph doesn't want them to do because he's rational too. And I think that's the larger picture here.
Yeah, and you hear his comments from yesterday, and it seems like he's rational with an eye toward the future for the organization, even after his time here is up. So I think about some of the big names that are out there, and Jimmy Butler and Zion and other big names that people want to throw out. When you look at those deals, are they just too unwieldy, and maybe the fits aren't good enough for the Warriors to even entertain them?
Yeah, the money's so huge. Just got to remember that. They have to match the money. Absolutely must match the money. So you're giving up Wiggins plus Kuminga plus something else just to get to the number that they're making. Just think of it that way. They're not getting these guys just for the salary and taking them. They have to add players to get to the salary. Are they better? With Butler, you probably have to give him an extension. And with Zion, you have to deal with a guy who doesn't play, half the games every season. The equation doesn't work. Now, you want to go back through and do it in the off season with a chance to get a full breath and check out what Zion's health status is, or maybe Butler exactly get the number on what it's going to cost for an extension. Probably better than doing it in the whirlwind of the middle of the season. It's just not the wisest way to do this. It usually doesn't work out when you do it bang, bang like this. It usually is a lot better when you have kind of a breather. You can take a whole off season to adjust to the new player. You can figure out the money. You can make other deals, right, to compensate for the things you had to give up to get this player. This is what the off season is for. I'm not guaranteeing something huge is going to happen in the off season. They've tried it before and it hasn't worked. They've tried it before and it has worked. It's just so much more sane to do it when in conjunction with all the other things you can do in the off season, including the draft. And maybe they're going to get a lottery pick, the fellas, by the way, and maybe they luck out in the lottery. I don't know that they will, but sitting in 12th place, that's where it seems to be headed. I think they probably can wedge their way into that play-in. We'll see where it goes from there. But it's so tough to start talking about $40 million players when you have to stack up those contracts in order to get there. And are you better? Are you better without Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga to get Jimmy Butler? I would say you're not. Are you better with those two players to get Zion, who may or may not be playing? I would say you're not. Like that player who's worth that package, if that's what it is, I don't see them being available on this market. Maybe it'll be available in the July market.
Tim, what if we go down a peg? And there's been so much talk about Vucevic. What do you think the chances are that Vucevic is on this team in a few weeks?
I think it's decent, although Chicago is a weird team. Like in the Brooklyn, it's a deal-making team. So when Schroeder is available and they can make it, they did it, right? The first day it was possible to acquire Dennis Schroeder, they did. Chicago doesn't operate like that. Chicago is hard to tell. Like they might be pushing for the 10th spot in the East. They might be pushing for the 11th spot in the East and trying to get to 9, whatever. If it was the Brooklyn you're talking to and they had Vucevic, I think it might already have happened. It's not going to cost the Warriors one of those, probably wouldn't cost them one of those pieces you're going to need in July, unless they're asking for a first-round pick, then you're just not doing it. But yeah, I think that could happen. I think there are other names that are out there that theoretically could happen. Stretch 5. The one position that it's worth them giving up a little bit, it's stretch 5, because they just cannot score in the front court. They cannot score. And it tightens up everything. Nobody wants to take a shot. I don't think Nikola Vucevic makes them one of the top 4 teams in the West. I think it might make them one of the top 5, top 6, if all works out. And sometimes it doesn't, as we're seeing with Schroeder. But, yeah, I could see that. Gary Payton plus Buddy Hield plus something else. If Chicago wants to do that, wants to get off of Vucevic's salary for next season, I think it would be smart for them. But it's just kind of hard to figure out Chicago sometimes. They don't do the smart thing. They hold on to their guys for what? I don't always understand. Brooklyn is a team that's like, let's get as bad as we can. Let's tank. I get that. That's what they did. Chicago, I don't know. It's really hard to guess what Chicago is going to do. But Vucevic is one of those, he's one of those marginal pieces. It's maybe an extra win, a half a win, 2 wins, whatever it is. It's not 10 wins. But I think they'd look better with him, and I don't think it would or should cost them something sacrificing the chance to do something larger down the road.
Yeah, and 2 wins now, and maybe it's 4 wins next year, so it becomes incremental in the rebuild.
Yep.
You mentioned Brooklyn. They do have 4 first-round picks in the upcoming draft, so we're going to see a lot of Brooklyn when the draft hits. Jonathan Kuminga, Tim, where do you think the Warriors are with Kuminga? Because he started to flash, then he got hurt. He's going to be owed in the open market between, 30 and maybe 40 million per year. Where do the Warriors sit in terms of their willingness to give him that big deal, or maybe give him the Jordan Poole treatment of a sign and trade?
I think they'd be in the market 35, 36. I think they can afford it. They got some salaries coming off. Is he good enough in Steve Kerr's estimation to be worth that? To guarantee 32 minutes a game? Still marginal. I think he was moving in that direction. I think they cannot lose him as an asset. The other thing is, you look around, there's not many teams that have that slot to offer him. So they can't even sign him to the restricted offer sheet. So, Brooklyn is the one that has the max slot. Then now there's word that they don't want to use it because they want to hold it open to see if they can do something to fit, Giannis into some of that. There could be other ways that they could use that. So I don't know that the Kuminga thing might be as controversial as we've all kind of thought it was going to be. I've written it. It's a weird valuing thing, and it's now frozen because of the ankle injury. Not the perfect fit in a Kerr system, but he also does a lot of things, as we're seeing in the last few games, that they desperately need. Someone can just take the ball and go to the rim. They do not have that. It's weird that their NBA team, with all these good players, or theoretically good players, and none of them, except for Steph, can get to the rim. It's weird, but he's got a place on this team. Again, what the number's going to be, whether they think they should trade him instead, sign and trade. We'll have to see what the package is. But barring that, I think he's got a spot on this team. I think they could sign him. Doesn't mean they won't trade him after that in a year or 6 months or whatever. But I think the way this is headed is he signs with the Warriors, 4 years, 125, something like that, about where his contemporaries have signed, and they ride it out because you just don't want to lose that value. You cannot get into a spot where you cannot re-sign him and he goes for nothing. That would be a malpractice, and I don't think they're going to do that.
That's interesting. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. The TK Show is on the Odyssey app. He's joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Okay, the big 5 names, Tim. Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. Are they all on the same page right now?
Yeah, you can't all be exactly on the same page, and you have different pressures and different urgencies and different things. But I think generally they are. That's why I think that's a misunderstanding that, that Steph would want one thing and Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. would want a different thing. I think Kerr has differing values about young players, but you understand that, and that's good. You don't want everybody to think the exact same thing. He wants young players to prove it to him, and Kuminga is sort of doing that, had not been doing that for a few months. You don't want everyone to think the exact same thing. It's great when you have Kevin Durant, Steph Curry in their primes, and then everybody can think the same thing. It's just that doesn't happen very often. So it's a little bits of conversations and debates and things pushing one way and things pushing another way, but I think they're generally on the same thing. Listen, in a year or two, if Steph is not the superstar that he still is, maybe a lot of that equation changes, and I think we're feeling some of that now, but this hasn't happened yet. And we know where the contract's end. Curry's contract ends in 2 years. Well, now Curry's 3 years, but it's going to come to an end. I think everybody understands that. How do they want that to go? Who do they want to be surrounded by when it happens? And then what's the next steps after that? I think everybody understands this. It's just how there might be differing ideas on how that happens. I don't think it's huge discrepancies. I just think there's things within, percentages of, do we try this? Do we really try this? Do we really, really, really try this? Or do we fall back on this? I think those are the conversations. I think we're hearing it again out loud in public. It's kind of the way the Warriors do things. They kind of talk about it because they're asked these questions. And I don't think there's an immense amount of tension. I just think it's the tension of we got to figure this out because it ain't working right now.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, and again, TK Show just released with Buster Posey. By the way, TK, since you talked to Buster, are the Giants done this offseason?
Yeah, I don't think he was going to say they're done, but I think their big stuff is done generally. I mean, I don't know what else they would do. Maybe here or there, with the kind of, a backup outfielder or that kind of thing. But I think they're generally done. You said they're not going to go after their starting pitcher, which is kind of the other thing that they could go for. I don't know that fans want to hear this exactly, but I don't know what else they would do. Pete Alonso is the one out there, but they're not blocking Bryce Eldridge with a first baseman. They're not doing that. So this is essentially what they are. It's not great, but I think there's faith in Posey that Willy Adames changes the dynamic in the infield. That Verlander, if he gives them 15 to 20 starts, changes the kind of the feeling on the rotation, and they go from there. And one thing that we learned from Farhan Zaidi, I know Giants fans always love hearing that name, the roster you're bringing to spring training isn't the one that you're going to end up having in July.
Yeah.
And the roster, even on opening day, isn't the one you're going to have in July. Let's see how this plays out, but I don't think anything dramatic is going to happen between now and spring training.
No short-term first baseman who can also DH? Like, nothing like that?
I think that's Lamont Wade Jr. is what that is. So, I mean, listen, I understand. I'm not the biggest fan of that kind of thing, but who is that? Who is that? That's the thing. Is that player available right now? I don't know, and I think they're going to say, listen, if Bryce Eldridge can come up here in September, in August, you don't want someone sitting there making $35 million a year and go, oh, what do we do with this guy?
Yep.
So, I think that it's long-range thinking, but I don't know that some DH, first baseman who hits 22 home runs and looks like Jorge Soler's stat profile is going to make him better than the Padres or certainly the Dodgers. It's a little defeatist. I understand it, but I think it's more of a big picture fix than it is, oh my God, we got to match up with that team. They're not going to match up with that team. They're not. It's not going to happen. You try to play as hard as you can and be as, overall. It's kind of the overview of the thing, and maybe they just feel like a team on the rise. I think that is the goal for them. That's a realistic goal, at least.
TK, you're the best, man. Thank you for joining this afternoon.
You got it, guys.
Okay, Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, TK Show, Odyssey app. We're sponsored by AC Transit, and we're going to react to that and continue to take your calls. What do you want to see the Warriors do? We all acknowledge this tough spot, but they got to do something. The number one thing that it seems like nobody wants to vote for is do nothing, which means you want them to do something. So what? What do you want them to do? Big trade, medium trade, tank? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Calling all journey-level mechanics. AC Transit is hiring. Join our crew and get on-the-job training with cutting-edge zero-emission.
loss on the road here in Toronto. Golden State's down 102-101 with 93 seconds to go.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, earlier in the day, I called you a dismisser.
Yeah.
I stand on what I say, by the way.
Of course. Stand on what you mean.
Stand on it. Stand on what you say.
Sing it.
Stand on what you do.
Thank you.
Crossroads, for those of you not on YouTube.
Oh, see you at the crossroads.
Yeah.
Actually, I won't.
And we're
here.
there.
We're here.
We're at the crossroads.
We're
and
there.
you're seeing me at the crossroads. So,
and I have no problem admitting that I skew in the other direction. I don't ever want to give up on nothing. And that's because I'm a dreamer and all of that stuff. But I've also watched it in sports too many times. And so that's kind of where I come from when I look at this. Just bottle up how you feel right now, Warrior fan. And I would argue very firmly that it's not going to be like this for the rest of the year. That doesn't mean that it's going to get better. It might get worse. How about that? Might get worse. I doubt it. But my point is that I just don't like the same way Steph Curry, and we'll play it again for you in a sec, and Steve Kerr joins us in 25 minutes live. The same way Steph Curry goes, we don't want to make a move out of desperation. You also don't want to make decisions off of emotion. And your emotion right now is, crap, this sucks. To hell with it. Throw it in the trash. And I just think that's where Team Tank is coming from. That's not where they are. It doesn't make any sense. The whole youth movement, Tank, this, that, the other, quite frankly, just to be real about it, there's plenty of time for that. If that's what you want to do. If you want a youth movement, Steph Curry has 2 more years on his deal after this one. So this that we're experiencing, this isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, unless you trade Steph, which many people, not many, some people want to do.
And what would you say about that?
Nonsense.
Of course.
It's a non-starter.
Agreed.
And I'll be dismissive of that idea because you don't trade your number one marquee box office attraction when you're trying to put out a business that's about entertainment. And right now, you mentioned it before, like what's watchable about this team right now? Is it Buddy barely glancing the rim? Is it Dennis wandering lost on the floor? Is it TJD diving to the rim? Is it Kevon Looney setting a good sturdy screen? Is it Lindy Waters with an open 3? No, it's Steph. It's only Steph. It will always be Steph. And so if you're looking to put out an entertainment product, you're not going to trade your number one asset. So yes, you're not going to make a trade based on emotion or desperation. I don't think good teams do that. And that's what Draymond said. His quote was, that's not what good teams do. Bad teams do that.
Thank you.
And this is not a bad organization. It might be a bad team right now. And yeah, they're able to go, on a little bit of a run. I don't think they're going to go 32-10 the rest of the way.
I don't either.
But they'll probably be this sort of a team around 500, threatening the play-in. Maybe they get to the play-in and maybe they win a couple of games and get a series. But no matter what they wind up doing, I think after half a year, you get an idea of who they are.
I liked Tim's answer on Vucevic. Chicago's a weird team. I don't know what they're going to do, but yes, that's what the Warriors want. They want to stretch 5. So to me, that's the guy. That's been the guy. That continues to be the guy. I hope that's the guy. Does that make you something scary? Probably not. Do I think that can be a playoff team? I do. I really do.
And if I say I don't, then I'm dismissive.
Fine. Yes, you are.
Right.
And that's okay.
It's your opinion of me being dismissive. Am I being dismissive if I'm right? Does that make me dismissive?
Well, that's an interesting way to phrase it.
I wonder, your use of dismissive, and if I said 3 years ago I didn't think that they would win a championship, and I did, and I would be in the 94% crowd. There was a very small minority, and I don't think that you were one of them. When they were halfway through the year, I don't think that you were saying, oh yeah, championship, this team, it's a championship team.
No, I want to be in the moment. Like, just stay right here for a second.
I'm in the moment.
You're not.
No, I am.
You're not.
I'm in the moment,
You're
and
not.
I see a team that's 19 and 20,
saying they're
and
not
in the moment, they're not good.
That's
and
fine.
they haven't been good for 6 weeks.
But
and
that
6
hasn't-
weeks ago,
that hasn't
when I
been the
said they aren't
conversation.
good,
That hasn't
I
been
said
the
they weren't
conversation.
good, and they weren't good then, and they're not good now.
But that's not the conversation.
That is the conversation.
No, you're saying
it's the
they
way you're
can't-
taking it.
No, you're saying they can't go anywhere.
Oh, of course they can.
No, you don't mean it in a way like they're allowed to. You mean it in a way like they're not. And the problem is you've got to make decisions in the moment based on where you think things are going to go next. I want to be careful here. I'm not criticizing you for that opinion.
You can criticize me. You can say whatever you want about my opinion.
And I do. And this is a little bit of a difference, which is a good thing. Celebrate differences. It's a little bit of a difference in the way you and I look at things often. Not every time, not all the time, but often. And I skew too far to the optimist, and sometimes you're over here in what I would call, and by the way, slight tweak, I didn't call you dismissive, I called you a dismisser.
Right.
Which does not mean that you're...
You're getting into nuance now, and that's fine.
It doesn't mean that you're dismissive of every topic, but you tend to skew in a direction of, that's probably not going to happen.
Right.
And that's fine.
And it's...
But
so you can tell me that, this potentially could happen. Like Steph can find the fountain of youth and you can acquire talent. And yes, I'm looking at it from a logical standpoint, from the way I judge a team and what I see when I watch 39 basketball games and I see a team that is old and not very good.
Right.
And if that's dismissive, then so be it.
But my point is there is a very real possibility that this team 2 weeks from now has new people on it. So how do we know? How do we know where it's going to go? Right? The silly Giants under Farhan Zaidi, once upon a time, won 107 games with no talent. So, it's sports.
Right.
It's sports.
So how are we supposed to have a conversation without looking looking at the bigger picture?
You can say it. Don't turtle up. You can say it.
I will never turtle up.
So, it's fine.
I will never shy away from my opinion.
My point is if we're talking about the remainder of Steph Curry's career or even the remainder of Steph Curry's year, it is very, very relevant to think about what are the things that can be done to send this in a new direction. It doesn't, and this is my point, it doesn't have to be a championship. It doesn't have to be a 1 seed or a 2 seed or a 3 seed. I just think that we sit here today and it feels probably, I'd argue, as bad as it's felt all year, right? They're under 500 and you just lost to the freaking Raptors.
Yeah, you've lost 17 to 24.
Yeah, so coming from that moment emotionally, similar to what Steph said, is not a great space to form your opinion about what the team should do next. Because right now in this moment, it looks like they are a dumpster fire.
Right.
But I don't think they're going to be a dumpster fire for the rest of the year.
Well, it depends on a number of factors. One, can you get the players that you were counting on healthy? And I know that I saw GP2 expected to play tomorrow.
That's good.
And Pods is not. Draymond is questionable. And Kuminga is probably 2 or 3 weeks away from him actually playing. And beyond the guys you have getting healthy, can the guys that you have actually play up to the caliber that we're used to seeing? And I'm looking at Dennis and Buddy particularly. Dennis Schroeder has been on 8 teams in his career, and I think there's a reason for that. And maybe it's because he doesn't fit, but Dennis so far has not been good. Can he play better? Sure. Can Buddy actually make a shot? Why not? Of course. So can you make acquisitions? Can you get healthy? Can you get better? All of that is absolutely possible, and I hope it would happen. But it doesn't mean that I necessarily look at all those things collectively and think this is going to be anything other than a play-in team or maybe a one and done in the playoffs.
Yeah, again, you're I think you speak for many. You're absolutely welcome to have the opinion. My message is today is today. Today is today. And it's the same message, quite frankly, that I had when you and I talked about those quarterbacks yesterday. And in fact, we can have a Sam Darnold conversation in a little bit after Steve Kerr comes on. I get struck how often we look at things, we remember the last thing we saw, and we decide that's who this person is. So now apparently Sam's terrible.
No.
I know, I'm not saying you.
No.
But they went 14 and in the end, I guess 14-4 this year. Sam's not terrible, but I also laughed when he was 14-3, and everyone's like, oh my God, guy's the bee's knees. No, we've watched him for 5 years. He's all of those things, just like Justin Herbert is, and Brock Purdy is, and all of these people. So when we say, are the Warriors 12-3, or are they 7-17? The only answer is both. They're both. Those capabilities are in there. And so I think Steph is not asking, he's not trying to strangle the organization into give me everything. He's saying, is there a chance to get better? And can we create a new path? And can Warrior basketball look different 3 weeks from now than it does today? I firmly think that it's possible.
Sure. Of course it is. It's possible, but it's also possible, and I don't want to be dismissive or negative, but it's also possible that there's no deal out there and the guys who you acquired, Buddy and Dennis, don't play any better, and your older guys continue to be in and out of the lineup, and it's possible that this doesn't get any better. I mean, they're, to me, teetering on the brink. You're going to Minnesota, a really good team tomorrow at the end of a 4-game road trip, and I don't know what the spread is, but I would guess you're 6 or 6.5 point underdogs going into tomorrow night.
I can look at that.
It's going to be a tough spot for the Warriors, and I look at who you've been through 39 games, and yeah, this is who you are. You were hot early when you had a fresh Steph and you had Buddy lighting it up and you were winning games, and then you haven't had a fresh Steph and Draymond's been in and out of the lineup, and now Buddy has had a really hard time, and you've fallen on really hard times.
The Warriors are 5.5 point underdogs.
Yeah, there you go.
5.5 point underdogs.
Sounds about right.
Grandy, what's up?
I have a question for you guys. So, Willie, you're talking about you don't want to make a rash decision based on like one bad game, like a poor stretch. Like you want large sample size. I mean, they've been a largely mediocre team for 2.5 years now, and it's only getting worse. That feels like a pretty large sample size to make decisions off of.
I guess, and that is the sample size that I'm using to make the decision that I would attempt to make, which is to try to get better. Like, I guess I'd answer your question with another question. What are you suggesting? Do you want to tank? I don't even know how the Warriors would do that.
I'm suggesting that you got to do something extreme one way or the other, because just kind of hanging out in the middle hasn't worked, and it's not going to work at any point.
So you would either make a huge swing
one way or the other, which means the unthinkable.
You like
as
Zion.
Well.
You want Zion.
I absolutely would go for Zion. It helps you now. It's a chance, but if it works, it helps you now, and it helps you in the future.
I'll tell you what. It's the only big name that even slightly intrigues me. I will admit
he's 24 years old.
But your other extreme is not possible. I don't know how this team tanks. I would love for someone to explain to me how realistically everybody loves to be realist. Okay, let's be realist. Realistically, how do you tank? Tell me how that looks.
I would say by tanking, I maybe don't necessarily mean, or by going extreme the other way, I don't necessarily mean tanking this year. I mean, maybe opening your eyes to the possibility that Steph Curry retires somewhere else, plays out the final years, not as a Warrior.
Okay. So you're talking about trade him.
Yeah. That's one extreme.
I don't even know.
Not that I'd root for that or want that, but it's one extreme.
Here's the funny thing, and you've said this before, Dibs. I don't even know how you execute that. Who's the team out there that's like, yep, $59 million for 37 years old. That's the missing piece we need. And we have wonderful assets for you in return that equal $60 million. I don't even know how you do it. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I don't know. I don't know how you execute either moving off of Steph or moving away from Steph. I don't even know how it's possible.
Well, wouldn't Steph want to go to a team where he could maybe get his 5th ring? And if that's the case, then you're going to trade him to a pretty good team. And usually a pretty good team, if they have a high-priced guy, it's a good player that they'd want to keep. So unless you want to involve a 3rd or a 4th team to move salaries around to where Steph can go to a team like the Lakers, for example, and, if Steph wants to go with LeBron and give it one last go-round in this cockamamie scenario, then the Lakers are going to have to send out salary to someone else, and then that team's going to have to send it to the Warriors, and picks are flying and the whole deal. But I don't know the logistics of a trade with the highest paid player in the NBA is even possible, let alone would Joe Lacob even entertain that? And I understand that we all want to do right by Steph, but until Steph comes out and says, I want out, until he goes not full Jimmy Butler, but partial Jimmy Butler, you don't even entertain this.
I'm with you. And by the way, I don't think we're anywhere near it. And I think that this comment he made last night proves it.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense, or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something.
This bothered some people. Some people felt like it was a white flag. I thought that felt like a shower after a hike. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That Steph Curry is sitting here, and instead of trying to strangle people into being about me, he's like, yes, we want to win. Yes, we want to do everything we can, but we want to do it smart. I've been a Warrior my whole life. You think that I want to kick this organization in the face on my way out?
No.
I don't want to do that.
And you can't just be
Steph.
flinging assets all over the place. So you're going to fling assets all over the place for, let's just say, Zion Williamson. It's going to take 2 firsts and, Wiggins and another player, and you get Zion Williamson in, and, you're just flinging assets all over the place for a guy who may or may not be able to play. And, tip of the cap to Zion. He's actually played in 2 consecutive games, and I'm proud of him.
That's 3 out of 4 now, Dibs.
Yeah, it's impressive.
And the one that he missed was not because of an injury.
Right. It's because he got into trouble.
Right.
He missed a plane. Yeah. 24 years old, and still can't figure out how to get to a plane on time.
Hey, this is interesting, and we haven't played it yet. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, reacting to that comment from Steph that we just played for you.
And this is so unusual for a star player to say. I mean, LeBron operates and has for decades exactly the opposite. He says, trade the 2031 first-round pick. I don't care about that. This is Steph talking about leaving the franchise better than he found it. Guess what? You're leaving the franchise better than you found it, I promise you. And if anything, it's the franchise that owes him the last couple of years of his career. So this was a remarkable interview on a lot of fronts. Yeah. And I'm going to be honest with you, when you listen to him talk like that, it makes you wonder that the Warriors, who've been sniffing around a star player since last summer, that instead of doing that, they may do the opposite and make a trade to save money because they're not far away from the luxury tax, because it sounds like they've got Steph's sign-off on it. So this was truly a remarkable moment in the season.
So once again, here's my reaction to that. Once again, Steph Curry, party of one.
Yeah,
That's
he's
it.
unique, pretty unique, yeah. And I also think that he looks at it a little bit more the way I'm looking at it, which is it's not about February, it's about October. How do you get better between now and October? And if there's no big move you can make in February, and he talked about flinging assets all over the place, if there's no easy deal to get you better now, to make you a real threat now, why not make a trade like Brian Windhorst was saying, where you save a little bit of money, you clear a little bit of space, and you get to the offseason, and then you're more able to go out and get a free agent who'd be out there on the market.
If it's the right thing to do, then I bet Steph would be all for it. I don't think he wants to just kick the rest of this season.
No.
But again, you take each opportunity as it is presented to you. And if it's a smart thing, I do think he would sign off on something like that. I do.
Well, he's here. He's here for this year and 2 more, so it's not like his championship window closes at the end of this year.
Steve Kerr coming up here in less than 10 minutes. Glenn in New York. Hi, Glenn. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for having me. I think the big move that can be made now, and it's directly to your next guest coming up, is I think it's time to move on from Steve Kerr. We can give Mike Brown a call. This small guard lineup thing is not working. He keeps coming up with these idiotic rotations. Even the other night, he himself said, I keep taking Looney out of the lineup, and then halfway through the season I put him back in, and I say, why did I take him out in the first place? It's just like he keeps making these idiotic, rotation moves that just do not work, and he refuses to move on from them. I think if we got Mike Brown in there, he's a coach that's already familiar with the team. He's familiar with the players, and we can pick it up. We can go from there. It's a big move that we don't have to sell the future away to get.
Yeah, Glenn, respectfully, very respectfully, could not disagree more. Thank you so much. If you look at this roster and feel like they are rotation moves away from being good, I would love to watch a game with you and have you explain it to me. I don't know what you're seeing. They don't have any talent right now.
Well, and they're tiny. So, he talked about them having all these guards. All you have is guards and small forwards. And your bigs are both 6'9". Kevon Looney, who can't jump.
He was good last night, too.
Yes, but
he was good.
It's not like he's a rim protector. And TJD at 6'9", who's not exactly that huge either. And the rest of your team is a bunch of guys at 6'3". So what do you want him to do with the rotation?
I do not know. I do not know. And going from Steve Kerr to Mike Brown, I don't know one person in NBA circles who thinks that would be an upgrade. I love Mike too. Mike is a sweet man, and he really was a good assistant with the Warriors. And I think that he deserves a lot of credit. There's a comp from Mike Brown to Mark Jackson with the Sacramento Kings. He went in there and he changed some things about the way they went about it, and it really helped, and it worked, and they're lighting the beam, and they're doing all these things. Now, maybe someone else needs to go in there to get it to the next level. Is that person Doug Christie? I don't know. They're off to a good start, but I'm not down on Mike Brown, but Steve Kerr's a better coach than Mike Brown, the head coach of a basketball team.
And Steve Kerr is going nowhere. So it's just kind of like talking about Kyle Shanahan. We need to replace Kyle Shanahan. Well, it's not happening. And it's the same thing with Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's going to be here as long as he wants to be here. End of story, really.
Steve, you know where Steve Kerr is going to be? He's actually going to be here.
Oh.
Here.
Okay.
On 95.7 The Game.
With us.
On Willard and Dip.
I love it.
He is coming up next. So stay right where you are. Here comes Steve Kerr joining us next. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good on Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy.
Raptors to the front court. Grady Dick to Pirtle. Pirtle to Barnes. Barnes left alone. Takes a three. No good. Curry back for the rebound again. That's his fourth board. Comes middle. Off a series of screens. A logo shot! Curry! Ridiculous.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, we will. Your coach is going to be on with us in just a moment. Steve Kerr, moments away, gives us a chance here on Willard and Dibbs to tell you again about Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors made, count them up, Dibbs. 16.
It's a lot.
Not enough. Yep. 3-pointers in their loss last night in Toronto. But it is enough for another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society, San Francisco. Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins led the way with 4 each. Buddy Hield, Dennis Schroeder, Lindy Waters, Kyle Anderson, 2 apiece. That's 16th donation of the year for Triples for Autism. To make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners in the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support through life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. Steve said after the game last night, that was the most frustrating moment of the whole year.
Yeah, part 11, and I wonder if he said that before or how many times he said that, because there have been some frustrating losses, there have been some bad losses, but that's a spot where you came in as a rested team. I know you were missing a couple of key people, as you have been for the better part of 3 or 4 weeks, but you were in a spot against a team that was reeling, that you thought, okay, here's one we should be able to get. Let's get right, head to Minnesota, split the trip 2-2 at worst case, fine. But instead now you need a Minnesota win to avoid another losing trip.
Yep. And we talked about it yesterday during Warriors Live. When you look at what's coming up, and again, I don't want to be defeatist. I don't want to act like the Warriors are not able to beat a good team. I think that they are. It's the NBA. Surprising things happen. But they are in a spot, in my opinion, where when they've got a chance to win a game or when they're going against an opponent like that, they really cannot afford to lose the game. And I said that, and you said that, and then they went out there and they lost the game.
Yep. Yeah, and the way they lost it was, another kind of, not a fourth quarter collapse, but it felt like they were 2 or 3 or 4 possessions where you make one play, you make one shot, it gets you over the hump, and it gets you to a spot where you could probably win the game. And I'm thinking about our take it to the bank predictions and how hilariously close we were. I think you had Buddy Hield over 2.5 threes.
I did.
And he hit 2.
And he needed one more.
And I had Dennis Schroeder over, I guess the number was 13.5. I said he'd have 15. He wound up with 12. So you and I, as close to victory as the Warriors were.
As close, but missed
no
it
cigar.
Missed it by that much.
Yep.
All right, we're all set to go with Steve. Let's do it. We go out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. We go out to Minnesota in January, which is a interesting place to be. Steve, how's the weather?
I think it was 2 today.
Okay.
So, yeah.
There you have it.
Yep. That sounds like my experiences out there too. Come football playoff time. But anyway, Steve, you said last night was right up there, maybe even the most frustrating moment of the season. I wonder if you'd expand on why.
Well, I mean, it's a game we got to win. We got a lead late in the game. We're playing a team that only has 8 wins and missing their point guard, and we needed the win, and we just didn't get it, and that's frustrating. We've got to finish those games. We've been in so many close games this year, and I don't know what our record is in these clutch games they talk about. It's probably around 500, but it just feels like we should have at least 3 or 4 more wins this year than we do, and last night felt like one of them.
When you look at these games, these late games, is there a common thread that you look at as a reason why you guys are unable to close these wins out?
Every night's different, and when your margins for error are slim, then you got to take care of the details, and if you look at the games I'm talking about that we felt like we should have won, and why we didn't, well, it's slightly different each game, but it comes down to fundamentals and basics, and are we making the right play? Are we making a solid pass? Are we getting a good shot? Are we getting a stop when we need a stop? So it's a little different every game, but it still comes back to are you good enough and are you solid enough? And so far this year we haven't been.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs. I'm sure this won't surprise you. These were fascinating comments that both you and Steph Curry made after the game. Draymond has made similar ones. When you have dignitaries at your level in the NBA, we're used to people being like, come on, let's go, make moves, everything for me. Let's see if we can, make a run at this thing. And there was an awareness, seemingly, to all of your comments about the state of the organization that I found refreshing. But the question I got to was, what do you see as the realistic or correct goal to be striving for this year? Yeah. No, I think it's a great point. We're just in a really unique spot in a really difficult situation through no one's fault, by the way. This is just the reality of sports and life and, whatever. It's just had this amazing run, and we're at the tail end of it, and we're trying to hang on to it. And it's a young man's game. We know that. And we were that team 10 years ago. We were Oklahoma City. We were Houston. We were just on the rise, and so no, here we are, and we're on the decline. We know that. Steph and Draymond and I have talked about it, together. It would be so irresponsible for this franchise to trade everything away for one final swing at a title. Yeah, I think you have to know where you are, organizationally. You have to know the position of the rest of the league, the landscape, and this does not feel like a time, in my estimation. I think in Mike's and Steph's and Draymond's, where you just you push all the chips in the middle and take a wild swing. That would be so irresponsible. So we're aware of that, but what does that mean? It means we are where we are. We're in the middle of the pack with a bunch of teams that are either, good enough or not good enough, and we have to find out if we are. And by good enough, that means, can you climb your way into the playoffs and give yourself a chance? And that's what we're trying to do.
Is it something that you, Steph, and Draymond have collectively discussed about, where the organization is and how you should, conduct yourself as an organization over the next 23 days?
We've talked about this. The three of us have been together for so long. We have these kind of conversations, and the discussion has been had, and I'm so impressed with these guys and how much they care about the Warriors and the future of the Warriors. And I think you're right. I mean, a lot of players in their situations would be saying, "Screw that! Let's trade everything and see what we can do." But that's not who they are. They and I think part of that is they're Warriors for life. This is that's part of the meaning of having a player who's only on one team for his entire existence. You see Dirk Nowitzki now watching Dallas games, like he's on the sidelines like a fan, and that's really cool. I love that, and I think that's how Steph and Draymond are going to be once they're retired. They're going to be Warriors fans. They want the best for this franchise going forward, and so they have a reasonable mind about this stuff.
Steve, Dennis Schroeder, it's still only been a few weeks, but why in your mind does he not look like the Dennis Schroeder that we've been watching with other teams?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle for Dennis and for us to try to fit him in smoothly. He's a hell of a player. He's a great defender. And he's got guts. He's unafraid of the moment, and he's helped us win some games for sure. I thought his night in Detroit was really key to that game, that victory against the Pistons. Just what he did defensively against Cade Cunningham and, making big plays down the stretch. So we know what Dennis is capable of. I just think we're all trying to find the right combinations, the right balance. I think he's used to playing with more shooting around him, and we don't have a team that really stretches the floor very well. And so there's not a lot of space for him, and he's not as able to use that speed and quickness to get to the rim. So it's been a little bit of an adjustment, but again, it's still early in the process. It's only been a month or so, and we got to keep plugging away. We'll get better with him, and vice versa for sure.
You had mentioned, I think last week, the phrase that has kind of stuck with me: crisis of confidence, and I wonder if that was. I'm sure it's directed at everybody, but is it partly Dennis fitting in, but also Buddy and his shooting woes?
I didn't mean any one individual player. I really meant it as a team. You can just feel our guys know that every game is going to be close. I believe we've still played more close games than anybody in the league. So we got to win on the margins, and I think the players understand that, and so they're pressing a little bit. I know I feel that way. Last game I made a couple of decisions that backfired, and after the game, I didn't sleep very well because I beat myself up for feeling like I cost us the game. And it's a really tough way to exist as a team, as a coach, as a staff, or as players to feel like every single play is so massive, and the game is riding on it, and you got to be loose and free, and you got to be able to make some mistakes to be your best self. And I think right now, when I talk about the crisis of confidence, I think we're all just feeling like, man, this stuff is fragile, and we got to do everything well, and that's probably too much, to put on the guy's shoulders right now.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, I've said it on our show a bunch of times. Man, this Jonathan Kuminga injury sucks. Like the timing of it and the seriousness of it, with the way you guys are playing and the trade deadline on the way, what has this done to you guys?
Well, I thought he was playing his best basketball just before he went down. He just was so under control, so measured, making such good decisions, and playing at such an efficient level that it really felt like he was turning a corner. And so for him to go down right at that moment was tough individually for him, and it really hurt us just because he's one of our most talented players and one of the guys we really count on to score after Steph. So you see how everyone's playing Steph these days. It's almost like a box and one no matter where we go. And so we miss Jonathan's ability to get to the rim and score big time.
And that's probably part of the reason why you've had 11 games this year where you haven't reached 100. Last year, you only had 3 such games. Offensively, is it as simple as, it's a make or miss league and your shooters aren't scoring? Or is there more you can do offensively to try to create more points and, get to that magical 100-point mark?
Yeah, there's always more we can do. And that's what we look at every single day as a staff. But there's no getting around it. Last 6 weeks we've been really one of the worst offenses in the league, and we see plenty of stuff on tape that we've got to do better. That our players can do better, and it's always a group effort. But we're working on that stuff all the time.
Steve, when there's all the references to 12-3, and even you've done it where you're like, I watched these guys do things differently and be a good team on both ends of the floor. What are the specifics there? What did you see that you guys were doing early that you haven't been able to replicate?
Well, I think we were generating a much better pace to the game. Our defense was elite. I think it's been fine over the last month, but not elite. And I think our identity, that first 15-game stretch, was that we were feisty and we were fast. And last night was one of the slowest paced games we've had all year. And we're talking about that every day, about the need to get the ball in quickly, made or miss, to get it up the floor, to really push the pace. But we just haven't been able to generate that same kind of pace that we had early in the year. And I think that's the big thing that we're trying to put together is can we get back to that kind of team that we were early on, fast and feisty and get out and run, cause deflections and turnovers and even on made baskets, race it up the floor. So that's it's something we've got to get back to.
Is part of that maybe injecting more of the Generation Z guys? Because I'm thinking about Guy Santos and how feistily he played the other night, and Moses Moody, born in 2002. Is it as simple, or is it too simplistic to just go to a much more of a youth movement to try to get some of that pace back?
Yeah, I think that's too simple. I mean, Guy is the guy who generates a lot of that with his hustle and just the way he anticipates plays. And so I love playing Guy for that reason. But every game's different, With this team, you kind of have to ride the hot hand sometimes, and we've got a lot of options. I think that's probably the toughest part coaching this team is that I got a million options every night, but no clear choices. And it's like, you go to the Cheesecake Factory and there's 1,000 things on the menu. I don't want to go to a restaurant like that. Give me 10 things on the menu.
That menu is a headache, isn't it? It's like
it's a headache.
Yeah,
it's a headache.
You got to pick
obviously, I'm just giving you a stupid metaphor, but
great metaphor.
Well, the reality is, it's from night to night. What you want as a coach is you kind of want to know, like, here's our pattern. These are the guys we're going to. We're going to do this night after night, and this year it hasn't been that way. It's partly because of injuries, partly because, like I said, we don't have clear separation within the group, and so we're kind of mixing and matching from one night to the next, and that's not easy on the coaches. It's definitely not easy on the players. Just them not knowing what their role in the rotation will be from one night to the next. But again, we're just trying to win each game, and every night is very different for us.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs, and the look at this whole situation right now, and so much talk about the deadline, and I won't bring up any specific names, but do you feel like this organization needs to do something at the deadline, either just to rejuvenate or refresh or anything on that end?
I have 100% faith in our organization to do whatever the right thing is, and sometimes the right thing is to not do anything. So, of course, it depends on what you're going to do, what that means. And Mike is so good at his job. I just feel in great hands with him and the whole organization, and they're looking at everything. And it's about not only looking at what's out there, but also looking at who we are, what is our identity, and organizationally where are we, and understanding our position within the landscape, and then figuring out what's next. And that's these are difficult questions for us because of the legacy that Steph and Draymond have, and 4 championships in the last 10 years, and still plenty to play for, but we're clearly not in that top tier anymore. That's obvious. So it creates some really difficult questions.
And as you talk about legacy, you should be included as well. And I know you won't include yourself, but I will, because you also have 4 titles here. When you guys talk about urgency, are you looking more in a longer-term, broader conversation as opposed to we need to make something happen in the next 3 weeks or else? Do you look at, you being here for another year and a half at least, and Steph for 2.5, and Draymond? Do you look at this more from not a super long-term lens, but at least through maybe the offseason and what can be done heading into next year?
I mean, I think honestly we're all just on the same page with this stuff. It's not, we're not looking at it, this season or a season and a half. We're looking at just the Warrior, the welfare of the Warriors organization and the franchise, and what that means. And again, there's no easy answer to this. And you're faced with some really, really difficult decisions to make. And, I remember Danny Ainge when he traded Garnett and Pierce, and he said, what I learned from Red Auerbach was, watching that team get old with Bird and McHale. He said, what I learned was I'm not doing that. I'm not letting those guys he said, I would have traded Larry Bird. If I remember correctly, I think Danny Ainge actually said that. I would have traded Larry Bird if I was the GM. And that was a fascinating quote and one that I would probably challenge Danny on. It'd be fun to talk to him about it. He might laugh and say, yeah, I mean, I say that, but that would have been really hard to do, and it's kind of where we are, right? We got guys, Steph and Draymond are still really damn good, but we're a fading team, and that, in terms of our run, our window being open, all that stuff. So, Mike's got a tough job. Joe Lacob, these guys have really difficult decisions to make. But like I said, we are all on the same page. Players, management, ownership, we're all on the same page. We trust each other. We're fighting together. We're in it together. And whatever direction we go, we're all on board.
Steve, that's really interesting because, you can hear it in your voice how difficult it is, and all the fans have been doing this. It's hard to find what the right answer is, but when you bring up the idea of the superstar potentially putting on a different jersey, I think fans there's a lot of that right now where it's not so much like should the Warriors trade Steph, because I don't think anybody thinks y'all
No way.
Right?
Yeah, no way.
But
no
there's,
way.
But there's concern that Steph might get to a spot where he would ask for it. What do you tell fans who are thinking that?
I don't think so. I just think Steph loves the Warriors. He loves he loves the idea of being a Warrior for life. I think that's so meaningful for him. He has no intention of doing. That's what makes him unique and different. It's why he's not asking the organization to trade everything to go get him help. Steph is so special in so many different ways, and his self-awareness is just incredible. It's so meaningful for him to be a Warrior. I don't think our fans have to ever worry about that. It's just a question of, man, this is. Can we help him? Like, what can we do? I watch him still out there performing and playing at such a high level, and he's bringing so much joy to so many people, not only at Chase, but in every arena. People are so excited to see this guy play. And there's so much value in that, watching him perform. And, I think our fans recognize that, understand that, and they want to see him perform for as long as possible, as they should. This guy is one of the greatest artists of all time. He's just an incredible performer, and we're all lucky to watch him play. And hopefully that's something that goes on for another few years. It sure looks like it. But in the meantime, it's a much tougher spot to be in organizationally than it was, for us even the last couple of years. And I think everyone recognizes that.
Steve, we always appreciate all your time, and we know very well that you're coaching basketball and talking through all this with a really heavy heart right now. And so we do want to check on you and the welfare of your family and the experience that everybody is having in Southern California and just see how everything's going.
No, I appreciate you guys asking. My mom is safe, and that's the main thing. But her house is gone. The whole Pacific Palisades neighborhood, really the whole town where I grew up, just devastated. Every friend that I have that lost their home, pretty much every childhood friend, those houses are gone. So it's surreal. It was such an idyllic place to grow up, such an incredible hometown place to be from, and to go back to. The house that burned down was the same house that I grew up in, and every time we play the Lakers or Clippers, I Uber up to my mom's house and have dinner with her at the house the night before the game. And it's these are special evenings, and it hasn't hit home yet that's not going to happen anymore. House is gone, and we haven't been able to to get anybody up there yet to even inspect it and see the rubble and the devastation. So when that moment comes, I'm going to fly down and be with my family and go up there, and I'm sure that'll be incredibly difficult. But that moment is coming, and it's tough to think about.
Just thoughts with you, thoughts with everybody down there, and appreciate you sharing that, and glad she's safe. Thank you, Steve, for coming on as always.
Thanks for having me, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, there it is. The head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, will react to that here momentarily. We'll take your calls. What would you like to see the Warriors do, especially now that you've heard Steve's perspective on it? We're sponsored by Safeway, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Delicious Hass avocado.
Completely off topic, but you've got to hear this.
Okay.
This is amazing. Kevin Durant and Devin Booker.
Booker.
They have a very good. They have a bet on the Lions-Commanders game. And this is going to end up back with the Golden State Warriors. Listen to this now. Because Durant is from D.C., Booker, I guess his roots are in Detroit, so they are, respectively, Commanders and Lions fans. So now they made a bet. And it has nothing to do with money, because everybody's got plenty of that.
Yep.
It has to do with embarrassment. So Booker's rooting for the Lions, KD for the Commanders. And if the Commanders win, Devin Booker has to publicly write a Father's Day card to Luka Doncic.
Wow, okay. Devin Booker from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Okay.
Confirmed.
So if the Commanders win, Luka is Devin's daddy.
Okay.
But are you ready for this?
That's pretty funny.
Are you ready for this one? Here comes the Dubs. If the Lions win, and by the way, they're going to.
Nah.
If the Lions win, Kevin Durant has to publicly thank Draymond Green for his 2 rings.
Wow. Publicly. I wonder what the format would be.
He's
like.
got to thank Draymond for his rings.
So Draymond would be KD's daddy.
He'd probably go on the podcast.
Right.
He'd probably go on the podcast. That's what I would do.
Or podcast.
Yeah. Go on the Draymond Green show.
Yeah.
Just call in. I just want to thank you for my tip.
Totally. That's pretty good bet. It's pretty good.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Because like you said, I mean, they're both making about $50 million a year. So I'll bet you $100,000. Okay. Pocket change. Here you go. I make $100,000 every 5 minutes of playing basketball, and so do you.
Right.
But this is priceless. Like, priceless.
You got to start calling other NBA players and tell them they're your daddy.
Yes. Luka Doncic, a Father's Day card. Hey, Daddy. Yeah. You are my father. Totally.
Yeah.
It's a good bet.
So anyway, I saw that. I thought I'd share that with you and give everybody a good laugh because, quite frankly, just being real here, talking to Steve Kerr for 20 minutes, and I get it. There's 2 things that are likely going on with that guy's life right now. And one is the destruction of his childhood home and his mom being evacuated. And he says tons of people that he knows have lost their home. Quite frankly, I don't know how Steve has conducted himself the way that he has over the last week. Coaching games and sitting there and talking about Dennis Schroeder's minutes and can he get Moses Moody on the floor when that kind of disaster is happening within, that is very, very hard. So there's that sadness in the background, and that's flanking the fact that the Warriors are playing awful basketball, and he called last night's game the most frustrating night of the year and a game that you flat out have to have, and he's right. So in listening to him talk, I think you can hear it. It's tense, it's sad, it's dare I say, it sounds, and I know that this is what today sounds like to people, it sounds like they don't have any answers and they're at the doorstep of giving up. I don't think that's happening, but that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do, but I guess they don't have any answers. That part of it I'm buying, and they will never give up unless they fall to a spot where you got 12 games left and you're really out of it. I'm with you. I'm not saying that you're implying that they're going to quit. But there is a certain amount.
Like a fait accompli.
Well, and you heard it last night from Steph and Steve. They both were kind of like, we're not just going to look to gut the organization. And Steph said, we're not going to fling assets or hurl assets around just to try to get us something that might work or might not work. And I do think that that's got to be coming from Mike Dunleavy and also Joe Lacob, where you look at it and they watch every game like we do, and you see what we see, which is this team is, they're 19-20, and that's kind of who they are. And yeah, if Kuminga were healthy, and if GP2 were healthy, if Buddy could shoot, and if Dennis fit, and we could play the if game all you want, at the end of the day, you went to Toronto, rested but not healthy, against a team that is terrible, a team that is reeling, and you lost. And you lost another clutch game, and they've played actually the second most clutch games second only to tomorrow's opponent, Minnesota. And the Warriors are 11-13.
He said that they're probably
games.
about 500, but it feels like they lose most of them.
Minnesota's played 25. The Warriors have played 24 clutch games. And, the Warriors are kind of that same team.
Well, that's good news. Then tomorrow's game should be close.
That's the bet. I mean, because they both play in a ton of clutch games.
By the way, we should define that. The definition is?
I think it's a game that is within 4 or 5 points with 4 minutes left.
Within 5 in the final 5 minutes.
5 and 5.
5 and 5. Final 5 minutes.
It's a made-up thing, but...
Well, but it's I think it's made up, but, so are so many other things.
Right.
Like
I'm not saying it's not.
It does tell you something.
It indicates how many games you play that are close, although I would argue... Like, if you're down 5 with 5 minutes left, you could still lose by 18.
Yes,
you could win by 18.
Yeah, but it still means it was a close game. And
for a while, yeah.
I remember Phil Jackson years ago used to talk about this, and because it struck me, because we have this concept that you're like, if the Boston Celtics play the Washington Wizards, like, well, that's going to be a flipping blowout. Well, it's incredible how often an NBA basketball game comes down to the final 5 and is still within striking distance. Because quite frankly, let's say you're up by 6 with 5 minutes to go.
Right.
That's still a very close basketball game that could go either way. And so, I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I do think this is what dogs the Warriors. They are right there. I don't think that they're that far off from the competition and the other teams there. I think what they're missing is actually the stuff that happens in the final 5 minutes of basketball games. Other teams get easier shots than the Warriors do. And that is why that's a result of a couple of things. It's a result of not having a prolific second scorer. It's a result of being short and therefore having to generate shots with a 6'2" player who has 4 people defending him 25 feet from the rim. You add all those things up, and what the Warriors need to do in the final few minutes of a basketball game is harder than it is for most other teams, which is why I remain today in favor of an addition of some sort at the deadline who might be able to mix up that stew a little bit. And I do think Vucevic would. I think he would mix up that stew a little bit. And that might be all they need to just win at a little bit higher clip. Not be prolific, but dude, turn that clutch record into something that's about 4 or 5 games over 500 as opposed to 2 games under.
Last year, they were 24-24 in clutch games. They played the most clutch games in the association last year, and they were a 500 club. And this year, as I mentioned, they're 11-13, and you look at the teams that are really good, and they're really good in the clutch. Cleveland is 14-2 in clutch games. Well, OKC's 8-4. Boston's 12-7. Those are the 3 best in clutch games. Orlando is next, Houston is next, and they have 4 of the best records in basketball. So if the Warriors were a little bit better, they would be in that 6 or 7 seed spot. But I do look at why they're not better in the clutch, and it's a lot of the reasons you were just talking about, because if you're a defense and you get down to clutch time and it's a 5-point game with 5 minutes left, all right, Steph, we don't want you to beat us. We're going to guard you, everywhere, and we're going to make Draymond or Buddy or Dennis or Slow-Mo or whoever else the Warriors are going to trot out there, you guys go ahead and beat us. And those players have not been good enough to beat you. And does Vucevic help you? Probably a little bit.
I think he does.
Incrementally, but from what I heard Steve say in our interview, they're not going to really expend a lot of assets to do just about anything over the next 3 weeks.
I don't think he takes a ton of assets, number one. And number two, Steve Kerr is not going to say on the radio 3 weeks before the deadline, we're looking to make a deal. And I think that's actually, if we get a little cynical for a second about this concerted effort by Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green to suddenly go public with the idea of we're not out here flippantly to make some sort of awful deal. Well, okay, let's think about this like a little bit more cynically and analytically. I think we all took it and we're like, Either you loved it or you hated it. Guru, for example, was like, that felt like a white flag. And I'm like, boy, this guy's the most self-aware star ever. I love that Steph doesn't want to crater the organization. Might they be doing it for anything strategic? I think the league, if you call the Bulls right now, they're going to be like, the Warriors are desperate. Let's squeeze. Let's squeeze the pressure point. So now the Warriors are going to go public, and they're like, we're not doing your stupid deal. You know what I mean? I think there is value in that.
For sure, and there's a lot of posturing now.
You got to at least look like you're not desperate, even when you are.
Right, and you might not be desperate because you might be continuing this free fall into oblivion where it doesn't matter what deal you make. And I'm hearing Steve and Steph, they sound more defeated than ever before, and Steve Kerr actually used the word fading. Like, this is what happens when you have a fading team that was, a champion a few years ago and a dynasty a few years before that. And he mentioned Oklahoma City, how Oklahoma City is what the Warriors used to be: young, hungry, fast, and efficient. And now the Warriors are not as hungry and old and slow. And you look at last night's game, and Steve said it, the pace they played at was the slowest pace they've played all year. And you don't have Draymond Green, and who do you have to really push the pace? You've got Steph coming up on being 37 here in a couple of months, and a lot of players who aren't really up-tempo, fast players anyway.
This is what he said with all the questions we're asking, and the one we've been asking you all day, 888-957-9570, and we will take your calls right now, is looking at the Warriors situation, listening to Steve Kerr. What do you want him to do? And the four options that we put up on Twitter: make a big trade, make a smaller trade, but keep your assets in place, do absolutely nothing, or tank. So you can call in on that, which one you would do, even though I'd argue the Warriors are answering some of your questions already. I don't think that they're definitely not going to tank, and they're very, very likely not going to make some massive swing trade. That's kind of the message that they're all giving right now. But you can certainly weigh in on that, and we'd love to chat it out with you. But Steve just joined us, and we will have that for you in full again in the 5 o'clock hour if you missed any portion, because he was, as always, really good. But he said there's only one question that the Warriors should be asking right now, and this is it.
It's just a question of, man, this is, can we help him? Like, what can we do? I watch him still out there performing and playing at such a high level, and he's bringing so much joy to so many people, not only at Chase, but in every arena. People are so excited to see this guy play, and there's so much value in that, watching him perform. And I think our fans recognize that, understand that, and they want to see him perform for as long as possible, as they should. This guy is one of the greatest artists of all time. He's just an incredible performer, and we're all lucky to watch him play. And hopefully that's something that goes on for another few years. It sure looks like it, but in the meantime, it's a much tougher spot to be in organizationally than it was, for us even the last couple of years. And I think everyone recognizes that.
I know what some fans are thinking, and it is not a pleasant thought, which is you're starting to hear them talk about buy a ticket not to see the Warriors win.
Right.
Buy a ticket to see the last couple of years of the great performer, Steph Curry.
Right.
Because you won't get to see him much longer. That's sort of the messaging of the last 24 hours.
And that's what Steve said yesterday, and that's what Steve said again today. He's talking about entertainment and artists, and he's not talking about winning and competition. Of course, that's there, and that's the underlying factor of all of this is Steph Curry wants to win, and he wants to compete, and he wants to be a champion. But at the end of it, when you get to the end of a career of a great player, sometimes it's not just about that. It can be about other things. And I shared this with the group earlier with Kobe Bryant, a guy who was a one-team superstar, and you were probably down there for the end of his career. He made the playoffs in 15 of his first 16 seasons, and then his last 4 years, he didn't make the playoffs at all. One of those years was the Achilles year, where he played about 6 or 7 games, and then the last 2 years, they were 38 and 126. They were bad. He played about 30 minutes a night and shot every time he could. And I believe the fans, they came out in droves because it was the end of Kobe. You were down there, and I'm sure the talk at the time wasn't like, we need to surround Kobe with, we need to give Kobe one more run. It was the reality of where Kobe was, right? And the reality of where the Lakers were in their era.
But nobody wanted to trade him,
of course,
or tank or anything like that. Yeah, you did. You just wrote it out. You wrote it out.
And I think that we're more likely headed toward that. And you didn't tell Steve trade Steph Curry, but you kind of threw that out there as an idea in the ether, and he didn't even let you finish. He's like, no, we're not.
Well, no, and I know they wouldn't do that, but I did want to speak to the idea that I do think there are fans, and this is sort of the other side of the coin, they're worried or predicting that Steph is going to get to the point where he will ask for the trade.
Right.
And then would the Warriors do it? Or would Steph get to that point? And he rejected that as well. He predicts that there's no chance of that. This is the comment you've referenced a couple of times about being a fading team.
We're looking at just the welfare of the Warriors organization and the franchise, and what that means. Again, there's no easy answer to this, and you're faced with some really, really difficult decisions to make. I remember Danny Ainge when he traded Garnett and Pierce, and he said, what I learned from Red Auerbach was, watching that team get old with Bird and McHale. He said, what I learned was I'm not doing that. I'm not letting those guys get. He said I would have traded Larry Bird if I remember correctly. I think Danny Ainge actually said that I would have traded Larry Bird if I was the GM, and that was a fascinating quote and one that I would probably challenge Danny on. It'd be fun to talk to him about it. He might laugh and say, yeah, I mean, I say that, but that would have been really hard to do, it's kind of where we are, right? We got guys, Steph and Draymond are still really damn good, but we're a fading team, and that, in terms of our run, our window being open, all that stuff. So, Mike's got a tough job. Joe Lacob, these guys have really difficult decisions to make. But like I said, we are all on the same page. Players, management, ownership, we're all on the same page.
It's funny that he said it that way at the end. Is literally a question I asked of Tim Kawakami 2 hours ago. Are they all on the same page? And he says that they absolutely are. And it sounds that way. It sounds that way. But, let's define that page. What is that page? And so, I don't know. In some ways, this all feels like a concerted effort to also maybe adjust or, dare I say, lower the expectations of the team from the public and just see this through a different view. I do still think there's a trade out there for them. I do still think that they can make the playoffs. I do still think that can have value. But if we're going to continue to scream and yell about rings, that's just, things could change.
Right.
Giannis could be on the team a year from now.
Well, then I think we need to recalibrate the phrase maximize the Steph Curry window. Because if we're going to maximize the Steph Curry window, what do we really mean by that? Because if Steph is chasing a fifth ring, and I agree with everything you just said about recalibrating our expectations, I don't know, unless you are able to do something dramatic, I don't know if maximizing his window involves a fifth ring. So if we're going to maximize the Steph Curry window, what does that mean? Does that mean we're keeping Draymond and Steph and we're going to surround them with the best darn talent we can and hope for the best?
I don't know if you can know what's around the next corner. So I would answer that by saying, get better at every chance you can in a responsible way, and then stay flexible because you never know. And I think that's what they're going to do, which is why I don't think it's a massive swing in 3 weeks, but there might be a small one. If you can keep getting better and stay flexible to where if a Giannis or something like that does become available, you're prepared to strike.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the sensible way to do it without sacrificing a lot of future assets. And, this year, you might find yourself in the lottery, second straight year.
You could.
And, this year, you actually get to keep your pick. Last year, it was conferred elsewhere. So if you're in the lottery this year, maybe you find a young player that does make you better.
All right, we got some calls to take on this. We will. We're coming straight to you. If you missed any of Steve Kerr, we'll have that for you in full in the 5 o'clock hour. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs. And what's going on? It's Mark.
Raptors will win for the second time when trailing after 3, and the Warriors with a disaster of a loss on the road, and now will have to beat a very good Minnesota team to try to split the 4-game wind chill road trip. Raptors 104, Warriors 101. Golden State falls to below 500, 19-20 on the season, and get ready for Minnesota.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Wolves are good. Also, one of the teams that's in the play-in right now and only 2 games ahead of the Warriors.
Right.
So you could do the 2 birds, 1 stone thing with a win tomorrow night. That would not be bad. Knockout tournaments back. All you 95.7 The Gamers. I don't know if you got in last year. This was fun, man. This was so fun last year. Word on the street is Dibs is not going to play again. Why?
Yeah, I'm game time decision. I'm not needed.
But you're wanted.
Yeah, I'd rather be courtside with Steiny doing what I do best, which is making fun of people.
Remember in Die Hard when he was like, shoot the glass.
Right, yeah.
I want you to shoot the ball.
And it took Hans's buddy, him saying it twice to actually get what he was saying.
Well, he said it in a different language first.
Right.
Schießt dem Finster.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
I thought he played for the Bucks.
He's like, Schießt dem Finster. And then he's like, hey, shoot the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shoot the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need as many people as possible to take down Mark Randy.
Well, all we need is a slew of listeners behind him. He's going first, and he's going down.
Okay.
He will go down, and he will go down hard.
Well, this is a hard tournament to repeat on because there's a whole lot of people.
Well, he's a marked man now, too.
Exactly.
Pun intended.
Very good. But anyway, bottom line is this is your chance to come play basketball on the Chase Center floor. How cool is that? So you'll be claiming a spot in the tournament 3 times a day, every day for 3 weeks, starting Monday, January 27th, okay? 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour, every day for 3 weeks, 3 spots. So add that all up. That's how many people are getting in. We hope you're one of them. Got to be 18 or older. You got to be living here in California. More details to come. Knockout tournament right here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to David in Maryland. Hi, David. Thanks for the call.
Hey, Willard. Hey, Debs. How are you guys doing tonight?
Good, man.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, man, I don't know what you guys are seeing on your pages, on your social media, but I mean, this message by Kerr and the organization they hurt a lot of feelings tonight, man, with this one. I just don't agree with this perspective that we're just going to sit and do nothing. I mean, even Shafty said earlier today that he thinks the best thing to do is just to give up Draymond, give up everyone that's, not doing what they're paid to do. Keep Steph, keep Kuminga, and try to acquire, better pieces. I mean, they say that they're not going to tank. I don't know why they feel like they have an option in this. I mean, we've lost to the Toronto Raptors. I bet they were saying that they weren't going to lose to them before the game started, but that happened. So, I mean, a lot of feelings are hurt tonight by this, stance of almost like we're not going to do anything. Looking back at how everything has turned out, it's just a little bit of animosity towards everything with Draymond, the pool punch and everything, and just wishing that things could have went different. And, now people are reminiscing on the whole KD thing with Draymond, maybe what we would have been if we would have kept KD on this team. And it's really painful tonight. And the fans are not happy with this response. Well, just sitting on our hands.
David, maybe we can help. I don't know if Dibs agrees with me. Thank you for the call. But I think you're hearing something that's not there. I don't think I'm not taking the message as who on the Warriors has gotten in front of a microphone and went, we're doing nothing. That's it. We're done. We're going to sit here and do nothing. I get where you got there. You heard Steph Curry say, we're not going to be irresponsible. Steve Kerr said, we're not going to be irresponsible. That's a good thing. I don't think it means we're sitting on our hands and we're going to refuse to do anything.
Of course not. And the thing that struck me, and we'll hear more from Steve Kerr here coming up in just a few minutes, is the idea that Steph, and Draymond, actually, they talk about it.
Yeah,
it's not.
And agree.
And Mike and Joe, I would imagine, are in on those conversations at times. So it's kind of a 5-headed monster of the decision makers. And I do think the consensus now is We're not just going to hurl assets into the ether to try to get a Hail Mary of a move here in February. I think it's more likely they do something small here, a player you can have again next year. Then you go out in the offseason and you try to make a bigger swing.
Let's go to Big Don in Walnut.
Hey, I'm Big Don.
Yeah, Big Don. Hey, Big Don. What are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? I love to hear you guys. Took me this is my second hour on the freeway listening to you guys. I love it.
Let's go.
Coming from San Francisco, big traffic. I like your guys' references on the movies. That was awesome.
Which one? I don't even know.
But I'm going to go, the one about the Die Hard.
Yeah,
I like that knowledge.
Yes, she's in Finster. Go, yes,
I'm going to go with the movie. I'm going to go with Godfather 1 and Michael Corleone. We need to get rid of some people on the Warriors and get some assets of ourselves because that'll be our future. That would help us. When Curry's gone, we got some people to step in. Come on, man. Doesn't sound common sense.
Well, but easier said than done, Big Don. Like that, I don't necessarily disagree, but I mean, if you mean, for instance, similar to what the previous caller said, and thanks, Big Don, appreciate it, and good safety with your ride. Like when people go, yeah, we got to get rid of Draymond Green. How do you do that? How do you do that? These aren't like playing cards in a deck and you just like go fish. Somebody has to want Draymond Green at $25 million. The Warriors are in a situation where trades, which are always hard, are even harder because the money they bring back and the money that goes out has to almost be exact.
Yeah.
Like they are so hands tied here and sending out a highly paid and for years in the future 35-year-old Draymond Green, 34, whatever he is. Like, that's not, you can't just do that.
And it's harder now than ever before.
Yes.
And you'll hear Steve Kerr mention Danny Ainge and the famous trade of Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. And I'll get into more of the minutia of the details because it's maybe the most lopsided trade in the history of trades. But they were 37 and 35. Garnett was 37. Paul Pierce is 35. Steph's about to be 37.
Yep.
Draymond's coming up on 35. But to do the trade that they did then, now, is almost impossible.
Right. And they've already stated, Steve just stated, like they're not trading Steph Curry. It's unthinkable. In fact, if you missed any of that conversation, we've got it in full. So here it is, and then we'll get back to your calls at 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr is in Minnesota in January, which is an interesting place to be. So we began by asking Coach Kerr, how's the weather out there?
I think it was 2 today.
Okay.
So, yeah.
There you have it.
Yep. That sounds like my experiences out there too. Come football playoff time. But anyway, Steve, you said last night was right up there, maybe even the most frustrating moment of the season. I wonder if you'd expand on why.
Well, I mean, it's a game we got to win. You know, we got a lead late in the game. We're playing a team that only has 8 wins and missing their point guard, and we needed the win, and we just didn't get it, and that's frustrating. We've got to finish those games. We've been in so many close games this year, and I don't know what our record is in these clutch games they talk about. It's probably around 500, but it just feels like we should have at least 3 or 4 more wins this year than we do, and last night felt like one of them.
When you look at these games, these late games, is there a common thread that you look at as a reason why you guys are unable to close these wins out?
Every night's different, and when your margins for error are slim, then you got to take care of the details. And if you look at the games I'm talking about that we felt like we should have won, and why we didn't, well, it's slightly different each game, but it comes down to fundamentals and basics, and are we making the right play? Are we making a solid pass? Are we getting a good shot? Are we getting a stop when we need a stop? So it's a little different every game, but it still comes back to are you good enough and are you solid enough? And so far this year we haven't been.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibbs. I'm sure this won't surprise you. These were fascinating comments that both you and Steph Curry made after the game. Draymond has made similar ones. When you have dignitaries at your level in the NBA, we're used to people being like, come on, let's go, make moves, everything for me. Let's see if we can, make a run at this thing. And there was an awareness, seemingly, to all of your comments about the state of the organization that I found refreshing. But the question I got to was, what do you see as the realistic or correct goal to be striving for this year?
Yeah. No, I think it's a great point. We're just in a really unique spot in a really difficult situation through no one's fault, by the way. This is just the reality of sports and life and, whatever. It's just had this amazing run, and we're at the tail end of it, and we're trying to hang on to it. And it's a young man's game. We know that. And we were that team 10 years ago. We were Oklahoma City. We were Houston. We were just on the rise, and so no, here we are, and we're on the decline. We know that. Steph and Draymond and I have talked about it, together. It would be so irresponsible for this franchise to trade everything away for one final swing at a title. Yeah, I think you have to know where you are, organizationally. You have to know the position of the rest of the league, the landscape, and this does not feel like a time, in my estimation. I think in Mike's and Steph's and Draymond's, where you just you push all the chips in the middle and take a wild swing. That would be so irresponsible. So we're aware of that, but what does that mean? It means we are where we are. We're in the middle of the pack with a bunch of teams that are either, good enough or not good enough, and we have to find out if we are. And by good enough, that means, can you climb your way into the playoffs and give yourself a chance? And that's what we're trying to do.
Is it something that you, Steph, and Draymond have collectively discussed about, where the organization is and how you should, conduct yourself as an organization over the next 23 days?
We've talked about this. The three of us have been together for so long. We have these kind of conversations, and so the discussion has been had, and I'm so impressed with these guys and how much they care about the Warriors and the future of the Warriors. And I think you're right. I mean, a lot of players in their situations would be saying, screw that. Let's trade everything and see what we can do. But that's not who they are. They and I think part of that is they're Warriors for life. That's part of the meaning of having a player who's only on one team for his entire existence. You see Dirk Nowitzki now watching Dallas games, like he's on the sidelines like a fan, and that's really cool. I love that, and I think that's how Steph and Draymond are going to be once they're retired. They're going to be Warriors fans. They want the best for this franchise going forward, and so they have a reasonable mind about this stuff.
Steve, Dennis Schroeder, it's still only been a few weeks, but why in your mind does he not look like the Dennis Schroeder that we've been watching with other teams?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle for Dennis and for us to try to fit him in smoothly. He's a hell of a player. He's a great defender, and he's got guts. He's unafraid of the moment, and he's helped us win some games for sure. I thought his night in Detroit was really key to that game, that victory against the Pistons. Just what he did defensively against Cade Cunningham and, making big plays down the stretch. So we know what Dennis is capable of. I just think we're all trying to find the right combinations, the right balance. I think he's used to playing frankly, with more shooting around him, and we don't have a team that really stretches the floor very well. And, so there's not a lot of space for him, and he's not as able to use that speed and quickness to get to the rim. So it's been a little bit of an adjustment, but again, it's still early in the process. It's only been a month or so, and we got to keep plugging away. We'll get better with him and vice versa for sure.
You had mentioned, I think last week, the phrase that has kind of stuck with me, crisis of confidence. And I wonder if that was, I'm sure it's directed at everybody, but is it partly Dennis fitting in, but also Buddy and his shooting woes?
I didn't mean any one individual player. I really meant it as a team. You can just feel, our guys know that every game is going to be close. I believe we've still played more close games than anybody in the league. So we got to win on the margins, and I think the players understand that, and so they're pressing a little bit. I know I feel that way. Last game I made a couple of decisions that backfired, and after the game, I didn't sleep very well because I beat myself up for feeling like I cost us the game. And it's a really tough way to exist as a team, as a coach, as a staff, or as players to feel like every single play is so massive, and the game is riding on it, and you got to be loose and free, and you got to be able to make some mistakes to be your best self. And I think right now, when I talk about the crisis of confidence, I think we're all just feeling like, man, this stuff is fragile, and we got to do everything well, and that's probably too much, to put on the guy's shoulders right now.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, I've said it on our show a bunch of times. Man, this Jonathan Kuminga injury sucks. Like the timing of it and the seriousness of it, with the way you guys are playing and the trade deadline on the way, what has this done to you guys?
Well, I thought he was playing his best basketball just before he went down. He just was so under control, so measured, making such good decisions, and playing at such an efficient level that it really felt like he was turning a corner. And so for him to go down right at that moment was tough individually for him, and it really hurt us just because he's one of our most talented players and one of the guys we really count on to score after Steph. So you see how everyone's playing Steph these days. It's almost like a box and one no matter where we go. And so we miss Jonathan's ability to get to the rim and score big time.
And that's probably part of the reason why you've had 11 games this year where you haven't reached 100. Last year, you only had 3 such games. Offensively, is it as simple as, it's a make or miss league and your shooters aren't scoring, or is there more you can do offensively to try to create more points and, get to that magical 100-point mark?
Yeah, there's always more we can do. And that's what we look at every single day as a staff. But there's no getting around it. Last 6 weeks we've been, really one of the worst offenses in the league. And, we see plenty of stuff on tape that we've got to do better, that, our players can do better. And it's always a group effort, but we're working on that stuff all the time.
Steve, when, there's all the references to 12-3, and even you've done it where you're like, I watched these guys do things differently and be a good team on both ends of the floor. What are the specifics there? What did you see that you guys were doing early that you haven't been able to replicate?
Well, I think we were generating a much better pace to the game. Our defense was elite. I think it's been fine over the last month, but not elite. And I think our identity, that first 15-game stretch, was that we were feisty and we were fast. And last night was one of the slowest paced games we've had all year. And we're talking about that every day, about the need to get the ball in quickly, made or miss, to get it up the floor, to really push the pace. But we just haven't been able to generate that same kind of pace that we had early in the year. And I think that's the big thing that we're trying to put together is can we get back to that kind of team that we were early on, fast and feisty and get out and run, cause deflections and turnovers and even on made baskets, race it up the floor. So that's it's something we've got to get back to.
Is part of that maybe injecting more of the Generation Z guys? Because I'm thinking about Guy Santos and how feistily he played the other night, and Moses Moody, born in 2002. Is it as simple, or is it too simplistic to just go to a much more of a youth movement to try to get some of that pace back?
Yeah, I think that's too simple. I mean, Guy is the guy who generates a lot of that with his hustle and just the way he anticipates plays. And so I love playing Guy for that reason. But every game's different, you know. With this team, you know, you kind of have to ride the hot hand sometimes, and we've got a lot of options. I think that's probably the toughest part coaching this team is that, you know, I got a million options every night, but no clear choices. And it's like, you know, you go to the Cheesecake Factory and there's 1,000 things on the menu. I don't want to go to a restaurant like that. You know, give me 10 things on the menu.
That menu is a headache, isn't it? It's like
it's a headache.
Yeah,
it's a headache.
You got to pick what.
Obviously, I'm just giving you a stupid metaphor, but
great metaphor.
Well, the reality is, it's, you know, from night to night. What you want as a coach is you kind of want to know, like, here's our pattern. These are the guys we're going to. We're going to do this night after night, and this year it hasn't been that way. It's partly because of injuries, partly because, like I said, we don't have clear separation within the group, and so we're kind of mixing and matching from one night to the next, and that's not easy on the coaches. It's definitely not easy on the players. You know, just them not knowing what their role in the rotation will be from one night to the next. But again, we're just trying to win each game, and every night is very different for us.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs, and you know, you look at this whole situation right now, and so much talk about the deadline, and I won't bring up any specific names, but do you feel like this organization needs to do something at the deadline, either just to rejuvenate or refresh or anything on that end?
I have 100% faith in our organization to do whatever the right thing is, and sometimes the right thing is to not do anything. So, you know, it depends on what you're going to do, what that means. And Mike is so good at his job. I just feel in great hands with him and the whole organization, and they're looking at everything. And you know, it's about not only looking at, what's out there, but also looking at, you know, who we are, what is our identity, and organizationally, where are we, and, understanding our position within the landscape, and then, you know, figuring out what's next. And that's, these are difficult questions for us because of, you know, the legacy that Steph and Draymond have, and 4 championships in the last 10 years, and still plenty to play for, but we're clearly not in that top tier anymore. That's obvious. So it creates some really difficult questions.
And as you talk about legacy, you should be included as well. And I know you won't include yourself, but I will, because you also have 4 titles here. When you guys talk about urgency, are you looking more in a longer term, broader conversation, as opposed to we need to make something happen in the next 3 weeks or else? Do you look at, you know, you being here for another year and a half at least, and Steph for 2.5, and Draymond? Do you look at this more from not a super long-term lens, but at least through maybe the offseason and what can be done heading into next year?
I mean, I think honestly we're all just on the same page with this stuff. It's not, we're not looking at it, you know, this season or a season and a half. We're looking at just the Warrior, the welfare of the Warriors organization and the franchise, and what that means. And again, there's no easy answer to this, and you're faced with some really, really difficult decisions to make. And I remember Danny Ainge when he traded Garnett and Pierce, and he said, you know, what I learned from Red Auerbach was, watching that team get old with Bird and McHale. He said, what I learned was I'm not doing that. I'm not letting those guys get. He said I would have traded Larry Bird if I remember correctly. I think Danny Ainge actually said that I would have traded Larry Bird if I was the GM, and that was a fascinating quote. And and one that I would probably challenge Danny on. You know, it'd be fun to talk to him about it. He might laugh and say, "Yeah, I mean, I say that, but that would have been really hard to do." You know, and it's kind of where we are, right? We got guys. Steph and Draymond are still really damn good, and but we're a fading team, and that, you know, in terms of our run, our window being open, all that stuff. So, you know, Mike's got a tough job. Joe Lacob, these guys have really difficult decisions to make. And but like I said, we are all on the same page. Players, management, ownership, we're all on the same page. We trust each other. We're fighting together. We're in it together. And whatever direction we go, we're all on board.
Steve, that's really interesting because, I mean, you can hear it in your voice how difficult it is, and all the fans have been doing this. It's hard to find what the right answer is, but when you bring up the idea of the superstar potentially putting on a different jersey, I think fans are – there's a lot of that right now where it's not so much like should the Warriors trade Steph, because I don't think anybody thinks y'all are even – right?
Yeah, no way.
But there's concern that Steph might get to a spot where he would ask for it. What do you tell fans who are thinking that?
I don't think so. I just think Steph loves the Warriors. He loves he loves the idea of being a Warrior for life. I think that's so meaningful for him. He has no intention of – that's what makes him unique and different. It's why he's not asking the organization to trade everything to go get him help. Steph is so special in so many different ways, and his self-awareness is just incredible. It's so meaningful for him to be a Warrior. I don't think our fans have to ever worry about that. It's it's just a question of, man, this is can we help him? Like, what can we do? I watch him still out there performing and playing at such a high level, and he's bringing so much joy to so many people, not only at Chase, but in every arena. People are so excited to see this guy play. And there's so much value in that, watching him perform. And, I think our fans recognize that, understand that, and they want to see him perform for as long as possible, as they should. This guy is one of the greatest artists of all time. He's just an incredible performer, and we're all lucky to watch him play. And hopefully that's something that goes on for another few years. It sure looks like it, but in the meantime, it's a much tougher spot to be in organizationally than it was, for us even the last couple of years. And I think everyone recognizes that.
Steve, we always appreciate all your time, and we know very well that you're coaching basketball and talking through all this with a really heavy heart right now. And so we do want to check on you and the welfare of your family and the experience that everybody is having in Southern California and just see how everything's going.
No, I appreciate you guys asking. My mom is safe, and that's the main thing. But her house is gone. The whole Pacific Palisades neighborhood, really the whole town where I grew up, just devastated. Every friend that I have that lost their home, pretty much every childhood friend, those houses are gone. So it's surreal. It was such an idyllic place to grow up, such an incredible hometown place to be from, and to go back to. The house that burned down was the same house that I grew up in. And every time we play the Lakers or Clippers, I Uber up to my mom's house and have dinner with her at the house the night before the game. And it's, these are special evenings, and it hasn't hit home yet that's not going to happen anymore. House is gone, and we haven't been able to get anybody up there yet to even inspect it and see the rubble and the devastation. So when that moment comes, I'm going to fly down and be with my family and go up there, and I'm sure that'll be incredibly difficult. But that moment is coming, and it's tough to think about.
Just thoughts with you, thoughts with everybody down there, and appreciate you sharing that, and glad she's safe. Thank you, Steve, for coming on as always.
Thanks for having me, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
Indeed. Steve Kerr, head coach, Dubs, with us as he is every week on Willard and Dibs. And just that last part there with regard to Steve Kerr. You listen to the guys talk right now. Obviously, everybody's down. But what I don't think viewers and fans and listeners and all that think about sometimes is when you watch that post-game press conference and Steve is like, this is the most frustrated we've been or what have you. Keep that in mind too. That's all. Just keep that in mind what Steve is going through, because it is a lot.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah. I mean, not only is your childhood home gone, but your mom, and I think his mom is about 90, and so you have to worry about where she was able to get evacuated to, and now where is she going to live, and all of your friends that you grew up with, and just the very town. Like, think about Foster City and all the memories you have going in and around Foster City, and for me, it's Fairfax, and even Petaluma, where I spent a number of years. If that entire town was gone, so your childhood home, your friends' homes, your memories, your mom, where she lives, like the emotional toll of that must be overwhelming.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then there's the other side to this is you can just hear the pickle that they're in. Now, this was really interesting what he started bringing up about Danny Ainge, and I would have traded Larry Bird. You did some digging, and this kind of ends up, I think, being a fascinating conversation, but also applicable to what the Warriors are looking at right now.
And let's just leave the beginning of this as what it is, which is it's a non-starter to trade Steph or Draymond, but I went back to look at what Boston got from Brooklyn when they traded Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Jason Terry. And at the time, Garnett was 37, Steph's about to be, Pierce is 35, Draymond's about to be. They both have birthdays in March, and what Boston got back was first-round picks in 2014, 16, and 2018, and also a pick swap in 2017. And what they were able to do with those picks is, maybe you've heard of them, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
Oh, my God.
So, and I know they also got a bunch of players, and, they got Gerald Wallace, Marshawn Brooks, Chris Humphries, yes, former Kardashian kind of,
right.
Keith Bogans and Chris Joseph. So it was a 5-for-3 in players, and Boston got a boatload of picks. So if you could get 3 firsts and a pick swap, all of a sudden now the idea of trading Steph and Draymond, while I know it's not going to happen, but when you think about the haul that Boston got, 3 firsts and a swap, and they used the swap in 17, which is how they got Jason Tatum with the 3rd overall pick.
Well, that's the thing. You got to then follow through and hit on the picks, which they did, and the Warriors have not been so great. They had the number 2 pick in the draft once upon a time. You could go even further back and say, hey, they did pretty good at number 7 and number 11, and they found Draymond Green in the 2nd round, but the recent draft success has been spotty at best. So, we get all that. But I just keep going back to what Steph said at the Olympics in the offseason. It's like you can sit here right now, and Kerr cannot even let me sort of get through the question before he's like, no, this is unthinkable. You're not trading Steph. But remember what Steph's message was in the Olympics. Things can firmly be a certain way and then change very, very quickly. So I'm not suggesting that the Warriors will ever want to do that, and I don't think that they will. But is the scenario that leads down that road completely off the table? I don't know. We don't know what's around the corner. If everybody keeps getting to the same realization, which is that the Warriors just keep getting further and further away from contention, and Steph keeps getting more and more frustrated, and then suddenly you do land in a spot where there is a team that financially can figure this out. And this might, definitely won't be this year. But what about at the end? What about a year from now? What about that? And there is a team that's like, ooh, Steph might be the missing piece. And we do have the financial wherewithal to make this happen. And we can replenish all your picks. And we can this, that, and the other. Look, I still would call that as a very, very significant, probably not. But we're here today, and I have no idea where this is going to go. The Warriors right now are starting to feel like a group that's just banging their heads against the wall.
Right.
And that will wear you out.
Well, especially if you get to this deadline and there's no real move there. Maybe it's a small incremental move and you get to the offseason and you cleared space, but you can't bring in a free agent. So you look next year and you're basically running it back with Steph and Draymond. You keep Kuminga and you sign him. You've got Pods and TJD and Moody's here. And you look at your roster and you realize we still aren't anywhere near where we need to be. And that's why I was just kind of struck by the Danny Ainge reference because, Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and that whole group, they won a title. Then they went to the semis. They lost in the NBA Finals in 2010. They spent 3 more years in the playoffs but made no headway. Then that last year they lost in the first round in the Eastern Conference. They were 41-40 that year. They lost in the first round of the East. And as mentioned, KG was 37. Paul Pierce was a forever Celtic, and he was a champion. And yet they traded those two and Jason Terry, and it didn't take long for them to kind of reboot the thing and get right back to where they are now with 2 of the best 12 players in the league.
Let me ask you this, not just the Warriors. We could apply this to Buster Posey and John Lynch and whoever else you root for. You want your GM to be unemotional? Totally unemotional.
Yes, except when it comes to Steph.
Okay.
Right.
If you've been hanging out around Bay Area sports long enough, the 49ers did this with all of their stars.
Yeah.
They did this with their biggest of stars. Steve Young's career is what it is because they had the you-know-whats to basically tick off Joe Montana. It flicked him to the curb when he could still play. And there's still controversy to this day.
Right.
Like Joe is still bothered. But they did it. And Jerry Rice didn't finish in the uniform. And Ronnie Lott didn't finish in the uniform. And Roger Craig didn't finish in the uniform. Nobody.
Tim Lincecum, Madison Bumgarner, they played elsewhere.
They did not finish in the uniform.
Yeah.
And so that is why it's so rare. But it's funny you bring up Buster Posey because he, checks notes, did finish in the uniform.
Right.
And that matters. It matters. So I'm just throwing out that question because it does at times require the lack of emotion. This came up in the debate that you and I had about Dre Greenlaw. And like Goo and I, like there are others here who sometimes I think we do run the risk of skewing too far in that direction of like, wow, no, you could never get rid of our guys. But you do, I'll admit it, sometimes you have to be. I'm not saying this is one of those moments.
Yeah.
But you have to remove the emotion from the player and make a good decision.
Buster's interesting because I do think he made it easy on him by retiring when he did, because he didn't get to a spot where it was like, geez, we gotta figure out what to do with Buster. And Steph, I don't think Steph's not at that point either. No. But if he decides that maybe he wants to try something else, and Steve basically refuted that in the interview, like that's not happening. It's not going to happen. But as you've pointed out, if you get through this year and you wind up 39-43 and you're not even in the play-in and nothing goes your way in the offseason and you come back next October and it's basically Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, and this again, well, then the frustration might be ratcheted up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure it will. It's already there. I mean, again, you see the look on his face. You see these press conferences. My point is that it's fine now. But if you're doing this every month for another year or another year and a half or whatever, it will wear someone down. It will absolutely wear someone down. Now, look, by then, Steph will be on the doorstep of 38. I don't even know. You know what I mean? How realistic is a trade? I don't know. Maybe. The Warriors called about LeBron James, and he's 40. So maybe there will always be someone interested in a star.
Yeah, just depends on what team. And I'm reading from Mikhail Prokhorov, the Nets owner.
Yep.
Today, the basketball gods smiled on the Nets. With the arrival of Garnett and Pierce, we've achieved a great balance on our roster. This team will be dazzling to watch and tough to compete against.
They stunk.
So there's a sucker born every minute. All you need is one team. I'm not saying you're getting 3 firsts and a first-round swap, but it'd be cool if you could.
We're sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. 888-957-9570 is the number. And if you're not familiar with our knockout tournament, it's back. We'll tell you more about that coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands.
Anderson waits for Curry. Off the screen, takes the three on the way. Got it! Curry knocks it down. He has passed Allen Iverson on the all-time scoring list and has given the Warriors a 96-93 lead.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby.